Jiang Xian, it's over between us." After uttering these words, Yang Qi gazed at Jiang Xian with an expression devoid of emotion, then picked up the suitcase resting by the bedside, preparing to turn away from this room. Her movements were resolute, showing no trace of lingering affection. Upon hearing such heartless words from Yang Qi, Jiang Xian, who had been in a daze, finally regained his senses. Instinctively, he reached out, gripping Yang Qi's arm tightly, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Why?" Yang Qi forcefully broke free from Jiang Xian's grasp, responding coldly, "Why? You cannot provide me with what I desire. Yes, you have the capability, but I do not want my partner to bow and scrape before others every day, living by their whims. In short, I see no future with you." Having said that, she once more lifted her suitcase and walked towards the door without looking back. Watching Yang Qi's receding figure, Jiang Xian felt as though his heart was being wrenched. He could hardly fathom that a relationship spanning 5 years had shattered so abruptly at this moment. Emotionally and physically drained, Jiang Xian sat alone in a corner of a bar, pouring bottle after bottle of alcohol down his throat. He endeavored to numb himself with spirits, attempting to forget all his pain and troubles. However, as time passed, his consciousness grew increasingly hazy, and the scene of parting with Yang Qi earlier that morning repeatedly surfaced in his mind. Future? Jiang Xian murmured to himself, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Reflecting on the past, Jiang Xian recalled how, after graduating from university, he smoothly secured a position at a 5-star hotel. Through his diligence and talent, he ascended to the role of front office manager within just 2 years. Despite his professional success, he resolutely resigned from that enviable job and moved to Long City solely because his girlfriend, Yang Qi, expressed her unwillingness to engage in a long-distance relationship. Yet, having been in Long City for merely a few days, he found himself bereft of both job and love, ultimately ending up with nothing. Perhaps her declaration of not wanting a long-distance relationship was merely a pretext for her departure. He could only blame himself for failing to grasp its implications at the time. Contemplating this, Jiang Xian felt utterly ridiculous, his heart heavy with endless regret and self-reproach. He raised his glass and downed its contents in one swift motion, as if that were the only way to alleviate his inner torment. "Handsome, could you buy me a drink?" At that moment, a woman, adorned with elaborate and striking makeup, gracefully approached Jiang Xian. She elegantly settled beside him, her captivating eyes scanning him as if they were a pair of searchlights. "Sorry, that's not possible," Jiang Xian replied expressionlessly, draining his glass and responding with indifference. "Handsome, you seem troubled. Is there something on your mind? Why not share it with me?" The woman appeared unwilling to relinquish her pursuit of this prey, leaning slightly forward, almost pressing against Jiang Xian, her voice sweet and inviting. "Keep your distance. Do not bother me." Jiang Xian turned his head slowly, impatience etched in his expression. The woman, witnessing his demeanor, let out a disdainful huff and muttered, "Humph, quite handsome indeed, but what a foul temper. Such a waste of good looks." With that, she sashayed away, her hips swaying, still murmuring under her breath, clearly dissatisfied with Jiang Xian. However, he paid her no mind, treating the encounter as a trivial interlude, wholly unconcerned. As Jiang Xian stumbled out of the bar, the heavy scent of alcohol clung to him, and the coolness of the night air offered a slight reprieve to his muddled senses. While meandering through a dimly lit alley, a faint murmur caught his attention. Intrigued, Jiang Xian instinctively edged closer to the shadowy corner. "Hey, beautiful, playing alone is so dull. Why not let us brothers keep you company? Don't worry, follow us, and we'll ensure you experience ecstasy." Accompanied by the lascivious laughter of the two men, it was evident that unsavory activities were unfolding. "Get away, you, woo-woo." The woman's protests were abruptly stifled. "Boss, let's make our move." One of the thugs urged his companion, unaware that Jiang Xian stood at the alley's entrance, witnessing the scene unfold. "What the hell are you staring at? Are you tired of living?" The thug barked menacingly upon spotting Jiang Xian. In that moment, Jiang Xian discerned the grim reality. 2 thugs were forcefully covering the woman's mouth and gripping her arms tightly. When the woman caught sight of Jiang Xian, a flicker of hope ignited in her previously terrified eyes. Initially inclined to avoid trouble, Jiang Xian hesitated, captivated by the clarity of her gaze. "Let me show you what's what." The two thugs, sensing Jiang Xian's refusal to leave, sought to teach him a lesson. Yet, a surge of heat coursed through Jiang Xian, the alcohol igniting a fervor within him. After enduring the frustrations of his job at the hotel and the departure of his girlfriend after years of love, he sought nothing more than an outlet for his pent-up emotions. Fearless, he advanced towards the two men. The astonishment of the woman, Jiang Xian swiftly dispatched the two thugs with precision. During his university days, he had claimed the championship title in free fighting in S province. Perhaps it was this prowess that had compelled the campus beauty, Yang Qi, to ardently pursue him against all odds. Now, leaning against the wall, Jiang Xian gasped for breath, as if the very air had become thin and a chill breeze swept through the alley, slicing through him like a blade, while the alcohol within him burned fiercely. "Are you all right?" A gentle voice reached his ears. Jiang Xian struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, and through the haze, he discerned a figure approaching him. It was a woman, drawing nearer with a look of genuine concern. Yet, Jiang Xian felt the darkness encroaching upon him, as if an immense weight pressed down upon his shoulders. At last, he could no longer endure. He closed his eyes and succumbed to an abyss of endless blackness. When he finally opened his eyes again, he was startled to find himself in an entirely unfamiliar setting, sitting up abruptly. "Where am I?" He glanced around, confusion flooding his mind. Before him stood an opulent television, a plush and inviting sofa, and a slightly disheveled bed. Most striking of all was the vivid crimson sheet draped across the bed, and his own nakedness. As the lingering scent of perfume wafted through the air, Jiang Xian gradually grasped the gravity of the situation. "Oh no, this is a problem." He hurriedly picked up his clothes from the floor and dressed. "What a fool I've been. How could I have let this happen?" Jiang Xian felt a wave of panic wash over him. He could scarcely fathom that he had engaged in such indiscreet behavior. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a note on the bedside table. "Thank you for last night. It was wonderful." Jiang Xian read the note, and his mind went blank. What does this mean? He pondered, struggling to comprehend the circumstances. His gaze fell upon a stack of cash resting atop the nightstand, roughly estimating it to be around 1,000 yuan. So I was the one who lost out? He mused, belatedly realizing the implications. Is this what happens when one hastily dresses? Inside the Guilin Garden Villa, Su Jin sat before her vanity, scrutinizing her reflection. A mixture of helplessness and fury flickered in her eyes. Her neck bore a series of red marks, most notably a conspicuous strawberry hickey near her mouth. Su Jin's complexion darkened as she bit her lip, muttering indignantly, "That scoundrel! How am I to face anyone like this?" The memories of the previous night ignited a surge of unnameable anger within her. Last night, when Jiang Xian had succumbed to drunkenness, Su Jin could not abandon him, so she reluctantly dragged him to a hotel. Initially, she intended to leave immediately after ensuring he was settled. However, unexpectedly, as he lay on the bed, Jiang Xian suddenly pulled her down beside him. Their lips met in an instant at that moment. Su Jin's mind seemed to freeze, her entire being rendered motionless. As for what transpired thereafter, she could not quite fathom why she had acquiesced so readily. Reflecting on it now, Su Jin felt a profound sense of regret. She barely knew the man, yet she had unwittingly surrendered herself to him. Was it merely because he had saved her? The scene from last night flickered before her eyes like frames from a film, leaving her in a state of agitation and restlessness. The phone rang, and Su Jin lifted her mobile device to her ear. President Su, it was indeed Feng Qian who orchestrated this. She took 3 million from Wang Bing. The drugs were her doing, and she also recruited the individuals involved. A melodious female voice spoke respectfully from the other end. "You know what must be done," Su Jin replied, her tone as icy as frost, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Understood." After the call ended, a brief silence was shattered by an abrupt ringtone. Su Jin glanced at the caller ID, her brow furrowing involuntarily, a wave of exasperation washing over her. "Hello, Mom. What's the matter?" Su Jin forced herself to suppress her inner turmoil, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Xiao Jin, when will you come home? Your uncle Li's son has returned from abroad, and since you two have collaborated before, why not meet him?" Her mother's gentle voice resonated through the line, yet carried an undeniable tone of insistence. "Mom, I've been exceptionally busy with work lately. I simply don't have the time for such meetings." Realizing her mother was once again fretting over her marital prospects, a profound sense of helplessness surged within her. With her circumstances, was there truly a need for concern over finding a suitable partner? Xiaojin, marriage is a significant event in one's life. Money is merely a cold, hard number. Whether one has more or less is ultimately inconsequential. What truly matters is finding a kindred spirit who can accompany you through life. Her mother spoke calmly, as if she had anticipated her daughter's reaction. Mom, I already have a boyfriend. Sujin blurted out suddenly. What? Her mother's voice rose several octaves to, I have a partner already. Please stop worrying so incessantly. I'm quite busy, so I must hang up now. Before her mother could respond, she hastily ended the call. Taking a deep breath, Sujin steadied her emotions. Equipped with a mask and scarf, she descended to the living room, where a woman in a suit hurried towards her, respectfully stating, President Su, there is a meeting scheduled for 10 o'clock this morning. Immediately notify Lu Yuan to assist me in organizing it, and cancel all business meetings for the next few days. That I want all internal affairs of the group handled solely by Lu Yuan, Sujin commanded decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Understood, her subordinate replied. Qin Shuang, please conduct a thorough investigation into this individual's background. I must see results by tonight. With that, Sujin produced an identification card from her pocket, her expression unreadable as she handed it to Qin Shuang. Of course. Qin Shuang respectfully accepted the ID, carefully stowing it away in her pocket. I guess it's safe to say that she ended things with you? In the cramped and modest rental room, Zhang Yang observed the sullen and silent Jiang Xian, who was engrossed in smoking, and a flicker of indignation welled up within him. Gently patting Jiang Xian on the shoulder, Zhang Yang offered a soft consolation. As a man, what worries do you have about finding a partner? Wasn't that female deputy manager from your former department quite fond of you? Perhaps you could consider exploring a relationship with her? Enough of that. I want perish without a partner. Yes, that's so. Because it seems to me that your current state resembles that of the deceased, Zhang Yang remarked, glancing at the litter of cigarette but scattered on the floor, a hint of teasing in his tone. What are your plans now? Are you heading back to the hotel? Zhang Yang inquired calmly, watching Jiang Xian. Seated on the edge of the bed, Jiang Xian held a half-burnt cigarette between his fingers. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's question, he merely shook his head slightly, refraining from responding. After a brief silence, Jiang Xian suddenly hurled the unfinished cigarette to the ground with force, then raised his foot and stomped down hard, as if to expel all the dissatisfaction and anger brewing within him. Witnessing Jiang Xian's display, Zhang Yang frowned in concern, asking, You're not contemplating something drastic, are you? Jiang Xian turned to him, his gaze resolute and unwavering, and slowly declared, I simply refuse to remain in the service industry. Even if I were to starve or meet my end outside, I will never return to this line of work. His voice tinged with fervor. It seemed as though long-suppressed emotions had finally found their release. Zhang Yang watched Jiang Xian in silence, and after a moment, he raised his thumb in support and understanding. Then, rising to his feet, Zhang Yang patted Jiang Xian's shoulder and softly advised, In that case, take some time to rest. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call me. With that, he turned and exited the room. As the door clicked shut, the rental space descended once more into a profound silence. Jiang Xian remained in his previous posture, staring blankly out the window, his gaze lost and vacant, as though pondering something of great significance. Yet, this tranquility was short-lived. A sudden and jarring ringtone shattered the stillness within the room. Jiang Xian, startled, snapped back to reality, glancing at the unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately pressed the answer button. Hello, Jiang Xian responded. The voice on the other end hesitated before speaking. If you're not going to talk, it'll hang up, Jiang Xian remarked, ready to terminate the call. Where are you? A cool female voice inquired from the other end. Jiang Xian found the voice strangely familiar, yet he could not place it. Who are you? He asked. Sujin. The voice on the phone emphasized, Sujin? Miss, I believe you have dialed the wrong number, Jiang Xian remarked, a hint of perplexity in his voice, as he was unfamiliar with the individual. Jiang Xian, has it only been a few days, and you have already forgotten me? Chapter 3. Am I being supported? Within an upscale CAF in Long City, elegant jazz music flowed through the air like water, while the soft lighting descended like a delicate veil. gently illuminating every corner. Yet, Jiang Xian's mood stood in stark contrast to this beautiful ambience. His heart was anything but tranquil. It was fraught with anxiety and extreme tension. The stunning woman seated opposite him had remained silent throughout, her beauty breathtaking. Clad in a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her graceful figure, her red lips curled with an air of audacious confidence. Yet her exquisite face was framed by a pair of deep, icy eyes. If Jiang Xian were to describe her, he would liken her to a flower blooming in the night. She quietly stirred her coffee with a spoon, producing a melodic and rhythmic sound. Several times, Jiang Xian attempted to break the silence, seeking topics to engage her in conversation. However, each time he raised his gaze to meet her frosty countenance, the words he had meticulously prepared became lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. He couldn't help but wonder if this woman had summoned him merely to display her disdain. The peculiar atmosphere was becoming increasingly unbearable for him. Finally, taking a deep breath to muster his courage, he softly remarked, "I believe what happened that night was a misunderstanding." Su Jin lifted her gaze slightly and replied coolly, "A misunderstanding? You consider this a misunderstanding?" After speaking, she delicately brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen onto her shoulder. On her alabaster neck, faint reddish marks were visible. Although they had faded somewhat over the past 2 days, they remained discernible upon closer inspection. Jiang Xian's face flushed with embarrassment, and his gaze began to flicker uncertainly. Faced with Su Jin's penetrating stare, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. After all, during his tenure in the hotel industry, he had interacted with a myriad of individuals. Using eye contact as a means to discern the innermost thoughts of his guests, a fundamental skill for establishing a connection. As a front desk manager, this was an essential ability. Yet, in this moment, he found himself unable to decipher any emotion from Su Jin's eyes. Perhaps he had never truly scrutinized her, or perhaps he was simply too intimidated to gaze into her eyes. Observing Jiang Xian's awkward demeanor, Su Jin's lips curled into a subtle smile, tinged with a hint of playful mockery, as she remarked, "Jiang Xian, you were not quite like this that night." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xian replied, "Miss Su, if you have something to say, please be direct. You didn't summon me just to tease me, did you? Very well. Then I shall be forthright. I can assist you in repaying the debts you owe," Su Jin declared, gracefully lifting her coffee cup, gently blowing away the steam, and taking a measured sip, exuding an air of calm assurance. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xian's pupils constricted sharply. Su Jin's tone was remarkably calm, yet it exuded an undeniable confidence that could not be overlooked. Jiang Xian had previously enjoyed a comfortable upbringing. Otherwise, his adoptive parents would not have sent him to train in freestyle fighting. However, during his 3rd year in college, his adoptive father fell ill and passed away, followed by his adoptive mother the subsequent year, leaving behind a heavy burden of debt. They had to sell their home, resulting in the shattering of their family in an instant. Jiang Xian managed a self-deprecating smile and remarked, "There's no need for that. Why should you pay off my debts?" His voice was somewhat hoarse, as if he had endured an extended ordeal. Upon hearing Jiang Xian's response, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Su Jin's eyes. "Do you have any idea how many years it would take you to repay that?" Su Jin asked, her tone tinged with reluctance. "I don't care." Jiang Xian appeared exceedingly composed, which earned him a measure of admiration from her. "Well then, let us set that aside for now. What explanation do you have regarding that night?" Su Jin crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair, smiling as she spoke. "That night? How is there even an explanation for that? Wasn't it you who paid for my company?" Jiang Xian's face suddenly flushed. "You paid to sleep with me?" Su Jin looked at Jiang Xian with a derisive smile and continued, "Even if you are handsome, well-built, and possess commendable martial prowess, must I really pay to sleep with you? Am I that desperate?" Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback by Su Jin's words, and after a pause, he inquired, "Then what is the 1,000 yuan you gave me? You saved me, didn't you? That was a token of gratitude. I happened to have 1,000 yuan in cash on me at the time, so I just handed it all to you." Su Jin explained matter-of-factly. Jiang Xian suddenly felt flustered, as it seemed that events were unfolding in a manner he had not anticipated. Had he truly become a perpetrator? "You took my body. Shouldn't we settle this properly?" A glimmer of coldness flashed in Su Jin's eyes. "How can you prove what happened that night?" Jiang Xian seized upon a flaw in her argument. Su Jin scoffed. "So you're not planning to admit it?" "Miss Su, that is not my intention. Do you think if I wanted to harm you, I would go to such lengths?" Su Jin retorted. Jiang Xian fell silent. "It is precisely because we have been intimate, and considering your character is quite commendable, that I wish to propose an agreement." Su Jin said, fixing her gaze on Jiang Xian. What kind of agreement? He asked. Compensation, of course. I will assist you in clearing all your debts, and in return, you will pretend to be my boyfriend for a year, merely in name. Jiang Xian was momentarily stunned by Su Jin's proposition. What kind of agreement is this? A nominal boyfriend? I don't quite understand your intentions, he said, furrowing his brow. My family is pressuring me to marry, and I need someone to stand in for the time being. Once this is settled, I will give you 5 million yuan. How does that sound? A mutually beneficial arrangement. And after a year, neither of us will owe anything to the other. This is the agreement. Take a look, and if everything is in order, please sign it. Su Jin presented a document to Jiang Xian. As Jiang Xian examined the contract, the astonishment in his eyes intensified. He slowly raised his head, incredulously exclaiming, Am I being kept? Chapter 4. Kidnapping a boyfriend after reading through it. The terms of cohabitation, being at one's beck and call, a monthly sum of 100,000. Following instructions, and pretending to be a boyfriend lingered in Jiang Xian's mind, impossible to erase. He finally comprehended the meaning behind the phrase often uttered by netizens, I don't want to strive anymore. A monthly payment of 100,000 was that rather easy to obtain? Have you made your decision? If so, please sign here, Su Jin said, thoughtfully placing a pen before Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian cautiously inquired, How do you define the phrase to follow your arrangements? Su Jin chuckled lightly, Rest assured, I would never ask you to engage in illegal activities. However, I am curious, what would you do if I were to refuse this agreement? Jiang Xian suddenly asked with intrigue. A playful smile graced Su Jin's lips as she replied, Refusal? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. What I desire, I will undoubtedly possess. Her tone bore an undeniable authority, reminiscent of a queen, instilling a sense of trepidation. Wow, how domineering. Jiang Xian felt a jolt at her words. You win. I will sign. Without hesitation, he took the pen and inscribed his name. Upon witnessing this, Su Jin finally revealed a satisfied smile. Please take some time to pack your belongings. I will send someone to pick you up tomorrow, Su Jin stated as she rose. Early the next morning, just after Jiang Xian had finished packing, he heard the sound of a car horn outside, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching. Mr. Jiang, are you ready? We can depart now. A woman in a suit stood at the door. A female driver? Jiang Xian was slightly taken aback. We can leave now, he replied, holding a suitcase. I'll carry that for you. The suited woman immediately stepped forward to assist him. No need. It's not heavy. Thank you. Jiang Xian declined her offer. In the car, Jiang Xian observed the woman, who was engrossed in driving, and asked, Are you Su Jin's personal driver? I am Ms. Su's private housekeeper, Qin Shuang, she replied. A private housekeeper? Jiang Xian was momentarily stunned. A private housekeeper was responsible for overseeing the employer's daily needs, was it not? Su Jin truly lived up to the reputation of a wealthy woman, he mused. After all, the agreement stated she would grant Jiang Xian 5 million after a year, plus an additional 100,000 monthly. Having a private housekeeper was hardly surprising. Where does Su Jin reside? Jiang Xian continued his inquiry. Ms. Su primarily resides in the Guilin Garden Villa, she answered. The mention of Guilin Garden Villa elicited only mild surprise from Jiang Xian, after all. He had encountered numerous affluent individuals during his time at the hotel. Yet again, his perception of Su Jin has been profoundly transformed. What does the Guilin Yuan Villa signify? It is situated in the most opulent villa district of Long City, Jinyugu. The Guilin Yuan Villa and the Yun Villa are renowned as the twin stars of Jinyugu, representing the two most valuable residences. This transcends mere financial capability. It is a symbol of status. Jiang Xian inquired in astonishment, Is Su Jin backed by a prominent family? Qin Shuang merely smiled and replied, Isn't it better for Mr. Jiang to ask General Manager Su directly upon arrival? The vehicle glided slowly into the Jinyugu Villa district, the wheels producing a faint rustling sound as they traversed the surface. The security guard, upon recognizing Qin Shuang, respectfully opened the grand gate without any hindrance. The car came to a smooth halt in front of an opulent villa. As Jiang Xian pushed open the car door and stepped onto solid ground, he was captivated by the sight before him. The villa exuded grandeur, encircled by a white wooden fence that imparted an air of elegance and solemnity. The deep brown roofline flowed gracefully, harmonizing with the surrounding environment. The round arched windows were exquisitely crafted, emanating a strong artistic ambience. The stone masonry at the corners displayed superb craftsmanship, showcasing a distinctive architectural style. Jiang Xian couldn't help but marvel at how everything here radiated an aura of luxury. Upon entering the courtyard, a small bronze statue fountain in the center immediately caught his attention. Crystal clear water flowed incessantly from the statue, and the splashing droplets sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, resembling a cascade of dazzling diamonds. This petite fountain became a striking feature of the courtyard, contributing an additional layer of tranquility and grace to the entire environment. Jiang Xian silently exclaimed, "This is akin to a castle." Everything before him felt surreal, as if he were ensnared in a dream. Qin Shuang smiled and approached Jiang Xian, softly saying, "Mr. Jiang, please follow me." She led him through the spacious and bright living room, ascending the staircase adorned with luxurious carpets, and arrived at a room on the second floor. "Mr. Jiang, this will be your room from now on. Should you have any needs or inquiries, do not hesitate to inform me. I will be downstairs." Her tone was gentle and warm, making Jiang Xian feel remarkably at ease. "Thank you for your efforts," he nodded in acknowledgement. "If you encounter any issues outside, you can reach me through the contact information provided above." Qin Shuang handed him a business card. After settling his luggage, he began to survey the room, which was exceptionally well decorated and fully equipped. Upon opening the wardrobe, he was surprised to find it stocked with men's attire, formal wear, casual outfits, sports gear, and more. Everything was brand new. Jiang Xian casually picked up a piece and found it fit him perfectly. "All of this is prepared for me?" He gazed at the overflowing wardrobe in astonishment. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Su Jin calling. "Have you arrived?" Su Jin's indifferent voice came through the line. "Yes, just arrived," Jiang Xian replied succinctly. "Very well, you may take a break. If any issues arise, please consult Qin Shuang for resolution. I will not return until the evening." Su Jin's tone remained distinctly aloof. "Understood," Jiang Xian replied, only to hear Su Jin add, "By the way, you are not permitted to enter or exit my room at will. This is one of my stipulations, and I expect you to comply." "All right, I understand." Jiang Xian responded, feeling a touch of helplessness yet acquiescing to her request. Once the call ended, he stood still, surveying the unfamiliar room. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from the door. Soon after, Qin Shuang's professional voice resonated. "Mr. Jiang, lunch has been prepared. Please come downstairs to dine." Jiang Xian gathered his composure and followed Qin Shuang out of the room, descending the staircase to the dining area. Inside the dining room, several servants bustled about, balancing trays laden with an array of sumptuous dishes that exuded an alluring aroma. Jiang Xian took his seat at the table, while Qin Shuang smiled and introduced the characteristics and flavors of each dish, subsequently standing by to observe him as he dined. "Are you not eating?" Jiang Xian glanced around and instinctively inquired. All present, including Qin Shuang, were smiles as they stood around the dining room, readily awaiting Jiang Xian's directives. "Sir, you jest. How could the servants dine alongside the master?" Qin Shuang replied with a cheerful demeanor. Chapter 5. Jiang Xian, you truly are a remarkable person. Jiang Xian felt his question was somewhat superfluous. However, with such a grand table adorned with exquisite culinary delights, he found himself the sole diner, with several pairs of eyes upon him, which made him acutely uncomfortable. He unconsciously moderated his eating habits. After a satisfying meal, Jiang Xian intended to take a leisurely stroll to aid digestion, but as he reached the doorway, he was intercepted by Qin Shuang. "I apologize, Mr. Jiang, but you cannot go outside at this moment." Seeing Jiang Xian poised to step through the door, Qin Shuang's gaze flickered, and she quickly blocked his path. "Cannot go outside? Why is that?" Jiang Xian looked at Qin Shuang, puzzled. "This is a directive from Miss Su. She instructed that you remain at home and await her return," Qin Shuang clarified. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian's expression soured, finding it absurd that he was not even allowed to exit. "I won't leave. I merely wish to take a walk nearby," Jiang Xian stated, feeling somewhat exasperated. Qin Shuang responded with a smile. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. Miss Su expressed a desire for you to stay indoors until she returns. Should you require anything, please inform us, and we will endeavor to meet your needs." Is Su Jin out of her mind? What is this? Is she attempting to keep me confined? Jiang Xian's tone grew colder. Qin Shuang was taken aback by Jiang Xian's remarks, astonished that he dared to speak ill of Miss Su. She quickly sensed the unusual tone in his voice and bent down, sincerely apologizing. "I am truly sorry, Mr. Jiang. I cannot contravene Miss Su's commands. Enough with the apologies. I am not addressing you, but rather Su Jin." Jiang Xian certainly would not make things difficult for Qin Shuang, who was also a laborer. However, Qin Shuang was secretly pondering. "Precisely because you scolded President Su, I must apologize. Lost in thought, Jiang Xian retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Su Jin's number. Hello, what is the matter? Came Su Jin's calm voice from the other end. Am I not even allowed to step outside? How is this any different from being confined like livestock? Jiang Xian's tone was filled with incredulity. At that moment, Su Jin, seated at her mahogany desk, focused on her work, slowly set down her pen, stood up, and gazed out the window. After listening to Jiang Xian's words, she simply replied, Is that all? Jiang Xian, who had originally prepared for a heated debate, was suddenly rendered speechless by those three succinct words. What do you mean, is that all? Is restricting one's personal freedom merely a trivial matter? If you wish to go out, then by all means, do so, but remember to return on time tonight. Su Jin's response was straightforward and to the point. Oh, very well. Jiang Xian did not anticipate Su Jin's easy acquiescence and found himself momentarily taken aback. Su Jin suddenly found it amusing and remarked, Do you think I'm mentally unstable for confining your freedom without cause? You could deduce that? Jiang Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily denied, What are you talking about? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Su Jin sneered and said, All right. Do you have anything else? I have much to attend to. No, you go ahead with your work. Do you need me to pick you up after work? Jiang Xian inquired politely. Oh, that doesn't sound too bad. All right, 6 o'clock at the entrance of Jingshi Group, before Su Jin could finish her sentence. Jiang Xian heard the busy tone on the line. This scoundrel actually hung up on me? Su Jin's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the already disconnected phone. Very well, Jiang Xian, you truly are a remarkable individual. A flicker of anger flashed in Su Jin's eyes. Achoo, it must be that woman Su Jin cursing me. Jiang Xian wiped his nose with a tissue. I was merely speaking casually. Did you take it seriously? Jiang Xian muttered to himself while strolling through the villa district. After visiting Su Jin's home, he no longer felt the same sense of novelty towards these villas. They were utterly incomparable. Suddenly, a call came in from Zhang Yang. Upon answering, Jiang Xian was immediately greeted by Zhang Yang's excited voice. Jiang Xian, I'm having a gathering tonight. Do you want to come join us? A gathering? What kind of gathering? Jiang Xian inquired, puzzled. Just a casual dinner with a few friends, chatting and such, Zhang Yang explained. Are there any people I know there? Jiang Xian continued to probe. It seems not. Zhang Yang hesitated briefly before responding. Jiang Xian felt a wave of exasperation wash over him and complained. I don't know anyone there. Why would you want me to come? Wouldn't that just put me in an awkward position? Alas, it is not as such. In any case, it's difficult to articulate over the phone. Are you at home right now? I shall come to see you directly. Zhang Yang seemed somewhat hesitant, stammering for quite some time, yet ultimately resolved to converse with Jiang Xian in person. I no longer reside at my previous place. I moved out today. Jiang Xian interjected hastily. What? You have actually moved? Zhang Yang queried in astonishment. Where have you relocated? He was taken aback, for just yesterday he had visited Jiang Xian's rental to see him, and now, out of the blue, he had departed. Jiang Xian also faltered, unsure how to broach this topic with Zhang Yang. What is the matter? Is it so embarrassing? Have you been taken in by a wealthy woman, living at her place? Zhang Yang jested, having seldom seen Jiang Xian so bashful. To his surprise, Jiang Xian replied with unwavering certainty, Indeed, I am living with a wealthy woman. Zhang Yang merely chuckled, not taking it seriously. The two met at a quaint tavern. Upon their meeting, Zhang Yang circled around Jiang Xian like an inquisitive dog, his expression revealing an indescribable delight. Is that truly you? Jiang Xian felt a chill run down his spine, unable to suppress a shiver. Zhang Yang's demeanor appeared rather lewd in his eyes. Zhang Yang nodded vigorously at Jiang Xian, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Sensing the mischief, Jiang Xian furrowed his brow and said, Didn't you have something to discuss? Speak up. With a sly grin, Zhang Yang replied, Hey, you rascal. Have you really secured a wealthy woman? This perfume is quite sophisticated. Jiang Xian raised his hand to sniff, indeed catching a faint whiff of fragrance. He was not accustomed to wearing perfume. It was most likely a habit acquired at Su Jin's residence. Zhang Yang refrained from pressing further, ordering some drinks and engaging in casual banter with Jiang Xian. Tonight's gathering is filled with young ladies. Didn't you just break up? I thought I might introduce you to someone. Zhang Yang raised his glass to clink with Jiang Xian's. Introduce me? You're still single yourself. Jiang Xian found this amusing. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, lowering his voice slightly. There is someone I fancy at this gathering, which is why I wanted to bring you along to bolster my courage, as there are 3 or 4 of them, and I feel quite outnumbered. Regrettably, I cannot attend. I am not interested. Jiang Xian replied calmly. The two exchanged banter, and as twilight approached, Jiang Xian's phone rang once more. Unable to restrain himself, he muttered, "Why does someone call me every day?" Upon answering, the cold, icy voice of Su Jin instantly plunged Jiang Xian into a state of shock, sobering him up. "Jiang Xian, where are you? I am waiting for you at the entrance of the Jingshi group." Chapter 6, Mastering the Art of Interaction with Su Jin Goodness. "You are genuinely waiting for me?" Jiang Xian was momentarily bewildered, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Do you think I am jesting?" Su Jin's voice was frigid, yet it harbored a tempest of anger, as if a mere spark could ignite a cataclysmic explosion. "Just a moment, I'll be right there." Jiang Xian stammered before hastily disconnecting the call, his heart racing as he dashed out. Zhang Yang, observing the sudden urgency, inquired with curiosity, "Who is it? Why the rush?" "My boss." Jiang Xian replied without turning back, his feet swift as the wind as he sprinted from the tavern. "Your boss? Seriously? You found a job in just a day?" Zhang Yang pondered aloud, watching Jiang Xian's receding figure with a mix of doubt and disbelief. When Jiang Xian finally arrived at the entrance of Jingshi Group, Su Jin had already endured the biting cold for nearly an hour. Her expression was ominously dark, her once beautiful eyes now ablaze with fury. Clenching her fists tightly, she trembled slightly, evidently struggling to suppress the anger that threatened to erupt within her. Upon seeing Jiang Xian, Su Jin could no longer contain her emotions. Her teeth gritted in frustration. She seethed inwardly, cursing, "That scoundrel, making me wait so long." However, Jiang Xian preempted her with, "Why are you standing out here in this wind?" As he spoke, he swiftly removed his coat, draping it gently over Su Jin's shoulders before hurriedly opening the car door for her. Seated in the car, Su Jin remained absorbed in Jiang Xian's earlier remark about her being foolish. Did he truly call me foolish? Surely I misheard. She clenched her fists, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xian, who was about to start the ignition when she caught a whiff of alcohol on him. Her eyes narrowed, and her expression darkened further. Just as Jiang Xian prepared to accelerate, a voice from behind suddenly froze him in place. "Have you been drinking?" Jiang Xian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, completely immobilized. "Oh no, I forgot about that." He had just shared a few drinks with Zhang Yang. "No, I must take the initiative," he thought to himself. He opened the car door and swiftly sat beside Su Jin, an apologetic smile gracing his face. "I'm sorry. I just had a few drinks with a friend. My sincerest apologies." With unwavering focus, Jiang Xian gazed into Su Jin's eyes, earnestly stating, "Don't worry. I'll call for a designated driver right away." "That won't be necessary." Su Jin's tone was frigid, void of any emotional fluctuation as she expressionlessly switched to the driver's seat, efficiently fastening her seatbelt. Jiang Xian understood he was indeed in the wrong this time. Thus he refrained from further comments, fearful of provoking Su Jin's wrath. Throughout the ensuing journey, neither spoke a word. The atmosphere in the car became stiflingly tense. So silent it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. The vehicle soon made its way back to the Guilon Garden Villa, where Qin Shuang and the others, waiting at home, rushed out to greet them upon hearing the engine's roar. With a smile on her face, Qin Shuang was ready to approach, but upon witnessing the scene before her, she stood frozen in place. As soon as the car came to a halt, Jiang Xian leapt out of the back seat like a gust of wind, swiftly moving to the other side to open the door for Su Jin. Placing his hand gently above the car roof to prevent her from accidentally hitting her head as she exited. "Shouldn't that be my responsibility?" Qin Shuang felt somewhat bewildered by this display, standing there like a statue. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Jiang Xian preemptively pulled out a chair for Su Jin before Qin Shuang could. Su Jin paused for a moment, but once seated, her mood lightened considerably as she playfully remarked, "Is the front office manager also moonlighting as a waiter?" Jiang Xian managed a forced smile, replying, "Isn't it to lift your spirits?" "I feel quite uplifted." "Very uplifted? Then that's settled." Once Jiang Xian saw that Su Jin was appeased, he visibly relaxed. He pulled out the chair opposite her and, disregarding all decorum, began to indulge in his meal. He had come to understand Su Jin, though she was prone to anger. She was also remarkably easy to placate, an approach of giving a slap followed by a candy worked wonders. Unbeknownst to Su Jin, Jiang Xian had entirely grasped the dynamics of their relationship. After their meal, they settled on the sofa, and Jiang Xian took out his phone, opening his social media feed. He noticed Yang Qi had updated several posts. "Time and I are both moving forward. May I never encounter meaningless people again. Wishing us, always us." The final post included a photograph, two hands tightly clasped together, fingers intertwined, as if declaring to the world the unbreakable bond between them. The timestamp indicated it was from noon that very day. Has she found someone new so quickly? Jiang Xian murmured to himself, his gaze fixated on the screen. The first two posts were clearly directed at him. Each phrase, every word felt like a sharp blade piercing his heart. Did the years they shared mean so little to her? A chill swept through him. Memories of their past flooded his mind. Those once cherished moments now turned into the sharpest of pangs. He could not comprehend such an ending. Anger and anguish intertwined within him as his finger hovered over Yang Qi's profile, the word delete glaring back at him. Yet, after a brief moment, he refrained from pressing the delete button. A brilliant plan for retaliation quietly formed in his mind. His gaze shifted to Su Jin, who was engrossed in an English magazine beside him. She sat there quietly, her beautiful profile captivating Jiang Xian's attention like a work of art. He discreetly turned his phone, adjusting the angle to capture her exquisite silhouette. However, just as he pressed the shutter, Su Jin suddenly turned her head. "Are you taking my picture?" she inquired nonchalantly. Jiang Xian's heart raced, having been caught in the act of surreptitious photography, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Faced with her piercing gaze, he decided to speak the truth. After listening, Su Jin remained silent, quietly observing Jiang Xian. What does this lady mean? Jiang Xian felt somewhat uneasy under Su Jin's gaze, uncertain of her thoughts. "I won't send it if you are unwilling," Jiang Xian remarked. "I am pondering whether such photographs could indeed serve as a form of retaliation," Su Jin said, setting aside the magazine with keen interest. Before Jiang Xian could respond, Su Jin adjusted her clothing and hair, beckoning him with a playful gesture. "Come sit over here. Let us capture some more audacious images." Chapter 7. Su Jin is already taken. More audacious images? Jiang Xian stared in astonishment at the enchanting woman before him. Aren't you aiming for retaliation? If the images lack sufficient boldness, how can they yield the desired effect? Come here, Su Jin said with a hint of a teasing smile. Naturally, Jiang Xian, as a grown man, was not intimidated. He rose and sat beside Su Jin, their bodies closely aligned. Su Jin clasped one of Jiang Xian's hands tightly, resting her head gently on his shoulder, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Observing this, Jiang Xian swiftly took out his phone to capture this beautiful moment. Once the photo shoot concluded, Su Jin returned to her previous demeanor, the smile on her face vanishing in an instant. Jiang Xian, sensing the shift, discreetly moved a slight distance away. "All right, you may send them now." "Oh, and remember to send me a copy of the photo," Su Jin said, turning to ascend the staircase. This woman, speaking of bolder images, why not simply say she wanted something more intimate? Jiang Xian mused inwardly. In the private room, Yang Qi, slightly intoxicated and with flushed cheeks, leaned languidly against the sofa, idly scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, she came across an update from Jiang Xian. The right time. The right you. Accompanying the post was a photograph of Su Jin, resembling a delicate bird, nestled in Jiang Xian's embrace, her face aglow with happiness. Yang Qi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the photo, her expression darkening instantly. Has Jiang Xian found a new girlfriend so quickly? And this woman is even more beautiful than her. Yang Qi's gaze was locked onto the phone screen, as if she could penetrate through the image to uncover the truth. She gripped her phone tightly, her fingers turning slightly pale from the excessive pressure. That useless Jiang Xian. How dare he? A fierce flame of jealousy ignited within Yang Qi, distorting her once lovely features into a grotesque mask. At that moment, a large hand gently rested on Yang Qi's fair thigh. Huang Xiongyu, holding a glass, sat beside her and instinctively pulled her into his embrace, asking with concern, "Qi, what's wrong?" Yang Qi's eyes dimmed slightly as she shook her head, feigning composure. "Nothing." Yet, the disappointment on her face was undeniable. "Has that Jiang Xian fellow been bothering you?" The woman singing set down the microphone and approached Yang Qi, inquiring about her well-being. She was Zhang Fei, a close friend of Yang Qi. It was her fervent persuasion that ultimately led Yang Qi to decide to part ways with Jiang Xian. Huang Xiongyu, too, had been introduced to Yang Qi by Zhang Fei. "Is he still pining for you?" Huang Xiongyu's expression darkened at the mention of Jiang Xian's name. "No, absolutely not. Please, don't jump to conclusions," Yang Qi hastily protested. After exchanging glances with Zhang Fei, Huang Xiongyu replied, "All right, if that's the case. Let us focus on having a good time and continue drinking." 2 hours later, Yang Qi was utterly intoxicated, sprawled on the sofa. Huang Xiongyu gestured for Zhang Fei to join him outside. They subsequently made their way to the restroom. "Do you have a photo of Jiang Xian?" Huang Xiongyu inquired as he lit a cigarette. "Yes, I do. During our university days, Jiang Xian, and I were all classmates," Zhang Fei nodded in affirmation. All right, send me his picture, Huang Xiongyu stated impassively. Of course, are you planning to show him what he is missing? Zhang Fei eagerly responded, her eyes glinting with anticipation. Casting aside his unfinished cigarette into the trash, Huang Xiongyu's gaze darkened. Indeed, let him understand who Yangqi belongs to now. Upon acquiring Jiang Xin's photograph, Huang Xiongyu prepared to return to the private room, only to be halted by Zhang Fei's hand on his arm. Why the rush? Do you have something else to attend to? Huang Xiongyu asked, bewildered. Since Yangqi is already intoxicated, why not seize this opportunity to have some fun? Zhang Fei purred, casting a flirtatious glance at him. Understanding her implication, Huang Xiongyu's eyes gleamed with mischief as he teasingly touched Zhang Fei. What is this? Haven't you had enough fun? Is that not permissible? Zhang Fei playfully tugged on his hand, feigning innocence. Certainly it is. Huang Xiongyu's interest piqued, and he pushed Zhang Fei into the restroom. Soon the air filled with sultry sounds. Meanwhile, Su Jin sat on the edge of her bed after a shower, staring at a photo Jiang Xian had sent her, depicting the two of them in an intimate embrace. Surprisingly, she felt no discomfort. Even she found it odd, as she had a slight obsession with cleanliness, yet this seemed to dissipate in Jiang Xian's presence. Could it be due to that night? Images of the previous evening at the hotel resurfaced in her mind, bringing a blush of embarrassment. However, she couldn't deny that his physique was quite impressive. Startled by her own thoughts, Su Jin chastised herself silently for fantasizing about a man in such a manner. She slapped her cheeks lightly, exhaled deeply, and shared the photo on her social media with the caption, "No explanation needed. You all understand." In stark contrast to Jiang Xian, Su Jin's post caused a sensation throughout the upper echelons of the city, declaring her taken. In the renowned Tianmei bar of the metropolis, amidst the opulent booths, a stunning woman clad in a delicate red sheer skirt gazed at her phone, her face a canvas of astonishment. She delicately licked the wine stain at the corner of her lips, her alluring eyes narrowing slightly as she softly remarked, "Oh, has Miss Su descended to the mortal realm? Sister Xian, what do you think has happened to Miss Su?" Several fair-skinned, effeminate men gathered around her. "Move aside, do not disturb me." Song Ruoxuan furrowed her brow. The group of delicate men wisely distanced themselves. To tame Su Jin is no simple feat. Song Ruoxuan downed her drink with interest, her gaze fixated on the photo of Jiang Xian. At 10 p.m., in the office of the Li Group's general manager, the lights remained aglow. Li Changjie, despite his position, was still working, the rhythmic tapping on the keyboard uninterrupted until a phone call disrupted the tranquility. "What is it? What did you say?" He quickly grabbed his phone and opened his social media feed, the content igniting fury upon his handsome visage. "Book me a plane ticket for tomorrow, to Feilong City." Li Changjie endeavored to keep his voice steady. After the call ended, he stared at the photo on his phone and slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "Why?" Chapter 8. Do you dare? The family? In the Su family of the metropolis, Gu Ran was fixated on her phone screen, her expression a mix of shock and fury. She had just seen a post from her daughter that shattered her composure, sending her emotions into turmoil. With trembling fingers, she pointed at the phone on the coffee table, her voice quivering with indignation. "Who is this man? Does Su Jin still regard our family?" Ultimately, she nearly shouted, "This is utterly unacceptable." At that moment, seated on the nearby sofa was a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of cultured elegance. He sipped his tea leisurely, seemingly resigned to his wife's passionate response. The man gently set down his teacup and spoke in a calm, yet resolute tone. "The children have their own choices. Your incessant interference will only yield counterproductive results." Upon hearing her husband Su Ziyuan's words, Gu Ran's anger intensified. She widened her eyes in disbelief, her voice rising an octave. "Su Ziyuan, Su Jin is your own daughter. If you choose to disregard her, how can you expect me, as her mother, to stand idly by?" In the face of his wife's inquiry, Su Ziyuan maintained his composure, exhaling softly as he attempted to quell the dispute. "We ought to grant the children some freedom to grow and experience life." However, before he could finish, Gu Ran interjected, "Freedom? How easily you speak of it. If we let them run amok, what will happen when trouble arises?" Observing his emotionally charged wife, Su Ziyuan gently pulled her close and reassured her with kind words. "It is not that I am indifferent to our child. Rather, she must traverse her own path, exercising her right to make choices. Of course, we are entitled to express our opinions. However, given that the situation remains unclear, it seems inappropriate to dismiss her outright. What do you think? Furthermore, if you are concerned about Su Jin's safety, it is quite simple. I shall have Xiaya go over to assist us in monitoring her." Su Ziyuan spoke in a calm and measured tone, his words flowing softly like a gentle spring breeze, gradually soothing Gu Ran's previously heightened emotions. She realized that she had been somewhat impulsive. Very well, let Shaya go tomorrow. The delay has been too long, and I find it increasingly difficult to remain at ease. Gu Ran murmured softly. All right, I shall adhere to your arrangements. You decide when to set off, and we shall depart at that time. Su Ziyuan responded warmly, embracing Gu Ran's shoulders with a smile. The following morning, a flight from Xanadu landed punctually at Long City Airport. As the airplane's wheels made contact with the runway, a faint sound of friction echoed, and the aircraft gradually came to a halt. Li Changjie disembarked and boarded the waiting car. Once settled, he promptly instructed the driver, proceed directly to the Jingshi group. His secretary, who had accompanied him, cautiously inquired, should I inform Miss Su with a call beforehand? Li Changjie waved his hand dismissively, replying with firm resolve, no need. I do not require prior notification. He then retrieved a photograph from his phone's album, one that Su Jin had posted on her social media, and handed it to his secretary, commanding, locate this individual. The secretary accepted the photograph, scrutinizing it for a moment before respectfully affirming, understood. I will initiate an investigation immediately. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian, who was under the watchful gaze of many, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. At that moment, he sat on the terrace, basking in the sunlight and enjoying the breeze, feeling utterly at ease. Occasionally, Qin Shuang would refill his tea, which made Jiang Xian feel somewhat embarrassed. Qin Shuang, you need not attend to me so diligently. I am not that delicate. Please tend to your own matters, he remarked. Qin Shuang smiled gently, placing the teapot down and responding, Mr. Jiang, you jest. As Mr. Su's partner, you are effectively half the master of this residence. It is only fitting that I serve you. Although she was aware that Jiang Xian and Su Jin shared a special bond, she had not anticipated the nature of their relationship to be romantic. Since she had been with Su Jin, he had only brought one man home, Jiang Xian. She had assumed they were relatives until last night when she saw Su Jin's post on social media. Half the master of this house? Like you. I am merely a worker, Jiang Xian sighed. Such remarks elicited only a smile from Qin Shuang. Being chosen by Su Jin meant one could not merely be a worker. Such a person was undoubtedly exceptional. By the way, what exactly is Su Jin's background? Jiang Xian suddenly recalled the question. You don't know? Qin Shuang looked at Jiang Xian in astonishment, suspecting that he was jesting. You two are in a relationship, yet you are unaware of what her family does? Noticing Qin Shuang's bewildered gaze, Jiang Xian felt a bit embarrassed. In truth, Su Jin had provided him with ample information about her, urging him to remember, but he had scarcely glanced at it. Upon this realization, Jiang Xian felt a pang of guilt. After all, he was receiving compensation while disregarding her guidance, which seemed rather unjustifiable. It's fine, you needn't say more. I understand. Jiang Xian quickly rose from the lounge chair and walked towards the room. Hearing about it from others pales in comparison to witnessing it firsthand. Thus, he resolved to make use of the materials Su Jin had given him. Within the Jingshi group, Su Jin regarded Li Qinjie, who sat across from her, with an impassive expression and inquired, What brings you here? I came specifically to see you, Li Qinjie replied, gazing at Su Jin with warmth in his eyes. Su Jin's countenance remained devoid of emotion as she simply stated, Oh, thank you. Noticing her frigid demeanor, Li Qinjie was not angered and continued. Your parents miss you dearly. When will you come home to visit? Su Jin set her pen down, a cold smile gracing her lips as she replied, What is this? Li Xiao, are you now meddling in my family affairs? Let us not discuss that. Instead, let us talk about your life's significant matters. Who is that man? Li Qinjie approached the desk, leaning over it, his gaze fixed on Su Jin. Does it concern you who he is? Su Jin's frosty eyes met Li Qinjie's unyieldingly. Of course it does. Because you are my fiancée. Li Qinjie's face was aflame with anger, his voice rising several degrees. I'm sorry, but I haven't been for quite some time. Has Li Xiao's memory failed him? Su Jin retorted icily. I will not allow anyone to lay claim to you. Li Qinjie's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an air of madness. Su Jin reclined in her chair, arms crossed, her left foot resting upon her right, casting a disdainful glance at the man before her. Do you consider me your personal property? Don't even think about it. Go ask your family if they dare. Chapter 9. Have you practiced with a gun? The young lady isn't in a good mood today. She has tea even eaten. Shouldn't you go up and persuade her? The maid, Wu Ma, approached Jiang Xian, her expression laden with concern. Do not worry, I am aware. Jiang Xian noted that Su Jin had appeared rather displeased upon her return and was now locked away in her room, refusing to join for dinner. Clearly, she must have encountered some disheartening events. Although their relationship was merely one of employer and employee, they had gotten along well in recent times. And he found Su Jin to be quite agreeable. She was not only beautiful but also kind-hearted, and given their previous close interactions, Jiang Xian felt compelled to assist her. Standing before Su Jin's bedroom door, he gently knocked. However, before he could utter a word, Su Jin's voice, tinged with emotion, resonated from within. "Didn't I say I'm not in the mood to eat?" Jiang Xian hesitated momentarily, then softly suggested, "Would you like to take a walk to clear your mind? Perhaps a change of scenery might uplift one's spirits." He endeavored to maintain a gentle tone, hoping to soothe Su Jin's agitated demeanor. However, after waiting for a considerable time without a sound from within, Jiang Xian ultimately decided to cease his efforts. Just as he was about to step down the staircase, the door to the room unexpectedly swung open. The sudden creak of the door startled Jiang Xian, nearly causing him to lose his footing and tumble down. "Let us go out for a breath of fresh air," Su Jin said, swiftly donning a coat and leading the way. Jiang Xian hurriedly followed her out, gesturing to Aunt Wu beside him with a knowing sign. "It takes a gentleman to handle a lady." Aunt Wu regarded Jiang Xian with admiration and respect, her eyes gleaming as though she had encountered her idol, as they strolled through the vibrant streets of Long City, illuminated by countless lights. Jiang Xian deliberately chose to take Su Jin to a bustling night market, rather than the lively city center. "What are we doing here?" Su Jin inquired curiously, surveying the throngs of people and various food stalls around her. "Just having some fun. Otherwise, do you truly intend to wander around Long City?" Jiang Xian replied. "Fun?" Su Jin scoffed, her expression one of disdain, as if she had heard the most mundane suggestion imaginable. She thought to herself, at this age, why is he still interested in such childish amusements? Yet, Jiang Xian smiled confidently, patting his chest as he assured her, "Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed." As night fell and the lights began to twinkle, the night market at 8 o'clock was already abuzz with activity. Jiang Xian led Su Jin through the throngs of people to a ring toss booth. "Try this, it's truly enjoyable," he exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the array of charming little toys displayed on the ground, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Su Jin examined the toys with curiosity but soon lost interest, pouting as she remarked, "What is so fun about this? It's too childish. Just imagine how delightful it would be to win a toy you like." Jiang Xian encouraged, handing her several rings to entice her to give it a try. However, Su Jin merely glanced at them before turning away, muttering, "How childish." Undeterred, Jiang Xian quickly caught up with her and led her to a corner featuring a claw machine. "Would you like me to help you win a toy?" he asked enthusiastically. Su Jin frowned, regarding him with a look of incredulity, and questioned, "Do you think I'm still a little girl?" Only little girls enjoy such things. With 2 suggestions dismissed, Jiang Xian found himself deep in thought. He began to survey the surrounding attractions, seeking an activity that might pique Su Jin's interest. Suddenly, Su Jin's eyes lit up, and she briskly walked toward a balloon-popping booth. "Excuse me, how does this work?" she softly inquired. The stall owner, a middle-aged man, was taken aback as he beheld Su Jin approaching, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could this be a celestial being gracing the mortal realm? He had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. "Boss, how much for a round?" Jiang Xian swiftly made his way to Su Jin's side, inquiring once more with the stall owner. 50 yuan for 30 shots. The stall owner, noticing Su Jin was accompanied by a male companion, quickly regained his composure from his earlier astonishment. "Heiress 100. Keep the change." Without hesitation, Jiang Xian scanned the payment code, transferring 100 yuan. He was acutely aware that hitting 10 targets would grant a small prize. However, based on his understanding of Su Jin, he did not anticipate a high accuracy rate. So he generously added an extra 50 yuan, allowing her to take 60 shots. He could hardly believe that Su Jin would miss even 10 shots. Yet, from the moment Su Jin squeezed the trigger, Jiang Xian's eyes widened in amazement, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. What kind of prodigy was this? 60 shots, all hits. Furthermore, her stance and movements demonstrated a remarkable familiarity with firearms. It was as if she were playing a game. Every balloon was obliterated, to the extent that the owner had to place new ones in front, only for Su Jin to knock them down in the next instant. The stall owner, in disbelief, continued to set up more targets, but Su Jin remained relentless, and by the time she finished her 60 shots, the stall owner was nearly in tears. Where did she come from? Was she here to mock honest folks like him? Had he known, he would have adjusted the trajectory like his competitors. Regret filled the stall owner's heart as onlookers gathered around, captivated by the sight of such beauty, with some even pulling out their phones to compare her to a celebrity. After Su Jin concluded her shooting, the crowd regarded her as if she were a marvel, with some individuals starting to record videos. "This girl is impressive. She's better than the men," one woman exclaimed. "Surely, she must be a plant." Another interjected, "I feel exhausted just pulling the trigger 60 times. Her accuracy has nothing to do with fatigue," a nearby man countered. "Humph. I see you're just saying that because she's attractive." "No, that's not it. I'm merely stating facts." He insisted. "Oh, come on. Don't get physical. I was wrong. She must be a plant." The stall owner's exasperation led him to ask, "Miss, have you served in the military?" Su Jin smiled faintly. "Not at all. I just have a knack for it." The stall owner sighed. Gesturing toward a collection of small prizes, "You may choose 6 gifts to take home." Su Jin, intrigued, surveyed the options and ultimately selected a small trinket resembling a key. Observing the astonishment on Jiang Xin's face, her mood brightened further. As they departed the stall, Jiang Xin inquired, "Have you practiced shooting?" Su Jin did not conceal the truth, replying candidly, "Yes, I have, learned from a friend." Chapter 10. The Leather-Clad Woman, Xiaoya? Jiang Xian did not pursue the matter further. He understood well that for someone like Su Jin, who hailed from a prominent family, finding a partner to practice marksmanship with was likely not a challenge. However, they had scarcely walked a short distance when a faint rumble emanated from Su Jin's stomach. "Are you hungry?" Jiang Xian inquired with a hint of amusement. Su Jin's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue as she awkwardly nodded and softly replied, "Yes, I didn't eat dinner last night, so I'm a bit hungry now." "There are plenty of options here. You can have whatever you desire," Jiang Xian responded with a smile. Su Jin scanned the nearby food stalls, her eyes revealing a touch of hesitation and uncertainty, before timidly voicing, "Will these actually be delicious?" Jiang Xian had initially presumed that a young lady of her esteemed background might harbor concerns regarding hygiene, yet to his surprise, her worry pertained to the taste. "Rest assured, if it's not to your liking, I shall take full responsibility for disposing of it," Jiang Xian assured her confidently. Ultimately, he procured a steaming portion of fried noodles for Su Jin. They made their way to a tranquil corner of the park and settled on a bench. Jiang Xian quietly observed as Su Jin devoured the noodles, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. "Hey, do mind your image a little. You're a lady of high standing." He chuckled, producing a tissue from his pocket to gently wipe the grease from the corners of her mouth. Su Jin lifted her gaze and shot him a playful glare. When one is hungry, who can afford to concern themselves with appearances? Besides, there are hardly any people around to witness. With that, she resumed her hearty feast. "All right. You make a valid point. However, you need not maintain such decorum at your home in the future," Jiang Xin thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief. At that moment, he noticed that Su Jin had consumed more than half of her noodles, so he softly asked, "Shall I fetch you a bottle of water?" "I'll go myself," Su Jin replied, wiping her mouth before rising to head toward a nearby shop. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Xian found himself lost in contemplation. This woman occasionally felt utterly unattainable, akin to a distant star, yet at other times, she seemed just as ordinary as himself. This complex and contradictory sentiment led Jiang Xian to realize he was somewhat enamored with Su Jin. He tidied up the litter and disposed of it in a nearby bin. As he turned around, he noticed a woman clad in leather attire, wearing a mask and a cap, approaching him. In the fleeting moment they brushed past each other, the leather-clad woman suddenly pivoted and struck Jiang Xian's head with a sharp elbow. Instinctively, he raised his arm to block the blow, and with a dull thud, he staggered back a couple of steps to create distance. However, the woman executed a swift spinning kick aimed at his chest. Realizing she was targeting him, Jiang Xian heightened his alertness. As her powerful kick surged toward him, he deftly sidestepped while simultaneously seizing her leg, sweeping at her other supporting leg with precision. The woman reacted swiftly, immediately placing her hands on the ground, lifting her legs simultaneously to clasp Jiang Xian's neck, and with a sudden twist, she brought him crashing down to the ground. Jiang Xian was taken aback. This woman was indeed formidable. At that moment, he couldn't afford to ponder further and reached out to grip the inner side of her legs, preventing her from executing a choke hold as they grappled on the ground. This woman possessed immense strength. Jiang Xian found it hard to fathom that a woman could match him in physical power. Although he successfully thwarted her attempt to ensnare his head with her legs, he found himself unable to escape her grasp. The situation suddenly froze. Both engaged in a fierce struggle. "My dear lady, Do we have some enmity? Why resort to violence right away? Jiang Xian attempted to ease her vigilance with words. However, the woman paid him no heed, her leg strength intensifying, exuding an aura as if she intended to eliminate him on the spot. Goodness, are you truly playing for keeps? Jiang Xian thought, sensing her murderous intent. His eyes flickered, and he swiftly freed one hand, reaching toward her neck. The woman, noticing his movement, leaned back just in time. Due to insufficient distance, he missed her neck and instead grasped a softer area. Rogue, she scolded in a soft yet furious voice. You initiate the attack, and then you dare to retaliate and call me names? Jiang Xian, infuriated yet amused, retorted, will you let go? Not a chance. She replied firmly. Very well. Then do not blame me. Jiang Xian exerted his strength, causing her to gasp, her legs tightening their grip, leaving him momentarily breathless. Will you let go? He asked again. You vile rogue, of course, I won't. She shot back. Jiang Xian adjusted his grip with his left hand while she constricted her legs even tighter. Both of them simultaneously vocalizing their distress, creating an exceedingly peculiar scene. What on earth are you two doing? Su Jin exclaimed, returning with water and witnessing the bizarre tableau. Oh no, Jiang Xian thought as he recognized Su Jin's voice and immediately withdrew his hand. Surprisingly, the woman in the leather jacket also released her legs, and both paused in an instant. Su Jin approached them swiftly, her gaze scanning both individuals, perplexed as she inquired, what are you two up to? The woman in the leather jacket interjected before Jiang Xian could respond. Su Jin, your man is bullying me. Jiang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief at her accusation. Me? Bully you? You had me entangled, rendering me motionless, nearly suffocating, and yet you claim I bullied you? Aware that the two were acquainted. He turned to Su Jin to voice his complaint. Su Jin scrutinized Jiang Xian from head to toe before directing her inquiry to the woman. How exactly did he bully you? The leather-clad woman pointed at Jiang Xian, her face flushed with anger, yet she stammered and struggled to articulate her grievances. I did not bully her at all, Jiang Xian declared, shrugging innocently. You did. You touched me, the woman countered. Upon hearing this, Su Jin's cold gaze sharpened like a blade, immediately zeroing in on Jiang Xian. A chill ran down Jiang Xian's spine, prompting him to remark. You've already pinned me to the ground. Do you expect me to refrain from touching you? Shall I employ my head instead? As he spoke, his gaze flickered to the ample bosom of the woman clad in leather. Su Jin, perplexed by his words, remained oblivious to their meaning, while the leather-clad woman glared furiously at Jiang Xian. Undeterred, he pressed on, moreover, it was you who initiated contact. You insisted on entangling with me, rubbing your thigh against my face. I am aware of my own charm, but there is no need for such eagerness. You nearly engulfed me within your embrace. Enough. The leather-clad woman exploded with rage, raising her leg to kick Jiang Xian, only to be restrained by Su Jin. Stop quarreling. We are all on the same side. Su Jin shot Jiang Xian a glare, prompting him to fall silent immediately. Allow me to introduce, this is my childhood friend, Xiaoya. Chapter 11. Why not kick back? No wonder she is formidable. It turns out she is a professional bodyguard. Jiang Xian mused. At that moment, the three of them were seated on a single chair, with Su Jin positioned between Jiang Xian and Xiaoya, effectively creating a barrier. Despite his teasing remarks, Jiang Xian genuinely admired the skills Xiaoya had just displayed. After all, he did not presume he could best her in a confrontation. At this point, Xiaoya had removed her mask, revealing a visage of exquisite beauty. Her features appeared as if sculpted by a master artisan, delicate and captivating, her fair and tender skin reminiscent of the finest jade, while her large, sparkling eyes seemed to possess an enchanting vitality, as if they could speak. From her appearance alone, who would suspect that this adorable girl had nearly bested Jiang Xian moments ago? Xiaoya let out a light hum, slowly stating, You're not too shabby yourself. Hearing this, Su Jin raised an eyebrow in curiosity, asking, Why are you two exchanging compliments? Yet, Xiaoya responded with utmost seriousness, I am not jesting. Your friend indeed possesses considerable prowess. Her words conveyed a clear acknowledgement of Jiang Xian's abilities. Suddenly, Jiang Xian recalled that fateful night and turned to Xiaoya with a question. Aren't you Su Jin's bodyguard? Why were you absent when she was being harassed? Harassed? Who dared to bully her? Xiaoya's expression shifted dramatically, her voice sharp and commanding. Having known Su Jin since childhood, their bond was akin to that of sisters. The thought of anyone daring to mistreat Su Jin ignited her fury. I only arrived in Long City this afternoon, and that day I merely encountered two ruffians who were quickly dealt with by Jiang Xian, Su Jin disclosed. Wishing to spare Xiaoya from acting impulsively, and seeking revenge against the Wang family. Ruffians? If I come across such scoundrels, I shall deal with them one by one. Xiaoyu seethed with indignation upon learning that Su Jin had faced harassment. Just as they conversed, a voice called out from a distance. As I turned to follow the sound, I beheld a man sporting a flamboyant hairstyle, pointing at Jiang Xian and his companions while vociferously shouting. In an instant, more than 10 individuals began to converge towards us with alarming speed. Jiang Xian and his companions were still trying to comprehend the situation when they perceived the menacing demeanor of the approaching group. Without hesitation, Jiang Xian and Xiaoyu swiftly positioned Su Jin behind them for protection. Among the crowd, a bald man adorned with a large gold chain swaggered to the forefront. He retrieved his phone, meticulously compared it, and after confirming its accuracy, barked at his subordinates to take action. Stop. Who are you? What do you want? Su Jin asked coldly, gazing at the bald man. The bald man scratched his head and chuckled at Jiang Xian, saying, Kid, you were quite fortunate. While you flirt with someone else's girlfriend, you simultaneously engage in a fiery exchange with 2 stunning beauties. Quite the skill you possess. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian was taken aback. Flirting with someone else's girlfriend? When had he ever committed such an act? Xiaoyu, casting a disdainful glance at the bewildered Jiang Xian, was filled with contempt and disgust. She could hardly believe that Jiang Xian, already accompanied by the beautiful Su Jin, was still not content and was chasing after other women. Clarify your words. When did I ever flirt with anyone's girlfriend? Jiang Xian furrowed his brows, questioning with a heart full of doubt. Enough chatter, brothers. Get them. The bald man was disinclined to waste further words, for he was merely there to play the role of a thug. Seeing that Jiang Xian was the only man present, the group of ruffians felt emboldened and eagerly lunged forward. Having just heard of Su Jin being harassed by thugs, Xiaoyu was now confronted with yet another wave of troublemakers. Although it seemed that this predicament stemmed from Jiang Xian, she could hardly concern herself too much. It was better to strike first. As 2 thugs charged at her, Xiaoyu swiftly lifted her leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending them crashing to the ground. Their inability to rise highlighting the force of her strike. The remaining men were momentarily taken aback, unprepared for such formidable resistance from a woman, and their actions faltered. However, Xiaoyu seized this opportunity, diving into the fray with kicks, heavy punches, and elbow strikes, causing the thugs to wail in distress. The bald man, witnessing Xiaoyu's prowess, was momentarily stunned and retreated a few steps. Seizing the distraction caused by his subordinates engaging her, he discreetly drew a baton from his pocket. In the midst of her exhilarating onslaught, where she seemed to overpower a dozen adversaries, Xiaoyu was oblivious to the bald man inching closer. Although Jiang Xian had intended to intervene when the thugs charged, Xiaoyu had pushed him back, compelling him to remain on the sidelines and observe the unfolding chaos. However, as the bald man brandished the baton, a jolt of alarm surged through Jiang Xian, realizing that Xiaoyu appeared oblivious to this threatening gesture. He immediately shouted, "Be careful." Meanwhile, he immediately dashed towards the bald man. The bald man, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Xian's sudden approach, found himself utterly unprepared as Jiang Xian lunged before him. With no time to react, Jiang Xian delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, causing him to nearly regurgitate his dinner as he was sent sprawling to the side, half kneeling on the ground, retching uncontrollably. Simultaneously, Xiaoyu's foot struck precisely against Jiang Xian's back. Ouch! What the hell? Jiang Xian had not anticipated this turn of events. And caught off guard, he found himself in a most humiliating position. Wait, what? Is that you? Xiaoyu stood frozen, her face a mask of confusion. Observing this, Su Jin hurriedly stepped forward to assist Jiang Xian to his feet. Ouch! Are you trying to kill me? Jiang Xian exclaimed, unable to suppress his expletives. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was you. I lost control. Xiaoyu rushed to apologize, her face etched with guilt. Was that intentional? Jiang Xian inquired loudly, rubbing the spot on his back where she had kicked him. No, let me explain. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that bald man lurking, and I knew he intended to ambush you. So, I feigned ignorance until he drew closer to deal with him. I never expected you would rush in to confront him as well. This is all a misunderstanding. Xiaoyu explained hastily, her words tumbling out in a nervous rush. I thought you had seen him, which is why I tried to assist you. Well, that was a wasted kick, Jiang Xian lamented innocently. Why not kick him back? Xiaoyu suggested quietly. Chapter 12. Besides Su Jin, other women are not worth considering. Forget it, I'm not that petty. But what about the bald man? Don't let him escape. Jiang Xian scanned the surroundings, determined to uncover the truth behind the situation. Xiaoyu seized the bald man as if he were a mere chick. Hey, listen. This has nothing to do with me. I swear. The bald man pleaded. His previous bravado vanished. You were the one who brought trouble to me, and now you say it has nothing to do with you? Are you joking? Jiang Xian crouched in front of the bald man, patting his flabby face with his hand. Brother, I'm just a hired hand. I'm not the one who plotted against you. Who is then? Jiang Xian pressed. It's Huang Xiongyu. The bald man gritted his teeth. Deciding to divulge the name of his employer, Jiang Xian racked his brain but could not recall who Huang Xiongyu was. Are you trying to fool me with a made-up name? Jiang Xian feigned another attempt to strike the bald man. He had no idea who Huang Xiongyu was, nor had he ever entangled himself in any affair with his girlfriend. I'm not lying. He said it himself while we were dining together. The bald man insisted urgently. Huang Xiongyu? Is he the son of Huang Guofu? Su Jin, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected. The bald man's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, as if he had found his savior. He quickly nodded and exclaimed, Yes, yes. It's the son of Huang Guofu. Do you know him? Jiang Xian inquired curiously of Su Jin. I do not know him personally, but I have heard of him. He is the proprietor of a hotel and has collaborated with my establishment, Su Jin replied. Upon hearing this, the bald man was struck dumb with fear. This woman seemed even more formidable than Huang Xiongyu's father. Huang Xiongyu, you ungrateful scoundrel, don't blame me for being ruthless, he thought bitterly. Then, he dramatically recounted, Indeed, it is that scoundrel Huang Xiongyu. He deceived me, claiming that his older brother wanted to steal his girlfriend. Being a man of principle, I agreed to help him exact revenge. However, his demands were brutal. He wanted the men severely beaten and the women captured. Such cruelty. While I am also involved in this world, I do not consider myself capable of such malevolence. Initially, I only intended to administer a light punishment. I never contemplated doing anything severe to you. Of course, given your remarkable abilities, I could not have harmed you anyway. This entire debacle was orchestrated by that bastard Huang Xiongyu. Brothers and sisters, you must not let him off easily. The bald man spoke with fervor, even his eyes glistening with unshed tears. To an uninformed observer, he might appear to be the victim. However, if Huang Xiongyu were to overhear this, he would undoubtedly deliver a couple of resounding slaps. He was unaware that Jiang Xian had these two women by her side. He had merely been instructed to deal with Jiang Xian. Little did he realize how he had embellished the tale. Silence. Hand over your phone and call Huang Xiongyu. Su Jin's gaze was as cold as frost, emanating a chilling aura that left the bald man instantly mute. Trembling, he reached into his pocket, retrieved his phone, and dialed Huang Xiongyu's number. Hello, Long Ge. How's the situation? Came Huang Xiongyu's urgent voice from the other end. How dare you ask how I am? Enraged, the bald man was about to respond when Su Jin snatched the phone from his grasp. Huang Xiongyu? Su Jin asked icily. Who are you? How did Long Laoda's phone end up in your hands? Huang Xiongyu, upon recognizing a woman's voice, immediately adopted a more cautious demeanor. Are you the one who sought trouble with Jiang Xian? Su Jin inquired. Before she could finish her question, Huang Xiongyu realized that Long Laoda must have failed. Who is Jiang Xian? I don't know her. He vehemently denied, refusing to admit it. Very well. I shall make you come begging for my mercy, Su Jin replied indifferently. You, Huang Xiongyu's words were cut short as Su Jin abruptly hung up the phone and tossed it back to Long Laoda. She then took out her own phone and stood a short distance away to make a call. Brothers and sisters, I implore you to spare us. We were blind to our own folly. Long Laoda and his gang knelt on the ground, continuously slapping their faces and bowing their heads, their faces rapidly swelling like that of a pig. Get lost. Do not let me see you again, Jiang Xian commanded. Thank you, dear brother and sister. Long, the leader, with his entourage, hurriedly scrambled away, not daring to linger for another moment. You truly did not flirt with someone else's girlfriend? Xia suddenly inquired. After finishing a phone call, Su Jin also turned her gaze toward Jiang Xian. Am I that kind of person, my esteemed aunts? I already have Su Jin. Would I go and flirt with another's girlfriend? Am I out of my mind? Is her girlfriend more attractive than Su Jin? Does she possess a better figure than Su Jin? Is she as kind-hearted as Su Jin? Is she as wealthy as Su Jin? Is there a woman in this world more perfect than Su Jin? No, right? So why on earth would I foolishly pursue someone else's girlfriend? Jiang Xian retorted, expressing his disbelief in a series of statements directed at Xia. Meanwhile, Su Jin, listening to Jiang Xian praise her, felt a hint of blush grace her cheeks. Yet, for reasons unknown, she found this different from others. While compliments from other men made her feel nauseous, Jiang Xian's flattery left her wanting more. However, This subtle blush went unnoticed as Jiang Xian remained engaged in a verbal spar with Xiaoya. What if some people believe that wildflowers smell sweeter than garden flowers? Xiaoya scoffed, tilting her head with a hint of defiance. Jiang Xian instantly recognized that Xiaoya was stirring trouble again and leaned closer to her, wearing a defiant expression. What a pity. In my eyes, aside from Su Jin, no other woman is worthy of being called a flower. After saying this, Jiang Xian shot Xiaoya a disdainful glance. Indeed. Other women refer specifically to you, Xiaoya. His brazen proximity only fueled Xiaoya's anger. She seized Jiang Xian's collar, her fist clenched tightly. Enough. You two. Stop squabbling. Su Jin sighed, feeling as though these two were like children who had matured, always ready to bicker and fight at a moment's notice. Ultimately, she managed to drag both of them back. In one of the luxurious suites of the Grand Hotel in Long City, Li Changjia held a set of documents. His face marred by anger. A poor lad dares to dream of swans. Such delusions. Su Jin, your judgment is rather poor, I assent it. To reject me for a worthless fool. Li Changjia shredded the documents in his hands. Get on the bed. The secretary, who was kneeling before him and serving attentively, trembled suddenly and cautiously lay down on the bed. Gazing at the fair skin before him, Li Changjia howled in desperation, you will pay for this. With that, he lunged forward. Chapter 13. Wang Yan that night, in the Guilan Garden Villa, Jiang Xian, after finishing his shower, sat on the bed conversing with Zhang Yang. Damn. Jiang Xian, you've really hit the jackpot with a wealthy woman. Zhang Yang's booming voice nearly pierced Jiang Xian's eardrums. What do you mean by hitting the jackpot? This is called free love. To hell with your free love. Do you have any other wealthy women you know? Introduce one to my brother. Zhang Yang asked eagerly. Didn't T.U. attend a gathering? What happened? Didn't T.U. confess successfully? Jiang Xian inquired suspiciously. Alas, it's a tale difficult to convey. Zhang Yang sighed. That fateful night. Emboldened by the spirits, I finally mustered the courage to confess my feelings to her. Yet, who could have anticipated that she would utter such words? What did she say? Jiang Xian inquired curiously. She declared that she had always regarded me as merely a good buddy, devoid of any romantic intentions. She even urged me to calm down. Zhang Yang complained, visibly agitated. Calm down? How can I possibly remain composed? She sees me as a brother. What else can I do? Sigh, truly an inauspicious start. Jiang Xian pressed further, and what transpired thereafter? Do you still keep in touch? Well, we do, but ever since my confession, she hardly replies to my messages. It seems this time there is no hope left. Zhang Yang's words revealed a hint of reluctance and disappointment. After a brief silence, Zhang Yang appeared to recall something. Suddenly turning to Jiang Xian, however, recently Wang Yan has frequently inquired about you. Wang Yan? Didn't she go abroad? Upon hearing that name, Jiang Xian was flooded with memories from their university days. He and Wang Yan were not in the same major. Jiang Xian studied hotel management, while Wang Yan was in fine arts, two fields that seemed worlds apart. Their acquaintance had been facilitated by none other than Zhang Yang. At that time, dormitory mingling was all the rage, and Zhang Yang had developed a close relationship with a girl from Wang Yan's dormitory, leading to an inevitable camaraderie between the two groups. They began with meals, progressed to drinks, and ultimately ended up singing together, thereby deepening their bonds. Just as they were preparing to hail a cab back to campus, a group of young ruffians with bleached hair approached Wang Yan, asking, how much? Innocent Wang Yan was oblivious to the implication of their words and chose not to respond. When the ruffians saw her ignoring them, they felt their pride wounded and attempted to grab her. Jiang Xian, sensing the danger posed by these unsavory characters, swiftly stepped in front of Wang Yan, pulling her behind him. The ruffians, recognizing that there were a few intoxicated boys standing before them, and seeing that Jiang Xian appeared formidable, decided to retreat after exchanging a few harsh words. Following that incident, Wang Yan began to seek out Jiang Xian frequently, whether in the cafeteria, on the playground, or in the library. Wherever Jiang Xian appeared, her presence was nearly always felt. When rumors surfaced about Yang Qi pursuing Jiang Xian, Wang Yan was the first to approach him and confess her feelings. However, Jiang Xian, deeply ensnared in the charms of Yang Qi and blinded by affection for her alone, resolutely rejected Wang Yan and chose to be with Yang Qi instead. Subsequently, Wang Yan transferred abroad, and they ceased all communication, having mutually deleted each other from WeChat and phone contacts. Now, reflecting upon those days, the image of that girl in a white dress had long faded from Jiang Xian's vision. It was only now, prompted by Zhang Yang's sudden mention, that these memories resurfaced. She had previously traveled abroad, but now she has returned to the country and has been inquiring about your news. Why is she asking about me? After rejecting Wang Yan, they reached a mutual understanding to cease all contact. Yet now, she is seeking information about Jiang Xian, which strikes him as rather peculiar. What could it be? If not a desire to rekindle past affections? Zhang Yang remarked in a suggestive tone. Get lost. You know well about my history with her. What is there to rekindle? Jiang Xian replied with conviction. Humph, people can change. Back then, she might have harbored some resentment towards you, but perhaps her feelings have shifted now. Look at Yang Qi. She is a quintessential example. She was so kind to you. In our words, a match made in heaven. And now, she can change her heart at will. Jiang Xian, do you really need me to remind you that people can change? Zhang Yang once again assumed the role of a relationship guru, imparting wisdom to Jiang Xian. All this talk is pointless. I am already in a relationship. If she inquires, just convey that. Jiang Xian interjected promptly. Ah, you're right. You're now a family man. Unlike me, a single dog. Zhang Yang noted with a hint of surprise at how quickly Jiang Xian's circumstances had changed. Jiang Xian smiled, but remained silent. By the way, is your partner someone you met while working at the hotel? Zhang Yang asked, curiosity evident in his voice. No, it's a complicated situation. And I can't explain it well. Do you have any other matters? If not, I'll hang up. Jiang Xian responded. Wait a moment. I still have something to say? Zhang Yang exclaimed hurriedly. Go ahead. In a few days, their SA class reunion at Jushin Hotel. Sunbin has booked a large private room and wants to gather everyone. Will you attend? Zhang Yang inquired. Sunbin was their class monitor from university. And while Jiang Xian's relationship with him was not particularly close, it was amicable enough that he should attend. However, upon realizing that Yang Qi would likely be present, he decided against it. Forget it. You all go without me. Is it because of Yang Qi? Zhang Yang probed. Yes, I don't wish to see her. All right then. I'll inform Sunbin on your behalf. That settles it. With that, Zhang Yang ended the call. In another room, Xiaoyu was reporting to Gu Ran. How does it feel? Her skills are quite impressive. I cannot discern much else for now. Xiaoyu responded respectfully. Have you investigated her background? Gu Ran inquired. The investigation is complete. Jiang Xian was adopted, and both his adoptive parents have passed away. He has no close relatives and no criminal record. So far, he appears to be quite normal, Xiaoyu reported truthfully. Excellent. Continue to observe them closely and inform us of any issues promptly, Gu Ran instructed. Understood. By the way, it seems Li Qinjia has also come from Xanadu and met with the young lady. She was quite unhappy, Xiaoyu added. You may rest assured. Qinjia is not the type to behave improperly towards Xiaojin. It is that fellow Jiang Xian whom you should keep an eye on. When Gu Ran spoke of Li Qinjia and Jiang Xian, her tone was markedly different for each. After the call ended, Xiaoyu gazed out the window, lost in thought. She couldn't shake the feeling that Li Qinjia was the one who truly warranted constant vigilance, while Jiang Xian was not. Chapter 14. Where have you brought me? Su Jin. May I share something with you? Today, Su Jin was enjoying a rare day off, lounging on the sofa with a book in hand. When Jiang Xian plopped down beside her. What is it? Speak. Su Jin's gaze remained fixed on her book. Well, since I'm here with nothing to do, I thought about seeking a job. That doesn't violate any agreements, does it? At first, being here was quite pleasant, being pampered without financial strain, living in a state of leisure. However, after a while, Jiang Xian found such a life rather monotonous, akin to preemptively entering retirement. Thus, after some contemplation, he decided he would like to find a job to pass the time. What, do you find life too comfortable? Su Jin glanced at Jiang Xian. Not exactly. It's just a bit dull, Jiang Xian replied with a smile. Do you realize how many people yearn for this kind of life? Su Jin closed her book and regarded Jiang Xian earnestly. I do not dislike this lifestyle. I merely wish to add a bit more excitement to it, Jiang Xian explained. Su Jin fixed her gaze upon Jiang Xian, her starry eyes reflecting his face with clarity, as if she wished to imprint his visage deeply into her memory. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Jiang Xian inquired, touching his cheek, puzzled. Very well, that does not breach our agreement. But I shall be the one to arrange the job, Su Jin stated with a straightened lip, devoid of emotion. Agreed, you may arrange it, Jiang Xian nodded in acquiescence. Casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Xian, Su Jin allowed a slight smile to grace her lips as she said, tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Come directly to the company, and someone will guide you to your post. And what position is that? Jiang Xian asked, curiosity piqued. With a playful smile. Su Jin raised an eyebrow, saying, you shall find out in due course. That night, Jiang Xian struggled to sleep. his thoughts consumed by the intrigue of the job Su Jin had arranged for him. The following morning, after washing up and having a simple breakfast, Jiang Xian realized that Su Jin had already left for the office, likely accompanied by Xiaoya. After his meal, he returned to his bedroom and donned the suit that Su Jin had meticulously prepared for him. The well-tailored suit accentuated Jiang Xian's stature, enhancing his already handsome features, and transforming his entire demeanor into that of a refined gentleman, exuding confidence and elegance with every gesture. Standing before the mirror, he scrutinized his reflection, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his lips. He adjusted his collar and slowly descended the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, he unexpectedly encountered Qin Shuang. Upon seeing the transformed Jiang Xian, Qin Shuang's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving her momentarily speechless. She couldn't help but internally muse, how has this guy become so handsome all of a sudden? It wasn't until Jiang Xian stood before her that she snapped back to reality, her face instantly lighting up with a radiant smile as she sincerely remarked, "You truly are a remarkable gentleman. You and our President Su are simply a match made in heaven." Jiang Xian chuckled, replying, "There's no need for flattery. I might not return for lunch today, so you needn't wait for me." After conveying his message, he turned and made his way to the garage, driving Su Jin's car as he sped towards the Jingshi Group. As one of the premier large-scale comprehensive tourism enterprises in Huaxia, Jingshi Group's sheer size is astonishing. Its headquarters is located in the bustling metropolis of Xanadu, with a broad spectrum of operations encompassing hospitality, tourism, real estate, finance, and various other fields. The hotel where Jiang Xian had previously worked is also one of Jingshi Group's many properties. Stepping through the entrance of Jingshi Group, one is immediately enveloped by a palpable sense of sophistication and technological advancement. The spacious and bright lobby features soft, comfortable lighting, with floors adorned in mirror-like marble and walls embellished with minimalist, stylish artworks. Modern office facilities abound, and even the cleaning tasks are performed by robots. Jiang Xian could only give a thumbs up and exclaim, "What wealth!" Upon entering, Jiang Xian made a beeline for the reception. It must be said that in large companies, even the receptionists possess an extraordinary level of beauty, complemented by striking figures. After learning that Jiang Xian was the visitor, the receptionist promptly escorted him to the elevator and selected the 28th floor. Upon arrival, a suited gentleman guided Jiang Xian to a lounge. "Please take a moment to relax here. Someone will be with you shortly to arrange your work," the man stated before turning and leaving Jiang Xian alone in the slightly spacious lounge. Jiang Xian picked up the tea that had already been brewed on the table and took a gentle sip, savoring the delicate fragrance that spread across his palate. As he enjoyed the aroma of the tea, his gaze drifted to the window. At that moment, the sky outside was exceptionally clear and the sun shone brightly, lifting Jiang Xian's spirits. Could they possibly be assigning me a managerial position? Or at the very least a supervisory role? Perhaps I would be placed by her side as a humble assistant? Jiang Xian pondered various possibilities, ultimately concluding that the last scenario seemed the most plausible. Just then, the door to the lounge swung open, and a beautiful woman clad in a professional suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, entered with an elegant stride. She approached the table, gently placing the files she held down, and then raised her hand to greet Jiang Xian with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am assistant and maid of the chairman. Mr. Su has already instructed me to manage your upcoming tasks." The woman named in May exudes an air of a powerful professional. Her gaze is resolute and sharp, while a perfectly measured smile graces her lips. Her long, lustrous black hair is neatly tied up, enhancing her competent demeanor. Jiang Xian extended his hand for a gentle shake, responding with a smile, "Hello, assistant. And without further ado, let us proceed to our workstation. We can discuss other matters along the way." And Mei led Jiang Xian directly to the 8th floor via the elevator. Throughout the journey, she clearly articulated the company's rules and regulations, emphasizing the consequences of tardiness and early departures. Upon turning a corner, the words "taste" and "return" were prominently displayed on the door. Pushing it open revealed the employee cafeteria. "Manager Zhang, I have brought you the person," and Mei called out loudly. Simultaneously, a man in a white shirt, who had been reprimanding the cafeteria staff, hurried over. Jiang Xian suddenly sensed something amiss. Glancing around, he realized this was indeed the employee cafeteria. Why had she brought him here? Chapter 15. A New Job. The cafeteria lady after and Mei departed, Jiang Xian remained incredulous. He hesitated for a moment before confirming with Manager Zhang. "Did you just say my job is to serve meals to the employees?" "Indeed. There were other tasks to attend to, but since Mr. Su has taken a special interest in you, Well, you understand. Manager Zhang's face was beaming, seemingly surprised by the outcome. Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback. This was the job that Su Jin had arranged for him? Serving in the cafeteria? He found it hard to accept this reality. Completely ignoring Manager Zhang's cordial greeting as he stepped aside to pull out his phone and dial Su Jin. Hello. Is the job you found for me really serving meals in the cafeteria? You must be mistaken. Jiang Xian questioned, his mind swirling with confusion over Su Jin's arrangement. Do you consider this position beneath you? Su Jin's voice remained calm, yet her indifference began to unsettle Jiang Xian. It's not that I look down upon this job, but I fail to comprehend the purpose behind your decision. There is no profound significance. An employee resigned, and you needed something to occupy your time. So I arranged for you to fill in. Is that reason not sufficient? Su Jin pondered before responding. All right, you are impressive. Jiang Xian abruptly ended the call. In the chairman's office, upon hearing the dial tone, Su Jin's lips curled into a slight smile, amidst her busy schedule. The sound of Jiang Xian's discontent brought her a peculiar joy. Was that Jiang Xian calling? Asked Xiaoya, reclining on the office sofa while scrolling through her phone. Yes. It was, Su Jin replied. Can he not tolerate this job? Xiaoya laughed, already envisioning Jiang Xian's expression upon learning of his new role. One akin to that of someone who had just tasted something unpleasant. Whether he can tolerate it or not, he must. In this company, I am the one in charge. Whatever you ask him to do, he must comply, Su Jin remarked with a hint of jest. Oh, what about at home? Xiaoya suddenly inquired, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes. Taken aback by Xiaoya's question, Su Jin paused before responding. At home, of course, I still call the shots. As the two engaged in their lively conversation, Jiang Xian was not idle either. He found himself surrounded by a group of women in their 30s. Young man, what made you take on this job? Although the boss offers a handsome salary, it seems a waste of your youthful years to engage in such a menial task. Come on, Sister Wang, what's wrong with this place? It's easygoing, the work environment is pleasant, and the pay is generous. One of the older women with slight wrinkles retorted. Hey, young man, do you have a girlfriend? If not, my sister could be introduced to you. Rest assured. She's quite beautiful. Your sister? Isn't she over 200 pounds? Zhao Xiaofeng, stop talking nonsense. Overwhelmed by the chatter of the women, Jiang Xian felt as though his head might explode. All right, let him be, Manager Zhang interjected as the women dispersed at his arrival. Jiang Xian. Just arrived before 10 a.m. tomorrow. For now, go home and rest well, Manager Zhang said with a warm smile. After exiting the gates of Jingshi Group, Jiang Xian regretted his decision to leave the comfort of his home. Why not simply relax instead of working? While he pondered this, a handsome man in a suit approached him, followed by a woman who appeared to be his secretary. As Jiang Xian brushed past them, the man suddenly gripped his shoulder. Is there something you need? Jiang Xian asked, perplexed. Having already passed each other, the man's sudden grasp felt intentional. A sinister expression crossed the handsome man's face as he gritted his teeth and said, You are Jiang Xian? Taken aback, Jiang Xian stammered. Do we know each other? He was certain he had never encountered this man before. Was he a former hotel guest? Not before, but now we do. I am Li Qinjie, Su Jin's fiancé. Li Qinjie glared at the man who appeared in Su Jin's photographs. It is you who has clouded Su Jin's vision. If it weren't for you, I would have already claimed her. Li Qinjie blamed Jiang Xian for all the reasons Su Jin had rejected him. Su Jin's fiancé? Jiang Xian's heart raced. Su Jin had a fiancé? She had never mentioned this to him. However, since Su Jin had engaged him to pose as her fake boyfriend, it was likely to fend off this Li Qinjie. Jiang Xian was mistaken in this regard. Su Jin's true intention was to appease her parents, and she had not regarded Li Qinjie with much seriousness. Since he had accepted the payment, he felt obliged to fulfill his role. With a smile, Jiang Xian said, Fiancé. You say? I am currently Su Jin's boyfriend. Do you wish to find her? I can take you to her. No need. I am more familiar with Jingshi Group than you. Li Qinjie cast a fierce glare before striding inside. Jiang Xian watched as the two figures vanished into the building, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. With the emergence of a rival, his days of ease were surely numbered. Inside the car, just as Jiang Xian was about to start the engine, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Yang Qi. Without a moment's hesitation, he hung up the call. As he pulled out of the parking lot, Yang Qi's call came through once more. Jiang Xian dismissed her again. Why maintain contact after a breakup? Yet, the incessant ringing was like a persistent fly, buzzing annoyingly. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he answered the call, launching into a tirade. What is wrong with you? Why do you keep calling? We've broken up. Why are you still contacting me? Can you stop bothering me? After his furious outburst, he was about to hang up when a voice he did not expect came through the line. It was Zhang Yang. Why are you so angry, brother? What's wrong with me? Jiang Xian was taken aback, lowering his phone to scrutinize the caller ID. Oh, my apologies. I mistook you for someone else. Let me treat you to drinks another day. Recognizing his fault, Jiang Xian quickly offered his apologies. There's no need for another day. How about today at 5 p.m.? Will you come? Zhang Yang asked casually. Jiang Xian pondered for a moment. He had work ahead, but today was a rare break, so he agreed. Sure. Just send me the location. Not a problem. How about I bring a girl along? Zhang Yang joked. Jiang Xian thought it was just banter and took it lightly. However, upon arriving at the tavern, he was shocked to find that Zhang Yang had indeed brought a girl, Yang Qi. Chapter 16. The humble Yang Qi today. Yang Qi had taken great care in her appearance. Her lightly made-up face appeared even more enchanting, and a pair of denim shorts showcased her long, fair legs. She wore a fashionable off-shoulder top that subtly revealed her shoulders, exuding an alluring charm that indicated she had put considerable effort into her outing. Upon seeing Yang Qi, Jiang Xian turned on his heel without hesitation, his steps resolute and unyielding. Yang Qi was quick to react, dashing forward to grasp the sleeve of Jiang Xian's shirt tightly. Let go, Jiang Xian commanded coldly. Don't rush off, Jiang Xian. Please listen to me. I truly need your help. Yang Qi, perceiving his icy demeanor, urgently explained. Speak plainly. No need for theatrics. Jiang Xian forcefully broke free from her grip, brushing his sleeve off. Yang Qi noted this subtle gesture. A fleeting shadow crossing her eyes before it was replaced by a pitiful, endearing expression. Seeing the unfolding scene, Zhang Yang realized it was time for him to exit. Waving a farewell to Jiang Xian as he prepared to slip away unnoticed, Jiang Xian shot him a fierce glare, astonished that Zhang Yang would orchestrate such a situation. Knowing full well the circumstances between him and Yang Qi, he still dared to summon him without clarifying the matter. Jiang Xian felt as though he had been played for a fool. After Zhang Yang departed, only Jiang Xian and Yang Qi remained in the booth. Yang Qi absently stirred the ice cubes and liquor in her glass with a straw, her gaze drifting aimlessly. Speak quickly. I am quite busy and have no time to waste here with you, Jiang Xian urged, unable to contain his impatience at Yang Qi's prolonged silence. Since Yang Qi had callously left him, his initial heartache had gradually transformed into indifference. Eventually, he came to understand that their breakup was merely a divine intervention saving him. It was the removal of someone who did not cherish him, thus allowing him to reclaim his own essence. What belonged to oneself could never be lost, while what did not belong could not be forcibly obtained. Jiang Xian, are you still angry with me? Yang Qi finally spoke, her voice as gentle and melodious as ever. Huh? Jiang Xian chuckled lightly. What do you think? I know you must still be angry with me, considering how things were between us, Yang Qi said softly. Well, you think too much. I am living quite freely now. Why would I harbor anger towards you? As for the past, you've already mentioned that it's behind us, so there is no need to dwell on it any longer. Jiang Xian abruptly interjected, cutting off her words. I know I wronged you back then, but I am truly in trouble now, and only you can help me, Yang Qi said, tears welling in her eyes. Are you making a joke at my expense? Jiang Xian scoffed coldly. If you're in trouble, go to your boyfriend. Why did you go through all this effort to summon me? Do I look like a fool? He spoke with a demeanor of utter indifference, deeply disliking Yang Qi's behavior. It was baffling that she, already in a relationship, would seek his assistance. I broke up with Huang Xiongyu, Yang Qi said timidly. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow, perplexed. What does your breakup have to do with me? Suddenly, realization dawned on him. His eyes narrowed as he seriously inquired, Who are you referring to? Huang Xiongyu? Yang Qi appeared somewhat surprised, yet quickly nodded in affirmation. Yes, that is him. How do you know him? She found it strange that Jiang Xian would even know Huang Xiongyu. The two existed in entirely different realms. Huang Xiongyu was the only son of Huang Guofu, a well-known tycoon in Long City. Who is Huang Guofu? A renowned billionaire in Long City, owner of numerous hotels. Huang Xiongyu was indeed a genuine member of the rich elite, while Jiang Xian had merely been a hotel manager, ultimately just a worker. In Yang Qi's eyes, he could never be compared to Huang Xiongyu. The two were worlds apart. Could it be that woman? Yang Qi suddenly recalled the woman in the photo Jiang Xian had posted on his social media, dressed in designer attire. The furnishings in the photographs exuded an air of opulence, unmistakably reflecting the lifestyle of a wealthy woman. Jiang Xian must have met Huang Xiongyu through that woman. At this thought, a trace of disdain flickered in Yang Qi's eyes. How could Jiang Xian, merely for the sake of money, Entangle himself with a wealthy woman and yet maintain such arrogance? In response to Yang Qi's words, Jiang Xian chose silence. Recalling the bald man who had claimed that Huang Xiongyu sent him to trouble him, accusing him of seducing his girlfriend, Jiang Xian instinctively believed that Yang Qi had been spreading falsehoods about him to Huang Xiongyu, asserting that he was still pursuing her, which led Huang Xiongyu to retaliate against him. This realization deepened the chill in Jiang Xian's gaze toward Yang Qi. He had never imagined that after 5 years of romance, he would discover her true nature. After their breakup, she had bitten back, and now she shamelessly sought his assistance. He had indeed been blind to her character. If Yang Qi were aware of Jiang Xian's thoughts, she would undoubtedly protest her innocence. She had no knowledge of Huang Xionyu's actions against Jiang Xian. All of this was instigated by Huang Xiongyu and Zhang Fei. Yet, there were no alternatives now. She had to bear the consequences. What does your breakup with him have to do with me? Jiang Xian stated nonchalantly. He has been causing trouble for me since we parted. He urgently needs money and is pressuring me to repay the sum he previously lent me. When I refused, he resorted to violence. Yang Qi's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice choked with emotion, resembling a delicate flower battered by storms, evoking sympathy. If anyone else were present, they might have been swayed by her feeble and helpless demeanor. However, Jiang Xian found it somewhat ludicrous and retorted, "He hits you? Why don't you report him?" His tone carried a hint of disbelief. "He threatened me, saying that if I dared to call the police, he would kill me." Yang Qi trembled as she spoke. Her eyes filled with terror and despair. Jiang Xian furrowed his brow, gazing at this once familiar woman, his heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. After a brief silence, he replied sternly, "Yang Qi, you have brought this upon yourself. I cannot assist you." "Jiang Xian, I know you are a kind-hearted person. Please, lend me some money." "I am truly at my wit's end," Yang Qi pleaded, grasping the hem of Jiang Xian's clothing. Her voice barely above a whisper as tears streamed down her cheeks like a broken dam. Jiang Xian cast a cold glance her way, forcefully breaking free from her grasp, and declared firmly, "We share no connection any longer. Please do not pursue me any further." Without waiting for a response, he resolutely turned and walked away from the booth. Yang Qi stood frozen in place, watching Jiang Xian's retreating figure, a wave of profound despair swelling within her. She could scarcely fathom that the man who once showered her with affection had transformed into such a callous stranger. Chapter 17. I shall not yield to your tyranny. On the following day, as the work week commenced, Jiang Xian chose not to don the suit he had worn the previous day. After all, he was merely dining in the cafeteria. There was no need for such finery. After finishing breakfast, he slipped into his athletic wear and departed. At precisely 9:59 in the morning, under the astonished gaze of the security guard, Jiang Xian pressed a button and departed with an air of nonchalance. "Good morning, Sister Wang." "Oh, Sister Tang, you look lovely today." As Jiang Xian donned his work uniform and made his way to the cafeteria, he greeted everyone with enthusiasm. "Xiao Jiang, you truly have impeccable timing," Sister Wang exclaimed in surprise. "Sister Wang, why the eagerness for work? We are not mere slaves to capitalists." Jiang Xian jested. "Ah, Xiao Jiang, you are mistaken. In other places, I want to elaborate, but here, General Manager Su treats her employees exceptionally well. Not only are the salaries generous, but the benefits are abundant. I have worked in many places, and I can confidently say that no company offers better employee welfare than this one." Jiang Xian had no reason to dispute this. After all, the Jingshi Group was affluent and certainly generous when it came to employee benefits. Sister Wang seemed to resonate with Jiang Xian's words. Even as the meal hour approached, she continued to engage Jiang Xian. "You know General Manager Su, right? If not, no worries. She will come down for lunch shortly. I guarantee you'll be drooling when you see her." Sister Wang whispered conspiratorially in Jiang Xian's ear. Discussing superiors, whether positively or negatively, was considered inappropriate in private. "General Manager Su? Su Jin?" Jiang Xian inquired. "Who else could it be but her?" Sister Wang replied with a smile. "She is indeed quite beautiful." Jiang Xian nodded seriously, offering no rebuttal. "Have you met her?" Sister Wang asked with curiosity. "Seen her? I see her every day," Jiang Xian remarked casually. Sister Wang shot him an exasperated glance. "You just started yesterday, and you see her every day?" In the midst of their chatter, it was soon 11 o'clock, marking the time for employees to dine. Manager Zhang appeared seemingly from nowhere, and upon spotting the leader, Sister Wang and her colleagues immediately stood at attention at their respective stations. Jiang Xian, too, did not lag behind, promptly attending to his own station. "Relax, Xiao Jiang. It's your first day. If you have any questions, Just ask your older brother here, and I'll ensure everything goes smoothly. Manager Zhang approached Jiang Xian with a sycophantic smile, his words dripping with flattery. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they might mistakenly believe Jiang Xian was the leader, with Manager Zhang merely a subordinate. However, Jiang Xian refrained from assuming any airs of authority. He understood the importance of maintaining good relationships with colleagues, especially since this individual was his direct superior. Thus, he replied with a smile, "You flatter me, Manager Zhang. As long as you communicate your expectations, I shall exert every effort to fulfill the tasks at hand." Pleased by this response, Manager Zhang nodded in satisfaction and gently patted Jiang Xian on the shoulder, signaling his approval. Just past 11, employees began to ascend the elevator in a steady stream, all clad in matching uniforms, creating an impression of orderliness and cohesion. Jiang Xian swiftly acclimated to his new environment, exuberantly serving dishes and portions to his colleagues. The employee cafeteria of Jingshi Group was quite lavish, featuring a plethora of culinary styles to cater to diverse palates. Compared to dining out, most employees preferred to resolve their lunch needs within the confines of the company cafeteria. Look at that handsome guy. Is he new? Why not ask for his WeChat? Many female employees in line were abuzz with excitement upon discovering that the one serving the food was a young and attractive man. In no time, a curious scene unfolded in the cafeteria, where nearly all the female employees queued at Jiang Xian's window. After receiving their meals, they even selected seats that afforded them a view of him. Numerous gazes drifted in Jiang Xian's direction, and when there were no customers in line, he suddenly felt a bit uneasy under the scrutiny of so many women. Feigning ignorance, he turned to Sister Wang beside him and inquired, "Are these all grassroots employees? I don't seem to see any leaders around." "Leaders usually arrive around noon," Sister Wang explained. "Oh, I see." Upon learning that the leaders would not be arriving anytime soon, Jiang Xian relaxed slightly. He occasionally engaged in light conversation with Sister Wang while observing the gradual decrease in the number of employees in the cafeteria. "All right, enough chatting. The leaders are coming. Let us be mindful and leave a good impression," Sister Wang cautioned, noticing Jiang Xian was rather animated in their conversation. No sooner had she spoken than a striking woman clad in a burgundy silk blouse and a floral pencil skirt approached with a poised stride. "It's Director Liu," Sister Wang whispered urgently, her demeanor instantly more alert. Lu Yuan casually scanned the cafeteria with her tray, but her gaze landed on an unfamiliar face that stood out among the group of older women. Curiosity piqued, she approached Jiang Xian's window and casually pointed to two dishes, asking, "Are you new here?" "Yes, Director Liu. Today is my first day," Jiang Xian replied while serving the food. Lu Yuan scrutinized Jiang Xian's face for a brief moment, and once he filled her tray, she nodded with a smile, saying, Keep up the good work." Not long after Lu Yuan sat down, Jiang Xian noticed a woman in a black suit, Xiaya, approach with an inscrutable smile. She walked directly to Jiang Xian's window and suddenly adopted a stern demeanor, stating brusquely, "Newcomer, serve me some of these." She pointed decisively. Sister Wang watched Jiang Xian with concern, sensing that this leader appeared to be in a foul mood, and silently hoped the young man wouldn't act impulsively. However, the next moment left her utterly astonished, nearly causing her to drop her spoon. Jiang Xian flung the spoon aside and boldly declared, "I'm sorry, I can't serve that." This bold statement left the older women distributing food nearby momentarily stunned. The young man has quite the audacity. Does he regard all beings as equals in the presence of a leader? Xiaoya, taken aback by Jiang Xian's outright refusal, felt a surge of anger. "Hey, newcomer, what did you just say? What do you mean you can't serve it?" Xiaoya leaned against the window, her eyes fiercely glaring at Jiang Xian as she spoke. "You are not a leader, nor do you even belong to this company. You cannot partake in the employee meal." Jiang Xian waved his hand dismissively, gesturing for Xiaoya to move aside. Wang Jie, standing nearby, immediately sensed trouble and hurriedly grasped Jiang Xian's arm, attempting to dissuade him. With unwavering conviction, Jiang Xian declared, "Wang Jie, fear not. I shall never succumb to her tyranny." Wang Jie was taken aback, bewildered by the young man's audacity. What was he saying? Tyranny? Xiaoya was genuinely infuriated by Jiang Xian's words, pointing at him, yet speechless. At that moment, Su Jin arrived. Whose tyranny? Chapter 18. Xiaoya, who eats more than Ahua, is Su's. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Jie was startled and dared not approach Jiang Xian further, fearing repercussions. After all, there is an old saying, under the eaves, one must bow their head. In the eyes of Wang Jie and the other employees, Jiang Xian undoubtedly had some connection with Assistant in Mei, as it was she who personally led him here. However, the depth of their relationship might not be as profound as one might assume. Otherwise, why would Jiang Xian be assigned to the trivial task of serving meals in the employee cafeteria? For a young man in the prime of his life to be working alongside women in their 30s and 40s in the cafeteria seemed to be nothing more than a waste of time. Regardless of the nature of the connection between Jiang Xian and Mei, it was imperative not to openly confront Su's personal bodyguard at this moment. After all, he was there to earn a living, not to play the role of a young master. Moreover, this bodyguard shared a deep bond with Su, and outside of formal occasions, it would be nearly impossible for others to discern their superior-subordinate relationship. To summarize the current predicament, Jiang Xian was likely to face serious trouble. Dressed in a pristine white chiffon blouse, paired with an elegant skirt, Su Jin's grace and charm were on full display. Her hair elegantly pinned up and her exquisite makeup further enhanced her overall presence. "Good day, Su." Upon her arrival, Jiang Xian promptly greeted her with a serious demeanor. Knowing better than to jest with Su Jin in this setting, the company leaders who were dining also greeted Su Jin upon her entrance, to which she responded with a subtle smile. Approaching the window, she noticed Jiang Xian clad in a white uniform, an apron tied around his waist, spoon in hand. Grinning at her, she thought to herself, this fellow is quite amusing. Xiaoya, upon seeing Su Jin, shot Jiang Xian a fierce glare before retreating behind Su Jin, remaining silent. "What were you two arguing about?" Su Jin inquired, her gaze piercing as she looked at Jiang Xian. Wang Jie felt her heart leap into her throat, silently lamenting that this young man was provoking the very person he should not have. It seemed that even the highest powers would not be able to save him now. Sister Wang cast a discreet glance, noticing Jiang Xian's calm demeanor, and gently shook her head. This young man would likely be dismissed before the day was out. No matter. Jiang Xian chuckled, "Mr. Su, feel free to order whatever you desire." Xiaoyu observed Jiang Xian's dual nature with a growing urge to plunge him into the steaming broth. Su Jin nodded slightly, casually selecting a few of her favorite dishes before inquiring in a flat tone, "Are you adapting?" Upon hearing Su Jin's question, Jiang Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he playfully retorted, "What if I said I was struggling?" Su Jin offered no response, merely gazing intently at Jiang Xian, her eyes betraying an elusive emotion. Jiang Xian appeared oblivious to her silence, gently placing the prepared meal before her, a hint of anticipation glimmering in his gaze. However, Su Jin merely cast a cursory glance at the plate before coldly remarking, "With so much food, how could I possibly finish it?" The dishes piled high, almost spilling over the edges. Jiang Xian quickly interjected, "Then let me help you reduce some." With that, he reached out to take away a portion of the food. Unexpectedly, Su Jin deftly lifted the plate, casting an annoyed glare at Jiang Xian as she turned and walked toward Lu Yuan. Watching Su Jin's retreating figure, Jiang Xian smirked inwardly. Ah, this woman always enjoys being contradictory. Beside him, Xiaoya noticed Jiang Xian's gaze lingering on Su Jin and waved her hands, attempting to disrupt his fixation, softly saying, "Stop staring." Jiang Xian's view was obstructed by Xiaoya, stirring a twinge of displeasure within him, and he shot her an irritated glance. "Do your job." Xiaoya placed the plate at the window, signaling Jiang Xian to serve her some food. Reluctantly, Jiang Xian filled her plate, employing the cafeteria lady's signature technique of shaking the spoon. Initially laden with a generous scoop of food, after Jiang Xian's incessant shaking, only a third remained. Xiaoya's expression shifted from satisfaction to shock, culminating in anger. "Are you unwell? Why are you shaking?" she demanded. "As a martial artist, you should eat less to maintain your figure," Jiang Xian replied with utmost seriousness. "But Ms. Su is not like ordinary women. She won't be affected." Intentionally to provoke Xiaoya, Jiang Xian leaned in and emphasized the words, "ordinary women." Indeed, upon hearing this, Xiaoya's veins bulged on her forehead. Had they not been at the company, she would have likely challenged Jiang Xian to a duel. Sensing Su Jin's gaze drifting in their direction, Xiaoya suppressed her fury and moved to stand beside Su Jin. After the leaders of Jingshi Group arrived, few others came to dine. Yet with half an hour remaining until lunch concluded, Jiang Xian found himself idly chatting with Sister Wang. "Sister Wang, does Mr. Su come to eat every day?" Jiang Xian inquired. Sister Wang merely cast a glance in his direction without uttering a word. Just as Jiang Xian began to feel a sense of boredom, Sister Wang quietly inquired, "Are you a young master here to experience life?" Jiang Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question from her. "Sister Wang, you are overthinking it. I am just like you all, merely a worker. How could I possibly be a young master?" A suppressed smile crept onto Jiang Xian's lips. "But you know President Su. Does knowing President Su automatically make one a wealthy young master?" Jiang Xian replied. Ah, that seems to make some sense, Sister Wang mused, rolling her eyes as she contemplated for a moment before slowly continuing. However, since you know President Su, you are not much different from a wealthy young master, are you? Jiang Xian initially believed he had dispelled Sister Wang's speculation, but to his surprise, she suddenly remarked again. Sister Wang, let us refrain from discussing this topic. It holds no significance. Jiang Xian had no choice but to forcefully terminate the conversation. Just as Jiang Xian concluded his chat with Sister Wang, he turned to find Xiaya leaning against the window, her large eyes fixed on him. Startled, Jiang Xian asked, "What are you doing?" Xiaya pushed her empty plate toward the window, saying, "Please give me some of that." She pointed at the salt-baked lobster. Upon seeing her plate was already empty, Jiang Xian was slightly taken aback. He had only chatted with Sister Wang for a brief moment, yet she had already devoured her meal. His hand, which was initially prepared to serve her, abruptly halted. A mysterious smile graced his lips as he leaned closer to Xiaya, who did not flinch. Curious about what mischief Jiang Xian might conjure. With a hint of mockery in his voice, he whispered, "How can you eat more than a hua?" "Who is a hua?" she queried, referring to a pig she had seen on television. Chapter 19. All in pursuit of wealthy women within the confines of the Guilan Garden Villa. Xiaya's furious roar echoed loudly. "You jerk, who were you calling a pig? A hua? Why are you so agitated? Didn't you say I eat more than a hua? That seems to be a fact, doesn't he it?" Initially, Xiaya thought Jiang Xian might offer some explanation, but to her astonishment, he unhesitatingly confirmed her statement. "Enough. If you two continue to argue, I will throw you both out." At that moment, Su Jin, who had been quietly seated on the sofa engrossed in a book, furrowed her brow and interrupted with a chilling tone. Filled with rage, Xiaya glared fiercely at Jiang Xian, but with Su Jin having spoken, she reluctantly suppressed her anger and turned her head aside. Jiang Xian, in a delightful mood, relished the sight of Xiaya's dissatisfaction toward him yet feeling powerless. "Jiang Xian, starting tomorrow, you need not go to the cafeteria for work anymore," Su Jin stated calmly, continuing to flip through the pages of her book. "Oh?" Jiang Xian gazed in bewilderment at Su Jin, who was seated not far from him, quietly engrossed in her reading, despite her often aloof demeanor. Giving the impression of being isolated from the world, her words frequently left Jiang Xian perplexed. Why am I being denied the opportunity when I was doing just fine? He pondered with confusion. Today marked the first day of his employment, and yet he was being unceremoniously dismissed? "I believe you are ill-suited for this role," Su Jin remarked with a cool detachment. "What makes you say that?" Jiang Xian inquired. "You are unsuitable in every respect." Su Jin's tone was unequivocal. Jiang Xian felt a wave of misunderstanding wash over him. Was she implying that he was incapable of even performing the task of serving meals? Is it permissible to engage in casual conversation with colleagues during work hours? He challenged. The notion of conversing with a colleague, specifically with Sister Wang, seemed to be at the crux of this issue. Is it not allowed to converse with coworkers? "I have not neglected my duties," he argued, finding her rationale rather flimsy. His discussions with Sister Wang occurred either before mealtimes or during moments of no cue. Perhaps, however, Su Jin had a different perspective. Whether or not you have fulfilled your work obligations is not for you to determine. In any case, you will no longer need to frequent the employee cafeteria. Should you wish to pursue other endeavors, I might reconsider placing you in a different department. With that, Su Jin ascended the stairs to the second floor, leaving Jiang Xian without room for negotiation. Is it truly possible to be dismissed after just one day? Jiang Xian expressed disbelief. Some individuals just love to wield power without merit. Behold, this is their downfall. At that moment, Xiaya's mood shifted dramatically in contrast to Jiang Xian's. Observing his incredulous expression, she felt an exhilarating surge of delight and could not resist taunting him further. How audacious to act so arrogantly after merely managing the cafeteria. Imagine if you were appointed as a manager, the world would be up in flames. With a sardonic smile, Xiaoya approached Jiang Xian, her voice low and mocking. "What is the matter? Lost for words? I much prefer your downfall to your silence." As she beheld Jiang Xian's despondent visage, her excitement grew, nearly causing her to burst into laughter. "If you admit your fault now and address me as sister, I might begrudgingly divulge the reason for your termination." With her legs crossed and arms folded, she exuded an air of triumph. "Is that all?" Jiang Xian expressed surprise. "Indeed, that is the only stipulation." Noticing his lack of refusal, Xiaya's spirits soared. Jiang Xian approached her, head bowed, his voice subdued. "I'm sorry, Sister Hua. I was wrong. Please forgive me." Xiaoya reveled in the moment, her eyes half closed, relishing Jiang Xian's apology, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. So you are capable of admitting your mistakes? She mused inwardly, chuckling at the irony. Yet, she soon recognized something amiss. What had he just called her? Sister Hua. Xiaoyu sprang to her feet, seizing Jiang Xian by his collar. What did you just say? Jiang Xian feigned a look of bewilderment, softly inquiring, did I say something wrong? You just mentioned Sister Ahua again. Are you looking for a fight? Xiaoyu clenched her fists, glaring at Jiang Xian. I apologize. I was merely nervous and misspoke. Jiang Xian hastily explained. Then say it again. Xiaoyu forcefully pushed Jiang Xian aside and reclaimed her seat on the sofa. Oh, all right. Jiang Xian took a deep breath and cleared his throat. Sister Ahua, before he could finish, Xiaoyu reached out to grab him. However, Jiang Xian appeared to have anticipated this and swiftly stepped back to evade her grasp. Upon seeing Jiang Xian's cheerful demeanor, Xiaoyu realized she had been played. This is much better. Now we are in the right mode. Jiang Xian nodded, thoroughly pleased with the current scene. All right, Jiang, just wait. Xiaoyu declared with a fierce tone before retreating to her room. Jiang Xian was well aware of her intent for revenge, though he had not anticipated it would come so swiftly. The next day, Su Jin did not go to work, naturally, as her personal bodyguard. Xiaoyu also skipped the office, leaving Jiang Xian, who had been dismissed by Su Jin, to remain in the villa. To prevent further quarrels between them, Su Jin suggested they go out for a stroll. Jiang Xian was more than willing, as he had no desire to linger in the house all day. However, he had no inkling that this outing would nearly cost him his life. Upon arriving at the city center, the two women acted like they were possessed, dashing into various stores to shop fervently. Within less than an hour, Jiang Xian's hands were laden with an array of shopping bags. I heard there's a new boutique over there. Shall we take a look? Sure, lead the way. As they prepared to raid yet another store, Jiang Xian could no longer contain himself and said, Wait a moment, I have a question. Catching his breath, he asked, with all these purchases, will you even wear them all? To his surprise, it was not Xiaoyu who rebuffed him, but Su Jin. We earn so much money. Isn't it meant to be spent? If we don't spend it, how will we ever use it? Su Jin's retort left Jiang Xian speechless, unable to counter her logic. After the two women entered a shop to select clothes, Jiang Xian sat on a chair outside, waiting. At that moment, an elderly woman, reminiscent of a former starlet, approached, embracing a delicate, handsome man. Darling, I'm going to pick out some clothes. You just wait here patiently for me. She cooed before disappearing inside. The effeminate man, seeing an empty chair beside Jiang Xian, took a seat next to him. This line of work doesn't pay well, he sighed as he settled down. Buddy, in any line of work, money is hard to come by, Jiang Xian casually replied. The effeminate man shot Jiang Xian a surprised glance, clearly not expecting a response. Who are you? Jiang Xian smiled, replying, just like you. Chapter 20, My Passionate Horse. The effeminate man offered a cigarette to his companion nearby. Jiang Xian did not refuse. Yet he did not immediately light up the cigarette either. He merely held it in his hand, spinning it incessantly. Money, especially that which comes from women, appears deceptively easy to earn, but in reality, it is far from simple. After the effeminate man lit the cigarette, he inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. In his youth, he naively believed that associating with a wealthy woman would allow him to earn a comfortable living effortlessly. With a woman by his side and money in hand, he thought he could enjoy a life of ease. However, he now realized that it was not so straightforward. The effeminate man let out a self-deprecating smile, a hint of regret flickering across his pale, feeble face. I trust you understand my words, brother, he remarked, embodying the role of a mentor guiding a younger counterpart. Jiang Xian smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. I understand. That's good to hear. If you can exit sooner rather than later, do so. The longer you linger, the more her desire to control you will intensify, leaving you with fewer chances to reclaim your freedom. This is a lesson I've learned through bitter experience. So, for your sake, I'll advise anyone I can, he continued, speaking with fervor. Jiang Xian listened attentively, not interrupting the flow of the effeminate man's words. It was not Jiang Xian who interrupted, but rather Su Jin and Xiaoyu, who emerged from their shopping. Help me with this, Su Jin said, extending the bag in her hand. No problem. Jiang Xian readily replied, stepping forward to take it. I have one here too. Xiaoyu also reached out, wishing to hand her bag to Jiang Xian. Carry it yourself. Jiang Xian retorted brusquely. All right, Jiang Xian, you truly have a way with people, displaying two faces. Xiaoyu said through gritted teeth. Of course, Su Jin is my girlfriend. It is only natural for me to help her. What special relationship do we have? Jiang Xian feigned deep contemplation before adding, however, considering I call you Sister Ahua, it wouldn't be entirely unreasonable for me to help you as well. With that, Jiang Xian pretended to reach for the bag in Xiaoya's hand. Yet, Xiaoya swiftly retracted her hand, disdain etched on her face as she declared, I don't need your help. The effeminate man watched in stunned silence as Jiang Xian engaged in light-hearted banter with the two extraordinary women, gradually moving further away. He suddenly found the words he had spoken earlier to be utterly ridiculous, especially the woman among them, icy and beautiful, whose stunning visage was breathtaking and starkly contrasted with the mundane appearance of Bo Gang, with whom he spent his days. Upon witnessing such captivating beauty, a wave of intense discomfort washed over him as he recalled Bo Gang's features. No wonder he wore a smile, with such a beauty by his side. Even if I had to pay, I would do so willingly. The effeminate man raged internally. Darling, let us go, called the plump woman resembling Bo Gang. As she sauntered towards him, her ample waist swaying, she reached out her hands and tightly embraced his head, then planted a forceful kiss upon him. In that instant, the vivid imprint of her lips felt like a mark of disgrace etched upon the face of an ancient criminal. Imbued with a profound sense of shame that could never be erased, an uncontrollable wave of nausea surged upon him, catching the effeminate man off guard as he suddenly crouched down and began to retch violently. The elderly woman was momentarily taken aback by his sudden action. At that moment, the effeminate man gazed at the three figures gradually disappearing in the distance. His heart could only exclaim, my fervent horse. Jiang Xian piled everything into Su Jin's car trunk, perspiration streaming down his forehead. Su Jin handed him a tissue, her tone neither warm nor cold. Thank you. Xiaoya, witnessing this scene, curiously inquired, do couples really need to be this polite? Su Jin hesitated for a moment, choosing silence. Jiang Xian took the tissue, wiped his sweat, and replied to Su Jin, pay her no mind. Those who have never been in a relationship tend to be like this. Su Jin, rarely amused by Jiang Xian, let out a small chuckle, though her expression quickly returned to its usual calm. Jiang Xian always felt that Su Jin looked far more beautiful when she smiled than in her usual demeanor. While her icy countenance lent her an air of authority, it also created a palpable distance. A flower is always more beautiful when it is in bloom. What do you mean by that, Jiang? Xiaoya queried. Jiang Xian responded with a grin, the literal meaning. Did you not do well in language studies? Before Xiaoya could retort, Jiang Xian had already slipped into the car. Hurry up and get in. Su Jin will take us out for a meal. Jiang Xian called out through the lowered window to Xiaoya, who remained outside. Upon entering the car, Xiaoya shot Jiang Xian an exasperated glance, fastening her seatbelt as she turned to Su Jin. So, what are we having to eat? After pondering Xiaoya's question for a moment, Su Jin turned to Jiang Xian and asked, do you have any recommendations? Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Su Jin would seek his advice. The fried noodles you took me to last time were quite good, so I was curious if you had any other suggestions, Su Jin remarked. Last time? Fried noodles? When was that? Xiaoya asked. Although she had encountered Jiang Xian in the park that day, she was unaware of the events preceding that encounter. Fried noodles? It was hard for her to imagine Su Jin indulging in such mundane fare. All right, how about I take you both for hot pot? Jiang Xian suggested, observing Su Jin's expression through the rearview mirror. Sure, just drive us there, Su Jin replied without a hint of hesitation. All right, hold on tight, Jiang Xian said as he turned the steering wheel. Hey, what about me? You didn't even ask for my opinion, Xiaoya remarked with mild irritation directed at Jiang Xian. Since Su Jin has already agreed, your opinion is irrelevant, Jiang Xian replied. The car twisted and turned before finally stopping in front of a bustling hot pot restaurant directly opposite Tianhai University. It was midday, and the establishment was thriving with many students from Tianhai University dining there. As they entered, a woman promptly approached them. 3 inside, there's just 1 table left, she said. Just as the proprietress finished speaking, she suddenly paused, scanning Jiang Xian's face repeatedly before uncertainly asking, are you Jiang Xian? To her surprise, Fang Jie remembered him. Jiang Xian smiled with delight, feeling a sense of surprise. This hot pot restaurant was a frequent haunt during his university days. Over time, he had become quite familiar with the owner, Wang Fang. However, he had not seen Sister Fang in 5 years, and it was unexpected that she still recognized him. Oh, of course I remember. You were a regular. Wang Fang warmly ushered the trio to an empty table inside, exclaiming, it's been years since I last saw you. What brings you here today? Noticing that the person Jiang Xian brought was not Yang Qi, she curiously inquired. Jiang Xian placed his hand on Su Jin's shoulder and replied, "This is my girlfriend." Chapter 21. The Blonde Woman. Arrival? Is this a place you used to frequent? Su Jin asked, her gaze sweeping the surroundings, filled with curiosity. Yes, I came here often during university. As Jiang Xian answered Su Jin's question, he dropped a generous portion of beef slices and fatty beef rolls into the clear broth pot. The choice of a dual-flavor pot was made with consideration for Su Jin's inability to handle spicy food. Su Jin's eyes fixated on the swirling meat in the pot, her expression remaining indifferent as she inquired, "Who did you usually come with?" Jiang Xian's hand froze mid-action, taken aback by Su Jin's unexpected follow-up. Was she genuinely interested in this? He pondered silently. Noticing Jiang Xian's hesitance, Su Jin's gaze turned even colder and more detached. Was it Yangqi? The sudden mention of this name caught Jiang Xian off guard. He stared at Su Jin in disbelief, internally lamenting, how does she know? In truth, he had visited this hot pot restaurant numerous times, most often accompanied by Yangqi. It was her, but not exclusively. Jiang Xian decided that honesty was the best policy. Oh. Su Jin responded softly, falling silent. At that moment, Xiaoya, who was indulging in her meal, overheard the name Yangqi and couldn't contain her curiosity. Yangqi? Who is she? She interjected. Mind your own business while adults are speaking, Jiang Xian retorted irritably. Are you crazy? Who's a child? Xiaoya shot back, eager to know the connection between Yangqi and Jiang Xian. Want to know? Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow at Xiaoya, a smirk playing on his lips. Yes. She eagerly nodded, her curiosity piqued, completely oblivious to the teasing expression on Jiang Xian's face. Unfortunately, I shan't tell you. Jiang Xian suddenly changed his tone, a triumphant smile gracing his features. Xiaoya, taken aback, found herself exasperated by Jiang Xian's continuous teasing. Just then, Su Jin, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up. Yangqi is his ex-girlfriend. Oh, his ex-girlfriend? Was she from university? Xiaoya's interest was instantly ignited, as she appeared particularly captivated by the matter, incessantly bombarding Jiang Xian with inquiries. Indeed, Jiang Xian replied with a hint of exasperation. So how did you two part ways? Xiaoya mumbled through a mouthful of beef. Jiang Xian found himself at a loss for words. Could she truly be so enamored with gossip? It was worth noting that Su Jin, his current girlfriend, was seated right beside them. Yet, as Su Jin's close friend, Xiaoya continued to pry into his past relationship, leaving Jiang Xian feeling quite perplexed. Are you truly this nosy? With so many delectable dishes before you, can't you keep your mouth shut? Jiang Xian remarked with irritation, inwardly grumbling about her overwhelming curiosity. What's wrong with being curious? I'm merely safeguarding Su Jin's interests. What if you were the one who led her on and then discarded her? We must be ready to mitigate any potential losses, Xiaoya asserted with a sense of entitlement. Rest assured, I'm not as despicable as you imagine, Jiang Xian replied, arching an eyebrow and casting a disapproving glance at Xiaoya. All right, Xiaoya, I know everything about my ex-girlfriend. I'll enlighten you when we return. Su Jin interjected just in time, interrupting the barrage of questions Xiaoya was poised to unleash. Oh, very well then, Xiaoya said, unable to disguise the disappointment on her face, yet obediently acquiescing. At that moment, Su Jin suddenly sensed a piercing gaze, sharp and unwavering, directed towards their table. Instinctively, she lifted her head to locate the source of the scrutiny. In a corner to the side, a stunning woman with golden hair sat, her eyes fixed intently upon them. There seemed to be a profound significance behind that gaze, igniting Su Jin's curiosity. In truth, it was not uncommon for patrons in this establishment to observe them with varying degrees of intent. After all, both Su Jin and Xiaoya were breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an elegant aura. Had Jiang Xian not been by their side, who knows how many suitors would have approached them. Su Jin had long since grown accustomed to such attention. It was no exaggeration to state that wherever she went, she became the focal point of admiration. It was as though she embodied the most exquisite scenery in the world, naturally drawing the gaze of all around her. This was neither self-indulgence nor arrogance, but an undeniable reality. Beautiful individuals never lacked attention, and Su Jin was precisely one who possessed extraordinary beauty. However, what was peculiar was that the golden-haired woman was not fixated on her or Xiaoya, but rather on Jiang Xian, who was engrossed in his meal, oblivious to the happenings around him. As Su Jin became aware of the woman's gaze, the golden-haired beauty likewise shifted her focus from Jiang Xian to meet Su Jin's eyes. In that fleeting moment when the two women's gazes intersected in the air, it was as if an invisible spark ignited, illuminating the atmosphere with an unspoken tension. Hostility. Su Jin was taken aback to discover an intense hostility emanating from the eyes of this unfamiliar woman. What could possibly be the reason for this? I do not know her at all, Su Jin silently pondered. Could this be related to Jiang Xian? She began to speculate quietly. Her conjecture was not baseless. Rather, it stemmed from her observation of the stark contrast in the golden-haired woman's gaze when directed at Jiang Xian versus when it fell upon her. When the golden-haired woman gazed at Jiang Xian, her eyes brimmed with affection. However, the moment her gaze shifted to Su Jin, it transformed into one filled with animosity. Nevertheless, Su Jin was certain that this woman was not Jiang Xian's ex-girlfriend, Yang Qi, as she had seen photographs of Yang Qi. And the woman before her bore no resemblance whatsoever. To validate her hypothesis, Su Jin picked up a piece of beef from the red broth and, upon tasting it, was immediately overwhelmed by a wave of spiciness. She coughed from the heat. Her fair complexion flushed a deep crimson. Observing her distress, Jiang Xian promptly offered her the drink he had ordered, inquiring with concern, "How are you? Are you all right? If you can't handle the spice, you can have the clear broth instead." To his surprise, Su Jin replied in a playful tone, "No, I want to try the red broth. You need to find a way for me." This left not only Jiang Xian but also Xiaoya in shock, staring at Su Jin in disbelief. Was this truly the same aloof and regal daughter of the Su family that they knew? Jiang Xian was equally puzzled by Su Jin's sudden display of affection. Even with the clear broth prepared, she still insisted on the spicy red broth. With no other option, Jiang Xian poured 2 bowls of broth and briefly dipped the vegetables from the red broth before serving them to Su Jin. As she savored the food, a look of bliss spread across her face, yet her eyes darted towards the golden-haired woman, confirming her suspicions. Indeed, the golden-haired woman wore an expression of fury. "Su Jin, are you feeling unwell?" Xiaoya asked, extending her right hand to gently touch Su Jin's forehead, her gaze filled with confusion and disbelief. Had that display just now truly been one of affection? Having grown up alongside Su Jin, Xiaoya had never witnessed such a side of her before. The icy, expressionless visage was supposed to be Su Jin's hallmark. Yet at this moment, she exhibited an unprecedented demeanor, clearly influenced by the man before her. Jiang Xian, too, was astonished. Su Jin's series of actions were so out of character that he began to wonder if she was intentionally trying to amuse him. However, Jiang Xian chose not to disrupt the delicate atmosphere, unlike Xiaoya. After all, the Su Jin who was currently being playful appeared utterly captivating. After enjoying the specially prepared beef that Jiang Xian had made less spicy and oily, a satisfied smile adorned Su Jin's face. Simultaneously, she cast a sidelong glance. And the blonde woman's face was contorted with anger, her piercing gaze fixed intently on Su Jin, as sharp as 2 daggers, seemingly intent on piercing her through. Su Jin slightly furrowed her brows, but chose to pay her no mind, continuing to savor the delectable dishes prepared for her by Jiang Xian. Just then, Su Jin noticed the blonde woman rising to leave the hot pot restaurant. "That's enough. I don't need it anymore." Jiang Xian had just placed the freshly cooked beef in Su Jin's bowl when her icy voice rang out beside him. Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback. He suddenly felt an abrupt drop in the surrounding temperature. The once lively hot pot restaurant now seemed to grow desolate. Even as they indulged in the steaming hot pot, a chill surged unexpectedly from his heart. "What's wrong?" Jiang Xian observed Su Jin's face turn suddenly cold, perplexed and concerned. "It's nothing. Just eat. We should head back after we finish," Su Jin replied coolly. "Huh? Weren't we supposed to visit the museum in the afternoon and then go to the seaside in the evening? Why are we leaving so soon?" Xiaoya was momentarily dumbfounded. The itinerary had clearly been arranged by Su Jin, and now she was abruptly changing her mind. Since arriving in Long City, she had hardly had any fun, which was precisely why Su Jin had suggested they venture out together today. For Xiaoya, this was infinitely more enjoyable than the monotony of her life as a bodyguard. Thus, upon hearing Su Jin cancel the subsequent activities, she immediately interjected with a question. Su Jin, realizing her emotional shift was too pronounced, softened her tone slightly, saying, "I apologize. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Perhaps we can reschedule our outing for another day." At this juncture, Jiang Xian and Xiaoya exchanged knowing glances. Jiang Xian discerned the unspoken communication in Xiaoya's eyes and asked with concern, "What seems to be bothering you? Shall I take you to the hospital for a checkup?" Su Jin cast a faint glance at Jiang Xian and remained silent. What on earth was wrong with this girl? One moment she was fine, and the next she was turning on a dime. Jiang Xian inwardly lamented how quickly her mood had shifted. With no other option, Jiang Xian and Xiaoya hastily finished the food in the pot and quickly followed Su Jin outside. As Jiang Xian settled the bill, Sister Fong pulled him aside, inquiring, "Why is your girlfriend upset? Was it something about the dishes that didn't meet her expectations?" "You're overthinking it, Sister Fong. How could she possibly be dissatisfied with your hot pot?" "That's simply not the case." "Then why did she leave without a word?" Sister Fong questioned, a hint of confusion in her tone. "Upset? She's not angry. She just feels unwell," Jiang Xian explained, convinced that Sister Fong was reading too much into the situation. Sister Fong rolled her eyes dramatically at Jiang Xian and replied with a hint of exasperation, "Do you think I can't tell if someone is upset? I've been through your stage before. You must have done something to provoke her. Hurry and appease her if you don't cherish such a beautiful girlfriend. You might find her snatched away." After Fong Jie finished speaking, she forcefully patted Jiang Xian's shoulder, signaling him to hurry and catch up. "Anger her? When have I ever provoked her?" Jiang Xian wore a bewildered expression, repeatedly recalling the scene from their recent hot pot meal. He distinctly remembered how Su Jin had suddenly adopted a coy tone, asking him to help her cook the meat, and he had complied without hesitation. Their interaction had been exceedingly pleasant. In that moment, he even experienced a fleeting illusion of genuinely being in a romantic relationship with Su Jin. Thus, he found it hard to believe that he had upset her. There must be some other reason behind it. Once they exited the hot pot restaurant, Xiaya went to the restroom, leaving Su Jin alone in the car. As soon as Jiang Xian entered the vehicle, he heard Su Jin's ghostly inquiry. "How many ex-girlfriends do you have?" "Huh?" Jiang Xian nearly lost his grip on the steering wheel, his mind racing with confusion. Why was Su Jin suddenly asking him this? Could this be the cause of her anger? "Just one, isn't it, Yang Qi? Haven't you already investigated this thoroughly?" Jiang Xian questioned, his face full of doubt. "Is it really just one?" Su Jin's expression appeared somewhat peculiar. "No, why are you asking me this all of a sudden?" Jiang Xian turned to face her, his gaze fixed intently on her. Su Jin shifted her gaze from Jiang Xian's face to the window, calmly stating, "Don't overthink it. I simply wish to know more about your past. After all, our current relationship is rather unique, and if we understand each other better, it will be less likely for acquaintances to see through us." Su Jin's words successfully convinced Jiang Xian. The more familiar they became with one another, the more effective their pretense would be. Suddenly curious, Jiang Xian inquired, "Then how many ex-boyfriends do you have?" "I have no ex-boyfriends," Su Jin replied decisively. Jiang Xian was astonished. How could someone as beautiful as Su Jin have never had a boyfriend? "Is your reaction really necessary? You already knew that from the hotel that day, didn't you?" Su Jin shot a cold glance at Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian abruptly recalled the vivid evidence from that day in the hotel room. The bright red mark was proof that Su Jin had yet to engage in any romantic entanglements. At this thought, he instinctively wanted to apologize but was immediately silenced by Su Jin's retort. "No need to say sorry. I paid for it." Damn. This woman certainly knows how to hold her ground, Jiang Xian thought. Bang, bang, bang. It was only then that both of them realized Xiaoya was knocking on the car window. Jiang Xian hurriedly rolled down the window, revealing Xiaoya's delicate face, filled with confusion. "Why did you two lock the doors? Is it a car shake in broad daylight?" Chapter 23, Li Chanjia's interception. Xiaya. A thunderous shout echoed, and for once, Su Jin appeared somewhat irate. I'm sorry, I was wrong." Xiaya was startled, tumbling into Su Jin's embrace, her body writhing as if she were a misbehaving child pleading for forgiveness from her mother. Jiang Xian, witnessing this scene, struggled to suppress his laughter, though a faint smile involuntarily graced his lips. "Let us go. I'm feeling a bit weary. Let's head home," Su Jin said, her tone tinged with fatigue and resignation. "All right, please make yourself comfortable," Jiang Xian replied, just as he prepared to accelerate. Suddenly, the situation around them shifted dramatically. Several black sedans materialized like phantoms from every direction, swiftly encircling Su Jin's vehicle, rendering it immobile. "There's trouble." Jiang Xian's expression hardened as he shouted, quickly locking all the car doors. Xiaoya sensed the unease as well. Her reflexes were sharp, and she immediately turned to protect Su Jin, her gaze sharp and vigilant, scrutinizing the unexpected intruders. Once the black sedans came to a halt, a group of burly men clad in black suits disembarked in an orderly fashion, their movements synchronized and disciplined, swiftly surrounding Su Jin's car without leaving any escape route. At that moment, a man in a white suit, exuding elegance, emerged from the throng, striding confidently to the forefront of the group. "It's him." The three inside the car exclaimed in unison. The man standing outside was none other than Li Chanjia. Jiang Xian had encountered him once at the entrance of the Jingshi group, where he had introduced himself as Su Jin's fiancé. Jiang Xian distinctly recalled the intense malice in Li Changjia's eyes that day, a hostility so profound it seemed to promise a fate of dismemberment. "Su Jin, come out!" Li Changjia bellowed, his voice piercing the tension. "Quick, call the police." Jiang Xian turned to Xiaya, urging her. However, Xiaya had already taken the initiative, dialing the police at the first sign of trouble. "I know you and Jiang Xian are hiding in there." Li Changjia's voice boomed. "Now you have two choices. One, continue to cower like turtles in your shell, and I'll have my men give your car a thorough massage, of course. We will pay special attention to the one sitting in the driver's seat, Jiang Xian. Two, you get out of the car, and I will have a proper conversation with you, Su Jin. What will it be?" With determination and calmness, Su Jin forcefully broke free from Xiaya's grasp and declared, "Open the door, let me out." "Su Jin, they are numerous. We cannot recklessly go out." Xiaya urgently grasped Su Jin, her face etched with concern. "Don't worry. They wouldn't dare harm me." "Jiang Xian, open the door." Su Jin's tone was resolute, as if she had already devised a plan. Without offering any words of caution, Jiang Xian silently complied with Su Jin's request, unlocking the car door. Yet, he did not remain inside. Instead, he swiftly emerged from the vehicle, closely following Su Jin's lead. Xiaya was momentarily taken aback, yet her response was swift. She immediately darted out and unhesitatingly positioned herself before Su Jin. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of that day in the park. Xiaya and Jiang Xian remained in perfect harmony, guarding Su Jin on either side like formidable sentinels, ensuring her safety. "Li Changjia, how dare you intercept me in broad daylight like a thug? You have utterly disgraced the Li family." Su Jin's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed intently upon the arrogant man before her, devoid of any fear or hesitation. Her voice was cold and resolute, laden with contempt and fury. For esteemed families, reputation held paramount importance. If Li Changjia's actions were to reach the ears of their patriarch, Li Ao, it was certain he would face severe repercussions, perhaps even a broken leg or a prolonged period of confinement. However, Li Changjia was acutely aware of the potential consequences of his actions. Yet, upon discovering that Jiang Xian was cohabitating with Su Jin, an uncontrollable jealousy erupted within him, akin to a volcanic eruption. To him, Su Jin was solely his, a possession that no one else should dare to touch. His feelings for her had spiraled into a near madness, a fixation that clouded his judgment. Now, there stood a man named Jiang Xian, not only having the audacity to approach the woman he deemed untouchable, but also attempting to wrest her away from him. In that moment, an overwhelming rage consumed the remnants of Li Changjia's reason, plunging him into a frenzy. He could no longer heed societal conventions. A voice within him urged him to reclaim Su Jin. "Jiang Xian, it seems you did not heed my previous warning." Li Changjia's voice dripped with icy disdain, brimming with mockery. His gaze was as piercing as a dagger, fixated on Jiang Xian as if to pierce him through. "Who bestowed upon you the audacity to approach Su Jin? You, a mere toad, dare to covet the swan? Such delusions are laughable. Today, I shall make you aware of the cost of desiring a swan." Li Changjia's tone grew increasingly menacing, thickening the atmosphere around them with tension. Yet, in the face of his taunts, Jiang Xian remained unflinching, straightening his posture and meeting his gaze defiantly. "What, young Master Li? Do you intend to engage in the petty antics of street thugs?" Jiang Xian scoffed, casting a glance around at the assembled crowd. Though a flicker of anxiety stirred within him at the sight of so many adversaries, he would not display weakness. He noted their movements were professional and practiced, clearly indicating they were trained enforcers. Furthermore, they were cornered, with little room to maneuver, especially with Su Jin present. The odds of a successful escape were slim, even with Xiaoyao by his side. Yet, the key to breaking the standoff lay in the fact that Li Changjia stood directly before them, unguarded. If his opponent were to make the first move, Jiang Xian would seize the opportunity to restrain him. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. With Li Changjia present, others would not dare to take action. Moreover, Xiaoyao has already reported to the police, and prolonging this situation may ultimately benefit our side. Despite the multitude on their side, Jiang Xian remained remarkably composed. This extraordinary calmness bewildered Li Changjia, instilling in him a flicker of doubt regarding Jiang Xian. Could he have a hidden strategy? Li Changjia pondered discreetly. Yet, the moment he recalled Jiang Xian's relationship with Su Jin, the remnants of his regained rationality vanished once more. "Take action, strike him," Li Changjia commanded. Chapter 24. A call from Motherly. "Do you dare to make a move?" Su Jin's eyes glinted with a chilling light, as if capable of piercing through one's very soul. "Rest assured, I shall not harm you. My target is him. Li Changjie declared venomously, pointing a finger at Jiang Xian. To touch him is to touch me. Test it if you dare. Unfazed by Li Changjie's relentless advance, Su Jin stood her ground. She could not allow Jiang Xian to be harmed before her eyes. Jiang Xian firmly shielded Su Jin behind him, fearful that Li Changjie, in his psychological instability, might lose control and inflict harm upon her. You, Jiang, can only cower behind a woman. Li Changjie suddenly erupted into a frenzied laugh. Su Jin, is this your choice in men? My judgment needs no appraisal from you. Withdraw immediately, and there may still be a chance for resolution. Otherwise, when this escalates, I shall relish seeing your downfall. Su Jin's voice resonated with authority and warning. I care not, as long as there are other men around you. I shall eliminate each one. Li Changjie's eyes betrayed a madness and obsession. No sooner had he finished speaking than the men in black surged forward, plunging the scene into chaos. Su Jin had underestimated Li Changjie's insanity. He dared to act so brazenly in public. Jiang Xian quickly shoved Su Jin to a safer location. Faced with the encroaching black-clad figures, he resolved to take the initiative. In a flash, he darted like the wind toward Li Changjie. However, just at that tense moment, the shrill sirens of police cars pierced the night sky, signaling the arrival of law enforcement. Jiang Xian abruptly altered his strategy, decisively abandoning his attempt to subdue Li Changjie. He crouched low, clutching his head tightly, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Even if you beat me to death, I will never surrender my girlfriend to you." Some of the black-clad men, unaware of the police's arrival, mistook Jiang Xian's crouching posture for submission and lunged at him, ready to teach him a lesson. Stop! A clear and authoritative voice rang out as several well-trained police officers stormed onto the scene. The black-clad assailants, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, halted their actions. Who called the police? A striking female officer inquired loudly. It was us who alerted the authorities. Su Jin maintained her composure. Her voice was steady, yet a hint of tremor could be discerned upon closer inspection. A group of individuals inexplicably emerged, surrounding us not only with menacing words, but also attempting personal assaults. Had you not arrived in time, my boyfriend might have faced dire consequences. At this moment, Li Changjie finally regained his composure and shouted, "We did not utter threats. Nor did we resort to violence. We merely engaged in nostalgic conversation, nothing more. Please, accompany us for a brief discussion." The female officer gestured, signaling for everyone, including Su Jin, to be taken away. Inside the police station, Jiang Xian recounted the entire sequence of events to the officers. So they indeed refrained from physical aggression? An officer inquired. Yes, but their restraint was contingent upon your timely arrival. Without your intervention, I might well be lying in a hospital bed now, Jiang Xian replied, a hint of relief in his voice. Though he wished to leverage this incident to implicate Li Changjie, it was unfortunate that the distinction between intent and action was stark. Based on the evidence at hand, Li Changjie could only be subjected to a fine and administrative detention at most. Moreover, considering his background, it was likely that he would escape with merely a monetary penalty. Upon exiting the police station, Jiang Xian immediately spotted Su Jin and Xiaoya waiting outside. Concern was etched on their faces, particularly Su Jin, whose demeanor was a stark contrast to her usual indifference. As Jiang Xian approached, Su Jin hurried forward. Her voice a soft whisper, "Are you all right? Were you hurt?" "I'm fine." Jiang Xian shook his head, reflecting. I never imagined that such a privileged young man could resort to such behavior. He is utterly deranged. I certainly did not misjudge him, Xiaoya retorted indignantly, her words abruptly trailing off. Jiang Xian, starting today, I will have you by my side. I fear that Li Changjie may take advantage of any moment when you are isolated, Su Jin insisted with a serious expression. Rest assured, I shall return his actions tenfold. Even without relying on the Su family's influence, I have numerous ways to deal with Li Changjie. He has disrupted the equilibrium between us, and thus I shall retaliate without hesitation. Jiang Xian, do not hold it against me. My primary duty is to protect Su Jin. I cannot risk anything that endangers her. Xiaoya interjected with a hint of remorse. This situation was entirely different from their previous encounter in the park. The disparity in numbers, skill, and the surrounding environment was incommensurable. If she acted rashly, her own injury would be trivial, but if Su Jin were to be harmed, it would be a grave matter. There has been a misunderstanding. I harbor no resentment towards you. In that circumstance, I too would prioritize ensuring Su Jin's safety, Jiang Xian replied with a light chuckle. Su Jin gazed at Jiang Xian, her beautiful eyes reflecting an unusual depth of emotion. As Jiang Xian had anticipated, Li Qingjie merely paid a nominal fine and exited the police station shortly after him. Mr. Li, Mrs. Liu's call. As Li Qingjie emerged, the secretary hurried forward. Presenting a mobile phone, Li Qingjie's eyes flickered slightly, his outstretched hand halting midair. The ringing echoed incessantly in his ears, a soothing melody he had specifically chosen for himself. Yet now, it felt like a death knell. Mr. Li? The secretary tentatively prompted. Li Qingjie abruptly snapped back to reality, seizing the phone. Hello, Mom? Was this your doing? A commanding female voice resonated. It was indeed my doing. Li Qingjie did not conceal the truth. Realizing such attempts were futile, he chose to admit it outright. Very well. You have greatly disappointed me. Mrs. Li's voice deepened further. Xiao Jia, how have we raised you all these years? One must endure in the light and be ruthless in the dark. Masters of conflict do not engage openly but rather in the shadows. Your actions today reflect a profound failure on our part as parents. Mrs. Li sighed softly, continuing, come back at once. Mom, I haven't lost. Li Qingjie attempted to defend himself, but was abruptly interrupted by Mrs. Li's furious shout. Nonsense. Do you not realize where you have erred? Return swiftly and apologize to your father before this situation escalates. Chapter 25. Li Qingjie is dead? At this moment, in the villa at Guilin Garden, Xiaoya was conversing with Gu Ran, Su Jin's mother, over the phone. Is the situation truly as you described? Gu Ran's voice revealed immense shock and anger. Madam, Xiaoya would never lie. It was indeed Li Qingjie who took the initiative to surround us, Xiaoya asserted with unwavering conviction, knowing better than to fabricate details before Gu Ran. The circumstances had been dire, with an imminent threat of violence. Xiaoya's voice trembled slightly, as if still enveloped in the tension of that moment. In order to protect the young lady, Jiang Xian instructed me to lead her out of their encirclement, she continued, her words infused with admiration for Jiang Xian. He single-handedly confronted Li Qingjie and his associates. Thankfully, the police arrived promptly, or the consequences would have been dire. Xiaoya meticulously recounted every detail of the scene to Gu Ran. A brief silence enveloped the line, as Gu Ran grappled with the incredulity of such events. Li Qingjie had been a child she watched grow up, a boy who had always embodied humility, evolving into a paragon of gentlemanly grace. Known for his amiability and courteous demeanor, the external evaluations of him were similarly high. He was regarded as both refined and warm-hearted. Yet, with such an incident now unfolding, Gu Ran found herself compelled to reassess the young man she had always deemed exceptional. This occurrence struck like a colossal stone cast into a lake, generating tumultuous ripples that profoundly impacted the relationship between the Su and Li families. If the Li family fails to provide her with a satisfactory answer, she will undoubtedly not relent easily. Setting aside matters of pride, the mere thought of any misfortune or unforeseen incident befalling Su Jin is utterly inconceivable to her. Would she then resort to annihilating the Li family? That might still fall short of what is required. And what of that young man surnamed Jiang? Is he safe and sound? Despite Li Qingjie's focus on Jiang Xian, it is crucial to acknowledge that Jiang Xian is intent on safeguarding Su Jin, thus warranting Gu Ran's concern and inquiry. As it stands, he appears to be unharmed. However, following this incident, it is inevitable that Li Qingjie will seek alternative means to confront him. Next time, he will surely not act so recklessly but will resort to more insidious and cunning tactics, making our defenses even more precarious. Jiang Xian's forthcoming days may be fraught with difficulty, Xiaoya remarked with a heavy heart. After this event, she has come to view Jiang Xian in a completely different light. Initially, she believed that Jiang Xian would undoubtedly exploit Su Jin's status to extricate himself from his predicament. After all, the adversary would think twice before laying a hand on Su Jin, which seemed the most ideal escape route. However, Jiang Xian chose not to pursue this path, fully aware that doing so could potentially endanger Su Jin. Should the adversary take action, chaos would inevitably ensue, and in such tumultuous circumstances, no one could guarantee Su Jin's safety. This decision has only deepened Xiaoya's admiration for Jiang Xian. In her eyes, apart from wealth, Jiang Xian indeed surpasses Li Qingjie in many respects. Sensing the concern for Jiang Xian that permeated Xiaoya's words, Gu Ran appeared to arrive at a significant resolution. If Jiang Xian could truly weather Li Qingjie's retaliation unscathed, then the Su family might indeed accept him as our son-in-law. Gu Ran spoke slowly and deliberately, each word resonating with clarity, revealing a sense of determination born of careful contemplation. Xiaoya felt a sudden jolt within her. She could scarcely believe that such words had come from Gu Ran's lips. Do you mean to say, indeed, just as you think, Gu Ran affirmed. However, you must not disclose this to Jiang Xian or Su Jin. Furthermore, you must observe discreetly from the shadows. Should Jiang Xian seek to leverage Su Jin's influence to resolve this issue, then there would be no need for further discussion. Gu Ran's tone was unyielding. Yet in Xiaoya's eyes, it appeared to offer Jiang Xian an opportunity while, in reality, leaving him no avenue for retreat. Given the current state of affairs, if Jiang Xian does not harness Su Jin's power, he stands no chance against Li Qinjia's vengeance. Yet, should he choose to utilize Su Jin's influence, the Su family would not hesitate to sever ties with him. Thus, Jiang Xian would find himself on a path leading to a dead end. This is undoubtedly a conundrum without resolution. Jiang Xian is fated to remain unrecognized by the Su family. Nevertheless, Gu Ran's words were akin to a decree for Xiaoya, compelling her to comply unconditionally. I understand, Xiaoya replied softly, her tone imbued with a hint of obedience and reverence. So much has transpired lately. I am genuinely concerned about Su Jin. She always bears her burdens alone without confiding in us. Gu Ran's voice revealed a trace of worry and dissatisfaction. She continued, you must intensify the security measures for Su Jin. When it is time to hire more personnel, you must act decisively. And do not hesitate to procure any necessary security equipment. There must be no unforeseen incidents involving Su Jin. This is a direct order I am issuing to you. Do you comprehend? Her tone was resolute and unwavering, and Xiaoya could sense her determination to protect Su Jin. Xiaoya respectfully responded, Xiaoya understands. That is good to hear. I also intend to find an appropriate time to personally visit Long City, Gu Ran suddenly declared. Ah, madam, you are coming as well? Xiaoya inquired, her eyes widening in surprise. She could hardly fathom the changes that would unfold in their household upon Gu Ran's arrival. What? Am I not allowed to come? Gu Ran's voice took on a somber tone, questioning her. Oh no, it is not that, madam. I merely thought that if Miss knew you were coming, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed, Xiaoya hastily explained, attempting to mask her earlier gaffe. Do not inform Su Jin about this just yet. I have my own plans. Gu Ran instructed promptly. Understood. After the call ended, Xiaoya exhaled deeply, unable to imagine how the residents of Guilin Yuan would transform with Gu Ran's presence. Once she had composed herself and descended the stairs, she overheard Su Jin and Jiang Xian engaged in a fervent discussion. Their brows were furrowed, as if a grave matter had arisen. What is the matter? What has happened? Xiaoya casually inquired as she settled onto the sofa. Little did she anticipate that Su Jin's next words would propel her off the sofa. Li Qinjie is dead. Chapter 26. Jiang Xian is far superior to that perverse Li Qinjie. Around 5 p.m. on July 23rd, a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan lost control on the Jinsha elevated bridge, crashing through the guardrail and plunging into the river. Reports indicated that there were 3 individuals in the vehicle, 2 men and 1 woman, who perished on the spot. Upon verification, one of the deceased was identified as Li Qinjie, the president of Li Corporation. The news anchor in the mobile report continued to broadcast this information, and the 3 individuals seated on the sofa fell into silence. Just yesterday, they had a confrontation with Li Qinjie, and now he was suddenly deceased? The occurrence was too abrupt. Upon initially hearing the news, Jiang Xian felt a flicker of relief. He had been troubled over how to navigate the potential retaliatory actions that Li Qinjie might undertake, yet now he was met with the news of his demise. It was as if a pillow had been presented to him at the moment he desired to slumber. However, upon further reflection, Jiang Xian began to suspect that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Li Qinjie and the events that transpired between him and others are certainly well known to the Li family. Moreover, the incident occurred merely a day ago, and now Li Qinjie finds himself in dire straits. It is difficult for the Li family not to regard them as suspects, even if they have no connection to Li Qinjie's demise whatsoever. At this moment, upon receiving the news, Xiaoya felt not only shock, but also an overwhelming sense of suspicion and mistrust towards Jiang Xian. Just moments ago, Gu Ran had made a promise over the phone, stating that if Jiang Xian could withstand Li Qinjie's retaliation, she would acknowledge him as the son-in-law of the Su family. Yet, who could have anticipated that in the next instant, she would receive news of Li Qinjie's predicament, prompting Xiaoya to exclaim in disbelief. However, it is precisely this turn of events that ignited her suspicion and wariness towards Jiang Xian. She found the coincidence of Li Qinjie's accident far too uncanny. As a professional bodyguard, she struggled to accept that this was merely a chance occurrence. If it was not a coincidence, it could only imply that someone had methodically plotted this, ruthlessly targeting Li Qinjie's life. Yet, Li Qinjie is the heir of the esteemed Li family, one of the 4 great families of the city. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? Although minor skirmishes occur among prominent families, Such flagrant attempts on lives are exceedingly rare. Li Changjia's brazen confrontation with Su Jin undoubtedly escalated the situation. After all, even if his target was not Su Jin herself, such actions severely infringed upon the dignity of the Su family, and the Li family would certainly need to provide a satisfactory explanation to them. If Li Changjia's death is indeed linked to Jiang Xian, then she must reevaluate her perception of him. Just yesterday, Li Changjia had sought out trouble with Jiang Xian, and today, he had succeeded in making Li Changjia vanish forever. Such decisiveness and ruthlessness demand not only extraordinary courage, but also a heart of stone. Xiaoya found it hard to fathom that the usually jovial Jiang Xian, who loved to joke with her, could be so merciless. After all, Li Changjia has the Li family backing him, and Jiang Xian's willingness to act without hesitation is a testament to his formidable courage. Even if the Su family's overall strength surpasses that of the Li family, they would never lightly resort to such lethal measures merely due to this incident. At this moment, Xiaoya could not help but glance sideways at Jiang Xian, who sat with a furrowed brow, seemingly deep in thought. Could it truly be him? Doubt swelled within her, prompting her to murmur inwardly. Yet, little did Jiang Xian realize that within mere minutes, Xiaoya had begun to harbor suspicions about him. Had he known her thoughts, he might have felt compelled to delve into her mind to uncover its contents. Do I appear to possess such capabilities? Even if I did, I would never resort to murder. Jiang Xian cast a worried glance at Su Jin and inquired, Su Jin, could this lead to his demise? Su Jin responded nonchalantly. If he dies, so be it. It was not our doing. If the Li family insists on causing trouble, do you think I, Su Jin, would be intimidated? She referred to herself, deliberately excluding the Su family from the conversation. Jiang Xian understood her reluctance to involve her family in this matter. However, if the Li family indeed sought revenge, could Su Jin alone withstand the onslaught? What should we do next? Xiaoya interjected. Su Jin calmly lifted her teacup, took a delicate sip, and replied with unruffled composure, we shall proceed as necessary, let things unfold naturally, and maintain the status quo. Yet, her tone shifted abruptly as she continued, Jiang Xian, you should accompany me during this period. Although her words were remarkably tranquil and her expression remained largely unchanged, Jiang Xian keenly sensed a hint of concern underlying them. Even to work, Su Jin was the chairwoman of Jingshi Group. How could he possibly accompany her to and from the office? Indeed, you may stay in my office like Xiaoya. Su Jin gestured toward Xiaoya's location. Yes, you can certainly remain by Su Jin's side, ensuring her personal safety while also placing yourself in a relatively secure environment, Xiaoya eagerly urged Jiang Xian. Her large, sparkling eyes radiated enthusiasm. Faced with Xiaoya's fervent invitation, Jiang Xian felt somewhat taken aback. Why is this woman being so warm towards me? It defies all logic. He pondered inwardly. To him, Xiaoya's invitation felt akin to a weasel wishing the chicken well. Is it necessary to be so excited? Jiang Xian regarded Xiaoya with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya paused momentarily. I am merely concerned for Su Jin. Besides, if you can stay by her side, it would benefit both her and you, so why not? But I still. Enough. What I say is a command, not up for discussion. Su Jin, feeling irritable as Xiaoya and Jiang Xian exchanged banter, slightly raised her tone. All right, I understand. Jiang Xian hastily acquiesced. Under normal circumstances, he could joke around with Su Jin and tease her, but when she was angry, he had no choice but to comply with her directives. This was not solely due to their contractual agreement. Su Jin's commanding presence was also a significant factor. To outsiders, especially Xiaoya, this painted Jiang Xian as the quintessential good man, one who listens to his partner, even if they are not officially together yet, and consistently shows concern for her. He remained steadfast in the face of adversity and refrained from being combative with his partner. This was undoubtedly a far cry from that perverse individual, Li Changjie. At least from Xiaoya's perspective, this was the case. Chapter 27. Is Jiang Xian the personal property of Su Jin? Have you heard? Li Changjie is no more. What are you talking about? Haven't you seen the news? Li Changjie was in a car accident. He is gone. Who is Li Changjie? Goodness, how can you forget? Li Changjie proposed to President Su right at our company's entrance last year. He was the one who laid out a plethora of roses and flaunted a fleet of luxury cars to make an extravagant proposal to President Su. Proposal? I had no idea. You really should practice moderation. Too many distractions have muddled your mind. How could you forget something that happened just last year? Last year? For heaven's sake, I only joined in April. How would I know? Oh, it seems that way. Go away. I don't wish to converse with you. Others might be oblivious or indifferent to Li Changjia's demise, but the Jingshi group was certainly well acquainted with him. Almost all employees with a modicum of experience knew of a wealthy young man named Li Changjia who had been ardently pursuing President Su. Even more astonishingly, some had heard rumors that Li Changjia was actually President Su's fiancé. Hence, ever since the incident, employees throughout the company had been quietly discussing the matter, including the 2 security guards from earlier. President Su, there is a document requiring your signature. In the office of the chairman of Jingshi Group, the chairman's assistant. In May, gently knocked on the door and entered with a document in hand. Upon entering, her gaze immediately fell upon Jiang Xian, who was idly seated on the sofa. How did he come to be in President Su's office? In May held a rather vivid impression of Jiang Xian. After all, he was someone personally arranged by President Su, which surely connected them in some way. Thus, after the initial surprise, In May swiftly regained her composure and, with a subtle smile, greeted Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian waved his hand, a radiant smile gracing his face as he replied, "Good morning, assistant." Upon hearing this, In May silently mused, "Morning? It's nearly 11 o'clock. How can this be considered morning?" Beside her, Xiaoya evidently shared the same sentiment. She immediately took on the role of In May's spokesperson, rolling her eyes and exclaiming, "Please, it's almost lunchtime. How is it still morning?" At that moment, Xiaoya and Jiang Xian occupied opposite ends of the sofa. Jiang Xian appeared somewhat distracted, occasionally glancing at his phone or flipping through a book he had retrieved from Su Jin's office. In contrast, Xiaoya seemed intensely focused, her gaze continuously shifting between Su Jin and Jiang Xian. For her, one was a subject in need of protection, while the other was an object of investigation. In response to Xiaoya's retort, Jiang Xian merely chuckled and confidently stated, "Before lunch, it can still be considered morning. Can I say good morning without fault?" "I can't be bothered to engage with you," Xiaoya replied with a serious expression. She has become quite astute, realizing that further debate would be futile. After all, no matter how she argued, she could never surpass Jiang Xian. Moreover, her fervent support for Su Jin's decision to transfer Jiang Xian to her side was primarily to keep a close watch on his every move. In other words, Jiang Xian was content to engage in verbal sparring, while Xiaoya had far more to contemplate. "Oh, weren't you just so enthusiastic yesterday? How could your attitude shift so rapidly today?" Jiang Xian found himself taken aback. Was the Xiaoya of yesterday truly the same as the Xiaoya of today? Noticing Su's displeasure, In May, having received the signed documents, decisively departed. She sensed an impending eruption. Of course, all entities are in a state of absolute motion. "Have you never studied?" Just as Xiaoya intended to avoid confrontation, she found herself drawn into battle with Jiang Xian upon hearing his words. "So, you think you're the only one who has read? Is your intellect unmatched? Shall we arrange a match next time?" Seated at her desk, Su Jin gripped her pen tightly, her fingers turning pale as if she were exerting all her strength to remain still. The poor pen's tip was pressed firmly against the surface, trembling as if it might snap at any moment. In that moment, Su Jin felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. She could scarcely endure the incessant bickering between Xiaoya and Jiang Xian, especially when they squabbled like children, which only heightened her frustration. Jiang Xian's incessant chatter was met with Xiaoya's equally stubborn retorts, neither willing to concede defeat. This dynamic rendered Su Jin unable to focus on the intricate documents before her. In truth, Su Jin did not require an utterly silent environment to work. She merely wished for the surrounding noise to be manageable, at least not detrimental to her productivity. However, more often than not, Xiaoya and Jiang Xian seemed oblivious to this need. At times, Su Jin even questioned if she had brought 2 mischievous children to work. Their ongoing disputes echoed relentlessly, causing her a throbbing headache. Yet, this was not the sole source of her turmoil. There was another matter, one she was reluctant to acknowledge. Yet it pierced her heart like a thorn, causing an inexplicable ache. Whenever she observed Jiang Xian in close proximity to another woman, discomfort washed over her. The distance here was not merely physical, it pertained more to the emotional closeness. Whenever another woman approached Jiang Xian, her heart would constrict involuntarily. A wave of inexplicable panic and sorrow surging within her, accompanied by an unnameable anger. These complex emotions intertwined, leaving her in profound distress. Ever since she discovered that the hot pot restaurant Jiang Xian had taken her to was one he frequently visited with Yang Qi, this peculiar feeling had begun to take root. Upon encountering the enigmatic and enchanting blonde woman, the sensation within her intensified. Nowadays, even witnessing Xiaoya and Jiang Xian exchanging banter evokes the same profound feelings. If she were compelled to articulate this sentiment, it would be akin to observing her cherished possession being carelessly handled by another, leaving her utterly unsettled. She herself could not fathom the origins of such reactions. Could it be that Jiang Xian truly belonged solely to her? This notion seemed plausible, given their contractual bond. From a certain perspective, Jiang Xian could indeed be regarded as her private possession. Thus, whenever this feeling surged, she would seek solace in this reasoning, attempting to dissipate the emotion further. Yet now, this justification appeared to wane. Even with her closest sister, she experienced the same unsettling feelings. The more tightly the spring is compressed, the more forcefully it springs forth. Su Jin was no exception. The nib of her pin snapped, accompanied by her furious outcry, "You two, enough." Chapter 28. You two are not truly a couple. Su Jin was furious. Jiang Xian felt a jolt of alarm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurriedly straightened his posture, placing his hands on his thighs, adopting an expression of feigned ignorance. Externally, he appeared composed, yet internally, he was in turmoil. It was well known that Su Jin, despite her aloof demeanor and perpetually expressionless visage, exuded an aura that discouraged approach. However, through their time spent together, Jiang Xian understood that this was not an act, but rather her inherent nature. Yet now, this ice queen had unexpectedly transformed into a volcano, one that was on the verge of eruption, which was indeed alarming. How many times have I said this? Su Jin's eyes glinted like cold ice, her expression radiating displeasure as she regarded the two, her piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating their very souls. Jiang Xian felt a twinge of guilt under her scrutiny and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Su Jin, it was my mistake." At that moment, he realized they were in the office, not in the villa, and he had indeed overstepped his bounds. "Do you take my words as mere background noise?" Su Jin's tone was harsh, imbued with an unmistakable hint of anger. Jiang Xian's heart sank, and he hastily clarified, No, I would never disregard your words. I simply couldn't help myself for a moment." As he spoke, he discreetly gauged Su Jin's expression. "Couldn't help yourself?" For some reason, upon hearing those words, Su Jin felt increasingly uncomfortable, as if an unseen hand was kneading her chest, inducing a sense of irritation and depression. "Do you consider that an excuse?" Su Jin's voice came coldly, devoid of any emotional warmth. Not at all. A mistake is a mistake. However you wish to penalize me, I will accept." Jiang Xian quickly replied, his tone earnest. "I agree," Xiaoya chimed in quietly from the sidelines, her eyes betraying a hint of helplessness. Upon witnessing the rapid admission of fault from both individuals, Su Jin felt a slight alleviation in her heart, yet she maintained a stern demeanor and solemnly declared, "Very well. I shall state my terms clearly. Should either of you continue to bicker before me, you shall return to your respective homes. This is my final warning." Jiang Xian and Xiaoya nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at grain, indicating their understanding of Su Jin's message. "Jiang Xian, I will not be dining in the cafeteria today. Please pack me a meal," Su Jin continued, her voice remaining icy. "Absolutely, I will ensure it is taken care of," Jiang Xian replied hurriedly as he exited the office, making his way to the cafeteria. Once Jiang Xian departed, only Xiaoya and Su Jin remained in the office. The atmosphere grew quiet, punctuated solely by the faint sounds of breathing and the occasional rustle of paper. After a moment of silence, Su Jin suddenly inquired, "What did my mother discuss with you?" Her gaze was fixed intently on Xiaoya, eyes glimmering with curiosity and intrigue. The unexpected question caught Xiaoya off guard. After a brief pause, she replied, "Just some matters concerning your well-being. I cannot divulge more, as Guran explicitly instructed me not to share the details of our conversation with you." Indeed. Su Jin was her closest confidant, yet their relationship remained a private one. As the saying goes, one must distinguish between public and private matters. Thus, Guran's directives must be strictly adhered to in a professional context. "I am aware without your saying that she sent you to oversee the matters between Jiang Xian and me," Su Jin noted. Xiaoya stood silently beside her, refraining from any response. "Since you are unwilling to speak, I shall not press further. I understand this predicament must place you in a rather uncomfortable position." Since Xiaoya's arrival in Long City, Su Jin had never inquired about the true purpose of her visit. Her silence was not born from ignorance. On the contrary, she was keenly aware and firmly believed that Xiaoya would steadfastly support her. However, it seemed that the reality was otherwise. Gazing at the dear friend she had known for over 20 years, Su Jin felt an unprecedented sense of estrangement. "Jiang Xian is not, in the truest sense, your boyfriend." "Is he?" Xiaoya asked after a brief pause, her expression turning serious. Upon hearing this, Su Jin's countenance remained unchanged, yet her lips curled slightly, revealing a smile that was more ambiguous than genuine, as she softly retorted, Oh, what leads you to say that? My intuition tells me, having grown up together. I know you far too well. You have never been one to be easily swayed by men, even if that man is the one you hold dear. Since my arrival here, your blushes, your jealousy, and your worries stemming from Jiang Xian have all served as undeniable evidence of your affections for him. It is clear that you and he share a genuine romantic bond. At this point, Xiaoyao paused momentarily, raising her gaze to observe Su Jin's expression, before continuing, Yet, precisely because of this, I find it hard to believe that your relationship is anything but fade. Who are you, Su Jin? How could someone like you easily be ensnared in the whirlpool of love? I must concede that compared to Li Changjia, Jiang Xian is indeed far superior. After all, given your circumstances, what you lack the least is wealth. It is men like Jiang Xian who can provide you with emotional value that are truly rare and precious. Throughout this exchange, Su Jin's eyes remained locked on Xiaoya, eager to hear what she would say next. However, as I mentioned earlier, I know you too well. The more obvious something is, the more it tends to be a disguise. Thus, I surmise that you and Jiang Xian are not in a romantic relationship. Xiaoya asserted with unwavering conviction. Su Jin met Xiaoya's gaze, and at that moment, the air seemed to freeze. She set aside the documents in her hands and reclined languidly in her chair. Indeed, you are correct. Jiang Xian and I are not in a romantic relationship. The affirmation from Su Jin sent a jolt through Xiaoya's heart. Although her words were resolute, they were merely speculation. She had not expected her conjecture to be true. So, will you inform them of this matter? Su Jin's them naturally referred to her parents. No, I believe your decision is the right one. Chapter 29. Is this the power of connections? Oh, why? Upon hearing Xiaoya validate her actions, Su Jin was taken aback, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Since Jiang Xian can provide you with emotional value, wouldn't he choosing him as a shield be the best option? Xiaoya looked at Su Jin earnestly, a light laugh escaping her lips. After all, there are hardly any men who catch your eye. Su Jin's slender fingers rhythmically tapped the table as if deep in thought. After a moment, she raised her head, her gaze fixed on Xiaoya, and inquired, So, does this mean you will align with me? Xiaoya smiled softly, shaking her head. Why must there be sides? You and the madam are not enemies. Is it necessary to form factions? After a brief pause, she continued, However, I can tell you that the madam is considering acknowledging Jiang Xian as a son-in-law of the Su family. She recalled the earlier conversation with the madam, who had stated that after Jiang Xian endured Li Changjia's retaliation, they could contemplate recognizing him as part of the family. The madam had specifically instructed her not to disclose this matter to Jiang Xian or Su Jin. However, the issue at hand is no longer whether Jiang Xian can withstand Li Changjia's retaliation, for Li Changjia is no longer present. In a certain sense, this could be considered an exceeding of expectations, could it not? Upon hearing this, Su Jin's face betrayed a hint of gravity. The unfolding of events seemed to deviate from her initial intentions. All along, she had hoped that the relationship between herself and Jiang Xian would remain within a specific boundary, devoid of excessive alterations. Yet now, it appeared that the Su family was endeavoring to disrupt this equilibrium, even aspiring to advance their relationship further. This left Su Jin utterly perplexed and bewildered. The sole reason she had sought Jiang Xian as a faux boyfriend was to alleviate the pressures imposed by her family. She had even harbored concerns that Jiang Xian might falter under such burdens and abandon the arrangement at any moment. However, she never anticipated that the Su family would elevate Jiang Xian's status from boyfriend to son-in-law. This signified that they were on the brink of discussing marriage. Su Jin could scarcely fathom that her parents would resort to such measures. Despite their amicable rapport, their relationship had hardly reached the stage of contemplating matrimony. That is all I can say, Xiaoya remarked. Su Jin silently nodded, sinking into contemplation. In the cafeteria, Jiang Xian returned to this familiar place, where everything felt so reminiscent and fragrant. He inhaled deeply, savoring the myriad aromas of food wafting through the air, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Noticing that the queue at Sister Wang's station was relatively short, he hastened over, positioning himself at the end of the line. Before long, it was his turn. Today, our menu is, Xiao Jiang. Sister Wang looked up, her face lighting up in astonishment upon seeing Jiang Xian. It's me. Jiang Xian replied with a smile. Weren't you expelled? Sister Wang asked incredulously. Indeed, I was expelled, Jiang Xian affirmed with a nod. Then how come Sister Wang began, her confusion palpable? But Jiang Xian interrupted her. I'm here to help General Su with some takeout. She won't be dining in today, he explained calmly, relying on his memory. Jiang Xian swiftly ordered several dishes that Su Jin had previously chosen. After packing the meal, he flashed a smile at the still-stunned Sister Wang and said, "Please carry on with your work. We can chat later." With that, he grabbed the bag and gracefully exited the cafeteria, watching Jiang Xian's retreating figure. Sister Wang muttered to herself, "Is this the power of connections?" She shook her head and continued serving the other employees. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian made his way to Su Jin's office, carrying her lunch. "I brought meals for the three of us," he said, holding the packed food in his left hand while carefully supporting the bottom with his right, placing it gently on the table. "Here, this one is yours." Jiang Xian deliberately set aside the menu he had prepared for Su Jin, then gazed at her with a cheerful smile. Su Jin merely cast a glance at it, hesitating for a moment before slowly inquiring, "Is it the same as last time?" Although her words sounded like a question, there was an unmistakable hint of joy woven into her tone. "Well, you see, I noticed the dishes you chose last time, and I thought you might enjoy them. So I ordered the same ones for you this time," Jiang Xian explained, scratching his head a bit sheepishly. "Oh, I see," Su Jin replied softly, her gaze lingering on the dishes as if she were contemplating something. "What's the matter? Are these not to your taste?" Jiang Xian asked, noticing her silence. No. It's fine, just like this," Su Jin quickly responded. "That's good." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Xian felt a weight lift from his heart, thinking to himself, "Thankfully she didn't ask to change the dishes, otherwise I would have been the foolish jester." After all, it was quite a feat for him to recall what she had ordered last time. After their meal, nothing else transpired until the end of the workday. Su Jin had been quite busy these days, often working from home. Jiang Xian, with little to occupy his time, strolled around the vicinity of the Guilin Garden Villa after finishing his meal. This tranquil lifestyle did not allow him to fully relax, rather, it tightened the tension in his mind. The Li family seemed to be unusually quiet. Logically, even if they realized that the incident was not instigated by the Su family, they would likely place the blame on him. If the Su family could not serve as a vent for their anger, it would probably be directed at him instead. The continued silence from the Li family could only indicate two possibilities. 1. They were still plotting, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. 2. Other forces were restraining the Li family, preventing them from taking action, at least for the time being. Jiang Xian found the first speculation unlikely. The Li family was one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. Targeting an ordinary person like him, even with Su Jin as protection, would likely not shield him. Life is fraught with unexpected turns. It was entirely possible that one day Jiang Xian might encounter a misfortune. He leaned more towards the second hypothesis. Perhaps the Su family had intervened to restrain the Li family, or other individuals or factions had joined in, making the Li family hesitant to act recklessly. Just as Jiang Xian was lost in thought, a white Samoyed suddenly dashed beneath his feet, barking incessantly. "What is going on?" He jolted back to reality, managing to halt his step just in time. Otherwise, he would have inadvertently harmed the dog. "My apologies, my dog has bumped into you." A golden-haired woman, her hair billowing in the sunset-esque glow, spoke. "Oh, I'm fine." Jiang Xian waved his hand dismissively, adopting a light-hearted tone. However, deep within, he felt an inexplicable oddity. For some reason, he sensed a familiarity in the golden-haired woman before him, yet reason told him that this was undoubtedly their first encounter. This sense of familiarity does not stem from appearance, but rather from a deeper intuition. The blonde woman smiled gently, her smile radiant and enchanting, akin to camellias blooming in the spring. Her beauty was intoxicating, yet Jiang Xian remained vigilant. Behind her trailed several bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses, their presence adding an air of mystery. Jiang Xian speculated quietly. Judging by her demeanor, this blonde woman was likely the daughter of a wealthy family. After all, who could afford to reside in such a place but those of considerable means? Just as he was about to turn away, the blonde woman suddenly called out to him. "Hey, wait a moment." Jiang Xian's heart tightened, and he curiously inquired, "May I ask what you need?" At the same time, he instinctively took a few steps back, maintaining a safe distance from her. Due to recent events involving Li Changjie, Jiang Xian had become exceedingly cautious. Any minor disturbance could heighten his alertness. "Do you live over there?" the blonde woman inquired, slightly raising her hand and pointing to the direction behind Jiang Xian, which conveniently led to Guilin Garden. "Do I look like someone who could afford a luxurious villa?" Jiang Xian retorted, refraining from a direct answer. The blonde woman merely smiled and replied, "Why not?" Jiang Xian felt perplexed. Had she stopped him merely to ask such a question? Eager to conclude the awkward exchange, he stated, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." This time, The blonde woman did not say anything further, simply watching as Jiang Xian gradually disappeared from view. Su Jin, she murmured softly, uttering the name. Upon returning home, Jiang Xian found Su Jin had finished her work and was lazily reclining on the sofa. As soon as she saw him, Su Jin asked, "Where have you been wandering off to?" "Just took a stroll nearby," Jiang Xian explained as he settled onto the sofa. "Was it enjoyable?" Su Jin remarked unexpectedly. "Huh?" Jiang Xian was momentarily baffled by her comment. Su Jin inhaled deeply and then slowly articulated, the fragrance of wisteria, mingled with a hint of vanilla. "Have you been on a date?" Although her tone appeared calm, it seemed to harbor an undertone of interrogation. Her expression was neutral, yet her bright eyes pierced through Jiang Xian like unmelting ice. "A date? What date?" "Your imagination is rather vivid," Jiang Xian exclaimed, raising his hand to sniff himself. Finding no discernible scent, "Then where does the fragrance on you come from? I have never worn such a perfume." Su Jin's gaze swiftly swept over Jiang Xian from head to toe, as if she sought to penetrate his exterior and unveil the thoughts concealed within his heart. Suddenly, Jiang Xian recalled the blonde woman he had encountered earlier that day. She seemed to emanate a unique floral fragrance. "Ah, perhaps it was that woman I encountered earlier. It must be the scent of her perfume," he murmured to himself, perplexed by the lingering aroma that reached him from such a distance. A thought lingered unspoken in his mind. Was Su Jin endowed with a dog-esque keen sense of smell? How astonishingly perceptive she was. Su Jin continued to regard Jiang Xian in silence, and he understood her unvoiced query. He proceeded, "Her dog suddenly dashed out, and thinking it startled me. She offered an apology. That must be when the scent clung to me. Yet, despite the distance, I find it inexplicable that it should linger." Jiang Xian himself was somewhat incredulous. "A woman? What woman?" Su Jin's brow furrowed slightly. "She is likely a resident of this villa community, accompanied by a few bodyguards." Jiang Xian recollected. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Su Jin's eyes, yet she refrained from probing further. "What can be said about the Li family's situation?" Jiang Xian inquired. "What can be said? The car is his, the person is his, and the surveillance footage clearly shows it was not someone else who collided with it. This matter has little to do with us," he replied with a hint of concern. "I fear the Li family may act out of desperation." "Are you afraid for your life?" Su Jin abruptly interrupted, her gaze piercing as if she sought to unearth his innermost thoughts. "Of course, I fear death. Who doesn't?" Jiang Xian responded without hesitation. "But what if it were for my sake?" Su Jin found herself questioning him, perhaps driven by a surge of spontaneity or some deeper emotion. However, upon realizing the gravity of her words, she felt it was too late to retract them. Jiang Xian's expression turned solemn as he regarded her earnestly, then slowly articulated. "When it comes to life and death, I would undoubtedly choose to survive. After all, our relationship is merely a fade, not that of true partners." Su Jin's hand trembled slightly around her teacup, causing the liquid within to ripple gently, lapping against the rim. Yet, the disturbance quickly subsided, as if nothing had transpired at all. After a moment of contemplative silence, Su Jin finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper, almost inaudible. She sat quietly, her face devoid of expression, making it impossible to discern her current emotions. "After all, in a year, this collaborative arrangement will cease to exist," she softly mused, as if addressing Jiang Xian, yet also speaking to herself. "Who says that after a year, you cannot renew the agreement?" Jiang Xian quipped lightly. After all, Su Jin offers a high salary and excellent benefits, not to mention the visual delight it provides. Aside from the considerable risks involved, there are hardly any drawbacks. Jiang Xian initially presumed that Su Jin would remain unmoved, yet to his astonishment, her eyes shimmered at the mere mention of contract renewal. This approach is indeed feasible. "What? You truly wish to renew?" Jiang Xian felt utterly taken aback. "Indeed, a renewal. Very well. How long do you intend to extend it?" Su Jin extended her slender, delicate fingers before Jiang Xian. "Goodness, 5 years? That is far too lengthy. It's not 50 years. Chapter 31. Does Su Jin desire to turn pretend into reality? Are you out of your mind? Jiang Xian sprang up from the sofa, his eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on Su Jin. 50 years? Do you comprehend what that entails? You are proposing to purchase half of my life. Su Jin, however, remained composed and tranquil, quietly observing Jiang Xian's animated display. Are you concerned that I cannot afford such a sum? My dear General Manager Su, this is hardly a matter of money, is it? 50 years. Does that not imply I would be toiling for you for a lifetime? Jiang Xian adopted an exaggerated expression as he gazed at Su Jin. He truly could not fathom what Su Jin was attempting to achieve. To maintain such a relationship for 50 years was beyond his comprehension. What do you hope to gain from this? A year later, will you not still be working for someone else? Su Jin replied leisurely. Who told you that? Once I acquire 5 million, I shall simply take it easy. With that sum, wherever I choose to go, I can live comfortably. Are you not already taking it easy? Su Jin cast a light glance at Jiang Xian, her eyes glimmering with a hint of teasing. Jiang Xian opened his mouth to retort but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, he realized that Su Jin was not entirely mistaken. He indeed was in a state of complacency, lacking substantial plans or aspirations for the future. Since you are already inclined to take it easy, why not do so with me? Su Jin continued, her tone calm, yet imbued with a certain depth of meaning. Jiang Xian furrowed his brows, gazing at Su Jin in utter confusion, entirely unable to grasp her perspective. He could not help but inquire, why have you suddenly arrived at this conclusion? Su Jin pressed her lips together, seemingly contemplating how best to respond. After a moment, she began to speak slowly. It is this way. When my parents learned about our relationship, they surprisingly approved. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian merely responded with a casual, oh. However, as the implications of Su Jin's words sank in, his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, what? Approved? Approved of what? Jiang Xian stared at Su Jin. Bewilderment etched across his face, his voice becoming somewhat hoarse. The trajectory of events had veered significantly from his expectations. They approved of our marriage. Su Jin's cheeks flushed slightly as she uttered this, revealing a hint of discomfort. She found it rather perplexing, based on her understanding of her mother, Gu Ran. It was unlikely that Gu Ran would approve of their union. In Su Jin's eyes, her mother had always been a formidable woman, possessing her own opinions and steadfast beliefs on numerous matters. This was one reason why communication between Su Jin and her mother was infrequent. She often felt it challenging to connect with her, as their viewpoints frequently clashed. This contemplation stirred within Su Jin a torrent of complex emotions. She was uncertain why her mother had consented, perhaps because Xiaoya had conveyed some of Jiang Xian's admirable qualities to her, or perhaps for other reasons altogether. Su Jin had always harbored a strong aversion to feeling manipulated. Marriage with Jiang Xian had never been her intention. Initially, she had chosen him merely as a shield to fend off her family's incessant pressure to marry. She had anticipated that Jiang Xian would face her mother's scrutiny and immense pressure, which was why she had decided to provide him with substantial financial support. Yet now, her parents had surprisingly agreed. Could it be that her father had successfully brainwashed them? This thought was Su Jin's immediate reaction upon hearing the news. This sudden shift once again disrupted the equilibrium between Jiang Xian and Su Jin, compelling their relationship to draw closer. It was entirely contrary to her expectations. Marriage? Jiang Xian was taken aback. How had they suddenly arrived at such a significant juncture? Indeed, it implied that they would likely spend much time together in the future. Considering this, she believed extending their arrangement was the wisest choice, as Su Jin asserted earnestly. However, marriage was a momentous commitment. Were they truly to approach it so casually? Jiang Xian kindly reminded her. Wasn't marriage a testament to two individuals in love jointly bearing responsibilities and traversing life together? Could it really be so trivial as to bring someone in and tie the knot? It felt reckless, far too reckless. Suddenly, Su Jin appeared slightly more reserved. Her hands resting on her lap. Although her expression remained unchanged, her eyes flickered with uncertainty. I meant to say that we could marry first and then cultivate our feelings. Su Jin revealed her thoughts. Jiang Xian gazed at her in astonishment, the blush upon her fair neck radiating vividly. Do you mean to imply that we would turn this pretense into reality? Jiang Xian felt a wave of disorientation. If Xiaoya had uttered such words, he would have dismissed them outright. But this was Su Jin, the decisive, elegant, and noble Su Jin. She would not deceive him, nor would she toy with his emotions. That is precisely what I mean, Su Jin insisted, forcing her gaze to remain fixed on Jiang Xian. Then why do you still speak of a 50-year extension? Jiang Xian inquired, puzzled. Su Jin explained, if we do not succeed, consider it as me purchasing 50 years of your time. Impressive, it's truly you. Jiang Xian couldn't help but give Su Jin a thumbs up. If anyone were to claim that time is more precious than gold, he would be the first to deliver a couple of resounding slaps. Can't buy it? That merely indicates your funds were insufficient. I suppose you have no reason to refuse me, do you? Aren't we getting along quite well now? Su Jin remarked. Jiang Xian pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, it does seem to be the case. However, Su Jin, Are you certain you wish to choose me? Jiang Xian inquired with great seriousness. Su Jin smiled faintly, saying, Rest assured, I shan't regret it. The summer nights in Long City were replete with enchanting charm. Yang Qi, who had been lamenting to her friend Zhang Fei in a bar, found herself escorted to a luxurious suite in a hotel by two men clad in suits. The reason for her compliance was rather straightforward. The financial incentive was substantial. Yang Qi was in dire need of money, and when it was presented so readily, how could she refuse? Moreover, the men had informed her that a woman was seeking her, which quelled her fears further. The door was opened by a bespectacled woman. Yet it was evident that the one seeking Yang Qi was not her, but rather a woman seated at the table with her back turned, engrossed in writing. The golden locks of the woman shimmered under the light. With a mere gesture, the woman with golden hair dismissed the bespectacled lady and the suited men from the room. As the golden-haired woman slowly turned around, Yang Qi finally laid eyes on the one who sought her. Her flawless skin, bright and clear eyes, and exquisite features, along with elegantly arched brows, marked her as another strikingly beautiful woman. With a slight smile playing on her lips, the golden-haired woman addressed her, Yang Qi. It has been a long time. Chapter 32. The Conspiracy of the Golden-Haired Woman and Yang Qi. Who are you? I don't believe we are acquainted, Yang Qi replied. Her tone laced with caution as she leaned back slightly, maintaining a safe distance from the golden-haired woman. Despite the fact that only the two of them occupied the room, Yang Qi remained on guard. Not acquainted? Very well, let us assume we are strangers, the golden-haired woman murmured, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Yang Qi took a deep breath, steadied herself, and cautiously inquired, May I ask what business you have with me? The golden-haired woman seemed to sense Yang Qi's unease. Offering a gentle laugh as she said, Is Huang Xiongyu still pressuring you for repayment? Upon hearing that name, Yang Qi's heart jolted, and her gaze toward the golden-haired woman grew wary. How do you know? She questioned, her voice trembling slightly. She contemplated whether this golden-haired woman had ties to Huang Xiongyu. However, the woman merely smiled lightly, maintaining a relaxed tone as she replied, Do not be anxious. I bear no ill intent. I am here to help you extricate yourself from your predicament. Yang Qi, filled with doubt, furrowed her brows and asked, Help me? How do you intend to assist? After all, she was a complete stranger to this golden-haired woman, making it difficult for her to comprehend why someone would offer such assistance. I possess a means to ensure he no longer harasses you. The golden-haired woman's eyes sparkled with confidence, as if everything was under her control. Yang Qi regarded her with skepticism, pressing further, Why would you help me? Such kindness is rare in this world. She was acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The sudden appearance of this golden-haired woman must surely harbor ulterior motives. I only need you to assist me with one matter, the woman declared, her gaze fixed intently upon Yang Qi, exuding an air of determination and authority. Yang Qi's body trembled slightly as she crossed her arms, her tone wavering just a bit. What is it? I must inform you that I absolutely refuse to engage in any illegal activities. A hint of disdain flickered across the golden-haired woman's face. As if she had anticipated Yang Qi's reaction, she whispered reassuringly, Do not fret. It is merely a trivial matter. Gradually, she approached Yang Qi, leaning close to her ear to utter a particular phrase. Yang Qi's pupils dilated in an instant, her complexion paling as if struck by the sheer shock of it. She gazed at the woman in disbelief, her eyes wide open. Do you comprehend? The golden-haired woman narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Yang Qi's expression. Beads of sweat formed on Yang Qi's brow, her breathing quickening. After a considerable pause, she endeavored to calm her emotions and steadied her voice to inquire. Why must you do this? The golden-haired woman let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with condescension as she replied, This is my affair, and I have my reasons. You need not delve too deeply, merely follow my instructions to carry out this task. Yang Qi inhaled deeply, attempting to regain her composure. This woman was no ordinary adversary. She needed to contemplate her next move carefully. Noticing Yang Qi's hesitation, the golden-haired woman casually remarked, Moreover, should you acquiesce to my request, regardless of the outcome, I shall resolve your troubles with Huang Xiongyu. Though he may have fallen from grace, dealing with you would still be a trivial matter for him. She continued, Provided that this task is successfully completed, in addition to the promised remuneration, I shall grant you an additional sum. One that will ensure your future is free from financial worry. What say you? A faint smile danced at the corners of the golden-haired woman's lips, her eyes narrowing in a seemingly indifferent manner. Yang Qi found herself ensnared in a web of indecision, as if two voices were fervently clashing within her mind. One voice urged, Why not agree? She can help you resolve all your current dilemmas. The other contended, but if you proceed with this, how will you face your parents? Yet, the most pressing matter remained the elimination of Huang Xiongyu. The rest could be addressed later. With a deep breath, Yang Qi's gaze solidified with resolve. Very well. I agree to undertake this task, but you must take responsibility for any potential consequences. That woman is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing Yang Qi's response, the golden-haired woman could not suppress a light laugh, her expression laced with disdain as she said, "In this world, there is no one I fear to provoke. Once the matters conclude, I shall promptly arrange for your transport to the United States, whereupon you will be able to embark on a new chapter of your life." She glided gracefully to Yang Qi's side, gently patting her shoulder while softly inquiring, "Thus, you shall harbor no further concerns, shall you?" Yang Qi turned slightly, her gaze betraying a hint of perplexity as she questioned, "Why was I specifically chosen?" The golden-haired woman's lips curled into a subtle smile, seemingly taken aback by Yang Qi's inquiry. "Do you not believe that you are the most suitable candidate for this task?" Yang Qi nodded slightly in agreement, then asked, "Very well, what is the time constraint?" "Within 10 days, I must witness results," declared the golden-haired woman with unwavering certainty. Yang Qi's expression grew grave, and she replied with evident distress, "10 days is far too brief. At present, I am unable to even reach him. This endeavor necessitates a more considerable span of time. I shall grant you 1 month. This is the utmost limit of my tolerance. I cannot afford to squander time." The golden-haired woman responded with a stern demeanor. "All right. In 1 month, you shall see what you wish to see." After Yang Qi departed, the golden-haired woman stood alone by the glass window, gazing at the resplendent city below, lost in contemplation for an extended period. A knock echoed, and a man in a suit entered. "Boss." The suited man addressed her with utmost respect. The golden-haired woman snapped back to reality, poured a glass of water, and handed it to the suited man, inquiring, "Where is he?" The suited man accepted the glass with both hands, refraining from drinking, and promptly replied, "He has been sent abroad." Before the golden-haired woman could ask further, he continued, "The surveillance has also been handled. This matter will not be uncovered." The golden-haired woman exhaled in relief, her tone lightening somewhat. "That is good. I have another task for you." "What is it, boss?" "For the next month, keep a close watch on Yang Qi, and inform me of any unusual behavior." The suited man immediately grasped the golden-haired woman's intent and responded, "Understood. And regarding Su Jin, you need not concern yourself with that. I have my own arrangements." Chapter 33, The Arrival of Mother-in-Law. "Mother? What brings you here?" Early one morning, as Su Jin descended the stairs, she was greeted by the sight of her mother. Gu Ran, seated comfortably on the couch, leisurely sipping coffee. Beside her stood Qin Shuang and a host of servants, all standing in respectful silence. Gu Ran was adorned in a delicate lavender chiffon gown, her figure voluptuous and graceful, her features strikingly beautiful. Had it not been for the faint crease at the corner of her eyes, one might scarcely believe this woman was nearing 50. Even Su Jin, typically composed and unflappable, found herself momentarily bewildered. She could not fathom why her mother had suddenly come to Long City to seek her out. "Are you still planning to go to the office today?" Gu Ran gently set down her coffee cup and gracefully picked up a napkin to dab at the corners of her mouth. Su Jin was about to respond, but was interrupted by Gu Ran, who said, "In that case, you needn't go. Just delegate your work to Lu Yuan." "No, I must complete my tasks personally." Su Jin replied fervently. "You have managed similar situations before. Why not today?" Gu Ran raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with a hint of challenge. "She knows all this?" Su Jin guessed who had informed her mother. A faint smile curved her lips as she chose to sit on the sofa, though keeping a respectful distance from Gu Ran. Despite appearing calm, a subtle tension and unease flickered in her eyes. "Then please share your plans," Su Jin said, her voice steady, as she attempted to suppress the turmoil within. "It's quite simple. Just engage me in conversation," Gu Ran replied nonchalantly, yet her tone conveyed an undeniable authority. "Is that all?" Su Jin furrowed her brow, pondering internally. Does this truly require an entire day? Is that not permissible? Gu Ran queried again, her gaze piercing into Su Jin. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room shifted, and Qin Shuang signaled for the other servants to leave, remaining alone with them. "Very well, I shall oblige." Su Jin responded with a light laugh. Just then, Qin Shuang entered the living room, carrying a steaming cup of coffee. She approached Su Jin and gently placed the coffee on the table. Su Jin took a sip from the cup. "What would you like to discuss?" she inquired, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. "Let us first talk about Li Qinjia." Meanwhile, on the second floor of the villa, Jiang Xian had just risen and completed his morning routine, preparing to descend for breakfast. As he reached the staircase, he unexpectedly spotted Xiaoya standing silently, motionless. "What are you up to sneaking around?" Jiang Xian mumbled. With a heart full of curiosity, he slowly approached her and gently poked her shoulder, asking in confusion, "What are you doing here?" Xiaoya's body suddenly trembled violently, panic flashing in her eyes. She quickly pushed Jiang Xian against the wall, covering his mouth with her hand while raising a finger to her lips, signaling him to remain silent. Jiang Xian was utterly bewildered by her actions. What was the commotion so early in the morning? What on earth had transpired? As he stared at her wide-eyed, Xiaoya subtly indicated that there were others present downstairs. Just then, Gu Ran's voice rang out from below, notably louder. "Aren't you two coming down?" What's going on? Are there guests downstairs?" Jiang Xian thought, surprised to realize the voice did not belong to Su Jin. Even more peculiarly, Xiaoya obediently descended the stairs, gesturing for him to follow her. Jiang Xian, somewhat dazed, followed Xiaoyu to the first floor. The moment he laid eyes on Gu Ran, he felt a fleeting sense of disorientation, as if he were gazing upon two Su Jin. However, it did not take long for him to discern the differences between the two women. It was quite simple. One exuded an aura of aloof elegance, while the other radiated the grace of a mature matron. At that moment, Jiang Xian did not consider that Gu Ran was Su Jin's mother. Rather, he mistakenly assumed she was Su Jin's older sister. When Gu Ran's gaze shifted towards him, Jiang Xian instantly beamed a radiant smile and nodded, greeting her with a cordial hello. After a brief pause, Gu Ran managed to muster a smile in return, though she remained silent. Truly, like mother, like daughter, Jiang Xian silently mused, finding amusement in their shared cool demeanor. "Xiaoya, you have performed admirably during this time. A reward shall be forthcoming," Gu Ran remarked, her eyes glimmering with approval as she regarded Xiaoya. "Thank you, madam." Xiaoya responded hastily. Gu Ran offered a slight smile, gesturing for her to take a seat, stealing a glance at Jiang Xian. Xiaoya's expression conveyed a message: "May you seek your own fortune." The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, with three women seated before Jiang Xian, leaving him standing alone, not counting Qin Shuang, who was situated a distance away. "Madam?" Upon hearing Xiaoya's words, Jiang Xian suddenly comprehended the situation. This was no sister-in-law, but rather his mother-in-law. Instantly, his gaze towards Gu Ran became warmer and more affectionate, his smile even brighter, originally intending to undermine Jiang Xian's confidence. Gu Ran found herself unexpectedly flustered by his earnest attention. How could a son-in-law gaze so intently at his mother-in-law? His wife was right there beside him. Even if she weren't, such behavior was still inappropriate. What is it about Jiang Xian that feels somewhat different? Gu Ran cleared her throat and, with a serious tone, addressed him. "You are Jiang Xian, correct?" "Yes, indeed, that is I," Jiang Xian replied warmly. Beside him, Su Jin shot him an exasperated look. Gu Ran slightly furrowed her brow, surprisingly refraining from correcting him, and instead remarked, "You have handled the matter concerning Li Qinjie quite well." "The matter regarding Li Qinjie? Which incident are you referring to? Is it the confrontation with Su Jin, or the car accident?" Jiang Xian was uncertain about which event she meant and inquired. "Which incident are you referencing?" Gu Ran gazed at Jiang Xian with a hint of depth in her eyes and gently responded, "Oh? Aren't there only two recent matters involving Li Qinjie?" "You are correct, but only the confrontation pertains to me. I am entirely uninvolved in the other incident." Jiang Xian clarified with a smile, eager to distance himself from any connection to Li Qinjie's car accident. Gu Ran appeared momentarily taken aback, a smile curving at the corners of her lips. "Please, take a seat. Your standing imposes quite an overwhelming presence," Gu Ran jested. Following her directive, Jiang Xian promptly sat down between Su Jin and Xiaoyu. Caught off guard by the sudden movement, Xiaoyu found herself unceremoniously pushed aside. How infuriating, she mentally scolded. Gu Ran lifted her cup and took another sip of coffee, stirring it with her spoon. "I came here to observe you both and to discuss your impending nuptials." Su Jitong was taken aback, Xiaoyu was stunned, and Jiang Xian was utterly bewildered. Chapter 34. A command to take my mother-in-law out for an outing. My suggestion is to conclude the marriage by the end of next month, Gu Ran stated calmly. Regarding the two individuals before her, "I have no objections," Su Jin replied after a brief moment of contemplation. Surprised by this response, Gu Ran glanced at Su Jin, pondering whether they were merely putting on an act. She then shifted her gaze to Jiang Xian and inquired, "What about you, Xiao Jiang?" Feeling the scrutiny of both Gu Ran and Su Jin, Jiang Xian hastily declared, "I have no issues either." Initially expecting a rigorous interrogation from Gu Ran, he now felt that the opening round had been surprisingly smooth. Upon reflection, it was not particularly astonishing. Given the power and background of the Su family, uncovering his past would be a mere trifle, requiring no extensive questioning. At that moment, Gu Ran continued, "That's good. Please find a time to return to the family estate," allowing everyone to meet. Upon hearing the mention of the family estate, Su Jin's brow slightly furrowed, yet she remained silent. Gu Ran, evidently noticing Su Jin's reaction, added, "You will have to return eventually." Su Jin's reluctance was palpable in her words. Gu Ran seemed to recall something and continued, "By the way, you need not worry about Li Qinjie. The Li family lacks the audacity for that. The Li family is not merely constituted of Li Ji and Huang Fei," she asserted. "I have never been afraid," Su Jin replied coldly. Gu Ran smiled slightly, fully aware of her daughter's character. In both words and actions, she was undeniably someone who would not concede defeat. "Very well, I shall not take up more of your time. I am a bit weary and will retire to rest." "You may carry on," Gu Ran said as she ascended the stairs to the second floor. Noticing Su Jin comfortably seated on the sofa, Jiang Xin asked, "Aren't you working today?" "Annoyed I won't be," Su Jin replied coolly. "What's wrong with her?" Jiang Xian looked at Su Jin in astonishment, realizing her tone was somewhat harsh. Su Jin softened her voice, saying, "My mother just arrived today. I will accompany her for the day. I have entrusted the matters at the company to Lu Yuan." "I see," Jiang Xian nodded. Suddenly, a playful smile appeared on Su Jin's face as she addressed Jiang Xian. "If I remember correctly, you have spent your entire life in Long City, except for these past few working years, right?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" Jiang Xian responded. "How about this? In the afternoon, you take my mother out shopping, allowing her to enjoy herself. I wish to have some quiet time alone at home." Su Jin's request struck Jiang Xian like a bombshell, provoking a strong reaction from him. "What? Are you mistaken? You are her biological daughter. How can you not accompany her for shopping and instead send me, an outsider? That seems rather inappropriate," Jiang Xian exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. In an unusual display, the typically aloof Su Jin now engaged in a rare banter. "Oh, just a moment ago, you were calling her mom so affectionately. That warmth even puts me to shame." Her tone dripped with sarcasm and playful mockery. Beside her, Xiaoya couldn't help but let out a chuckle, but her laughter abruptly ceased upon meeting Su Jin's piercing gaze. A swift glance was cast towards Xiaoya, followed by Su Jin's directive, "You should accompany Jiang Xian as well." Xiaoya's expression instantly stiffened, and with a pleading look, she softly inquired, "May I stay home with you?" Her eyes brimmed with desperation. Su Jin raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Do you think that's feasible?" Her sharp gaze was unyielding. Xiaoya, feeling defeated, made a woeful expression, internally lamenting why they all seemed reluctant to accompany Gu Ran on an outing. Jiang Xian, puzzled, surveyed Su Jin and Xiaoya with a skeptical eye, sensing something amiss. "Enough of the chatter, it's decided. This afternoon, you'll take my car," Su Jin declared decisively. "As for the funds, I'll transfer them to your card." Jiang Xian, overwhelmed by the barrage of commands, felt as if he were being thrust into the battlefield. "Wait. Where am I supposed to take Annie? You are a native of Long City. Must you even ask me about such matters?" Su Jin frowned, displaying a hint of displeasure. "Furthermore, weren't you just calling her mom? Why revert to Annie now?" Su Jin teased lightly. "I just wanted to get closer to Andy. Besides, what's the harm in calling her that a few more times?" Jiang Xian explained with a grin. "Fine, call her whatever you wish. After we finish dining, you can set off." At that moment, Jiang Xian interjected, "Hold on a second. After all this talk, what if Auntie ultimately doesn't want to go?" He hadn't heard Gu Ran express any desire for an outing, and if she chose not to go, all their discussion would be in vain. Su Jin maintained a mysterious smile, assuring him, "Rest assured, she will certainly go." "So certain?" Jiang Xian was intrigued by Su Jin's unwavering confidence. Yet, just as Su Jin predicted, when Jiang Xian relayed the news to Gu Ran, she hesitated briefly before acquiescing. Su Jin bestowed upon Jiang Xian a triumphant smile. "Indeed. They are mother and daughter. It seems they share the same intuition." Jiang Xian resumed his customary role of chauffeur for the lovely lady. As he watched his Maybach gradually vanish from view, Su Jin felt an unexpected lightness envelop her. However, not everyone shared her ease. "Xiao Jiang, why are you driving so fast? I understand that young people enjoy speed, but safety must come first. Slow down for safety's sake." After departing from the Jinyu Pavilion, Jiang Xian slightly increased his speed, prompting Gu Ran to start chiding him. "Mom, the speed limit here is 60, and I'm only going 45. I'm not speeding." "I'm not saying you're speeding. I'm just suggesting you shouldn't drive so quickly." Jiang Xian fell silent for a moment before timidly inquiring, How fast do you think I should go? Gu Ran confidently asserted. No more than 30. It cannot be any faster. Jiang Xian nearly widened his eyes in disbelief. 30? Am I racing against a turtle? At this pace, will we even reach our destination before nightfall? Sitting beside Gu Ran, Xiaoyu struggled to contain her laughter. To prevent Gu Ran from noticing, she turned her head to gaze out the window at the scenery. No way, Mom. The road conditions are so good. Going only 30 is too slow. We want to make it back before dark. Jiang Xian attempted to argue further. Gu Ran pondered for a moment and finally relented. All right then, you may drive a bit faster. Just as a flicker of joy appeared on Jiang Xian's face, Gu Ran added, let us make it 35. Jiang Xian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Chapter 35. A trio of adventures. As they neared the scenic area, the traffic began to thicken. Jiang Xian, who had initially intended to accelerate while Gu Ran was distracted, found himself compelled to reduce his speed. This is how it should be. A calm journey ensures safety. I have never quite appreciated Su Jin's driving style, always so rushed and reckless. She never listens when I urge her to slow down. In this regard, Xiao Jiang, you are certainly superior to her. Gu Ran, seated in the passenger seat, incessantly critiqued Su Jin while simultaneously praising Jiang Xian. Is this still the same mother-in-law I saw this morning, sitting upright on the sofa, radiating a powerful aura? It feels as though I am conversing with an entirely different person, Jiang Xian mused inwardly. At that moment, a stretch of road beside them suddenly cleared. Jiang Xian, feeling increasingly impatient from the congestion, brightened at the opportunity. He swiftly activated his turn signal, unhesitatingly maneuvering the steering wheel to execute a flawless lane change and overtaking maneuver. The vehicle seamlessly glided into the unobstructed lane ahead, promising a clear path. However, before he could revel in his triumph, Gu Ran began her incessant commentary once more. I'm not criticizing you, Xiao Jiang. Why must you insist on competing with others? Their pace is irrelevant to us. We should simply follow our own path. Gu Ran spoke leisurely, as if recounting the most mundane of matters. You're just like Su Jin. She used to do the same thing. And I've told her countless times. Listening to his mother-in-law, Jiang Xian silently scoffed at her uniqueness. Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, he posed a profound question. Mom, do you have a driver's license? Upon hearing Jiang Xian's inquiry, Gu Ran promptly responded, of course I do. In this day and age, who doesn't have a driving license? Her words carried a hint of playful pride. Jiang Xian was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. He thought to himself, can one even possess a driving license for that? It's not a road user, but rather a road impediment. In the back seat, Xiaoyu caught sight of Jiang Xian's astonished expression through the rearview mirror. His eyes were as wide as saucers, as if they might pop out from his astonishment. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter, and her mirth rendered Gu Ran momentarily speechless. Xiaoyu, what is so amusing? Gu Ran inquired, perplexed. Realizing her own lapse in decorum, Xiaoyu took a few deep breaths to regain her composure before replying. Oh, I merely recalled something delightful. Under the relentless barrage of queries from her mother-in-law, the trio finally arrived at the renowned Bouda Mountain in Long City. The mountain is famous for its towering white pagoda, which stands at a height of approximately 20 to 30 meters. According to legend, countless demons are subdued beneath this tower, which is precisely why it has garnered such acclaim. Thus, regardless of the season, throngs of visitors flock to behold the legendary pagoda that purportedly restrains myriad mythical creatures. That certainly sounds intriguing. I find myself growing quite curious. Gu Ran remarked enthusiastically after hearing Jiang Xian's description. Once Jiang Xian had parked the car, he ventured to procure some water and snacks. At that moment, he couldn't help but grumble about the exorbitant prices of the goods sold at the tourist site. Items that could ordinarily be purchased for just a few yuan were priced at 10 or 20 here. Were it any other day, Jiang Xian would have turned on his heel and left without a second thought. However, today was different. After all, with Su Jin having provided him with funding for the outing, he felt financially secure and emboldened. Having money indeed affords one a certain audacity, regardless of the merchant's prices. He accepted their offerings without hesitation. Observing Jiang Xian's numerous bags, Gu Ran questioned, why did you buy so much? We're just climbing a mountain, after all. Mom, don't let the mountain's height deceive you. It takes 2 hours to summit. It's already 3 in the afternoon, and we likely won't return until 7. So we must prepare some food and drinks, Jiang Xian explained. Gu Ran realized her oversight and responded, I see. Let us be on our way. Jiang Xian led them from the foot of the mountain upward. Throughout the ascent, he was attentive to Gu Ran, frequently offering her water and lending her a hand. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, navigated the terrain effortlessly, even more so than Jiang Xian. The trio chatted and laughed, making the passage of time seem swift. By around 5 in the afternoon, they finally reached the summit of Baoda Mountain. The white pagoda, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, appeared even more majestic and sacred. It truly is spectacular, Gu Ren exclaimed in awe. She has visited numerous attractions across various nations, and in terms of scenery, this place pales in comparison to those. Yet, the pagoda under the twilight sun emanates an indescribable, ineffable feeling. Gu Ren took out her phone and hastily captured a few photographs. However, upon reviewing them, her brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. Xiao Jiang, could you help me take a picture? Gu Ren felt her photographic skills were too amateurish to capture the unique ambience of this place. She sought Jiang Xian's assistance. Of course, Jiang Xian readily acquiesced. After Gu Ren found her angle and posed, Jiang Xian decisively pressed the shutter. How is that? Is it good? He eagerly inquired. Yet, when Gu Ren received the phone and glanced at the photo, her expression tightened in discontent. It seems to lack the essence. Shall we try again? She suggested, disapproving of Jiang Xian's photograph. No problem, let us do it. Jiang Xian genuinely believed he had not captured it well. However, after taking the third, fourth, and fifth shots, he finally surrendered. His mother-in-law's expectations were exceedingly high, constantly asserting that he could not convey the intended atmosphere. It was merely a memento. Did it really require such seriousness? Shouldn't it resemble an artistic photograph? Jiang Xian silently grumbled. Ultimately, it was a staff member from the scenic area who urged them to leave. As the attraction was closing, reluctantly, Gu Ren had to concede. Come, let us take a group photo together, Jiang Xian proposed, raising the phone. After the group photo was taken, Jiang Xian remarked, all right, it's getting late. We should head down the mountain. Simultaneously, he opened WeChat, located the pinned conversation with Su Jin, and sent her the photo with the message, mission accomplished. Chapter 36, Another Delinquent? Once everyone departed, the villa fell into an immediate silence. Su Jin leisurely reclined on the sofa, savoring the fragrant tea brewed by Qin Shuang while perusing an English magazine. Without her mother's incessant chatter and the commotion from Jiang Xian and Xiaoya, her mood noticeably lifted, and a joyful smile blossomed on her face. However, upon viewing the photo sent by Jiang Xian, an inexplicable sense of emptiness washed over her. She clicked on the chat with Jiang Xian and typed, "Come back early." Before she could set her phone down, Jiang Xian's reply arrived. "I cannot accomplish that," accompanied by a crying emoji. Su Jin furrowed her brow slightly. Jiang Xian continued, "My mother-in-law is too formidable. I am utterly overwhelmed." Su Jin, puzzled, asked, "Are you driving?" Jiang Xian replied, "Not yet down the mountain. By the way, remember to save us some dinner." Su Jin responded, "What time do you think you'll be back?" Jiang Xian replied, "Around 8 p.m., I suppose." Su Jin affirmed, "All right. I'll wait for you to return for dinner." Jiang Xian expressed, "I'm so touched. Heiress a kiss," followed by a kissing emoji. Su Jin remained oblivious to the subtle smile gracing her face as she was engrossed in her phone. At that moment, Qin Shuang approached her and gently reminded, "President Su, it is time for dinner." Upon hearing this, Su Jin thoughtfully set her phone aside and replied, "There is no rush. I shall wait for Jiang Xian and the others to return before we dine together." "Very well," Qin Shuang responded softly. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian, accompanied by Gu Ren and Xiaoya, descended the mountain, and it was already past 7 in the evening. As night fell, the scenic area around them was almost devoid of any other souls. When they finally reached the parking area, they were astonished to find a large crowd that had gathered around the Maybach, creating a scene of utter chaos and noise. As they drew closer to inspect, they realized the throng consisted of young individuals from the social fringes. Amidst the chatter, a voice exclaimed, "Wow, brother, this car is incredibly cool." Almost immediately, another chimed in, "This car must be worth several tens of thousands." A rebuttal soon followed from another individual. "Stop talking nonsense. Do you really think your dilapidated Chanan can compare?" The debate escalated among the crowd. Just as the conversation reached a fervent peak, Jiang Xian interjected without hesitation, "Excuse me, could you please clear the way?" No sooner had he spoken than he approached and opened the car door. However, just as he was about to enter, a strong hand seized his arm, rendering him immobile. It was a young man with a buzz cut who had intervened. "Hey, can I borrow your car for a spin?" the buzz-cut youth said. His gaze fixated hungrily on the sleek and luxurious Maybach, his greed unabashedly evident. His covetous eyes roamed over the vehicle, as if he intended to claim this mobile palace for himself. "I'm sorry, but the car isn't mine. I have no authority over it." Besides, I'm in a hurry. I sincerely apologize, Jiang Xian replied, his tone calm and unwavering, showing no sign of intimidation. He stood tall, his gaze resolute, seemingly dismissive of their presence. Are you deaf? Our brother Hao wants to drive this car. A young man with yellow hair piped up, stepping forward and nearly poking Jiang Xian in the nose with his finger. Hurling insults. Jiang Xian's expression remained as cold as ice, his gaze piercing as he looked at the yellow-haired youth, a subtle glint of chilliness flickering in his eyes. The icy stare sent a shiver down the yellow-haired youth's spine, yet he feigned composure and continued to shout, "What are you staring at? I'll gouge your eyes out if you keep looking. Look, I know this car isn't yours." The buzzcut guy stepped closer, scrutinizing Jiang Xian from head to toe, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, in his eyes, Jiang Xian was nothing more than a delicate pretty boy. But precisely because it isn't yours, I intend to take it for a drive, he declared, instinctively rubbing his shaved head and glaring at Jiang Xian, exuding an air of false confidence. Who are you people? At that moment, a crisp and indifferent voice emerged. Gu Ran, approaching slowly, bore an expression as frigid as ice, quietly gazing at the uninvited guest before her, exuding an air of dominance cultivated from her long-standing position of power. In this regard, she was strikingly similar to Su Jin. Right behind her, Xiaoya immediately stepped forward upon witnessing the scene, protecting Gu Ran behind her and glaring fiercely at those surrounding them, her face suffused with deep disdain for these ruffians. However, the group before them was evidently unimpressed by Gu Ran's demeanor. As the saying goes, the small head controls the large head. At this moment, except for Jiang Xian, the eyes of the other men glimmered with lewd intentions. To them, the identities of Gu Ran and Xiaoya had become inconsequential. They merely saw two beautiful women before them. Hey, brother, you're quite fortunate, aren't you? Two women serving one man. That is a fine arrangement. One man with a buzz cut approached, his voice dripping with arrogance. Ladies, why not come with me? I'm much stronger than this pretty boy. As he spoke, he advanced closer, eventually stopping right in front of Xiaoya and Gu Ran. However, his lewd grin was short-lived as Xiaoya suddenly raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across his face. The sharp sound of the slap left the buzz-cut man momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that this seemingly adorable woman would dare to strike him. Given the number of his companions, most ordinary women would be intimidated, yet she had the audacity to take the first swing. This slap bewildered him, and with a furious snarl, he lunged at Xiaoya. "You filthy bitch, how dare you hit me?" He swung a fist at Xiaoya, who deftly sidestepped, seized his arm, and unleashed a sweeping kick at his lower body. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he found himself sprawled on the ground. "What are you staring at? Get over here." The buzz-cut man, humiliated by being taken down by a woman, shouted angrily at his gang. The group of thugs immediately surged forward, plunging the scene into chaos. Jiang Xian let out a silent sigh, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the unfolding situation. As soon as the buzz-cut man gave the command, Jiang Xian sprang into action. He first pulled Gu Ran to safety before charging into the fray, teaming up with Xiaoyu for a formidable counterattack. The street thugs were no match for the cadre of professional bodyguards under Li Qinjie's command. In Jiang Xian and Xiaoya's hands, they were akin to punching bags, receiving blow after blow. The buzz-cut man, struggling to rise, watched in desperation as Jiang Xian and Xiaoya maneuvered through the crowd with ease. In panic, he staggered to his feet and charged toward Gu Ran. Chapter 37. Is it still Long Yi? Upon seeing the buzz-cut man rushing towards her, Gu Ran felt a tightening in her chest, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Instinctively, she recoiled a step, attempting to evade her assailant's strike. However, the suddenness of the event rendered her movements rather clumsy. Yet, just at that critical moment, a robust and powerful arm shot out like lightning, ensnaring the neck of the buzz-cut man with a vice-like grip. This unexpected turn of events took him completely by surprise, and the triumphant expression that had adorned his face froze in an instant, as his airway was mercilessly constricted. An overwhelming sensation of asphyxiation surged within him like a tidal wave. He struggled desperately, trying to free himself from the iron-hard arm, but all his efforts proved futile. When he finally regained his senses, he realized he had fallen heavily to the ground. "Why must you provoke me? Do you think I am easy to bully?" Jiang Xian thundered, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at the man. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp the buzz-cut man's hair, only to find it too short to grab hold of, leaving him no choice but to clutch his head instead. Meanwhile, Xiaoya had already taken care of the remaining thugs with remarkable efficiency. The once arrogant gangsters now lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. a stark contrast to their earlier brash demeanor. The farce had finally come to an end. Fine, today I, Margio, will accept my misfortune. However, I advise you to release me immediately, or you shall face dire consequences. Despite being firmly held down by Jiang Xian, Margio's tone remained defiantly resolute, showing no sign of acceptance typical of a defeated foe. Oh, still so defiant, are we? Brother, it seems you have yet to grasp the reality of your situation. Jiang Xian replied darkly, a glimmer of coldness in his gaze as he ruthlessly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Margio's face, the force causing it to swell instantly, accompanied by a searing pain. Stunned by the blow, Margio struggled to maintain an air of composure, glaring at Jiang Xian with eyes brimming with hostility and provocation. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Do you know who Long Yi is? I am one of Long Ye's men. Dare to lay a finger on me, and you shall see whether Long Yi will let you off lightly." Upon hearing the name Long Yi, Jiang Xian felt a flicker of recognition stir within him, though he could not immediately recall the details. Furrowing his brow, he scoured his memory for any recollection of Long Yi. Assuming his threat had struck a chord, Margio's expression grew even more arrogant and self-satisfied. He believed Jiang Xian was intimidated, for Long Ye's reputation in the underworld was formidable, causing most to tread carefully upon hearing his name. "Humph, kid. If you have the guts, let me call Long Yi." Margio straightened his posture, his tone growing increasingly arrogant, as if victory were already assured. He was certain that Jiang Xian would not dare to provoke Long Ye's influence, emboldening him to taunt without restraint. A faint smirk appeared at the corners of Jiang Xian's mouth, revealing a hint of disdain. He casually remarked, "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity." With that, he slowly lifted his foot from the man with the buzz cut. Upon witnessing this, the buzz-cut man scrambled to his feet, as if granted a reprieve. He cautiously retreated a few steps, maintaining a safe distance from Jiang Xian, still haunted by the ferocity of Jiang Xian's earlier assault, which had instilled within him a deep-seated dread. At this moment, he yearned to distance himself from Jiang Xian, fearful of further misfortune. Margio swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Dragon Master. It's me, Xiaojiao." A deep voice resonated on the other end. "Xiaojiao? Why are you calling me at this hour?" Margio, with a face full of grievance and a quivering tone, lamented, "Dragon Master. I was attacked in the parking lot of Bauta Mountain, and they won't let me leave." "What? Someone has detained you? Did you not invoke my name?" The voice on the other end rose sharply. "I did. I told them I was your man, but they wouldn't listen and only escalated their aggression, claiming they were indeed your people." Margio's tone grew increasingly pitiful. "How outrageous. Who dares to be so brazen?" The man on the line erupted with fury. "They even stated that even if you arrived, they would continue their assault. Dragon Master, please save my brothers. If we wait any longer, our lives may be in peril." Margio wept uncontrollably, resembling a child who had been bullied, returning home to complain to his parents. However, truth be told, Jiang Xian inwardly admired Margio's knack for distorting reality, portraying themselves as the innocent victims despite having instigated the conflict. Yet, given the current circumstances, his reasoning was not entirely unfounded. "Do not panic, keep them steady, and I shall come immediately with reinforcements." The man on the other end was evidently incensed. Fine. Dragon Master, bring more men. They seem formidable." Margio hastily advised. "No need for your prattle." With that, the call was terminated. With the backing of the Dragon Master, Margio instantly swelled with bravado. He looked at Jiang Xian with an air of arrogance and declared, "Just wait. The Dragon Master will be here shortly. I am eager to see how formidable you truly are. In this world, one must rely on power and connections. What good is your strength? Can you defeat 10, 50, 100? The buzz-cut man resumed his taunting. "I see you have forgotten the pain after healing." Xiaoyao was about to take action but was restrained by Jiang Xian. She looked at him in confusion. "It's all right. Let him summon the Dragon Master," Jiang Xian confidently asserted. He then approached Gu Ran and inquired with concern, "Mother, are you unhurt? We may need to wait a while longer. I shall have Xiaoyao escort you home." "No need. I too wish to see what manner of person this so-called Dragon Master truly is." Gu Ran was thoroughly displeased by this group of individuals, and she was determined to uncover the identity of their powerful backer. If necessary, she could leverage the strength of the Su family to enact a thorough cleansing of the underworld in Long City. Jiang Xian, with a resigned smile, ceased his attempts at persuasion. Approximately half an hour later, a cacophony of racing cars echoed from the distance, followed by an onslaught of blinding lights. Once the vehicles came to a halt, A bald man clad in a black t-shirt adorned with a large gold chain emerged from one of the cars. Who among the living dares to disturb the mighty? Even before his arrival, his voice preceded him. Maggio, spotting the reinforcements, greeted them with unrestrained joy. Dragon Lord. It is them. Following Maggio's pointed direction, Dragon Lord's body trembled, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Big brother, big sister, how could it be you? Chapter 38. This is my brother Jiang. Dragon Lord was, of course, the bald man who had previously accepted a commission from Huang Xiongyu to cause trouble for Jiang Xin in the park. Jiang Xin recognized him instantly from afar. After all, that gleaming bald head was impossible to overlook. Indeed, it is you. Jiang Xin's voice dripped with sarcasm. The once arrogant demeanor of Dragon Lord vanished the moment he laid eyes on Jiang Xin, replaced by sheer terror. How can it be these two calamities again? Dragon Lord could never forget the humiliating beating he endured at the hands of these two. However, it wasn't merely the physical confrontation that instilled fear in him. What truly frightened him was the fact that, since that night, his benefactor, Huang Guofu, had collapsed overnight. At that moment, Dragon Lord grasped that Huang Xiongyu had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. From then on, he etched the faces of Jiang Xin, Su Jin, and Xiaoyu deeply into his memory, constantly reminding himself to steer clear of them. Yet, to his astonishment, despite his meticulous caution, one of his subordinates managed to provoke them. It's all a misunderstanding. Dragon Lord reacted swiftly, forcing a smile to ease the tension. However, his subordinate Maggio completely misinterpreted his intentions. He hurried to Dragon Lord's side, perplexed, and said, Dragon Lord, it was him who attacked us. Before he could finish, Dragon Lord's expression shifted dramatically, and he delivered a resounding slap to Maggio's face. Stunned, Maggio touched his swollen cheek and plaintively asked, Why, Dragon Lord? You fool. Kneel. Dragon Lord bellowed. Maggio instinctively knelt, still bewildered. Do you know who this is? This is my brother Jiang. How dare you, blind fool, provoke brother Jiang? Are you tired of living? Dragon Lord brandished a baton and struck Maggio's back, causing him to cry out in pain. Master Long struck mercilessly, wielding his stick with relentless force, causing Maggio to writhe on the ground, pleading for mercy. Those surrounding the scene were left in stunned silence, too intimidated to utter a word, merely observing the unfolding spectacle. Maggio's anguished cries reverberated throughout the parking lot, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who heard them. Eventually, Master Long halted, panting heavily, and glared at Maggio, declaring, Consider this a lesson. Should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy. Maggio nodded fervently, trembling as he stammered, Thank you, Master Long. Thank you, Master Long. I will never dare again. Go over and apologize to Brother Jiang. With a furious shout from Master Long, he delivered a powerful kick, sending Maggio flying and crashing at Jiang Xin's feet. Prostrate on the ground, Maggio shook uncontrollably in sheer terror, finally grasping the gravity of having offended someone beyond his reckoning. I beg your pardon, Brother Jiang. I was blind to your stature and have deeply offended you. Please, show mercy and spare me this once. He cried, his voice quivering, nearly inaudible through his tears. However, Jiang Xin remained unmoved by Maggio's desperate pleas. With a cold glance at the previously arrogant figure, he responded, Such words are futile. You must apologize to that lady. With that, Jiang Xin gestured towards Gu Ran, who stood nearby. Upon hearing this, Maggio nodded vigorously, as if granted a reprieve, and crawled towards Gu Ran. Yet, before he could utter a word, Gu Ran merely cast him a fleeting glance before turning away, striding towards the luxurious Maybach. Maggio stood there, momentarily frozen, unsure of how to proceed as he watched Gu Ran's retreating figure. Observing Maggio's disheveled state, Jiang Xin's anger began to dissipate. After all, the man had knelt in sincere remorse. Prolonging the matter seemed pointless. Moreover, he had a formidable aunt waiting at home for him to contend with. Resolving this in mind, Jiang Xin hastily entered his vehicle, preparing to depart. At that moment, a sycophantic voice called out from behind, Brother Jiang, take care. Should anything arise, remember to call on your humble servant. Once the car had driven away, Master Long cast a shadowy glance at the pitiful Maggio. You nearly caused a grave disaster. Accompanying this outburst, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp, resounding slap across Maggio's face. With practiced ease, Maggio bent forward, naturally sinking to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head like a pestle, pleading, Master Long, I was in the wrong. I shall never dare again. Please, spare me this time. Again? You dare speak of the future? Master Long's fury surged, and he raised his foot to deliver a fierce kick toward Maggio. Get out of my sight this instant and never reappear before me. Otherwise, I shall strike you each time I see you." Having finished his tirade, Master Long disregarded Maggio further and turned to signal his subordinates to withdraw, as the convoy gradually receded into the distance, vanishing into the embrace of the night. Only Maggio remained, standing alone in bewilderment, seemingly still reeling from the events that had just transpired. Meanwhile, a black Maybach glided through the city streets like a specter, cutting through the darkness with remarkable speed. Inside the vehicle, an unusual silence enveloped the atmosphere. Gu Ran, deviating from her usual chattiness, maintained a rare quietude. Ever since she had entered the car, she had been lost in contemplation, her gaze fixed on the window, as if pondering profound thoughts. Jiang Xian had anticipated that this tranquil ambience would persist until they reached home. However, at that moment, Gu Ran finally broke the silence. "Do you know someone named Long Yi?" Her voice was soft and calm, yet in the stillness of the surroundings, it resonated with unexpected clarity, even a hint of sharpness. "I can't say I know him well," Jiang Xian replied, focused on the road. "Why do you say that?" Gu Ran inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Previously, when I was at the park with Su Jin, they approached us looking for trouble, but Suya and I managed to scare them off," Jiang Xian explained. No sooner had he finished speaking than Suya chimed in, affirming his statement. "Why were they looking for you?" Gu Ran continued her questioning. Jiang Xian hesitated momentarily before responding. "It's related to my ex-girlfriend. She found a new boyfriend, and for reasons unknown, he sought out Long Yi to confront me." "I see," Gu Ran pondered, nodding thoughtfully. "No wonder Long Yi is so afraid of you." As their conversation unfolded, the car arrived at the Gui Lan Yuan villa. The moment the three stepped inside, a palpable chill enveloped them. "Something's amiss," Jiang Xian exclaimed, his eyes widening in alarm. Chapter 39. A major interrogation scene at 10:40 p.m. A grand interrogation was unfolding within the confines of the Gui Lan Yuan villa. Interrogator. Su Jin interrogated. Jiang Xian spectators. Gu Ran. "See how long must I wait?" Su Jin stood, looking down from her elevated position at Jiang Xian, who sat on the sofa, looking rather pitiful. Her gaze was filled with an icy intensity, tinged with an almost imperceptible weariness. She had been awaiting Jiang Xian and the others since 8 o'clock, her meticulously prepared dinner having been reheated time and again. Yet Jiang Xian had yet to make an appearance. Throughout this time, she had incessantly dialed his number, only to be met with silence on the other end. Now, Su Jin had lost her appetite entirely. All she desired was to confront the man who had made her wait for nearly 3 hours. At that moment, an impulsive urge welled up within her, as if she wished to devour Jiang Xian whole. "We encountered some unexpected issues along the way," Jiang Xian quickly explained upon noticing Su Jin's frosty demeanor. "Then why didn't you answer my calls?" Su Jin's gaze grew even colder, fixating intently on Jiang Xian. As the device powered down, beads of perspiration appeared on Jiang Xian's forehead, causing his speech to falter slightly. "It shut down?" Su Jin clearly found Jiang Xian's words hard to believe. Her brows furrowed, and her expression grew increasingly perplexed. "Yes, it shut down," Jiang Xian affirmed with fervent nods, akin to a chick pecking at grain. "Hand it over. Let me see." Su Jin extended her hand, signaling Jiang Xian to relinquish his phone. In that moment, Jiang Xian's heart raced. He realized he was in deep trouble, for his phone had not actually powered off. It merely failed to ring during his earlier altercation with Maggio. As this realization struck him, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead and back. "Oh, it's not that it shut down. I just didn't hear it during the fight." Jiang Xian scratched his head and replied honestly. "A fight? What happened?" Su Jin's expression turned serious, her eyes filled with concern. "Do you remember Long Yi?" Jiang Xian took a deep breath and slowly inquired. "Long Yi? The one under Huang Guofu?" Su Jin's brow furrowed, her tone dipping into a somber note. "Exactly. One of his lackeys caused us trouble today. Not only did he attempt to steal your car, but he also tried to harass Mom and Xiaya. Don't you think they deserve a lesson?" Jiang Xian's anger escalated with every word, his voice rising involuntarily. Upon mentioning this incident, Jiang Xian's posture straightened, as if infused with newfound strength. Su Jin's face paled at his words. She rushed to Gu Ran, her concern palpable. "Mom, are you all right?" "I'm fine, with Xiao Jiang and Xiaya here. What could possibly happen to me?" Gu Ran patted Su Jin's hand, smiling reassuringly. Feeling Su Jin's concern, Gu Ran felt a warmth swell within her heart. "That's good." Su Jin sighed in relief before turning her gaze toward Xiaoya, softly asking, "Xiaoya, are you hurt?" "Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine," Xiaoya confidently replied, patting her chest. Learning that both were unscathed, Su Jin felt a significant weight lift off her shoulders. However, Jiang Xian, standing to the side, was quite dissatisfied. Hey, why are you only asking about them? Don't you care about how I am? Jiang Xian exclaimed, his protest loud and clear. Su Jin shot him a glance, irritated. Do you really need me to check on you? Of course I do. How could I not? Jiang Xian pressed on. At the very least, a kiss would be nice. Wouldn't he? He said this with a boldness that belied the reality of his situation. He merely hoped for a playful peck from Su Jin. A request that seemed as distant as the stars. Jiang Xian was acutely aware of this. Yet, because he had intended it as a jest and did not take it seriously, he was utterly taken aback when he suddenly felt a warm moisture on his face, leaving him in a state of shock, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Jiang Xian stood there like a statue, his expression one of disbelief as he stared intently at Su Jin, whose slightly reddened ears betrayed her embarrassment. What on earth was happening? Had Su Jin truly just kissed him? Instinctively, he raised a hand to touch the cheek that had just been graced by her lips. Still struggling to comprehend the reality of it all, it felt as surreal as a dream. After the kiss, Su Jin leaned closer to his ear and whispered, My mother is nearby. We must at least pretend. Hearing this, Jiang Xian felt a twinge of disappointment, but managed to maintain a facade of nonchalance, chuckling lightly. Oh, is that so? I thought. At that moment, Gu Ran and Xiaoyu exchanged knowing glances and quietly exited the living room, granting the two of them a moment of solitude. What do you think? I may have said we should give it a try, but not so hastily. Or do you perceive me as a woman of loose morals? Su Jin shot Jiang Xian a teasing glare. I never thought that. Didn't I tell you before? In my heart, only you, Su Jin, are truly perfect. Jiang Xian quickly regained his composure, lightening the mood with playful banter. All right, enough with the flattery. Come on. Let us eat. Su Jin clapped her hands gently, and soon, Qin Shuang led a group of servants to set a lavish feast upon the table. After a day of climbing and a recent intense battle with Margio, Jiang Xian was absolutely famished, feeling as if hunger had drawn his stomach to his back. Even with Gu Ran, his future mother-in-law, present, he had no time to concern himself with the intricacies of dining etiquette. As soon as he sat at the table, he eagerly began to devour the food. While his manner of eating was passable, it could hardly be described as elegant. Even Xiaoya, who usually consumed her meals with great speed, found herself feeling somewhat inferior this time. However, Su Jin did not display the slightest hint of disdain or annoyance at this scene. She fully understood Jiang Xian's hunger, reminiscent of the joy she felt when savoring the fried noodles he had bought for her after their late-night market stroll. As for Gu Ran, she seemed entirely indifferent to Jiang Xian's behavior. After finishing the meal and cleaning up, Jiang Xian returned to his room. Just as he lay down, a notification sound from his phone broke the silence. Who could be messaging me at this hour? He muttered. Upon picking up the phone, he noticed a conspicuous red friend request. Upon clicking it, he was met with the familiar profile picture and name. Without a moment's thought, Jiang Xian rejected the request. Ever since their last encounter, he had unhesitatingly deleted Yang Qi from his WeChat contacts. What have I done to deserve this? Why can't she just leave me alone? Jiang Xian felt an overwhelming irritation at Yang Qi's persistent behavior. Despite being fully aware that he already has a girlfriend, she relentlessly pursues him, showing a complete lack of shame. Meanwhile, in a hotel room in Long City, Yang Qi sits on the bed, clad in her pajamas after a refreshing shower. Upon witnessing Jiang Xian's swift and decisive rejection of her friend request, a blaze of fury ignites within her. Angrily, she hurls her phone onto the bed and exclaims, Very well, Jiang Xian, you are indeed ruthless. After conducting her own investigation, she has learned that Jiang Xian is currently in a relationship with Su Jin, the chairperson of the esteemed Jing Shi Group. Yet, in her eyes, a woman as exceptional as Su Jin could never truly be interested in Jiang Xian. Although Jiang Xian possesses handsome features and an admirable physique, the disparity between them is far too vast. Yang Qi muses inwardly, convinced that Su Jin is merely toying with Jiang Xian. After all, individuals of their affluent status, regardless of gender, often indulge in fleeting romances. She firmly believes that Su Jin will eventually tire of him, and it is only a matter of time before she discards Jiang Xian. Just as Yang Qi immerses herself in her imagined grim fate for Jiang Xian, the phone that had been thrown onto the bed suddenly rings. She picks it up, and the screen reveals an incoming call from a blonde woman. Taking a deep breath, she answers, Hello. The voice on the other end, tinged with urgency, inquires, How are things progressing? The tone unmistakably conveys a sense of impatience. Yang Qi feels a twinge of guilt and replies in a subdued voice, "Not yet." The blonde woman immediately scoffs. "What do you mean? Have you taken the money and done nothing?" Her tone drips with disdain and mockery. Yang Qi hastily clarifies, "No, I've been trying to reach him." Upon hearing this, the blonde woman's demeanor softens slightly. "Oh? What is the current situation?" she presses. Yang Qi hesitates, stammering. "I tried to contact him, but I couldn't get through." Her voice diminishes as if fearing reprimand from the blonde woman. After all, the latter had indeed resolved her issues with Huang Xiongyu and even offered her additional monetary compensation as a reward, out of both sentiment and reason. Yang Qi ought to exert every effort to assist her in accomplishing this task. However, what Yang Qi never anticipated was Jiang Xian's unyielding indifference. Not only did he refuse to meet her, but he had also blocked and deleted her on WeChat. She struggles to comprehend how, after 5 years of a profound relationship, she could be so easily eclipsed by Su Jin. Yet, she conveniently forgets that she was the one who initially abandoned Jiang Xian. At this moment, the blonde woman is clearly enraged, her voice lowered as she growls, "You couldn't reach him? If you can't contact him online, why not confront him in person?" "In person?" Yang Qi, feeling somewhat bewildered, inquired. "Indeed, he has been frequently visiting the Jingshe group lately. You could certainly wait for him nearby." The blonde woman replied. "Jingshe group? Isn't that the company where Su Jin works?" Yang Qi hesitated, fearing that searching for Jiang Xian at Jingshe group would be akin to openly slapping Su Jin in the face. "Are you jesting, Yang Qi? At this juncture, you dare to express fear? How utterly absurd." The blonde woman's laughter echoed in the air, laden with sarcasm and disdain. Yang Qi listened in silence, a bitter taste swelling within her. From the moment you decided to embark on this venture, you positioned yourself in opposition to Su Jin. What significance does fear hold now? Do you think this is merely child's play? The blonde woman derisively scoffed, her words dripping with contempt. Yang Qi fell silent. She had initially believed this task would be straightforward, but it was becoming increasingly apparent that the situation was far more intricate than she had anticipated. Doubt began to creep in regarding the correctness of her original decision, and a semblance of regret began to surface. Noticing Yang Qi's silence, the blonde woman, aware that she was likely reconsidering her commitment, seized the opportunity to taunt her once more. "Weren't you quite zealous when pursuing Jiang Xian? Why the lack of spirit now?" Yang Qi bit her lip, refraining from response. "Or do you wish to play the role of a virtuous woman while having compromised yourself?" The blonde woman huffed coldly, her tone growing increasingly severe. "Do not forget, the predicament you find yourself in is a consequence of your own choices." Yang Qi's hands trembled slightly as she gripped her phone tightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, she raised her head, her eyes filled with confusion and shock, asking, "How do you know about my relationship with Jiang Xian? And how do you know it so well? Is that truly a challenge?" The blonde woman's tone dripped with disdain and confidence, as if everything was within her grasp. "I am fully aware of your circumstances, so do not attempt any tricks, nor entertain thoughts of taking the money and running." The blonde woman's voice was cold and unwavering, exuding an air of unassailable authority. She did not shy away from issuing a blatant threat. "For me, dealing with you is easier than crushing an ant." Yang Qi felt intimidated by her formidable presence, and reluctantly lowered her head in submission. I understand." Her voice quivered, clearly filled with trepidation. The blonde woman's dominance left Yang Qi utterly powerless to resist. "Just follow my instructions, and of course, it would be best if Su Jin remains oblivious. Remember, when I next contact you, I do not wish to hear any excuses regarding lack of progress or excessively slow advancements." After delivering her harsh words, the blonde woman decisively hung up the phone. The beeping on the other end brought Yang Qi a fleeting sense of relief. Yet it was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming pressure that dissipated as suddenly as it had come. His body seemed to have lost all support as he staggered and collapsed onto the bed, with a vacant gaze fixed upon the chandelier on the ceiling. Yang Qi murmured to himself, "How did I end up in such a predicament?" Chapter 41. Do you even realize you are a machine? After hanging up the phone, the blonde woman abruptly slammed the device to the ground, the resounding crash causing the two sharply dressed men beside her to flinch. They could distinctly sense that since returning to Long City, their boss's temper had grown increasingly volatile, almost capricious. Although she had occasionally displayed anger in the past, it had never been as frequent or intense as it was now. Moreover, her propensity to throw objects had become somewhat commonplace. "Get out." The blonde woman's voice was chilling and low. The two suited men exchanged glances before swiftly exiting the room. They closed the door gently, their footsteps deliberate and cautious. Upon reaching the stairwell, One of the men took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, as if attempting to release the tension that had enveloped him. Leaning against the wall, he inquired with a furrowed brow, "What on earth is wrong with the boss? She seems like a completely different person." The other suited man, deep in thought, finally spoke after a moment, "I believe I have some insight." His tone was somewhat mysterious, piquing the interest of his companion. "You know? Do tell." The first man pressed eagerly. "It appears to concern a man named Jiang Xian," the second man whispered. "Isn't that just stating the obvious? I'm already aware of that." "Hold on, don't interrupt me. Let me finish. The boss seems to have a particular interest in this Jiang Xian, along with a remarkably strong possessiveness toward him. Do you know Li Qinjie?" "Yes, he had that incident not long ago." "Are you implying that?" The first man suddenly grasped the implications, his expression turning to one of alarm. "Lower your voice. Do you want to get us killed? Just understand this. Don't go blabbing about it. Got it?" The second suited man scanned the surroundings warily, ensuring no one else was present before finally relaxing. "Understood." Once the two men departed, the blonde woman sat quietly in her chair, holding a photograph in her hands. It depicted a man and a woman leaning against a flower bed, posing together. The woman in the photograph wore a pristine white gown. While her beauty may not have been breathtaking, it was certainly above average, and at that moment, a hint of shyness graced her features. The man in the photograph was none other than Jiang Xian, albeit appearing somewhat youthful and innocent compared to his current self. The blonde woman gazed at the photograph for a long time, her eyes filled with a sense of confusion and bewilderment. She clutched the image tightly, as if fearing it might slip from her grasp, and softly murmured, "Su Jin, Yang Qi, neither of you can escape." The following morning, after Su Jin and Jiang Xian finished their breakfast, they were preparing to depart for the company when Gu Ran suddenly called out to them, "Mom, we truly must leave today. If you find it dull, you can have Qin Shuang keep you company for a chat," Su Jin hastily interjected, assuming her mother wished for her to stay home with her. However, Gu Ran did not respond to her daughter's words. Instead, her gaze fixed steadily on Jiang Xian as she calmly inquired, "Xiao Jiang, is your current job merely to drive Su Jin around?" Taken aback by her question, Jiang Xian was momentarily at a loss. A job? Did he truly possess any formal employment at the moment? Following Su Jin around each day hardly constituted a profession, did it? "Mom, it was my request for Jiang Xian to drive me to and from work every day," Su Jin quickly clarified, concerned her mother might misunderstand. Gu Ran earnestly remarked, "It is best for a man to have his own career, regardless of its scale. At least it prevents his thoughts from stagnating. With a career, one can hone their abilities and maintain a positive outlook on life." "Wait, does she want me to start a business?" Jiang Xian pondered, beginning to grasp Gu Ran's intent. "I heard you've practiced free combat?" Gu Ran inquired. "Yes, I have," Jiang Xian answered candidly. Gu Ran nodded thoughtfully and suggested, "Perhaps you could consider opening a free combat gym. This way, you can utilize your skills while transforming your passion into a career. Of course, I am not criticizing you for being idle. I merely believe that a man should possess his own vocation. This reflects responsibility and ambition." Exchanging glances with Su Jin, Jiang Xian contemplated her words and replied, "I understand. Your reasoning is quite sound. I will seriously consider this proposal." "Now, that is commendable. Being receptive to suggestions is certainly an asset," Gu Ran expressed with admiration in her eyes, feeling that Jiang Xian not only had his own ideas, but was also open to others' opinions, a rare quality indeed. As soon as these words left Gu Ran's lips, Su Jin recognized that her mother was about to embark on another lengthy discourse. She promptly interrupted, saying, "Mom, we understand. Jiang Xian will think it over. So please don't worry. Time is limited. We must take our leave now and discuss this further upon our return," she added, hastily pulling Jiang Xian out the door and into the car. "I must say, this child warrants some criticism. This behavior is simply unacceptable. She truly needs to learn a thing or two from Xiao Jiang in this regard. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaya?" Gu Ran remarked with dissatisfaction, casting a glance at the somewhat dazed Xiaya beside her. "Huh?" Xiaya stared blankly at Gu Ran. Meanwhile, in the car, Jiang Xian drove while reflecting on Gu Ran's words. He genuinely believed that Gu Ran's words were not misguided. Indeed, he required a career, not for the sake of financial gain, but as a means of establishing his identity. Regardless of its magnitude, any form of employment was certainly preferable to a life of idleness, was it not? Otherwise, when questioned by the Su family in the future, he would find himself at a loss for words. "Su Jin, I think what mother said this morning was quite astute." Jiang Xian sought to convey his thoughts to Su Jin. Su Jin, glancing at Jiang Xian, who was intently focused on driving, asked with a hint of confusion. Is the allowance I provide each month insufficient? Why must you seek employment? This is not the same thing, Jiang Xian retorted. What I desire is someone who can be by my side, who cares for me at all times, rather than a machine like myself, solely fixated on work, he exclaimed. Suddenly, Jiang Xian fell silent. Su Jin assumed her words had struck a nerve, aware that a man's pride is often fiercely guarded, and a blow to it could lead to inner turmoil. Just as she pondered what to say next, Jiang Xian unexpectedly remarked, So, you are aware that you are a machine? Chapter 42. Jiang Xian's new endeavor. His words caused Su Jin's expression to freeze. After a brief silence, she replied, Are you accusing me of lacking emotions? Jiang Xian, appearing somewhat innocent, softly replied, That was not my assertion. It was your own declaration just moments ago. That you do not wish for me to become a machine like you. Su Jin grew unusually serious, stating, Let us not divert the topic. My point is that it's sufficient for you to drive me each day. There is no need for you to pursue other employment. Have you considered, Jiang Xian countered, that if this continues, when your relatives and friends inquire, your boyfriend will merely be a driver? Do you not find that somewhat embarrassing? Do you think I should concern myself with their perceptions and feelings? I am living my life with you, not them, Su Jin asserted firmly. Finding it futile to persuade Su Jin from the perspective of her relatives, Jiang Xian shifted the focus back to himself, saying, But I desire to have my own career. Su Jin's heart trembled at this revelation, and she fell into silence once more. She stared intently at Jiang Xian, who was diligently driving, her gaze reflecting a profound sense of regret. This is your own aspiration, is it not? Su Jin's voice softened. Jiang Xian nodded earnestly, affirming, Indeed. Then I understand. Su Jin replied, silently turning her gaze toward the swiftly passing scenery outside the window, her expression serene, lost in contemplation. The car gradually entered the underground garage of Jing Shi Group. Su Jin did not rush to exit but instead took a deep breath and addressed Jiang Xian. If you wish to open a mixed martial arts gym, then seek out a suitable location. I will support your decision. Jiang Xian sensed the sincerity in Su Jin's words and softly replied, Thank you, Su Jin. Though his voice was barely audible, it was imbued with genuine emotion. Su Jin smiled gently, then gracefully opened the car door and alighted. However, just as she had taken a few steps away, she suddenly halted and turned back to the car. Jiang Xian, noticing her hesitation, lowered the window and inquired with genuine concern, What's wrong? Did you forget something? Su Jin leaned closer to the window, carefully aligning herself with Jiang Xian's gaze. A flicker of uncertainty crossed her eyes, soon replaced by resolute determination. Finally, she took a deep breath and earnestly posed the question that had lingered in her mind. Jiang Xian, do you feel any pressure being with me? A hint of barely perceptible anticipation sparkled in her eyes. Jiang Xian was clearly taken aback by Su Jin's inquiry, momentarily at a loss for words. His thoughts seemed to scatter, leaving his mind blank. Su Jin watched him quietly, awaiting his response. As seconds turned into minutes, Jiang Xian remained silent. Gradually, the light in Su Jin's eyes dimmed, her once hopeful gaze growing heavier. She bit her lip, her heart already comprehending Jiang Xian's feelings. Disappointment surged within her like a tidal wave, extinguishing the vibrant glow in her eyes, akin to a flower on the verge of wilting. After a brief silence, Su Jin slowly turned to leave. At that moment, Jiang Xian's voice broke through her thoughts. Wait, Su Jin. He snapped back to reality, urgently calling out to her. Su Jin paused. When I'm with you, I have never felt any pressure. All I feel is sheer joy. Jiang Xian gazed at her resilient yet graceful silhouette, sincerely expressing these words. Upon hearing this, Su Jin's body trembled slightly, and her eyes suddenly sparkled with newfound brightness, though her tone appeared casual, laced with nonchalance. Where Jiang Xian could not see, a subtle smile played at the corners of her lips. After Su Jin departed, Jiang Xian did not drive away. Instead, he left the car in the parking lot and walked out of the Jing Shi Group alone. As Su Jin had mentioned, if one wished to establish a fighting gym, the first step was to find a suitable location. Thus, he approached a real estate agency to inquire about properties that would be appropriate for a fighting gym. The agent was exceedingly enthusiastic, introducing several locations. However, none fully aligned with Jiang Xian's ideal vision. Just as he was about to turn away, the agent suddenly mentioned an old warehouse in the city center. Jiang Xian's eyes lit up at this revelation, and he promptly decided to visit the site. Upon arriving at the warehouse, he discovered it was spacious and located in a decent area, although it showed signs of wear. He believed it could be refurbished without much trouble. He swiftly signed the lease agreement with the agent. As the day progressed, noon swiftly approached. Upon returning to the Gui Lan Yuan villa, Jiang Xian recounted the events to Gu Ran. Setting down her coffee cup, Gu Ran regarded Jiang Xian with admiration and remarked, "Indeed, splendid. I truly appreciate this quality of yours. It is rare to find a young individual who listens to the wisdom of the elders nowadays. A quintessential example is Su Jin. She never heeds my words and always acts on her own accord. I often feel that, as her mother, I lack authority in her presence. Thankfully, you are not like that, Xiaojiang. From now on, you shall be the one to balance Su Jin." She patted Jiang Xian's shoulder, radiating confidence in him. Jiang Xian chuckled softly. "Mother, you might be exaggerating a bit, don't you think? Isn't it true that Su Jin listens to you? Just yesterday, when you asked her to stay and accompany you, she did just that, didn't she?" Gu Ran raised an eyebrow, dismissively responding, "If she truly listened to me, she wouldn't have." Suddenly, she seemed to realize she had misspoken. Glancing at Jiang Xian with a hint of panic, clearing her throat awkwardly, she said, "I digress. Focus on establishing your martial arts gym. If you encounter any issues, feel free to consult either me or Su Jin. I shall take a brief nap." With that, Gu Ran drained her coffee and descended the stairs. Coffee and then a nap? Jiang Xian observed the empty cup, puzzled. At that moment, Xiaoyu approached curiously. "Hey, are you really planning to open a martial arts gym?" she inquired, her eyes fixed on Jiang Xian. "Yes. What do you think? Perhaps you could join me as a coach?" Jiang Xian extended an invitation to Xiaoyu. "Me? As your coach?" Xiaoyu pointed at herself, then at Jiang Xian in disbelief. "Yes. Is there a problem?" Jiang Xian asked, bemused. Xiaoyu, with a teasing glint in her eye, replied, "No problem at all. How about we find a place to spar? If you win, I'll take on a part-time coaching role at your gym. What do you say? Come now. If Su Jin finds out, she'll surely skin us alive." Jiang Xian waved his hand, decisively rejecting Xiaoyu's proposal. He vividly recalled the scene of Su Jin's fury in the office. It was nothing short of a nightmare. "Why are you hesitating? Weren't you the most assertive one before? Besides, we're not fighting. It's merely a friendly exchange, which is an entirely different matter," Xiaoyu encouraged, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Friendly exchange? I see through your little scheme. You just want to use this opportunity to give me a beating." Jiang Xian shot back with a cold smirk. Xiaoyu, having realized her thoughts were laid bare, boldly decided to speak candidly. She crossed her arms and declared, "This is how I feel, so what? Do you not wish to ascertain who between us possesses greater strength? Does it truly matter? You, a professional bodyguard. I would be quite the anomaly if I could best you." Jiang Xian rolled his eyes and retorted with irritation. Xiaoyu was indeed a bodyguard trained to a professional standard. Her physical prowess and combat skills were exceptional. Although Jiang Xian had trained in free combat and achieved commendable results, he still fell short when compared to Xiaoya's systematic training. "You are a man and I am a woman. There exists an inherent disparity in strength," Xiaoyu remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction and defiance evident in her tone. Jiang Xian, noticing her demeanor, feigned astonishment and quipped, "Do you still consider yourself a woman? You are clearly a ferocious tyrannosaurus." Yet, at that moment, Xiaoyu appeared markedly more composed than before. In the face of Jiang Xian's unabashed mockery, she refrained from any extreme reactions. Instead, she fixed her resolute gaze upon him and directly inquired, "So, what is your answer? Are we going or not?" Jiang Xian remained steadfast in his response, stating emphatically, "Not going." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu displayed a look of disdain, scornfully gazing at Jiang Xian as she uttered, "Coward." Jiang Xian, unwilling to concede, quickly retorted, "I simply believe a gentleman should not engage in conflict with a lady." Xiaoyu, undeterred by Jiang Xian's refusal, pondered for a moment before proposing a new suggestion. "How about this? Let us engage in a match. Regardless of the outcome, I will come to your place as a coach, and I shall not accept a single penny in wages. What do you think?" Jiang Xian, intrigued by her willingness to forego payment, eagerly pressed on, "Is that for real?" Xiaoyu, with a confident huff, replied, "Do I need to deceive you? Very well. In that case, you may choose the location and the time." Jiang Xian responded with unreserved enthusiasm. He certainly would not refuse such a favorable opportunity to have someone work for him without charge. "What location shall we select?" "Let's head to the 3rd floor. There is a dedicated training room there," Xiaoyu said cheerfully. Jiang Xian, taken aback, expressed his confusion. "There's a training room on the 3rd floor? Are you truly unaware of this?" Xiaoyu gazed at him in astonishment, incredulous at his ignorance. "Well, I must admit I am not very familiar with it." Jiang Xin replied honestly. In truth, his activities were primarily confined to the first and second floors, rarely venturing to the third. This was not due to any restrictions imposed by Su Jin. In fact, aside from her private quarters, he had free access to the entire villa. He simply had not thought to explore the third floor, and Su Jin had never particularly mentioned it, making him quite unfamiliar with its layout. You are indeed a peculiar individual, Xiaoyao murmured softly, and then led Jiang Xian up to the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, Jiang Xian was immediately struck by the astonishing scene before him. The training room was exceptionally spacious, equipped with a plethora of training apparatus. And at its center lay a vast mat specifically designed for combat. Like a curious child, he gazed around, marveling internally. Incredible! Is all this truly prepared by Su Jin? Is it really necessary? Xiaya, observing Jiang Xian as he wandered about the training room as if on a shopping spree, could no longer contain herself and spoke up. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Xian turned, a puzzled expression adorning his face. With such professionalism, how come I have never seen her practice here? A proud smile involuntarily graced Xiaoya's face in response to Jiang Xian's inquiry, because this is specially arranged for me by her. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow, pressing further. So, you often come here? Xiaya shot him a glance, responding matter-of-factly. I am Su Jin's personal bodyguard. Is it so strange that I reside here frequently? Jiang Xian nodded, accepting her explanation. Very well, let us commence without delay. He decided not to waste any more time and to get straight to the point, for he had a multitude of matters awaiting his attention back at the shop. The two swiftly donned their gear, removed their shoes, and positioned themselves on the mat, each adopting a ready stance. Jiang Xian slowly extended his hand, subconsciously wishing to touch fists in a gesture of camaraderie. However, in that instant, Xiaoya launched herself forward like a bolt from a crossbow, hurtling towards Jiang Xian with astonishing speed. Jiang Xian was startled, completely unprepared for Xiaoya's unexpected assault at that moment. The distance between them was minimal, and coupled with her incredible velocity, he had scarcely the time to retract his right hand before she firmly grasped it. In that fleeting moment, Xiaoya exerted tremendous force, yanking Jiang Xian towards her. Simultaneously, she swiftly raised her legs, using all her strength to kick off, one leg wrapping tightly around Jiang Xian's neck. Following this, she spun her body with the momentum, ensnaring him with her other leg as well. In an instant, Jiang Xian found himself thoroughly immobilized, pressed against the ground, utterly unable to move, defeated in such an unexpected manner. Jiang Xian felt a surge of indignation and shouted, "What the hell? This is against the spirit of martial ethics." Chapter 44. Has Su Jin changed? What is this? Jiang Xian exclaimed in frustration. He merely wished to engage in a fair exchange. What was wrong with that? It's called deception in battle, you understand? Seeing Jiang Xian subdued, Xiaoya felt a surge of triumph. Do we really need to go to such lengths for a spar? Jiang Xian thought Xiaoya was taking this too seriously. This was not a real confrontation, and her sneak attack rendered their sparring utterly meaningless. Why wouldn't we? Regardless, I am destined to become a coach at your establishment, so I must indulge myself first. Xiaoya chuckled with satisfaction. Having said that, she suddenly tightened her legs, and Jiang Xian instantly felt a severe restriction in his breathing, the sensation of suffocation growing ever more intense. Do you yield? Xiaoya inquired. I do not. Jiang Xian shouted defiantly. Then do not blame me. Xiaoya continued to maintain her position, eager to see how long Jiang Xian could endure. Jiang Xian attempted to pry her legs apart with his hands, but to no avail. Xiaoya's strength was overwhelming. Just as Jiang Xian was about to concede, Guran appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Her eyes widened in surprise as she surveyed the tangled pair on the ground. What on earth are you two doing? The grappling duo froze at the sound of Guran's voice. Xiaoya released her grip and quickly got up to explain. Madam, we were merely sparring. Mom, what brings you here? Jiang Xian rubbed his neck, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Guran scrutinized the two with a skeptical gaze and replied, What brings me here? I could hear your voices from downstairs. Jiang Xian hurriedly clarified, It's like this, Mom. I need to recruit some coaches for my shop. So I casually mentioned it to Xiaoya to see if she might be interested in a part-time position. Then she suggested a contest. Guran observed them for a moment before slowly stating, There should be limits. Interactions between men and women should not be so casual. Understood. Both Jiang Xian and Xiaoya replied, lowering their heads. Once Guran descended the stairs, Jiang Xian could not help but complain. It's all your fault for choosing this place. My fault? Fine, then I shall not become a coach, Xiaoya huffed indignantly. That won't do. We've already engaged in this contest, so you must go, Jiang Xian quickly countered. Fearing Xiaoya might change her mind. Just remember to inform me when you open your shop, Xiaoya said as she tidied herself up and headed downstairs. With minimal effort, Jiang Xian had successfully recruited a top-notch coach, and he felt he had struck a lucrative deal. Just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he received a call from Su Jin. "Where are you now?" her cool voice inquired. "I'm at home," he replied. "At home? Good. I will return shortly," Su Jin said before abruptly hanging up. Return? Wasn't she at work? Jiang Xian stared at the already disconnected call, momentarily puzzled by Su Jin's intentions. About an hour later, Su Jin's car pulled into the driveway. Upon entering the house, her first words to Jiang Xian were, "Let's go. This afternoon I will accompany you to look at properties." "Aren't you going to the office this afternoon?" Jiang Xian asked. "No, I will accompany you instead," Su Jin responded nonchalantly. "I've already selected a location," Jiang Xian informed her. Su Jin appeared slightly surprised and asked, "You've chosen already? So soon? Then take me to see it." Just as Jiang Xian was about to head out with the car keys in hand, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Su Jin, asking, "Have you had lunch?" Su Jin was momentarily taken aback and said, "Not yet. Let us finish our meal first, then we can go. Can you take me out to eat after Wu Ma warms up the dishes?" She looked at Jiang Xian with a hint of anticipation. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like a tranquil autumn pool, their corners slightly arched, adding to her alluring charm. Such a captivating and radiant Su Jin was utterly irresistible to him. Indeed, no man could ever refuse her, one might surmise. Jiang Xian was not the type of man to resist. "All right, let us leave now," he replied with a subtle smile. Upon receiving Jiang Xian's affirmative response, Su Jin's lips curled into a captivating smile, lighting up her face. Her elongated eyes revealed a unique elegance that seemed capable of piercing through one's soul, leaving others utterly enchanted. "Wow, you two are quite the display of affection. Have you considered how this single dog feels?" Xiaoya's voice suddenly interjected, revealing that she had descended from the second floor without them noticing. Jiang Xian turned to her and casually asked, "Would you like to join us?" "Why would I go? Su Jin specifically invited you to dine with her." "I would just be a third wheel," Xiaoya retorted, rolling her eyes with exasperation. However, to Xiaoya's remark, Su Jin showed no inclination to contest. "All right, you two hurry along. I'll stay home and keep Mrs. company," Xiaoya waved her hand, urging them to leave. Seeing the situation, Jiang Xian said no more and walked out with Su Jin. Just then, Su Jin suddenly halted. "What is the matter?" Jiang Xian inquired, puzzled by her sudden stop. "Maybe I should change my outfit?" Su Jin hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. As usual, she was dressed in a sleek black suit, exuding a powerful aura of a strong woman. After taking a careful look, Jiang Xian remarked, "No need to change. You look beautiful just as you are." He understood well that once a woman begins to meticulously adorn herself, the time spent often accumulates by the hour. Furthermore, Su Jin's current style was already quite enchanting, rendering a change unnecessary. "Is that truly all right?" "I worry it might be a bit inappropriate," Su Jin asked, her voice tinged with doubt. "You needn't concern yourself. Beauty shines through in any attire," Jiang Xian teased with a smile. A trace of pride colored Su Jin's cheeks as she retorted, "Well, at least you have some discernment." Jiang Xian found himself momentarily lost in thought, sensing a change in Su Jin. She now seemed to consider his feelings and care about his opinions. A stark contrast to the Su Jin he had first met. The most noticeable difference was that the pressure he once felt in her presence had dissipated. She no longer exuded that sharpness that had once been akin to a spear, constantly reminding him of her formidable presence. Now, that sensation had transformed, leaving him with a sense of ease. Perhaps this is her true character? "What are you doing standing there like a fool? Hurry and drive," Su Jin exclaimed. She had already opened the passenger door and was about to sit down when she noticed Jiang Xian still frozen in place, lost in thought. "Oh, I'm coming. Jiang Xian snapped back to reality and took his seat in the driver's position. "What would you like to eat?" he inquired, fastening his seatbelt. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jin blurted out, "Let's go to that hot pot restaurant again." Chapter 45. Encountering the blonde woman at the hot pot restaurant as the sleek black Maybach glided near Tianhai University, it instantly captured countless gazes, with onlookers pausing to admire it, their eyes brimming with awe and envy. In truth, this Maybach was the least expensive vehicle in Su Jin's garage. Yet its price still approached an astounding 4 million. Upon exiting the car, Jiang Xian was taken aback to find a Porsche 918, valued at over 10 million, parked beside the hot pot restaurant. Wow, Sister Fong must be doing quite well. Which wealthy heir or heiress has come here specifically for hot pot? Jiang Xin remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. However, Su Jin merely cast a fleeting glance at the luxury vehicle, her expression betraying no emotion. For her, such high-end cars were commonplace in her garage, hardly worth a second thought. Upon entering the establishment, Sister Fong personally greeted the two. What rare guest we have. After handing the menu to Jiang Xin, she jested. Jiang Xin casually passed the menu to Su Jin and bantered with Sister Fong. I hardly qualify as a rare guest. That luxury car parked outside is truly exceptional, isn't it? Ah, you've got that wrong. The owner has been here many times. I suspect 2 or 3 times a week. Sister Fong's words piqued Jiang Xin's interest. He could not help but ask curiously, they come here so often? Driving a car worth over 10 million just for hot pot? However, as the words slipped from his lips, Jiang Xin suddenly realized his remarks may not have been appropriate. He quickly added, my apologies, Sister Fong. You know, I didn't mean it that way. Yet Sister Fong waved her hand dismissively, chuckling. It's nothing. Not only you, even I find it rather unbelievable. She then continued thoughtfully, while our ingredients are fresh and clean, and the flavors quite decent, we are merely an ordinary hot pot restaurant. The delicacies enjoyed by the wealthy are beyond comparison to what we offer. Yet strangely, they frequently visit our humble establishment. Perhaps everyone has their unique preferences. As Sister Fong spoke, her gaze suddenly shifted to a corner, and she remarked, she always sits at that table. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xin could not help but feel intrigued. He turned to glance in that direction, only to find the table empty. She must be in the restroom, Sister Fong speculated. After Su Jin carefully selected the dishes, she inquired whether Jiang Xin had any other culinary delights he wished to try. After choosing 2 items, he returned the menu to Sister Fong. Please wait a moment. The hot pot base will be served to you shortly, Sister Fong said cheerfully before departing. Su Jin rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. In reality, most people regard the delicacies of the mountains and seas as inferior to hot pot and fried noodles. This is merely due to your weariness of familiar flavors, leading you to seek something novel. Regardless of the matter, over time, it becomes tiresome. Jiang Xian, while diligently assisting Su Jin in washing the utensils, replied in a relaxed tone. It seemed Su Jin had a sudden thought. As she fixed her gaze on Jiang Xian and gently asked, is love also like this? Jiang Xian's hand, which held the utensils, paused abruptly. Su Jin's question was both swift and direct, presenting a stark contrast. As he placed the cleaned utensils before her, he met her slightly bewildered yet beautiful eyes. Could Su Jin also feel disoriented? Indeed, all things follow this pattern, and love is no exception, Jiang Xin replied. Upon hearing his words, Su Jin's mood noticeably dipped. Though her face remained inscrutable, Jiang Xian hesitated for a moment before continuing. Thus, couples should maintain a certain sense of distance. As the saying goes, distance produces beauty, which can prolong the cycle of love. Su Jin listened intently, gradually sinking into contemplation. I will help you prepare a dipping sauce. What flavor would you prefer? Jiang Xian inquired. Snapping back to reality, Su Jin softly responded, a bit more sesame paste and no spiciness. All right, please sit here for a moment. Jiang Xian said as he rose and walked towards the seasoning area. After retrieving a small bowl, he located the sesame paste. However, when he reached for the spoon, he unexpectedly found his hand coincidentally grasping the handle alongside another delicate hand. Upon looking up, he saw a strikingly beautiful woman with golden hair. In contrast to Jiang Xian's astonishment, the blonde woman appeared composed and calm, her eyes sparkling with delight and pride. Jiang Xian found her somewhat familiar. Yet he could not recall where he had seen her. I apologize, please go ahead, he conceded first. After all, it was merely a matter of seasoning. The order was inconsequential. Just as Jiang Xian released the spoon and prepared to seek another condiment, the blonde woman exclaimed in surprise, Oh, is that you? Are you here to eat hot pot as well? What a coincidence. Her words brought Jiang Xian back to attention. Curiously, he scrutinized the woman before him and asked, Hello. Have we met before? With a slight smile, the blonde woman responded, Yes, at the Jinyu Pavilion community, my dog startled you. Do you remember? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian immediately recalled. It's you. What a coincidence. Is that car outside yours? Jiang Xian naturally associated the luxurious car outside with her upon recalling it. That Porsche? It belongs to me, the blonde woman stated. It's no surprise that someone who can afford to stay at the Jinyu Pavilion can also buy a car worth over 10 million. May I ask your surname? The blonde woman inquired tentatively. My surname is Jiang, Jiang Xian replied succinctly. The blonde woman addressed him directly, Is this your first visit, Mr. Jiang? I've been here many times. I know they have a homemade dipping sauce that is absolutely delicious. Let me help you find it. With that, she began to search earnestly. However, Jiang Xin quickly declined. There's no need to trouble yourself. I can manage a simple mix. He was eager to prepare the dipping sauce swiftly and bring it back to Su Jin. Did you come alone? The blonde woman asked. No, I'm here with my girlfriend. Jiang Xin replied, surprised by her overt familiarity from the start. A voice, cold and distant, emerged from behind. Where is she? Jiang Xian instinctively turned around and said, She is. Yet, before he could finish, he saw the icy expression on Su Jin's face, her eyes gleaming with a chilling light reminiscent of a frigid night. She slowly spoke. Does it really take this long to prepare a dipping sauce? Chapter 46. I want you to feed me. I will have it ready immediately. How did you arrive? Jiang Xian felt a sudden panic, an inexplicable sensation of being caught in an affair washing over him. He had merely exchanged a few words with another person. Had he truly done anything wrong? If I hadn't come, you might not have returned for an hour. Su Jin remarked with a cold smile, her eyes casting a sharp glance at the blonde woman. That's not the case. I'm nearly done, Jiang Xian stammered, hurriedly scooping up 2 spoonfuls of sesame paste, preparing to follow Su Jin out. At the moment Su Jin appeared, the blonde woman's eyes flashed with a fierce intent, though she quickly masked it. As Jiang Xian was about to leave, she hastily inquired, Do you still want that secret dipping sauce? No, thank you. Jiang Xian quickly shook his head in refusal. And who might you be? Su Jin glanced at Jiang Xian before turning her gaze to the blonde woman and asked coldly. The blonde woman smiled charmingly, revealing an enchanting grin as she softly replied, My name is Lisa. You may call me that. Su Jin nodded slightly, her voice carrying a hint of depth. Su Jin, his girlfriend. I heard him mention you earlier. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lisa smiled and extended her hand. Su Jin hesitated for a moment, then slowly raised her hand to shake Lisa's, her gaze lingering on the red-tipped nails. A pleasure. What should have been a harmonious scene felt subtly charged to Jiang Xian, who stood by. Who holds on to a handshake without letting go? Moreover, they were gazing intently into each other's eyes. Jiang Xian pondered internally, sensing a subtle competition between the two. As curious onlookers began to gather around, he could no longer restrain himself and suggested, Shall we return for now? Su Jin raised her eyebrows at the sound of his voice, quickly scanning the crowd before willingly releasing his hand and replying, Then, we shall take our leave. With that, she took Jiang Xian by the hand and led him back to their seats. How come you two seem so familiar? Jiang Xian joked after sitting down. Su Jin looked at him in confusion, seemingly perplexed by his comment. After shaking hands for so long, I nearly thought you were longtime friends, so intimate. Jiang Xian continued to chuckle. Upon hearing this, Su Jin's expression darkened instantly. She fixed her gaze on Jiang Xian, a faint smirk of sarcasm playing on her lips as she retorted, No one is more intimate than you two. Just as Jiang Xian prepared to place the beef into the pot, Su Jin's words caused him to jolt, nearly dropping the plate into the boiling broth. He widened his eyes in disbelief, his voice tinged with irritation. What are you talking about? How could I be intimate with her? We merely exchanged a few words. Jiang Xian felt more wrong than Do-yi, having merely greeted that girl and shared a few sentences, yet Su Jin twisted it into intimacy. If that constituted intimacy, then surely he had been close to a myriad of people over the past 20 years. A hint of skepticism crossed Su Jin's face as she furrowed her brows, questioning. Aren't you two old acquaintances? Her eyes brimmed with doubt, scrutinizing Jiang Xian as if evaluating the truth of his words. With a helpless smile, Jiang Xian replied, What made you think I have known her for long? Up until now, we have only met twice. The first time I mentioned to you was when I was wandering in the Jinyu Pavilion, and her dog suddenly jumped out, startling me. The owner of that dog is her. Since then, we have only met twice. We aren't even friends, let alone intimate. While Jiang Xian spoke, Su Jin attentively observed his expressions but found nothing amiss. That is rather peculiar, Su Jin murmured softly, her brows slightly furrowed. What is peculiar? Jiang Xian found her behavior somewhat strange, muttering to herself. Nothing. Let us not discuss this matter further. Su Jin adjusted her mood and said, All right then. After we finish eating, let us go check out the place I selected. Jiang Xian retrieved the beef from the clear broth and placed it into Su Jin's bowl. Have you been considering opening a combat gym for a while? Su Jin savored the sesame sauce-coated beef. Indeed, it is quite delicious. Jiang Xian chuckled. Do you believe I came up with this idea on a whim? I do, especially since you have practiced free fighting before. Naturally, you would have an interest in it. Is this considered a profession in line with your expertise? Su Jin teased lightly. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air as Lisa glided past Jiang Xian, holding a small bowl of dipping sauce, resembling a graceful butterfly. At that moment, Jiang Xian had his back turned to her and was unaware of her presence. However, Su Jin, seated nearby, keenly noticed that Lisa's gaze lingered on Jiang Xian as she passed. Su Jin observed Lisa with a cold stare, to which Lisa responded with a dismissive glance. The rivalry among women often unfolds without a hint of warfare, yet it is perpetually present. Upon returning to her seat, Lisa contemplatively gazed at Jiang Xian and Su Jin, choosing to ignore the icy look directed at her by Su Jin. Opening a fighting gym? Lisa murmured softly. Just moments ago, she had clearly overheard the conversation between Jiang Xian and Su Jin. Even from a distance, Su Jin could distinctly feel the sharpness of Lisa's gaze. With her brow slightly furrowed, Su Jin soon relaxed her expression. Turning to Jiang Xian, who was busy serving meat, she said, "I want the meat from the red broth." Just like last time. Jiang Xian sighed softly. This young lady certainly knew how to be demanding. She insisted on the meat from the spicy broth, yet could not tolerate the heat, necessitating that he prepare it in the clear broth for her. Such a method of enjoying hot pot was indeed rare. Nevertheless, since it was Su Jin's request, Jiang Xian naturally would not refuse. "All right, my lady, I shall arrange it for you right away." With a hint of reluctance, he retrieved a new bowl and ladled some clear broth into it. He then selected meat from the red broth and placed it in to soak up the spice, carefully coating it with sesame sauce for Su Jin. Su Jin watched Jiang Xian's every movement and expression with a tilted head, finally grasping the meaning behind the phrase, "A serious man is the most handsome." "Now, taste the meat Jiang Xian has placed in your bowl," she prompted. Just as she picked up her chopsticks, a thought crossed her mind, causing her to set them down again. "What's wrong? Why aren't you eating?" Jiang Xian inquired. Puzzled, Su Jin's lips curved into a slight smile, accompanied by a playful innocence as she replied, "I want you to feed me." Chapter 47. The confrontation between Su Jin and Lisa. Jiang Xian stared at Su Jin in astonishment, doubting whether he had misheard. Did Su Jin truly utter those words? He hesitated, finally managing to stammer, "Are you all right?" He felt that Su Jin was acting unusually today, a stark contrast to her usual self. He even began to question whether this was indeed the real Su Jin before him. Jiang Xian's words sparked a flicker of displeasure in Su Jin, though her smile remained, albeit somewhat strained. "I want you to feed me," she reiterated, her gaze laced with a hint of menace, enunciating each word clearly. "You must feed me." Jiang Xian shuddered slightly, immediately picking up a piece of meat and bringing it to Su Jin's lips. Now, this was the authentic Su Jin. He could not resist making a jest. "Princess, please open your mouth." Upon witnessing this scene, Su Jin could not help but beam with joy, slightly parting her lips to consume the morsel that Jiang Xian had delicately offered. "I want more," Su Jin whispered softly, without requiring further prompting from her. Jiang Xian had already presented a second piece of meat to her lips. In that moment, this charming display did not escape the notice of the surrounding university students. A girl, her face aglow with envy, remarked, "Look how well her boyfriend treats her, and then look at you." A boy seated nearby, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation but dared not retort aloud, muttering under his breath, "If only I had a girlfriend as beautiful as hers, I would gladly do the same." The girl, upon catching this remark, was instantly incensed, her voice rising an octave. "What did you say?" Centered around Jiang Xian and Su Jin, the crowd cast envious glances. With the exception of Lisa. Observing the scene before her, Lisa was overwhelmed by a sense of familiarity. This scenario was reminiscent of something past. Same place, same people. It seemed history was repeating itself. Gripping her cup tightly, her fingers turning pale from the exertion, she bit her lip and silently vowed, "Su Jin, is it? We shall see." At that moment, Su Jin was contentedly accepting Jiang Xian's affectionate feeding while occasionally casting glances at Lisa's expression. She felt a surge of satisfaction, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Was it envy, jealousy, or perhaps resentment? Observing the complex emotions playing on Lisa's face, Su Jin realized she had achieved her aim. She intended to evoke such feelings in Lisa, as she sensed an inexplicable sense of threat emanating from her. Lisa was indeed a formidable opponent, possessing stunning beauty, a graceful figure, and considerable wealth. It was difficult to imagine that such a perfect woman would not stir the hearts of men. Once again, Jiang Xian offered a succulent piece of meat to Su Jin, but this time she raised her hand to ward it off. "That's enough," I'm already full. And you haven't eaten yet, Su Jin gently said. Jiang Xian, smiling, set down his chopsticks and replied, You've forgotten, I already had a meal at home. Su Jin furrowed her brows, glancing at the remaining dishes and meat on the table and pot, expressing concern. So wouldn't this be a waste? Jiang Xian appeared slightly troubled, rubbing his stomach before gritting his teeth as though making a significant decision. He declared, Never mind, I will take care of the leftovers. With that, he picked up his chopsticks once more, diving into the battle with the food. Su Jin cautiously lifted a drink, placing it gently beside him, and sat quietly, watching him devour his meal with tender eyes. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Lisa, who had not touched a single bite of food, stormed from her seat in a fit of anger. As she exited through the door, her fury seemed to reach its zenith. She forcefully slammed the car door, producing a resounding thud. However, once she entered the vehicle, the elegance and composure she had maintained vanished in an instant. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, her body began to tremble involuntarily, and her rapid breaths betrayed the fury she struggled to contain. Bang! Suddenly, she struck the steering wheel with all her might, growling in a deep voice, Why? Why did Jiangqi leave, and now another Su Jin appears? Is it truly that we are devoid of fate? Lisa leaned over the steering wheel, utterly broken emotionally. At that moment, a man with slicked back hair appeared at the car window, inquiring with concern, Beautiful lady, what troubles you? Lisa slowly lifted her head, her pitiable expression igniting a spark in the man's eyes. He had intended to strike up a conversation. For what man could resist the allure of a beautiful woman in a luxurious car? Countless men lingered on the street, but only he believed that courage was the greatest reward. Upon seeing the beauty's despondent demeanor, he felt a surge of hope. I'm fine, Lisa replied indifferently. Today, her dress had a low neckline, allowing the man to catch a glimpse of her allure from his elevated position. A glimmer of lust flashed in his eyes, and he leered, If there is something bothering you, feel free to share. I'd be delighted to listen. As he spoke, he leaned closer, eager to behold her beauty fully. A cold smile gradually emerged on Lisa's face as she replied, Sure, why not get in the car? The man, elated, hurriedly dashed to the other side, flinging open the door and climbing in with haste. This woman was surprisingly easy to entice. While the other timid soul stood there, dazed. He had already made his move. Exhilarated, his mind conjured images of pressing her onto the bed. Amidst the astonished and envious gazes of passers-by, the Porsche whisked the two away. Meanwhile, a group of men fervently debated, Did he really succeed? This is hardly a challenge. It said that approaching beautiful women is exceptionally difficult. A hefty man grumbled with palpable frustration, Had I known, I would have gone for it. Damn it. I shouldn't have hesitated. If only the heavens grant me another chance, I would boldly seize the moment. Just then, as fate would have it, Jiang Xian and Su Jin finished their meal, with Jiang Xian settling the bill while Su Jin exited first. Instantly, the crowd erupted in excitement. Hey, aren't you going to approach her? Hurry up, or you'll miss your chance. Before the words had even faded, the hefty man strode confidently towards Su Jin. Upon reaching her side, he struck a gentlemanly pose and softly said, Miss, may I have the pleasure of getting to know you? As he began to conjure inappropriate thoughts, Su Jin did not even spare him a glance, merely uttering, Get lost. Chapter 48. The beating in the abandoned factory. The deep blue Porsche glided into a dilapidated factory. The man with slicked back hair surveyed his surroundings, a significant smile gracing his lips as he remarked, My dear, it appears you have a penchant for such surroundings. His voice dripped with mockery and suggestiveness, hinting at a peculiar anticipation for this locale. However, this setting proved advantageous. It was quiet, devoid of interruptions. Continuing his discourse, his gaze grew increasingly audacious, greedily roaming over Lisa's figure. Clad in a short skirt, her smooth, fair thighs were tantalizingly exposed, rendering him unable to divert his attention. My lady, with no one around, why not share any grievances with me? He purred, inching closer while reaching out a hand towards her thigh. Yet, Lisa was unfazed by his advance. Instead, she responded with a cold smile, skillfully evading his lecherous grasp. With grace, she exited the vehicle and proceeded with a light step towards the interior. No one? Is there not a crowd here? She mused, lightly clapping her hands, the crisp sound resonating in the air. In an instant, a group of sunglasses-clad men in black materialized around the slick-back man, appearing as if from thin air. These imposing figures exuded an air of seriousness, instilling a profound sense of intimidation. The color drained from the slick-back man's face as he gaped at the unfolding scene. utterly unprepared for such an eventuality. What is the meaning of this? A setup? He stammered, his voice quivering with evident fear, each word seemingly forced from between clenched teeth. His facial muscles contorted in terror. His wide eyes reflected sheer horror, his entire expression imbued with a sense of despair. Lisa, however, offered no reply to his inquiries. She merely cast a blank stare to the side and stated coolly, the usual procedure. Upon hearing Lisa's command, two of the men in black sprang into action without hesitation. They approached, yanked the car door open, and, as if lifting a mere chick, seized the slick-back man and dragged him from the vehicle. What do you want? Don't touch me, he protested vehemently, struggling against their grip. He attempted to wriggle free from the black-clad men, but his efforts were futile, as their strength vastly outmatched his. One of the men, observing his resistance, raised a hand and delivered a resounding slap across the slick-back man's face. The blow was so severe that it left him disoriented, stars dancing before his eyes. Another figure clad in black swiftly produced a length of rope, skillfully binding the man with a slick-back hairstyle and suspending him in midair. The man's body swayed precariously, his mouth agape in frantic shouts. I tell you, this is kidnapping. Illegal. You must release me at once. His voice was saturated with terror and panic, his form trembling incessantly from sheer anxiety. Desperation gripped him as he cast fearful glances at the band of thugs encircling him. At that moment, another figure in black approached, holding a black hood. He cautiously inquired of Lisa, boss, whose name is to be written this time. Without uttering a word, Lisa seized the pen from his hand and inscribed the name Soo-Jin forcefully upon the hood. Her gaze remained fixed on those two characters, her eyes glinting with a fierce malice. A torrent of unbridled rage surged within her, as if she desired to rend the very flesh of the man before her into 1,000 pieces. The black-clad assailant roughly placed the hood over the slick-back man's head and then drew forth a long whip from his waist. The whip sliced through the air, producing a sharp, piercing crack that was utterly chilling. The slick-back man, clearly realizing the horror that awaited him, began to tremble uncontrollably. Don't strike. Let's talk this over, he cried out desperately, his voice strained. However, just as the black-clad figure prepared to raise the whip, Lisa stepped forward without hesitation and snatched it away. Her expression was cold and resolute as she coolly declared, let me handle this personally. Beautiful lady, I was wrong. Please spare me. The slicked-back man attempted one final plea. Yet, before he could finish, a thunderous crack reverberated as the whip lashed out like lightning, striking his body with brutal force. He howled in a torment that echoed through the air. Nonetheless, Lisa showed no intent to relent. The whip in her hand fell like rain, each swing accompanied by a heart-stopping crack. The factory resonated with the sounds of the whip and the man's anguished cries, creating a bizarre yet terrifying symphony. Lisa's mind replayed the scene of Jiang Xian feeding Soo-Jin meat, particularly the provocative glint in Soo-Jin's eyes, which only intensified her fury. Soo-Jin, you wretched creature. I will see you dead. Lisa ground her teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws, her voice low and seething with rage. She gripped the whip tighter, as if channeling all her strength into it. At this moment, the slick-back man's body lay battered and bruised, blood staining his clothing. Yet, due to Lisa's deliberate avoidance of vital areas, he remained alive for the time being, despite his grievous condition. However, as time progressed, Lisa's relentless whipping caused the cries of the man with the slicked-back hair to gradually weaken. Realizing that he might soon lose consciousness, she ceased her strikes. Inflicting pain was indeed a laborious endeavor. After a prolonged session of punishment, Lisa too began to feel fatigued. Breathing heavily, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, cascading down her cheeks and dampening her collar. Observing her state, the man in black swiftly approached, taking the whip from Lisa's hands and offering her a white towel. Accepting the towel, Lisa wiped the perspiration from her brow, drew a deep breath, and stated, you need not remind me of the next steps. I trust you are aware. The man in black nodded respectfully, replying, rest assured, everything will be handled according to your instructions. Lisa acknowledged him with a nod, not even glancing at the man suspended above, and exited the factory, driving away with determination. Chapter 49. Mr. Soo is impressive. While Lisa was venting her pent-up rage within the factory, Soo-Jin was accompanying Jiang Xian as they viewed a potential property. What do you think? Though somewhat dated, the space is quite ample, and the location is remarkably advantageous. I personally find it quite satisfactory, Jiang Xian elaborated enthusiastically. Soo-Jin attentively examined the old warehouse, occasionally nodding in agreement. It's not bad. Do you have any specific designs in mind for it? Soo-Jin inquired. Jiang Xian stroked his chin, lost in thought, muttering, I don't have any concrete ideas at the moment. With a slight pursing of her lips, Su Jin suggested, "How about I draw up the design plans for you?" Jiang Xian gazed at her in surprise. Without hesitation, Su Jin candidly remarked, "I believe I possess a better sense of aesthetics than you do, and it would be more prudent for me to take charge of the design." Jiang Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment, silently reflecting, "You are indeed quite direct, showing no regard for my dignity. I may have spoken too plainly, but I genuinely wish to assist you," Su Jin said earnestly. "You are already quite busy with work. I wouldn't want to take up more of your time." After some contemplation, Jiang Xian politely declined. Su Jin's lips curled into a subtle smile as she softly reassured him, "It's merely a design. It won't take much time. Just leave it to me." Seeing her unwavering determination, Jiang Xian felt it inappropriate to continue to refuse, especially since he currently lacked compelling design inspiration. Seemingly perceiving his thoughts, Su Jin then asked, "Have you arranged for the renovation workers yet?" Jiang Xian offered a wry smile, responding helplessly, "I only discovered this place this morning. How could I have contacted renovation workers so swiftly?" "That's fine. You need not worry about the workers. I will assist you in reaching out," Su Jin stated straightforwardly. Immediately after, she added, "I have a highly professional team here, experienced and skilled, which makes them comparatively safer and more reliable, allowing you to feel at ease." Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding in agreement. At that moment, he suddenly felt as if he had nothing to do. "You have taken care of everything. I hardly know what I can contribute," Jiang Xian said with a wry smile, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and confusion. Su Jin furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, she softly remarked, "That does seem to be the case. After all, this is your fighting gym, and my actions might indeed overshadow your role." Her tone carried a touch of self-reproach. Jiang Xian quickly waved his hand and responded, "Don't say that. There's no such notion between us. I merely feel like a bystander, devoid of any sense of participation." A bittersweet smile lingered on his lips. Su Jin nodded, acknowledging his sentiments, and they both fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Su Jin pulled a card from her bag and placed it in Jiang Xian's hand. "This card contains 3 million. You can use it to pay the workers. Will this suffice?" Su Jin's expression was somewhat troubled, as finding a way for Jiang Xian to feel involved proved to be a challenge. Jiang Xian stared at the bank card in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. He raised his gaze to meet Su Jin's eyes and finally managed to utter a few words. "President Su, you are remarkable." Su Jin's assertiveness was vividly displayed throughout their interactions, often intervening in many of Jiang Xian's affairs. This situation left him feeling both helpless and powerless, yet curiously, he did not resent this feeling. Seeing Jiang Xian secure the bank card, a radiant smile blossomed on Su Jin's face, dazzling like spring flowers in full bloom. "All right. Let's proceed with this plan for now. You need not supervise the renovations frequently. I will arrange for people to handle it." Her voice was melodious and pleasant, akin to a celestial melody. Jiang Xian nodded, trusting the contact Su Jin had made. Just then, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Zhang Yang calling. It had been quite some time since he last communicated with Zhang Yang. "Hello, Jiang Xian. Are you busy today?" Zhang Yang's voice echoed from the other end. Jiang Xian smirked playfully, teasing, "I see. Another gathering, right?" Zhang Yang expressed his surprise. "Hey, you truly are a genius. How did you guess that?" Jiang Xian sighed helplessly, replying, "Come on, think about it. ISNT every time you call me about attending a gathering or going out for drinks. I could recite it by heart." A hint of a bitter smile accompanied his words. On the phone, Zhang Yang chuckled awkwardly before speaking with earnestness, "But this time is genuinely different. Xiao Jiao and Fan Zi have come to Long City, and we must gather properly." Li Jiao, Zhang Fan, Jiang Xian, and Zhang Yang were roommates during their university days. Since graduation, they had each ventured into different cities for work and life, and it had been a full 2 years since they last saw each other. "They actually came to Long City?" Jiang Xian inquired, somewhat astonished. In their university years, aside from Zhang Yang, Li Jiao and Zhang Fan were undoubtedly the closest friends he had. Upon hearing this news, a surge of excitement welled up within Jiang Xian. "Indeed. They mentioned they were visiting for tourism and wanted to catch up with us. You certainly can't refuse this time, can you?" Jiang Xian had no intention of declining. In truth, he had longed to reunite with these two cherished old friends. However, as he had been engrossed in work, he had scarcely any vacation time. Moreover, working in the hotel industry meant that beyond the basic days off, there were no designated holidays to arrange gatherings. Hence, he had been deprived of opportunities to reconnect with old companions. When is the gathering? Jiang Xian asked, a tinge of eagerness in his voice. This evening. That's why I asked if you were free today. So soon? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Jiang Xian replied, somewhat exasperated. The time was already around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and the gathering was set for that very evening. If he had prior commitments, it would be quite the predicament. I only just found out. Zhang Yang replied innocently. All right then, fortunately, I have no plans tonight. Where is the venue? Jiang Xian inquired. I haven't been informed yet, but I'll let you know once I do. That's all for now. I'll hang up, Zhang Yang said. After the call ended, Jiang Xian remained immersed in the joy and excitement of soon meeting his old friends. Meanwhile, Su Jin, who had attentively listened to the conversation between Jiang Xian and Zhang Yang, interjected, What gathering? Can I attend? Chapter 50, the first conflict between Su Jin and Jiang Xian. You want to go? Jiang Xian responded, taken aback, his gaze fixed on Su Jin as if trying to glean something from her eyes. What? Are you afraid I'll embarrass you? Su Jin replied with an expressionless face, her brows slightly raised. No. I didn't mean that. I just find it surprising. Jiang Xian hurriedly clarified, waving his hands. If you want to go, I would certainly be pleased. Jiang Xian's tone softened, and a subtle gleam flickered in his eyes. Oh? Then why would you be pleased? Su Jin asked with a teasing smile. Jiang Xian bit his lip, observing Su Jin for a while before he slowly replied. Do you genuinely not know, or are you pretending not to? Su Jin maintained her calm demeanor and replied leisurely, I truly don't know. Care to enlighten me? A hint of a smile crept onto Jiang Xian's lips as he responded with a mysterious grin. Really eager to hear, are you? As he spoke, he gradually leaned closer to Su Jin's ear, a faint, delicate fragrance wafting toward her. In her eyes, a glimmer of anticipation flickered, rendering her oblivious to Jiang Xian's peculiar smile. Just as she was entirely focused on waiting for him to speak, she heard him murmur in a low voice, but I, shall not tell you. This statement struck Su Jin like a bolt of lightning, her expression instantly freezing, the original excitement and anticipation evaporating without a trace. She widened her eyes, gazing at Jiang Xian in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing her reaction, Jiang Xian could not help but burst into laughter. He took out his phone and quickly sent a message to Zhang Yang. Can I bring my girlfriend along? Soon, Zhang Yang replied. Of course, no problem at all. Jiang Xian put away his phone and turned back, only to find Su Jin still staring at him with a look of lingering resentment. With a smile, he suggested, Let us go together tonight. Su Jin maintained a stoic expression, coldly responding with a simple, For reasons unknown. Jiang Xian found an unexpected charm in Su Jin at that moment, reminiscent of a little girl sulking. Although he did not vocalize it, he understood profoundly within himself that Su Jin's desire to join him and his friends was, in fact, an indirect wish to integrate into his social circle. A clear indication of their relationship advancing. While waiting at a traffic light, the previously silent Su Jin suddenly inquired, Which ones are your good friends? Jiang Xian momentarily paused, realizing she was referring to Zhang Yang and the others, and quickly replied, They are my college roommates, and we share a strong bond. Su Jin narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized Jiang Xian, her tone laced with skepticism and probing. A strong bond? Jiang Xian chuckled, reminiscing about his college days, and remarked, Indeed. During university, the four of us were practically inseparable. Though we haven't seen each other for 2 years, those days remain fondly memorable. His thoughts drifted back to his university life, where everything was blissful, except for his encounter with Yang Qi. After all, once one steps into society, regaining that pure friendship proves to be quite a challenge. Especially in today's high-pressure social and work environments, everyone seems akin to beasts of burden under the capitalist yoke. Struggling to reclaim the ease and joy of student life, Su Jin supported her chin with one hand, a glint of shrewdness flashing in her beautiful eyes. Her lips curling into a sardonic smile as she retorted, You all certainly are amusing. To have you attend a gathering, it seems messages must be conveyed through others. Jiang Xian felt a jolt in his heart. The radiant smile on his face instantly froze, replaced by a profound silence. He acutely sensed the underlying meaning in Su Jin's words. Su Jin appeared oblivious to Jiang Xian's unusual demeanor and continued. Those who share a true bond with you will undoubtedly reach out to you at the earliest opportunity, much like Zhang Yang did just now. Yet, over the past 2 years, have they ever contacted you? Su Jin fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Xian, pressing further. As the green light illuminated, Jiang Xian remained silent, merely pressing the accelerator, and the vehicle glided forward at a leisurely pace. Observing his reticence, Su Jin had already grasped the likely answer. She persisted. 2 years is ample time for countless transformations to unfold. Just as you remarked to me this afternoon, with the passage of time, all emotions gradually diminish. What precisely do you mean by that? Jiang Xian's voice suddenly deepened, and he could not restrain himself from asking. Turning to regard Jiang Xian's profile as he concentrated on driving, Su Jin hesitated briefly before softly stating, "What I mean to convey is that this gathering may not be as splendid as you anticipate. You ought to prepare yourself mentally." Before she could finish, the car abruptly jolted, the seatbelt constricting painfully around her. "What are you doing? Why have you stopped?" Su Jin exclaimed in displeasure. Jiang Xian's hands fidgeted restlessly on the steering wheel, clearly unsettled. The vehicles behind them blared their horns furiously, with one driver even leaning out of the window to shout, "What are you doing? Can't you drive? Just because you're in a luxury car doesn't make you special." Jiang Xian restarted the vehicle, inhaling deeply before apologizing. "I'm sorry, Su Jin. It was my fault. I got too agitated." Su Jin was indeed dissatisfied with his behavior. After all, she was merely concerned for him, considering his well-being, yet he had met her concern with disdain. How could she not be upset? "Fine, just focus on driving. I won't say another word." Su Jin replied coldly. The atmosphere within the car felt tense. Although they were silent, their thoughts raced vividly. Su Jin seemed to be gazing out at the scenery. Yet in her mind, she had berated Jiang Xian countless times. "I had your best interests at heart, and yet you treated me this way?" My words, though blunt, harmed no one. "Are your friends more important than I am?" Jiang Xian, "Very well. Do not expect to see another smile from me." Meanwhile, Jiang Xian, who had been intently driving, was also far from calm. "Jiang Xian, what were you thinking? Did you just flip the table over a minor disagreement? Su Jin has been supportive of you, and this is how you repay her? You know she speaks plainly for your benefit. She is now your girlfriend, not just anyone." Seize the opportunity and apologize to her sincerely. Just as their internal turmoil reached a crescendo, the car pulled into the Gue Lan Yuan villa. Chapter 51. Embrace her and kiss her directly. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Su Jin strode purposefully into the house without so much as a backward glance, leaving Jiang Xian behind. Once inside, she ascended the stairs to the second floor without uttering a word. At that moment, Xiaya, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in a television program, could hardly manage a greeting for Su Jin. "Why the rush?" Xiaya murmured to herself. Just as she pondered Jiang Xian's whereabouts, she suddenly spotted him entering the house, moving slowly like a chastised spouse. His gaze was unfocused, clearly preoccupied with other thoughts. As he made his way towards the stairs, Xiaya sprang from the sofa and intercepted him. "Hey, what's with that expression? You look as though you've just been wronged." Unable to contain her amusement, Xiaya burst into laughter. It was worth noting that she had never seen Jiang Xian display such a demeanor. Even when Su Jin had previously unleashed her fury in the office, Jiang Xian had not reacted this way. Could it be that they had quarreled this time? "Please, don't bother me right now. My mind is a tumult, and I have no inclination for jesting," Jiang Xian said, brushing aside Xiaoya's hand and turning to ascend the stairs. "What's the hurry? You merely upset her. Is it worth this pitiful state?" Xiaoya crossed her arms, regarding Jiang Xian with a look of disdain that seemed to say, "Look how frightened you are. You can stand there and talk as if it's easy to placate her," Jiang Xian retorted, exasperated. While Su Jin had indeed lost her temper before, she would eventually revert to normalcy. This time, however, her silence was a stark contrast. Sometimes, the silence between two individuals is far more daunting than an argument, as one remains utterly unaware of the other's thoughts, unable to communicate. With a sly smile, Xiaya remarked, "Is it truly so difficult? If one fails to navigate the road ahead, one should not blame the uneven terrain. The reason you can't win her over is that your approach is flawed." Xiaya, resembling a relationship guru, began to expound upon her insights to Jiang Xian. Just as he was about to ascend the steps back home, her words caused him to halt. He turned to Xiaya, his eagerness palpable as he inquired, "Methods? What methods? Please tell me." In that moment, Jiang Xian looked as if he had grasped a life-saving lifeline, his eyes brimming with hope, recalling that Xiaoya had grown up alongside Su Jin and undoubtedly understood her well. Seeing Jiang Xian's anxious demeanor, Xiaoya felt a rush of satisfaction. She would not let this chance to tease him slip by. Slowly, she reclined back onto the sofa, crossed her legs, and, with an air of casualness, remarked, My throat feels dry. I can hardly speak. I could use a drink of water." Jiang Xian stared at Xiaya, his expression a mix of frustration and resignation. Indeed, one must always pay the price for their actions. Having previously teased Xiaya, he was now reaping the consequences. Jiang Xian gritted his teeth, swiftly poured a glass of water from the kettle, and reverently placed it before Xiaoyu. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. As long as he could discover a way to appease Su Jin, this small indignity was hardly worth mentioning. Xiaoyu lifted the cup, sipping delicately. Her expression one of profound enjoyment. Her eyes narrowed slightly, as if savoring the sweet taste of victory in this moment. Really, dear sister, what on earth are you doing? It's merely a glass of ordinary water, neither fine wine nor exquisite tea, yet you're treating it as if it were something extraordinary. Jiang Xian stood by, observing Xiaoyu's rapture and contentment, utterly baffled by the absurdity of it all. After a prolonged silence, unable to contain his impatience, Jiang Xian urged, "All right, enough of this. Can you please tell me now?" Only then did Xiaoyu slowly open her eyes, directing a gaze at Jiang Xian that was tinged with deep disappointment. "Hey, look at yourself, always so restless. What's the hurry? Whatever happened to your previous composure and calm?" Jiang Xian could no longer tolerate the situation. He dashed forward, snatched the cup from Xiaoyu's hands without hesitation, his face gradually flushed with anger. "You're not deliberately teasing me, are you?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide as he glared at her, lowering his voice in inquiry. In response to Jiang Xian's pressing question, Xiaoyu merely smiled faintly and replied leisurely, "Ah, congratulations. You guessed correctly. I'm just having a bit of fun with you." Her face radiated with pride and mischief as she spoke. Jiang Xian was so enraged that he ground his teeth, yet he struggled to suppress his inner turmoil, turning away and striding toward the staircase without a backward glance. Xiaoyu's antics had already consumed far too much precious time, and he was anxious to know Su Jin's current situation. As he ascended the stairs, he silently cursed Xiaoyu while quickening his pace. Just then, he heard Xiaoyu's voice trailing behind him. "Heiress, a little reminder. If you intend to deal with a woman like Su Jin by constantly compromising and retreating, don't expect to achieve the desired outcome." Jiang Xian paused mid-step, casting a strange look back at Xiaoyu, momentarily perplexed by the implications of her words. Xiaoyu beckoned him closer with a playful gesture, but he remained unmoved. With no other option, she approached him and whispered, "Trust me, once you enter, forget everything else. Just embrace her and kiss her directly." Xiaoyu's words struck Jiang Xian like a massive stone plummeting into the still waters of his heart. "Have you lost your mind, or have I? Isn't that akin to courting disaster?" Jiang Xian stared at her in disbelief, his eyes wide. "What kind of ludicrous idea is this?" Xiaoyu regarded him with disdain, saying, "Is that truly the extent of your ambition? Su Jin, though formidable, remains merely a woman. Trust me, nothing cannot be resolved with a kiss. If one is insufficient, then two will suffice." Jiang Xian gazed at Xiaoyu with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, sensing a semblance of truth in her words, yet feeling an inexplicable discord. Encouraged by Xiaoyu, he found himself standing at the threshold of Su Jin's chamber. The atmosphere within was enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound. Jiang Xian raised his hand and knocked gently on the door, prompting a detached voice from within. "Enter." Upon opening the door, he beheld Su Jin, already adorned with makeup, gazing into the mirror. Typically understated, her beauty was now magnified through meticulous preparation, rendering Jiang Xian utterly captivated. "Is there something you need?" Su Jin appeared unapproachable, a stark contrast to her demeanor during their midday hot pot gathering. The echo of Xiaoyu's exhortation reverberated in Jiang Xian's mind. Embrace her and kiss her. In that moment, an inexplicable surge of courage coursed through him, and despite his lingering doubts, he crossed the threshold. He pulled Su Jin into his arms, cradling her head with his hand, and leaned in for a kiss. In an instant, Su Jin's eyes widened in astonishment, caught off guard by the overwhelming wave of masculinity that enveloped her. Chapter 52, Jiang Xian in 5 minutes. The room was steeped in tranquility, as if one could hear the molecules of air dancing softly. At this juncture, only two distinctly different heartbeats intertwined, accompanied by the faint sound of gentle suction. Su Jin's delicate form trembled slightly within Jiang Xian's warm embrace, her astonished gaze filled with disbelief. However, lost in the exquisite sensation, Jiang Xian remained oblivious to the subtle shifts in her expression, his eyes tightly shut. Gradually, he seemed to spiral deeper into the captivating vortex. Su Jin's lips, soft as silk, were cool and moist, rendering him unable to withdraw. Each kiss unfolded like a marvelous adventure, intoxicating him further. Initially, Su Jin was overwhelmed with shock and confusion, but as time passed, her emotions began to settle. Yet, amidst this, a tide of unbidden anger surged within her. She could hardly fathom that Jiang Xian would dare to act so boldly. Just as Jiang Xian was engulfed in the throes of passion, he inadvertently opened his eyes and met Su Jin's gaze. It was a chilling stare, imbued with an icy disdain that extinguished the fervent flames of desire within him. Jiang Xian stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his grip instinctively loosening. Bewildered, he looked at Su Jin, his heart heavy with regret and self-reproach. What have I done? He silently cursed, overwhelmed by remorse. He realized he should never have placed blind faith in Xiaoya's words, now finding himself ensnared in such an awkward predicament. Meanwhile, downstairs, Xiaoyu had remained vigilantly stationed at the staircase since Jiang Xian had entered Su Jin's room, her senses heightened, attuned to any stirring within. However, several minutes passed, and the interior remained eerily calm and silent. How peculiar. Could it be that my assumptions were correct? Xiaoya lightly bit her crimson lip, her face etched with confusion. Can a mere kiss truly conquer Su Jin? That seems implausible. Wouldn't he that imply that I inadvertently assisted Jiang Xian? How infuriating. Xiaoya felt a surge of frustration, almost instinctively raising her delicate fist, ready to strike the staircase railing with force. Xiaoya, what are you doing here? At that very moment, Gu Ran returned home and immediately spotted Xiaoya standing on the staircase, her hand raised in an oddly peculiar manner. Madam? Xiaoya was startled and hurriedly explained, I am fine. Just had a sudden cramp in my hand. Where are Xiao Jin and Xiao Jiang? Gu Ran inquired as she approached Xiaoya. Xiaoya pointed towards Su Jin's room and replied. They returned. They're inside. Is Xiao Jiang also in there? Gu Ran asked, slightly surprised. Xiaoya nodded obediently. Is this already happening in broad daylight? How hasty. Gu Ran frowned slightly, her piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the door. Inside the room, Su Jin cast a cold stare at Jiang Xian, who was trembling with unease. That was merely an accident, Jiang Xian attempted to clarify, but words escaped him. Can you clarify after you've already kissed? Su Jin scoffed, looking at Jiang Xian with a teasing glint. I didn't realize you had such audacity, Jiang Xian. Oh, you're simply too beautiful. I couldn't help myself. You understand, Jiang Xian feigned innocence, as if he were the one being kissed, not Su Jin. Hearing the words you're too beautiful stirred an inexplicable sweetness within Su Jin. Trying to placate me with sweet words? Not a chance. The iciness on Su Jin's face intensified as she retorted, Jiang Xian, I presume you've said such things to others before? Absolutely not. I would never utter such words to another man. Jiang Xian raised his hands, his expression earnest. Clearly, he was jesting again. Su Jin's gaze was fixed on Jiang Xian, cold and disdainful, as she icily questioned, Do you consider yourself humorous? Jiang Xian scratched his head and smiled as he explained, I merely noticed you were upset, and I wanted to lighten your mood. Upon hearing this, Su Jin's brows slightly arched, her tone lessened in discontent, though still tinged with playful reproach. So, you chose to express it through a forceful kiss? Jiang Xian blinked, seemingly unaware of any impropriety in his actions, and shamelessly countered, That wasn't exactly a forceful kiss. You didn't reject me just now. Su Jin's frosty gaze bore down on Jiang Xian as if attempting to see through him, and after a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. All right, you may leave now. I need to start my makeup. As if granted a pardon, Jiang Xian's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile. He then cautiously and quietly shut the door behind him, leaving the room. Once Jiang Xian departed, Su Jin, who had previously worn a mask of indifference, could not help but let the corners of her mouth curl upwards, revealing a hint of a barely perceptible smile. This rogue, despite his silver tongue, certainly had a knack for winning hearts, Su Jin murmured to herself as she returned to the vanity. The kiss they had just shared had smudged her lipstick, necessitating a touch-up. Meanwhile, as Jiang Xian exited the room, a surge of anger washed over him. You, Xiaoya, nearly led me to my doom. He had genuinely panicked when Su Jin's icy gaze had pierced through him. On the staircase, Xiaoya and Gu Ran were still engrossed in their discussion about Jiang Xian and Su Jin, oblivious to the sound of the door opening and closing. I believe it took 5 minutes, my lady, one remarked. Jiang Xian is quite robust. 5 minutes seems implausible. This has little to do with physical fitness. Many men are like this, another replied. Are you implying something about the master? Just know it and don't speak of it. Oh. Xiaoya inadvertently looked up just as Jiang Xian was ascending the stairs, his face a portrait of fury. The atmosphere grew instantly awkward. Gu Ran, noticing Jiang Xian's wrathful expression, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Had he overheard their conversation? Gu Ran wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in, as she, an elder, had just discussed such matters regarding her son-in-law with a younger person. And worse still, her son-in-law had heard it. Ahem, I seem to have misplaced my phone outside. I shall go search for it, Gu Ran stated, swiftly exiting once again. Yet, in truth, Jiang Xian had not heard a word of their conversation. He merely noticed Gu Ran's surprise. Once she was gone, he intended to settle the score with Xiaya. I must have been out of my mind to have believed your nonsense. Jiang Xian confronted Xiaya, his anger palpable. However, Xiaya appeared unperturbed by Jiang Xian's reproach, gazing at him with a bemused expression, slowly articulating, So you truly only took 5 minutes? What 5 minutes? Jiang Xian responded, utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the conversation. Xiaoya sighed resignedly and shook her head, her face etched with sympathy. She gently patted Jiang Xian's shoulder, offering comfort. Brother, do not fear when faced with problems. We can find a way to resolve them. Nevertheless, Jiang Xian, oblivious to her intentions, brushed her hand away and regarded her with an incredulous expression, retorting, What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think that by playing the fool, I will refrain from confronting you? Let me assure you, that is far from the case. Yet to Xiaoya, Jiang Xian was merely a classic example of a stubborn man unwilling to admit the truth. After all, when a woman directly exposed such matters, any man would feel a sting to his pride. Alas, I find myself deeply concerned for Su Jin. Xiaoya sighed once more, then turned to casually remark, Oh, by the way, do not forget to wipe the lipstick off your lips. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xian hurried back to his room to check his reflection in the mirror, and indeed discovered that his lips were smudged with considerable lipstick. After swiftly cleansing his lips, he opened his wardrobe to select an outfit. The cabinet was filled with an array of high-end garments, a dazzling display of fashion. Jiang Xian casually pulled out 2 pieces, but after a moment's hesitation, he returned them to their places. While the clothing was undoubtedly exquisite, he felt an unsettling sense of distance would arise between him and his old friends once dawned, as if an invisible barrier had formed between them. This sensation made him uncomfortable, grappling with the decision of whether to wear these garments to the gathering. After much deliberation, he resolved that his usual attire would be more comfortable. At that moment, Zhang Yang sent over the details regarding the gathering. 7 p.m., Tianyuan Building, Kangming Pavilion. Just mention Mr. Li's reservation. Upon reading this message, Jiang Xian replied promptly. He then gazed at the text on his phone screen, a wave of emotion washing over him. These 2 fellows are doing rather well for themselves, managing to dine at Tianyuan Building. It is worth noting that Tianyuan Building is one of the most renowned Cantonese restaurants in Long City, not only notorious for its steep prices, but also for the difficulty in securing a reservation. Being able to dine here is a testament to the fact that Li Jiao and Zhang Fan have indeed achieved a certain level of success in their careers. With this thought, Jiang Xian felt a surge of anticipation for the upcoming gathering. However, Zhang Yang sent another message. How unfair. I am the only single dog. Jiang Xian was taken aback upon reading this. He quickly messaged back, Are they both bringing partners? Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yang replied, Yes, they are bringing partners. And if you bring yours, that would leave me as the sole single dog. Reading this response, Jiang Xian couldn't help but chuckle. He had not anticipated such significant changes among them after all these years. What he initially assumed would be a simple reunion among old friends now seemed to hold a different allure. Jiang Xian, all right, see you tonight. Zhang Yang. Jiang Xian glanced at the time. It was just past 4 in the afternoon. The journey to Tianyuan Building would take approximately an hour, so departing around 5 would afford him ample time. After getting ready, he settled on the sofa in the lobby, leisurely scrolling through his phone while awaiting Su Jin's descent from upstairs. Around 10 past 5, Su Jin finally completed her preparations and gracefully descended the staircase. The moment she appeared before Jiang Xian, his gaze was immediately captured, rendering him unable to look away. Su Jin's chestnut brown curls cascaded over her shoulders like a shimmering waterfall, exuding a delicate fragrance with every gentle sway. Her skin was as fair as snow, translucent and radiant, resembling an exquisite piece of flawless jade. Her captivating eyes, deep as the ocean, draw one in at a single glance, rendering them entranced and unable to escape. Her ruby lips are slightly pursed, exuding an innate aura of noble elegance. Clad in a soft, lustrous silk blouse, cinched at the waist with a slender black belt, she perfectly accentuates her delicate waistline, as if it could be effortlessly snapped with the gentlest touch. Her makeup is exquisitely understated yet carries an undeniable formidable presence, radiating a cold, commanding allure reminiscent of a sophisticated femme fatale. The archetype of such women is often defined by 3 remarkable traits: beauty, strength, and an irresistible charm. In the past, Jiang Xian was drawn to sweet, adorable, and delicately alluring women like Yang Qi. He believed that overly assertive women could impose a formidable pressure upon men. However, upon encountering Su Jin, he realized the allure of a strong woman was truly intoxicating. Jiang Xian found himself enamored with such a sophisticated woman, specifically with Su Jin. As Jiang Xian's gaze was irresistibly drawn toward her like a moth to a flame, a wave of joy surged within Su Jin. It is often said that a scholar would lay down his life for a confidant, and a woman would adorn herself for the one who appreciates her beauty. After meticulously preparing herself for this moment, she hoped to witness the very expression Jiang Xian now wore. Undoubtedly, the outcome was nothing short of perfection. Wow, Su Jin. You are absolutely stunning, Jiang Xian exclaimed unabashedly. Honestly, aside from Su Jin, no other woman can even compare to a flower. Humph, am I not beautiful on other occasions? Su Jin replied, rolling her eyes playfully. Of course you are. My Su Jin is the most beautiful, no matter the time or place. Jiang Xian hastily concurred in flattery. All right, enough of the flattery. When are we actually departing? Su Jin interjected at the opportune moment. We can set off now. Our agreed time is 7 o'clock this evening, Jiang Xian responded. Then let us hurry and be on our way. Just as they were preparing to leave, Xiaoya emerged from her room, having heard the commotion. Upon seeing Su Jin, she stood frozen in astonishment, as if ensnared by an enchantment. Wow, you're all dressed up. Are you two attending an event? We're heading to a gathering. Xiaoya, Jiang Xian began. No need to explain. You were just leaving me to guard the house, right? No problem, you two go ahead. Xiaoya interjected. After the two had departed, Xiaoya gazed once more at the empty villa and sighed. Being single truly feels disheartening. With everything arranged, there was only one unforeseen circumstance, the traffic jam. At around 6 o'clock, during peak commuting hours, the roads were utterly congested, moving at a snail's pace. Oh no, at this rate, we won't make it by 7. Jiang Xian thought anxiously as he stared at the long line of halted vehicles ahead. Chapter 54. The mysterious gathering due to the severe traffic conditions. What should have been a 1-hour journey ended up consuming nearly twice that time before they finally arrived at Tianyan Tower. I must make a brief visit to the restroom. Please proceed without me. After being confined in the car for an extended period, Su Jin hurriedly dashed towards the lavatory upon disembarking. Do you know the location? It's at Kangming Pavilion. Jiang Xian kindly reminded. I am aware. You go ahead. There is no need to wait for me. Su Jin replied as she hastily entered. At that moment, a receptionist clad in a cheapao approached with warmth, inquiring, Good day, sir. Do you have a reservation? Yes, at Kangming Pavilion, under Mr. Li's name. Ending in the last digits of my mobile number, Jiang Xian replied. Very well, please follow me. Upon hearing this, the receptionist's smile grew even more radiant as she eagerly led Jiang Xian to the 3rd floor. In stark contrast to the 1st floor, the overall ambience of the 3rd floor leaned towards a rich red hue, with walls adorned in crimson glass decorations. A magnificent dragon, crafted from pure white glass, descended from the ceiling at the entrance, enveloping the entire floor in a profound aura of Chinese cultural elements. As Jiang Xian approached the door of Kangming Pavilion, a wave of excitement washed over him as he gently pushed open the door to the private room. Hello, brothers. Inside the room, 3 men and 1 woman were engaged in fervent conversation. Although merely 2 years had elapsed since their last meeting, Li Jiao and Zhang Fan had undergone astonishing, transformative changes. This metamorphosis was not merely superficial but was deeply etched into their very demeanor. Both were adorned in exquisite designer attire, their hair meticulously styled and gleaming. A stark contrast to their youthful, naive selves from their university days. Zhang Yang had arrived earlier and was seated beside Zhang Fan, his face revealing an unmistakable air of shyness. However, the sole woman in the room sat alone between Li Jiao and Zhang Fan, incessantly fiddling with her phone, seemingly immersed in a realm entirely distinct from the animated discussions around her. Yet, the luxurious clothing she wore and the opulent handbag she clutched continually broadcasted her affluence to the world. As Jiang Xian stepped into the room, a brief silence enveloped the space. The first to rise to greet him was unexpectedly Zhang Yang. You finally arrived. Did you encounter traffic on your way? Zhang Yang exclaimed, as if a savior had come to their rescue, hurriedly pulling Jiang Xian to sit beside him. Indeed, it was quite a long delay, Jiugu. Fanzi, it's been far too long. Jiang Xian did not sit immediately, but instead walked slowly to Zhang Fan's side, gently patting his shoulder and calling out in an exceptionally cordial tone. Upon hearing his voice, Zhang Fan promptly stood, beaming with joy as he shook hands with Jiang Xian. and then introduced, "Come, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Su Wei. This individual is none other than my dear brother, Jiang Xian." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian proactively nodded towards Su Wei and greeted her, saying, "Hello, sister-in-law." At that moment, Su Wei's gaze remained fixed upon Jiang Xian, appraising him as if he were a rare and exquisite treasure. Subsequently, she extended her hand with an exceptionally sweet smile, softly uttering, "Hello, Jiang Xian. Just call me Wei Jie." Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, responding with a smile, "Sure, Wei Jie." After all, she had extended her hand first. To remain unresponsive would be to disregard her courtesy, potentially offending her. However, at the instant their hands clasped, Jiang Xian distinctly felt her fingers gently caressing the palm of his hand. In that fleeting moment, goosebumps erupted across his body, causing him to involuntarily shudder and swiftly release her hand, surprise and wariness flickering in his eyes. Observing Jiang Xian's astonishment, Su Wei appeared quite pleased, a stark contrast to her earlier indifference. After releasing her grip, Jiang Xian obediently returned to sit beside Zhang Yang. This woman is no good. How could Fan choose such a woman? Perhaps I should find an opportunity to inform him. Jiang Xian pondered silently. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment their hands met, Li Jiao and Zhang Fan exchanged glances, a shadow of unease evident in their eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang cast a worried look at Jiang Xian. The room fell into an unexpected silence, enveloped by a peculiar atmosphere. "Oh, by the way, your girlfriend hasn't arrived yet, has she?" Su Wei inquired with a cheerful smile directed at Jiang Xian. "I apologize. She went to the restroom and should be here shortly." Jiang Xian replied with a hint of regret. "Ah, Jiang Xian, this is where you are mistaken. How could one abandon their girlfriend and proceed alone? Such behavior could adversely affect the relationship." Su Wei supported her chin with her hand, intently gazing at Jiang Xian, her smile and crescent moon eyes betraying her delightful mood. "It won't be a problem, Wei Jie. You are overthinking," Jiang Xian began. But before he could finish, an unfamiliar sensation surged through him like a tidal wave. Someone was touching him beneath the table. The soft caress continued to stroke his calf. It was Su Wei's foot. Jiang Xian abruptly pulled his leg away, casting her a warning glance. This woman is utterly shameless. I must find a way to speak to Fan about this. Yet, unfazed by Jiang Xian's warning, Su Wei brazenly shot him a flirtatious glance, her eyes brimming with playful intent. Whether anyone else noticed remained unclear. Jiang Xian chose not to look at her again and shifted his chair back, ensuring her leg could no longer reach him. Su Wei smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth, stood up, and said, "I'm going to touch up my makeup. You all continue your conversation." With that, she took her bag and swayed her hips as she exited. "Fan, I have something to discuss with you." Seeing the main subject had left, Jiang Xian intended to inform Zhang Fan of the matter at hand. He could not stand idly by as his dear friend spiraled into a chasm of despair. However, just as he rose, Zhang Yang beside him grasped his arm under the table and gently shook his head. "What does this mean?" Jiang Xian was bewildered by Zhang Yang's sudden action. "Is he signaling me to remain silent?" Jiang Xian pondered. Zhang Fan lifted his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes, and asked, "What is the matter, Jiang Xian? Just speak up." At that moment, Jiang Xian hesitated. The atmosphere of the gathering felt off. Chapter 55, The Astonishing Triad Relationship. Jiang Xian sensed something was amiss with Zhang Yang. Typically, Zhang Yang was adept at enlivening the atmosphere, but now he sat rigidly in his seat, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Coupled with his earlier action of restraining Jiang Xian, the latter momentarily shelved the intention of revealing the truth to Zhang Fan. At that juncture, Zhang Fan's phone rang. Upon answering, Su Wei's voice resonated from the other end. "You two, hurry to the third-floor hall. Someone is causing trouble." Zhang Fan's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he promptly replied, "Understood. We're on our way." He then patted Li Jiao on the shoulder, and Li Jiao instantly grasped his intent, quickly standing and following behind him. "We'll step outside for a smoke. You all chat for a bit and wait for the younger sister," Zhang Fan said with a smile. "Absolutely, you go ahead." Zhang Yang readily took over the conversation. Once the two departed, Jiang Xian immediately inquired, "What on earth just happened? Why did you suddenly pull me?" Zhang Yang paused briefly, then turned his gaze toward Jiang Xian, slowly articulating, "Do you have any idea what situation I encountered in the restroom?" His tone was laced with disbelief and a slight tremor. "What exactly did you encounter?" Jiang Xian frowned, puzzled by the inquiry. To him, Zhang Yang's question seemed rather absurd. What could possibly happen in a restroom? Surely it wasn't a haunting by a ghost in red? Zhang Yang reached for the water cup on the table, drank deeply, wiped his mouth, And after taking a deep breath, he finally responded, Zhang Fan, Li Jiu, and Su Wei were all crammed into the same stall doing that kind of thing. You understand, right? That kind of thing. Zhang Yang deliberately emphasized the gravity of his statement. Jiang Xian's head buzzed. An overwhelming influx of information flooded his mind, leaving him utterly incapable of processing it. What did he just say? 3 people engaged in that kind of activity in the same stall. Jiang Xian is no longer a child. He is acutely aware of what such matters imply. Yet, how is he to believe in these assertions? Could it be that you're mistaken? Jiang Xian's eyes widened, his face a canvas of skepticism. It is utterly impossible. I did not see the 3 of them. I merely overheard. I was right next door. I heard every action they took and every word they uttered with crystal clarity. Zhang Yang thumped his chest. Speaking with unwavering conviction, Jiang Xian, do you truly think I could mishear their voices? Well, even if there's a chance I might misinterpret the sounds. Surely I could not be wrong about their names. Zhang Yang's words left Jiang Xian momentarily stunned. Furthermore, I witnessed the gestures Su Wei made towards you. Do you know why I held on to you? Because telling Zhang Fan would be futile. The 3 of them are indeed entangled in that kind of relationship. If you were to lay everything bare, it would only complicate matters. Su Wei is certainly not an ordinary woman, from what I overheard in the restroom. It is evident that she holds the highest status among the 3, with the other 2 being unconditionally submissive to her. After finishing, Zhang Yang seemed to have exhausted all his strength, collapsing into the chair and sighing. They are no longer the people they once were. Jiang Xian lowered his head, enveloped in silence. Observing Jiang Xian's lack of response, Zhang Yang continued, If you do not believe me, I shall say no more nor will I impede you. Jiang Xian offered a wry smile and remarked, My mind is rather muddled right now. I need some fresh air. Go on after all this. I am left here to guard this empty room alone. Zhang Yang made a light-hearted jest. Upon exiting the private room, Jiang Xian stood in the corridor, gazing up at the ceiling, taking a deep breath. The conversation with Zhang Yang had struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly astonished. Although he had heard of similar incidents in the past, he had never envisioned such occurrences happening in his own vicinity. If what Zhang Yang said holds true, then Li Jiu and Zhang Fan have effectively become Su Wei's 2 male pets? At that moment, a sudden tightening in his chest made Jiang Xian instantly realize the implications of Su Wei's earlier actions towards him in the private room. She evidently sought to include Jiang Xian in her harem, while contemplating and analyzing the information Zhang Yang had provided. Jiang Xian gradually made his way to the vicinity of the 3rd floor lobby. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices drew his attention. He lifted his head towards the source of the sound, his eyes widening in astonishment, and then he dashed forward. He spotted Su Jin, along with Su Wei, Li Jiu, and Zhang Fan. I said I apologize. Did you not hear me? Su Wei shouted at the top of her lungs, glaring at the woman before her, who surpassed her in beauty, poise, physique, and attire. A woman could not possibly be this perfect. Jealousy radiated from her eyes, especially upon witnessing the intense gaze of Li Jiu and Zhang Fan fixated on her. Her animosity towards the woman before her intensified. Su Jin narrowed her eyes, maintaining her customary indifference as she remarked, Miss, please be clear. It was you who collided with me. You expect me to apologize? Despite the presence of 3 individuals, Su Jin's aura remained formidable. She feared no one when she was in the right. Because of you, my bag fell to the ground, and my phone may very well be damaged. Is it too much to expect an apology from you? Seizing the moment while her mood was still amiable, she insisted. Apologize to me promptly, or else. Su Jin cast a cold glance, apathetically inquiring, or else what? I reiterate, it was you who ran into me. The one who should apologize is you. Faced with Su Jin's unwavering stance, Su Wei's fury escalated, and she turned to the 2 beside her, saying, He believes I should be the one apologizing. What do you think? Li Jiu hesitated before stepping forward, stating, Beauty, isn't it customary to apologize when one errs? Or do you consider yourself above such norms? Su Jin's declaration of a final repetition was indeed final. She remained silent in response to Li Jiu's pressing inquiry. Zhang Fan also advanced, applying pressure. While my girlfriend is in a good mood, it would be wise to apologize and resolve this matter. Otherwise, it may not end well for you. Su Jin smiled coldly, disdain evident in her gaze as she addressed Zhang Fan. What? Do you intend to resort to violence? No sooner had she spoken than Su Wei, clearly losing patience, swiftly approached and raised her hand to strike Su Jin's face. Su Jin merely smiled, making no effort to evade. Su Wei's hand halted just an inch from Su Jin's delicate skin. Startled, Su Wei turned to see Jiang Xian. Gazing at Jiang Xian, Su Jin's eyes sparkled with sweetness. She remarked, "You're quite slow. I almost got struck." He replied, "Is being slow such a negative thing?" Chapter 56. An unpleasant departure. Jiang Xian's abrupt arrival rendered the atmosphere palpably awkward. Zhang Fan and Li Jiao exchanged bewildered glances, caught off guard. "Are you hurt?" Jiang Xian inquired, concern etched across his features as his eyes roamed over Su Jin. "I'm fine," Su Jin assured him with a comforting smile. Only then did Jiang Xian release his grip on Su Wei. Jiang Xian, is this your girlfriend?" Zhang Fan, glancing at Su Wei, expressed disbelief as he hesitantly posed the question. Jiang Xian instinctively shielded Su Jin behind him, furrowing his brow in confusion as he countered, "Fancy. What on earth is going on?" Had he not intervened in time, Su Wei's slap would have undoubtedly landed on Su Jin's face. "This is what just happened." Zhang Fan gestured towards Su Jin, then cast a glance at Su Wei, his expression filled with embarrassment and uncertainty. The revelation that this stunning woman was Jiang Xian's girlfriend left them astounded. This was indeed the person they had been waiting for. In that moment, both Zhang Fan and Li Jiao felt as if their minds had abruptly ground to a halt, enveloped in chaos. Jiang Xian was their friend, and they certainly did not wish to offend him. Su Wei, aware of her own privileged position, understood that they would not dare to offend her. A single word from her could lead them to dire consequences. However, Jiang Xian clearly did not share their apprehensions. Without a doubt, he firmly stood by Su Jin's side. What had transpired? Jiang Xian turned to Su Jin, his gaze soft as he gently inquired. Through the exchange between Jiang Xian and Zhang Fan, Su Jin gathered that they were indeed Jiang Xian's friends and participants of this gathering. Consequently, her tone softened as she began to recount the events. It was nothing of great significance, merely a fortuitous collision between her and another individual. Had it been in the past, Su Jin, with her assertive demeanor, would never have calmly explained herself when she had done no wrong and the other party was being unreasonable. Nevertheless, since the individual was associated with Jiang Xian, she was willing to exercise patience. However, her choice to remain composed did not imply that the other party would reciprocate. Su Wei rubbed her wrist, still feeling the force with which Jiang Xian had acted in a moment of urgency. With a scoff, she retorted disdainfully, "A mere accident, you say? Your words are quite charming." At Su Wei's remark, a chill immediately swept across Su Jin's previously serene expression. Frowning slightly, she pondered, why refuse to step down when given an opportunity? Was it necessary to push further? Su Jin had intended to de-escalate the situation, to transform a significant issue into a minor one, yet it appeared the other party was unwilling to relent, intent on a full confrontation. Very well. If she wished to play, Su Jin would gladly engage. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in her eyes as her lips curled into a subtle smile. "Manager Yao, please bring up the surveillance footage to prevent any falsehoods from being propagated." Su Jin snapped her fingers crisply, her voice neither too loud nor too soft. Yet it pierced through the atmosphere with remarkable clarity. A bespectacled man in a suit approached respectfully, addressing her. "Understood, President Su." The title President Su detonated in the crowd like a bombshell, leaving everyone, including Jiang Xian, momentarily stunned. The Tianyan Tower was indeed a property of the Su family? Su Wei stared at Manager Yao in astonishment, suddenly enlightened. No wonder the restaurant manager had remained a passive observer during her altercation with Su Jin, showing no inclination to mediate. It turned out that this establishment belonged to her family. As Manager Yao prepared to leave to retrieve the footage, Su Wei felt a surge of panic. Deep down, she knew who was right and who was wrong. Her disdain for Su Jin had merely driven her to exploit this opportunity to bully her. Yet, faced with an adversary more powerful and formidable, she had no choice but to concede and soften her stance. After all, while Su Wei was wealthy, she was not foolish. "Wait," Su Wei hastily called out. However, Manager Yao appeared oblivious to her cries, continuing to stride towards the entrance. Su Wei cast a profound gaze at Su Jin, as if she wished to engrave Su Jin's image eternally in the deepest recesses of her memory. "It was I who collided with you. I am truly sorry. I apologize." At last, this belated expression of contrition bore some fruit. Su Jin raised her hand, signaling Manager Yao to halt. "There we go. I, Su Jin, have always been a person of reason. If I have indeed erred, I shall certainly admit it. Yet, should anyone attempt to unjustly impose the fault upon me, they must not expect me to yield graciously." Su Jin lifted her eyelids slightly, casting a disdainful and indifferent glance at Su Wei, before calmly stating, "Am I not correct?" In that moment, Su Wei's body trembled involuntarily, not from fear, but as she struggled to suppress the surging flames of fury within her. She forced a smile and replied, "Miss Su is right. This time, the fault lies with me. One's dignity is paramount, akin to a tree's bark." Today, before so many witnesses, she had utterly lost face. Su Jin's expression softened considerably as she replied, "Let us proceed to Kangming Pavilion. I apologize, but I must excuse myself for a moment. I am truly sorry." Su Wei spoke with a hint of regret in her tone. Su Jin's lips curled into a smile as she said, "Safe travels. No need for formalities." Without a trace of hesitation, Su Wei turned and walked briskly towards the elevator. Zhang Fan and Li Jiu exchanged glances at Jiang Xian, their feet seemingly glued to the ground, unable to move. "Jiang Xian, we still wish to speak with you," Li Jiu began, yet Su Wei, walking ahead, suddenly turned back, glaring fiercely at the two, commanding, "If you wish to go, then go." The threat in her words was unmistakable. Li Jiu and Zhang Fan shuddered, abandoning their hesitation and hurriedly following after her. They understood well the consequences of disregarding Su Wei's words, as he watched his former friends recede into the distance. An inexplicable emotion surged within Jiang Xian. Is there nothing to dissuade them? Su Jin's voice echoed in his ears, ethereal and distant. Jiang Xian gazed at the already closed elevator doors, appearing somewhat lost, and murmured, "No need. Everyone has the right to make their own choices, do they not?" Su Jin beamed, looking at Jiang Xian, gently inquiring, "Do you regret your choice?" Her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xian's eyes, unwilling to miss even the slightest shift in expression. Regret would mean less money. Chapter 57. Shall we stroll? Amidst the crowd of onlookers, a man donning a baseball cap stealthily captured photographs of the scene, particularly of Su Wei, Li Jiu, and Zhang Fan, ensuring their faces were distinctly visible. Once the event concluded, he quietly slipped away from the throng. Upon reaching the parking lot, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello?" A melodious and crisp female voice resonated from the other end of the line. "Boss, something has transpired today," the man wearing a cap said cautiously. "What has happened now?" The woman on the phone exhibited a hint of panic and tension. There was a confrontation between Su Wei, the owner of the Legay beauty salon, and Jiang Xian. "Su Jin, they almost came to blows." "What did you say?" the woman asked abruptly, her urgency palpable. The man, clearly aware that his words had caused a misunderstanding, hastily clarified, "Jiang Xian is fine. It was Su Wei and Su Jin who nearly fought." Jiang Xian merely intervened. "Oh, that's a relief." The woman's tone softened considerably, as if she had exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing Jiang Xian was unharmed. "Who did you mention just now? The owner of Legay Beauty Salon?" she inquired, a look of bewilderment crossing her face. "Yes, the one located in the Jiuhua Commercial District. It's quite a sizable establishment," the man affirmed with a nod. However, the woman seemed unfamiliar with the individual and pressed on. "What is her background? Tell me more." "She is a wealthy woman, worth around 100 million, with a rather tumultuous personal life. Today, she was the one who instigated trouble with Su Jin, accompanied by two young men." The man summarized while simultaneously sending the prepared photographs to the woman. "Only 100 million? She dares yet." Before the woman could finish her thought, she abruptly halted. Her gaze was fixated on the photographs on her phone screen, disbelief flickering in her eyes. "Are you certain you haven't made a mistake with these two?" she asked incredulously. The man paused momentarily but promptly realized she was referring to the two young men beside Su Wei. "It's them. I wouldn't be mistaken." His assured tone left the woman on the line in silence. "Boss, what should we do next?" the man inquired, but the woman remained silent. Assuming he had erred, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him and whispered, "Boss, boss." The woman finally responded, "Your task is complete for now. No need to continue following." The man felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, he could earn 100,000 from this job. Where would he find such opportunities? "I will transfer the money to your account, and I will contact you when needed," she assured him. "Thank you, boss. Thank you," the man replied hastily. After the call ended, Lisa gazed at the photographs sent by the man, a hint of disdain curling her lips into a smirk. How things have changed, she mused. She then summoned a man in black, instructing, "Investigate Su Wei, the owner of Legay Beauty Salon in the Jiuhua Commercial District. I want her address today." After returning to the private room with Su Jin, Jiang Xian recounted the events that had transpired outside in detail to Zhang Yang, who listened with a mix of amazement and reflection. However, the gathering was originally meant to accommodate 6 participants, yet now only 3 remained, rendering the atmosphere significantly more desolate. Coupled with Su Jin's formidable presence, Zhang Yang felt an overwhelming sense of constraint, unable to relax in the slightest. He merely echoed a few remarks when Jiang Xian spoke, but fell into silence the moment Su Jin initiated conversation. Ultimately, this assembly could be deemed a failure. Eventually, Zhang Yang could no longer endure the mounting pressure and concocted an excuse to slip away. Dining with Su Jin felt like a torment for him, more unbearable than death itself. At this moment, the entire private room had turned exceptionally somber. This hardly resembled a gathering. It was akin to an absence of assembly. Jiang Xian shook his head helplessly, offering a wry smile. Su Jin, tilting her head to regard Jiang Xian, softly uttered, "Perhaps I truly should not have attended your gathering." Her words betrayed a hint of self-reproach and regret. Jiang Xian furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed, and inquired, "Why do you say that?" Su Jin continued to rotate the cup in her hand, slowly elucidating, "You see, if I hadn't come, the incident outside wouldn't have occurred. If I hadn't arrived, your good friend Zhang Yang wouldn't have hurriedly left. In essence, the failure of this gathering was entirely due to my presence as an outsider." Upon finishing her explanation, Su Jin offered a self-deprecating smile. "Don't overthink it. This has nothing to do with you. Su Wei was the one who deliberately made things difficult for you. If you must attribute any blame, it can only be for your striking beauty," Jiang Xian jested. "Moreover, you are not an outsider." His words brought comfort to Su Jin, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, a smile she could hardly suppress. Jiang Xian stood up, stretching his limbs, and declared, "Let us go. The affair is concluded, and we should return." Su Jin said nothing, silently trailing behind Jiang Xian. Upon exiting the private room, Jiang Xian discovered that no one had settled the bill. After all this, it had turned into Jiang Xian treating everyone to dinner. "Well, let us consider it a meal for Su Jin." With a heavy heart, Jiang Xian swiped his card. Initially, he had found the food quite delightful, but upon seeing the exorbitant price, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Better to dine at a roadside stall." Once outside Tianyan Tower, it was nearly 9 o'clock. The sky had darkened, and the air in Long City was permeated with an enchanting charm. Su Jin then began to voice her grievances, saying, "I spent so much time dressing up." Jiang Xian regarded her earnestly and replied, "Actually, whether you dress up or not, it hardly matters. Are you implying that I cannot dress well?" Su Jin shot Jiang Xian an indignant look. "Not at all. What I mean is that your natural beauty shines through, and makeup does not affect your allure." Jiang Xian chuckled, playfully poking her fair cheek with his finger. Su Jin turned her face away, avoiding his playful gesture. "Wait here. I'll bring the car over." "It's time to head back," Jiang Xian said, retrieving the car keys. However, Su Jin snatched the keys from his hand. Jiang Xian looked at her with some confusion and asked, "Are you going to drive?" Su Jin smiled faintly and replied, "No, I do not wish to return just yet. Shall we take a stroll?" Chapter 58. Amusing moments in the park. A gentle evening breeze caressed the earth, akin to a tender hand softly brushing against the faces of passers-by, dispelling the heat and irritability of the day, ushering in a refreshing tranquility. In the park, on a long bench, Su Jin slightly reclined, leaning against Jiang Xian, savoring a box of fragrant fried noodles, taking small bites. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian, who caught a whiff of the noodles, found himself devoid of any appetite. "I must say, Miss Su, I never realized your appetite was this hearty," Jiang Xian remarked teasingly, observing her relish in the food. They had only just exited Tianyan Tower, and barely half an hour had passed, yet Su Jin was already hungry again. Insisting that Jiang Xian fetch her fried noodles, Jiang Xian pondered quietly. She had certainly eaten well at Tianyan Tower. How could she be hungry so soon? Upon his return with the fried noodles, Su Jin eagerly pulled him to this park, which was not the one they had previously visited. Plopping down on the bench to savor her meal, it was at this moment that Jiang Xian finally understood what Su Jin meant by taking a stroll. Was there really any need for a reason to eat when one was hungry? Su Jin gestured towards her mouth with her finger, indicating the need for a napkin. Seeing this, Jiang Xian quickly retrieved a tissue from his bag, gently and carefully wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth. His gaze was focused and tender, as if he feared causing her any discomfort. "Did the last incident leave you with any psychological scars?" Jiang Xian inquired softly, referring to the harrowing encounter with Long Lauda in the park. Su Jin shot him a glance, her lips curling into a disdainful smile. "If I am not intimidated by Li Changjie, do you think anyone else could instill such a psychological shadow on me?" Jiang Xian chuckled softly, acknowledging the truth in her words. Watching Su Jin enjoy her meal brought a warmth to his heart. After a moment's hesitation, He finally voiced a question that had long troubled him. I heard from Mom that you haven't returned to Xanadu in a long time. Isn't that your home? Why don't you go back and visit? Su-Jin paused slightly, her hand holding the chopsticks faltering, as she gently bit her lip before responding. There is someone I deeply dislike over there, and I do not wish to see her. Her voice was calm, yet imbued with an unspoken determination. From the Su family? Jiang Xian asked. Of course, would I refrain from going home because of a detestable outsider? Su-Jin lightly punched Jiang Xian. Can you tell me who that person is? Jiang Xian inquired. My cousin, named Su Yu. Su-Jin responded, her delicate brows slightly furrowing at the mention of the name. Why do you dislike her? Jiang Xian persisted. His curiosity piqued. Su-Jin, displaying no signs of impatience, replied, I cannot outwit her in a verbal spar. What? Jiang Xian exclaimed, looking at Su-Jin in bewilderment. Such a trivial reason seemed rather hasty. He had anticipated a deeply rooted enmity between them, yet it merely stemmed from her inability to contend with Su Yu's sharp tongue. Her words are exceedingly venomous. They have crossed my boundaries more than once. Moreover, the elders in our family favor her, leaving me powerless to retaliate. Thus, I chose to avoid returning home altogether. At least that brings me a modicum of comfort. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian couldn't help but exclaim, to provoke such a strong aversion that you would rather not return home. Just how toxic must her tongue be? Su-Jin contemplated this seriously for a moment before responding. Perhaps it's comparable to yours. Jiang Xian was momentarily speechless. Su-Jin then brightened, gripping Jiang Xian's arm with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Perfect. This time you must accompany me home and help me confront her. Make sure she has nothing to say. It was as if she had found a savior. Her face alight with expectation as she gazed at Jiang Xian. Absolutely, I won't allow anyone to bully you. Jiang Xian replied with a smile. His eyes filled with affection for Su-Jin. She beamed back, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Jiang Xian often pondered which version of Su-Jin was the true her. Was it the icy, mature, and domineering persona she typically exhibited, or the innocent, lively, and gentle character she displayed now? He suspected it was the former, as she predominantly presented herself in that manner. While Jiang Xian was lost in thought, Su-Jin handed him her plate of fried noodles, saying, I can't eat anymore. Please help me finish it. Jiang Xian said nothing, merely accepting the plate and beginning to tidy up. Su-Jin watched him with a smile, remarking, I thought you'd be put off by my having eaten it. Jiang Xian then jested, put off? What is there to disdain? Do you believe that if others knew this was your plate, they would auction it off? As expected, Su-Jin shot him an exaggerated eye roll. For a moment, silence enveloped them, neither willing to break it. Yet the atmosphere was markedly different from before. Su-Jin quietly observed Jiang Xian as he ate the noodles, her gaze revealing a hint of complex emotion. Suddenly, a faint commotion arose in the distance. Jiang Xian promptly set down his chopsticks, alert and attentive, scanning the surroundings with keen eyes. The familiar scene stirred an unusual sensation within him. As he anxiously observed his surroundings, he instinctively reached out and tightly embraced Su-Jin beside him. However, he quickly came to realize what was unfolding. It was a young couple strolling by, seemingly lost in their affection, unabashedly engaging in a passionate kiss beneath the streetlight. Their proximity allowed Jiang Xian and Su-Jin to witness every moment with clarity. The dimness of their surroundings contrasted sharply with the bright illumination of the streetlight, rendering the couple oblivious to their presence while the two could see everything. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Su-Jin turned her gaze away while Jiang Xian, in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, focused intently on his food. He silently hoped the couple would depart promptly, as the situation was becoming increasingly embarrassing. To his utter shock, the man abruptly spun the woman around and reached to unfasten her pants. Jiang Xian's expression changed dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost. Surely, this was not the appropriate venue for such antics. Without a second thought, Jiang Xian grasped Su-Jin's hand and hastily fled towards the park's exit. If they lingered any longer, they might bear witness to an indecent display. Upon leaving the park, a palpable awkwardness enveloped the air between them. Jiang Xian, unable to restrain himself, cast a sidelong glance at Su-Jin, attempting to break the suffocating silence. He feigned profundity, remarking, the youth of today truly seem increasingly restless. Yet, Su-Jin did not engage with his comment, remaining silent as she quietly followed his lead. Should they be heading home now? Jiang Xian instinctively glanced at his phone, realizing it was already past 10 o'clock. Considering Su-Jin had worked the next day, he felt compelled to remind her. However, to his surprise, she gently shook her head and softly replied, I don't wish to go home just yet. Would you mind accompanying me for a little longer? What? She didn't want to return? She wished to continue their stroll? Jiang Xian stared at Su Jin, astonished, his mind racing with speculation. Was she feeling unwell? This thought plunged him into contemplation. Sensing the confusion and doubt etched on Jiang Xian's face, Su Jin proactively clarified, "Please don't overthink it. There's no particular reason. I'm simply exhausted from my busy work life. It's a rare opportunity to unwind and enjoy myself, and I can't bear to waste it." "Very well. I shall gladly accompany you then." Jiang Xian's lips curled into a faint smile as he spoke softly. Su Jin, upon hearing this, also smiled gently. And the awkward atmosphere that had previously lingered between them dissipated into thin air. On the streets at night, there exists a vibrant and resplendent tapestry. The soft glow cast by the street lamps dances among the bustling crowd, illuminating the thoroughfare with a brilliance reminiscent of a starry sky. Two individuals stroll side by side. Feeling the gentle evening breeze caress their faces, bringing a refreshing sense of comfort and ease. As they walk, a surge of curiosity suddenly wells up within Su Jin, prompting her to turn towards Jiang Xian and ask, "Jiang Xian, could you share with me the story between you and Yang Qi?" The moment her words fell, Jiang Xian's brow furrowed slightly, and the previously light-hearted tone in his voice became tinged with gravity. Why did she suddenly bring her up? A flicker of confusion and displeasure crossed his gaze. Su Jin quickly clarified, "There is no particular reason. I am simply curious, nothing more. Would you mind sharing with me?" Her eyes sparkled with sincerity and anticipation, making it difficult to refuse her request. Seeing her expression, Jiang Xian hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately nodded and replied, "All right. Since you wish to know, I shall give you a brief account." Upon hearing this, Su Jin's eyes lit up, and she focused intently on Jiang Xian, eager not to miss a single detail. How should I put it? My adoptive parents were exceedingly strict with me, and under their guidance, I never experienced young love. I was only allowed to date after gaining admission to university. Thus, prior to that, apart from classmates, I hardly had any friends of the opposite sex. Therefore, when I entered university and faced Yang Qi's advances, I was completely ill-equipped to resist. Jiang Xian appeared somewhat embarrassed as he continued. You must understand that high school girls and university girls are entirely different entities. Moreover, Yang Qi is indeed quite beautiful. When she confessed to me, I immediately agreed. Su Jin interjected, "So, ultimately, does this mean you were swayed by her looks?" Jiang Xian, slightly flustered, replied, "What kind of remark is that? I am not lacking in appearance myself, and isn't that why she pursued me?" Su Jin chuckled softly and encouraged him to proceed. Jiang Xian cleared his throat and continued, "In the initial months, even the first year, our relationship was quite passionate, filled with sweetness. However, as time passed, that sweetness began to wane, especially after my adoptive parents passed away, leaving me under substantial debt. It was during that period that she began to show disinterest. Each day, my thoughts were consumed by the burden of repaying my debts, and I barely noticed the changes in her behavior. After graduating and entering the workforce, our differing job locations resulted in even less time spent together. Ultimately, as you may know, she ended our relationship and got together with Huang Xiongyu." Jiang Xian spoke reflectively, summarizing the journey of his romance with Yang Qi from its inception to its dissolution. Su Jin gazed at Jiang Xian and softly inquired, "Do you consider this relationship a failure?" Jiang Xian nodded without hesitation and said, "It is undoubtedly a failure." "What is the reason?" Su Jin inquired, tilting her head. Jiang Xian gradually slowed his pace, his mind replaying every moment he had shared with Yang Qi. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "Perhaps from the very beginning. My connection with her was a mistake. Prior to accepting her confession, we had cultivated no emotional bond and had not delved into each other's lives. Although I became aware of her views on love afterwards, I had already boarded a ship of no return, and it was no easy task to disembark. In truth, this bears a striking resemblance to the concept of marrying before love," Jiang Xian remarked vaguely. Upon hearing this, Su Jin's pupils trembled slightly, her gaze towards Jiang Xian revealing a complex array of emotions. "I do not believe that what exists between us is akin to what you share with her." To Jiang Xian's surprise, Su Jin's tone was remarkably resolute. He stared at her, suddenly engulfed by a wave of regret and remorse. Despite their current predicament, Su Jin did not waver, maintaining her steadfastness, while he had just faltered. This left him feeling as though he had sullied his feelings for her. Gazing into Su Jin's bright eyes, Jiang Xian smiled faintly and affirmed, "Yes, I share that sentiment." The two exchanged silent glances. Yet Jiang Xian distinctly felt that the distance between him and Su Jin had diminished. Suddenly, A droplet of water fell onto Su Jin's head, followed by a cascade of raindrops. It was raining. Jiang Xian placed his hand atop Su Jin's head, guiding her to the entrance of a milk tea shop. This torrential downpour showed no signs of relenting anytime soon. Are you thirsty? Let me get you something to drink, Jiang Xian offered. Lemonade will suffice. Su Jin replied with a smile. Jiang Xian turned and entered the milk tea shop, but when he emerged, he found Su Jin standing next to a man. Jiang Xian's eyes flickered momentarily, and he promptly positioned himself between Su Jin and the man, handing the lemonade to Su Jin. However, as he approached, the man patted Jiang Xian on the shoulder with a broad smile and asked, "Brother, shall we exchange WeChat?" Jiang Xian immediately wrapped his arms around Su Jin and replied without hesitation, "Sorry, she already has a boyfriend." Yet the man's next words left Jiang Xian utterly astounded. "Not brother, I'm not asking for her WeChat. I want yours." Chapter 60. Your relationship with her is irrelevant to me. At my WeChat? Upon hearing the man's words, Jiang Xian felt as if he had been struck dumb, standing motionless like a statue. Su Jin, nestled in his embrace, wore a perplexed expression, her large eyes darting back and forth between the man and Jiang Xian, as if trying to discern the underlying truth. "I noticed you from across the street earlier. You seem exceptionally handsome, and I wanted to get to know you," the stylishly dressed man in white said with a smile. However, that very smile sent a chill down Jiang Xian's spine, raising goosebumps all over his body. "I apologize, but I am not interested." Jiang Xian firmly declined without hesitation. It was an exceedingly awkward situation to be asked for WeChat by a stranger in front of Su Jin. "My friend, do not misunderstand. I am not a bad person. I assure you of my sincerity," the man in white hastily clarified, his tone particularly earnest. Jiang Xian maintained his stern demeanor, ignoring him entirely. Noticing this, the man swiftly altered his approach and inquired, "Are you in need of money? What relevance does my financial situation have to you?" Jiang Xian retorted, a hint of irritation evident as he shot him a fierce glare. "It is indeed relevant. If you're willing, I could offer you 2,000 yuan for a night. I could also frequently treat you to meals, take you on trips, and provide massages. Should you consent, I could become your long-term benefactor." At this, Su Jin could not stifle a laugh. She had never anticipated that Jiang Xian, so popular among women, would also attract the attention of certain men. Jiang Xian shot her a mock glare, as this situation was far from amusing for him. "My apologies, sir, but I am attracted to women. You should seek someone else," Jiang Xian reiterated with seriousness. Little did he know, the man in white was akin to an unshakable adhesive. Whatever Jiang Xian said only seemed to excite him further. "That is quite all right. I have previously supported several male university students, all of whom were straight and had girlfriends. I paid each of them 1,500 yuan per night and often bought them clothes and shoes. If you agree, I am willing to pay you 2,000 yuan for each night, along with fashionable attire and comfortable footwear." The man in white gazed intently at Jiang Xian, his tone remarkably sincere. Regrettably, he had chosen the wrong person. Jiang Xian was a quintessential straight man, unwavering in his sexual orientation. At that moment, Jiang Xian felt as though the rain had persisted for far too long. "Let us go," he said, gripping Su Jin's hand tightly as they proceeded towards another shop. There was no choice. If he could not confront it, he could at least evade it. However, to his surprise, the man in white quickly caught up and obstructed Jiang Xian's path. "What do you truly want?" "I have made myself abundantly clear. There is absolutely no room for negotiation on this matter." Jiang Xian glared furiously at the persistent man, bewildered by his relentless pursuit. "Please, do not be so hasty in your refusal. Grant me a chance. I would like to treat you to dinner tomorrow. Rest assured, if you do not agree to date me, I will not impose myself upon you. I genuinely admire your physique and your face. Please, consider it carefully." The man in white gazed at him with an infatuated expression. At that moment, Su Jin finally spoke up. She forcefully broke free from Jiang Xian's grasp and stood firmly before the man in white, stating, "Sir, is it not rather impolite to inquire such things in front of someone else's girlfriend?" Unlike Jiang Xian, Su Jin did not adopt a cold demeanor upon speaking. Rather, a faint, almost elusive smile graced her lips. However, the man's gaze towards Su Jin was laced with unmistakable disdain, a sentiment he made no effort to conceal. "What does it matter that you are his girlfriend? What relevance does it hold between me and him?" As he spoke, his scrutiny of Su Jin became increasingly intense, and upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. This woman was adorned in designer attire from head to toe, unmistakably a wealthy lady. Realizing he could not compete on the financial front, he shifted his approach. What you can offer him, I can provide as well. What you cannot, I can still bestow upon him. Jiang Xian could no longer tolerate the man's relentless pursuit. He swiftly removed his coat and draped it over Su Jin and himself, pulling her tightly into his embrace as they braved the rain towards the street across. The man in white was left dumbfounded. He had no extra coat and certainly could not run through the rain. The smile on Su Jin's face had not wavered since the man began speaking, and now it was even more pronounced. Who would have thought you were so popular with men? You have quite the romantic fortune, Su Jin teased, her beautiful eyes locking onto Jiang Xian. What kind of romantic fortune is this? I wish to avoid it, Jiang Xian replied, shaking off the raindrops from his clothes, appearing quite exasperated. Oh, then, according to you, what constitutes a romantic fortune? Su Jin asked, half smiling, half serious. Could such a question flummox Jiang Xian? Without hesitation, he declared. Need you even ask? For me, only Su Jin can be considered a romantic fortune. Everything else pales in comparison. His tone was resolute and powerful, sounding as if he were making a fervent pledge. Su Jin rolled her eyes. She had heard Jiang Xian utter these words countless times before. Yet, there was no denying their effect on her. As the rain gradually subsided, Jiang Xian intended to drape his coat over himself, but Su Jin abruptly halted him. It's already wet. Why would you put it on? Come, I have a blanket in my car. Su Jin retrieved the keys from Jiang Xian's pocket, leading him towards the parking area. Once inside the vehicle, the blanket provided a comforting warmth. I'll drive, Su Jin announced, taking the driver's seat. Jiang Xian jested. How could I possibly bear having Miss Su as my chauffeur? Less chatter. Buckle up. We need to head back quickly, she replied, as Jiang Xian fastened his seatbelt. He remarked, Aren't you the one who said you weren't in a hurry? Someone has disrupted my delightful leisure time. I have no desire to linger, Su Jin responded, as she pressed the accelerator and sped off. Had it not been for the seatbelt, Jiang Xian would have likely been ejected from the vehicle. He finally comprehended why Gu Ran remarked that Su Jin drove with such aggression. Chapter 61, The Potent Elixir for Jiang Xian. On the bustling streets of the city, a black Maybach sped forward like a streak of dark lightning. Inside, Jiang Xian gripped the door handle tightly, his expression a mixture of anxiety as he fixated on the road ahead, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Su Jin's driving was exceedingly reckless. The speed oscillated perilously close to the limit, seemingly disregarding traffic regulations entirely. Jiang Xian could scarcely fathom that the seemingly cold and composed Su Jin exhibited such wildness behind the wheel. To make matters worse, there were still other vehicles on the road. Not only was Su Jin driving at breakneck speed, but he also showcased his driving skills, weaving in and out with alarming agility. Could Su Jin possibly reduce the speed? This velocity is exceedingly perilous. Jiang Xian swallowed hard, cautiously glancing at Su Jin, who was fully engrossed in driving, and couldn't he help but voice his concern. Upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, Su Jin slightly furrowed his brow, responding with an edge of impatience. Why are you nagging like my mother? However, no sooner had the words left his lips than Jiang Xian noticed a distinct reduction in speed. He suddenly recalled the last time he had taken Gu Ran out, where she had complained about Su Jin's driving style. At that moment, he had dismissed her concerns, thinking, given Su Jin's composed nature, how fast could he possibly drive? Yet, after experiencing it firsthand, he had to concede. Su Jin indeed drove swiftly, far swifter than he himself did. I'm merely being patient for your sake, Jiang Xian began to explain, but before he could finish, Su Jin interjected, for my safety, right? Exactly, Jiang Xian nodded. Not a problem, Su Jin replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. His tone lightened. Jiang Xian felt a measure of relief. Upon returning to the Gue Lan Yuan villa, Gu Ran was already resting, while only Xiaoya remained on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Xiaoya, you're still awake? Su Jin remarked, somewhat surprised. My dear Miss Su, how could I possibly sleep before ensuring your safe arrival home? Xiaoya yawned, her eyes betraying a hint of fatigue. You've worked hard. Go get some rest, Su Jin said, laced with a note of appreciation. You should rest first. I'll wait until you both retire, Xiaoya replied, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Xian. Does this woman have something she wishes to discuss with me? Jiang Xian discerned her intentions with just a fleeting exchange of glances. Su Jin shot a curious glance at Xiaoyu, but suspected nothing amiss, simply responding, all right. Take care and rest early. Afterward, he ascended the stairs, mindful of the work awaiting him the next day, and aware that the hour was growing late. Once Su Jin departed, Jiang Xian turned to Xiaoya and inquired, "Is there something that cannot be said openly, requiring such secrecy?" Xiaoya retorted, "Secrecy? Me? I have been entrusted by the lady to seek you for an important matter. Mother? She has something to convey to me?" Jiang Xian paused slightly, inquiring. "Originally, she intended to speak to you personally, but since your return was delayed, she could no longer endure the wait and has gone to rest. She asked me to inform you upon your return," explained Xiaoya, glancing around cautiously as if fearing eavesdroppers. Seeing Xiaoya's mysterious demeanor piqued Jiang Xian's curiosity, prompting him to ask, "What did the lady wish to convey? Please tell me." Xiaoya leaned closer to Jiang Xian and whispered, "The lady has consulted a renowned physician who has prescribed several medications for you. It is imperative that you take them regularly." Jiang Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Confusion etched across his face as he queried, "Medications? What kind? Why am I being prescribed medicine? I am not ill." Jiang Xian found the situation utterly perplexing. Why would he need medication? Xiaoyu clicked her tongue, regarding Jiang Xian with an incredulous gaze, and retorted, "I have already dismissed Su Jin. What is there for you to feel embarrassed about? Acknowledging your pride is one thing, but you cannot deceive yourself as well." From Xiaoya's perspective, Jiang Xian was beyond redemption. "What are you talking about? I do not comprehend. Can you refrain from speaking in riddles?" Jiang Xian furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Xiaoya. Seeing that Jiang Xian still refused to admit the truth, Xiaoya decided to be forthright. "What other medication could it be? You only have 5 minutes, do you not? The lady is concerned that this may affect your relationship, so she specifically sought a doctor to procure some aphrodisiac. Do you understand now?" Xiaoyu cast an exasperated look at Jiang Xian. 5 minutes? Aphrodisiac? Jiang Xian's mind buzzed with confusion. What is the meaning of this? You are speaking nonsense. What 5 minutes? I have no need for such medication. Jiang Xian gazed at Xiaoyu in despair, feeling overwhelmed by the absurdity of her assertions. Last time in Su Jin's room, you stayed for merely 5 minutes. Including the time for undressing and dressing, it hardly amounted to 5 minutes. Xiaoyu counted on her fingers earnestly. Jiang Xian stared blankly at Xiaoya, then slowly shook his head, feeling utterly exasperated as he declared, "I am truly at a loss with you all. I went to her room to apologize. Do you not understand that, Xiaoya? Just because I entered her room does not imply that we engaged in such activities. It is one thing for my mother to be unaware. But you clearly knew the situation that day. What were you thinking?" Jiang Xian posed 3 soul-searching questions, each one striking Xiaoya like thunder, leaving her mind utterly blank. Looking at Xiaoya, who appeared bewildered, Jiang Xian shook his head in disbelief and turned to ascend the stairs, leaving Xiaoya standing in the hall, perplexed. She blinked, as if suddenly enlightened, and murmured to herself, "Oh, it seems that way." Jiang Xian, indifferent to the matter, completed his simple morning routine and soon fell into slumber. As expected, when he next opened his eyes, he was greeted by the promise of a beautiful morning. However, for Su Wei, the circumstances were markedly different. In the dead of night, she unleashed her pent-up fury towards Su Jin upon Li Jiao and Zhang Fan, ruthlessly casting them from the bed. Henceforth, unless compelled by physiological needs, Li Jiao and Zhang Fan were condemned to slumber upon the frigid floor. The following morning, as the trio stepped out of the bedroom and into the living room, they were met with a scene that left them utterly astounded. Su Wei instinctively tried to shout for help, but a man clad in black swiftly covered her mouth. Seated elegantly on the living room sofa was none other than Lisa. With grace, she lifted a glass of water, took a delicate sip to moisten her throat, and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lisa." Under the gaze of Lisa, which seemed to perceive all, the man in black gradually released his grip from Su Wei's mouth. "Lisa, forgive my ignorance. I have not heard of you." Su Wei managed to regain her composure after an initial moment of panic. Lisa smiled subtly, seemingly anticipating Su Wei's reaction, and nonchalantly replied, "No worries, you will come to know who I am starting today." Su Wei cautiously scanned her surroundings, noting 7 men in black suits standing like phantoms at various points, making a total of 8 intruders, who had stealthily infiltrated her home in broad daylight. This was truly surreal. With her arms crossed defiantly, she fixed her hawk-like gaze upon the golden-haired woman sitting on the sofa, her voice steady yet formidable. "Speak. What brings you here?" A barely perceptible smile graced Lisa's features as she softly remarked, "How refreshing. I appreciate dealing with someone like you." Su Wei's lips curled slightly in a hint of disdain. Yet, she was acutely aware that engaging with someone of Lisa's ilk was far from a pleasant endeavor. Her instincts warned her that this enigmatic and beautiful woman exuded an aura of danger. Once more, Lisa elegantly lifted the glass from the table, took a measured sip, and, unhurriedly, began, Su-Jin, you should be acquainted with her, correct? Su-Wei's pupils dilated in sudden recognition, though she had previously held no recollection of the name Su-Jin. The events of the previous day had etched this individual into her memory. After all, few could render her so humiliated. And Su-Jin happened to be among that select few. The woman before her now inspired a similar trepidation, but this time. The setting was her own home, rather than a public venue. I know her, what of it? Su-Wei's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on Lisa, oblivious to the men in black's menacing stares surrounding them. You must be referencing the incident at Tianyin Tower yesterday, am I correct? Lisa inquired, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded Su-Wei thoughtfully. Su-Wei's eyes subtly trembled, revealing a hint of surprise and fear. The events that transpired yesterday had swiftly led to an unexpected visitor at her door. With a slight edge of tension in her voice, Su-Wei inquired, are you sent by Su-Jin? Upon hearing this, Lisa's lips curled into a derisive smile. Su-Jin? She dares to think so. Her words were infused with venomous disdain for Su-Jin, enveloping Su-Wei in a suffocating atmosphere. Yet, it was precisely this statement that assured Su-Wei of her safety. This woman clearly bore animosity towards Su-Jin. From her demeanor, it was evident that she harbored a grudge against her. The weight of anxiety that had burdened Su-Wei began to dissipate significantly. She confidently crossed to the opposite side of the sofa, nonchalantly propping her leg up. Observing this, Li Jiao instinctively moved to fetch Su-Wei a cup of coffee, but was abruptly pinned against the wall by a man in black. Su-Wei merely cast a glance in his direction without uttering a word. If she was not an ally of Su-Jin, then she must be an adversary, right? A smile graced Su-Wei's face as she addressed Lisa. Noticing Su-Wei's relaxed demeanor, a flicker of admiration crossed Lisa's eyes. She realized she had found the right person. Lisa chose not to engage in Su-Wei's conversational rhythm, instead stating, yesterday's incident must have been quite embarrassing for you. Do you seek revenge? Indeed, I do. Su-Wei responded without hesitation. But she is far stronger than I am. I stand no chance against her. Her voice carried a note of helplessness and frustration. In response, Lisa let out a scornful laugh. I am here precisely to address that issue. Su-Wei fixed her gaze on Lisa, her expression rife with skepticism as she queried, you? Setting aside whether you truly possess the ability to bring her down, why would you want to assist me? On what grounds should I trust you and accept your help? Lisa inwardly sighed, recognizing that this woman was not entirely foolish. However, she had encountered similar doubts far too often in the past 2 years. With an elegant and confident gesture, she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and spoke with calm assurance. The reason I am helping you is that Su-Jin is not only your enemy but mine as well. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, thus I am inclined to stand by your side for both emotional and logical reasons. Pausing momentarily, Lisa fixed Su-Wei with a piercing gaze and continued, should you refuse my proposition, not only will Su-Jin become your adversary, but so shall I. At that point, you will find yourself ensnared in a dual predicament, and with Su-Jin's methods, she could easily extinguish your existence as one would crush an ant. As for me, accomplishing such a feat would not pose a challenge. At this juncture, the smile that once adorned Lisa's face vanished completely, replaced by a chilling indifference, laced with a palpable aura of menace. Su-Wei was taken aback by Lisa's assertive demeanor, momentarily unable to meet her gaze. Lisa, unhurried, reclined on the sofa, her fingers rhythmically tapping against her thigh. With the crucial information now in hand, all that remained was to wait. Despite the presence of many in the living room, an oppressive silence enveloped the space, with not a single voice daring to break it. Finally, after considerable contemplation, Su-Wei spoke softly. How do you intend to assist me? A slight smile graced Lisa's lips, radiating a sense of triumph as she replied, perhaps I should first inquire how you plan to deal with Su-Jin? Su-Wei furrowed her brow, lowering her gaze to ponder the question. Lisa, not pausing for Su-Wei's response, continued, confrontation would be unwise. Moreover, I do not consider it a true blow to her. Hiring someone to teach her a lesson? That is the approach of thugs, and I disdain such tactics. It holds no significance. Listening to Lisa's analysis, Su-Wei lifted her head to challenge. Then how will you assist me? Lisa smiled. What do you believe is the most devastating blow to a woman? Her words seemed laden with a particular implication, while others might have found her statement perplexing. Su-Wei understood Lisa's meaning immediately. Lisa elaborated. The assistance I speak of pertains to that realm. You find the person, and I shall provide the funds. Of course, You may consider other methods. As long as they do not involve direct confrontation, I will find a way to support you. Gazing into Lisa's resolute eyes, Su-wei finally asked, why should I trust you? Surely, you must reveal some of your background. Lisa flashed a mysterious smile and slowly replied, are you familiar with the Orlan Consortium? The Orlan Consortium? I've never heard of it. Su-wei shook her head, confusion etched across her face. Beyond matters concerning beauty and physiological needs, her mind harbored little else. She had never made a point of following international affairs and was utterly ignorant of such so-called consortia. Lisa was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated that mentioning the Orlan Consortium would elicit shock or reverence from Su-wei. However, reality dealt her a heavy blow as Su-wei's expression revealed bewilderment, as if she were entirely unaware of what the Orlan Consortium was. A surge of frustration welled up within Lisa, and she inwardly chastised. This woman seems to possess only trivial knowledge. With that thought, she disregarded Su-wei and shifted her attention to Li Jiao and Zhang Fan. With a gentle wave of her hand, the black-clad individuals who had tightly restrained Li Jiao immediately released him. Li Jiao felt a wave of relief wash over him as he regained his freedom. The black-clad figures swiftly stepped aside, standing respectfully, awaiting Lisa's next command. Lisa approached the two, arms crossed, her gaze icy and expression devoid of emotion as she scrutinized them. How long have you been following her? Lisa's voice was calm yet chilling. The two individuals were well aware that Lisa was referring to Su-wei. Zhang Fan lifted his gaze towards Su-wei, who was seated on the sofa, appearing indifferent to the unfolding situation. He then shifted his attention to the nearby Lisa. Cautiously responding, it should be around 2 years, right? 2 years, Lisa murmured softly, the corners of her mouth curling into a subtle, sardonic smile. She continued, have you followed her since graduation? Yes, indeed. Zhang Fan and Li Jiao exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Lisa scoffed derisively. How utterly self-indulgent. She cast a cold glance at the two before gesturing to the men in black behind her and turning to leave. Just then, Su-wei called out, wait. Lisa halted, turning to face her with a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. I have one more question. Su-wei inquired with genuine curiosity, what exactly does the Audran Corporation do? Lisa furrowed her brow, her impatience evident as she replied, can't you just look it up online? With that, she departed the room without a backward glance, leaving Su-wei in a state of confusion. Upon hearing Lisa's words, Li Jiao and Zhang Fan could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. The laughter shattered the previously tense atmosphere in the living room, but simultaneously drew the ire of Su-wei. Whirling around, Su-wei shot them a fierce, icy glare, fixing her gaze on the two men who were doubled over with laughter. In a low voice tinged with annoyance and menace, she said, is it really that amusing? Being toyed with for 2 consecutive days has left me in a foul mood. In response to Su-wei's inquiry, Li Jiao and Zhang Fan quickly waved their hands in denial, exclaiming, no, not at all. It's not funny. Su-wei, unconvinced by their explanation, pressed on, really not funny? They hurriedly shook their heads, responding in unison, truly not funny. However, Su-wei was not yet satisfied. She narrowed her eyes and approached them slowly, her expression darkening. Her voice dropped to a low, intimidating tone. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Do you understand? Li Jiao and Zhang Fan nodded repeatedly, resembling chicks pecking at grain, signaling their comprehension. Observing their compliance, Su-wei's expression softened slightly. She turned back to the sofa, seated herself, and regained her composure before seriously inquiring. I believe I overheard you mention that Jiang Xian is broken up, correct? Zhang Fan's eyes suddenly brightened, and he eagerly nodded, exclaiming, indeed, his previous girlfriend was Yang Qi, but they split up, and shortly thereafter, he began seeing the current woman. Shortly thereafter? Su-wei seized upon the key phrase. Yes. The time frame was indeed brief, Zhang Fan affirmed. To win over Su Jin in such a short span? Jiang Xian, I refuse to believe you possess such prowess. Su-wei murmured to herself. Are you suggesting there might be issues between them? Zhang Fan speculated, his eyes darting with intrigue. Su-wei let out a cold snort, her face adorned with a look of disdain as she remarked, from Lisa's tone earlier, it is evident that Su Jin's beginnings are substantial, perhaps even grander than I previously imagined. She paused momentarily before continuing. However, you previously mentioned that after the incident in Jiang Xian's family, they were not only destitute but also deeply in debt. How could two individuals with such a stark disparity come together so swiftly within a few days? You all often extolled Jiang Xian's devotion to the skies, yet after their breakup, he seamlessly transitioned to another relationship? At this juncture, a hint of ambiguity flickered in Su-wei's eyes. The connection between him and Su Jin was undoubtedly not that of an ordinary couple. Suddenly, Li Jiao, who had been silent, interjected, "Could this perhaps be love?" Su Wei shot him a fierce glare, retorting, "I love you, twisted drama." Taken aback, Li Jiao immediately wilted, standing quietly to the side, merely listening. "Let us not rush into conclusions. Let us observe further," Su Wei decisively proclaimed. In the Guilin Garden Villa, Jiang Xian woke up naturally. By this time, Su Jin had already gone to the office, accompanied by Xiaoya. As Jiang Xian descended the stairs, he spotted his mother-in-law, Gu Ran, engrossed in a book on the sofa, with a steaming cup of coffee on the table. This was a trait Su Jin shared with her. Both had a profound love for reading. Upon noticing Jiang Xian's arrival, Gu Ran eagerly beckoned, "Xiao Jiang, come here quickly." Seeing his mother-in-law's enthusiasm, Jiang Xian quickened his pace, aware that she likely had something to discuss. "Mom, what is the matter? Is there something you need?" he inquired as he settled onto the sofa. Gu Ran casually tossed the book aside and murmured, "It's so tiresome to put on a FA day every day." Noticing Jiang Xian's puzzled expression, she smiled, saying, "I heard from Xiaoya that the whole situation was actually a misunderstanding." "The situation?" Jiang Xian hesitated momentarily before comprehending, responding, "Yes, you all misunderstood yesterday." That's good. That's good." Gu Ran nodded reassuringly. Just when Jiang Xian thought the topic was concluding, Gu Ran added, "Since you have the medicine, why not give it a try? It wouldn't hurt." Jiang Xian promptly declined. "Mom, I truly don't need it. Please don't worry about this matter." Observing his refusal, Gu Ran relented, mumbling, "Then never mind. I will take it back for your father to drink in a couple of days. After all, he has not much use anymore." Chapter 64. Su Jin misses you. "Mom, are you leaving in a couple of days? So soon?" Jiang Xian's face displayed a hint of surprise, unable to restrain his curiosity. After all, his mother-in-law had only just arrived. And now she was already preparing to return to the capital? Indeed, the plane tickets were booked long ago, Gu Ran replied with a faint smile, a trace of helplessness glimmering in her eyes. She did not wish to depart, but there were numerous matters at home that demanded her attention. Moreover, her primary purpose for visiting Long City was to meet Jiang Xian. She aimed to personally oversee matters concerning Su Jin. After a period of observation, I discovered that Jiang Xian is quite a commendable individual, devoid of any significant flaws. He is receptive to the opinions of others and is a trustworthy person. As for wealth, that is not a criterion she considers. The Su family is not lacking in monetary abundance. To her, money is merely a cold numeral, while living, breathing individuals hold far greater value. Haven't you had enough fun yet? If you wish, I can take you on a more thorough exploration of Long City. There are still many places you haven't visited." Jiang Xian remarked with a hint of regret, although he felt a sense of trepidation and restraint upon first meeting Gu Ran. Over time, he realized that his mother-in-law is, in fact, quite amiable, albeit a bit talkative. Upon hearing that she was about to leave, he felt an unexpected pang of discomfort. "No need for that. Let us save it for next time," Gu Ran replied with a wave of her hand and a smile. "After you and Su Jin are married, I will come to visit. By then, when Su Jin has given birth, I must come to see my grandchild." At this, Gu Ran's smile widened, as if she had already begun to envision the child's arrival, even pondering names. Observing the eager expression on his mother-in-law's face, Jiang Xian could only join in her delight. However, thoughts of having children felt somewhat distant for him, as they had only recently decided to be together, making such discussions rather premature. "By the way, when do you two plan to return to Xanadu? Before the wedding, it is essential to meet the family," Gu Ran said with a serious expression directed at the couple. After a moment of silence, Jiang Xian replied, "Well, my martial arts studio is still in the planning stages. It depends on whether the workers can complete their tasks promptly." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Gu Ran. "Su Jin mentioned this to me earlier today. She will find the workers, as she has connections, so there's no need to worry. Just send someone trustworthy to oversee things." "Oh, I see. But it still depends on when Su Jin can take a break, as she cannot just abandon her company." Jiang Xian furrowed his brow, considering the implications for Su Jin. "That shouldn't be a problem. Su Jin told me she can leave at any time." Gu Ran casually waved her hand, interrupting Jiang Xian once more. Jiang Xian's brow twitched slightly, feeling perplexed. How had Su Jin prepared for everything? Did she not despise returning to Xanadu? He voiced his confusion. "Did Su Jin not mention when she would go back?" "No, she left the decision up to you," Gu Ran replied, shaking her head and looking at Jiang Xian with anticipation. "Me decide?" Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback. How about next week? Gu Ran suggested. Let me discuss it with Su Jin when she returns. We are currently working on the design plans for the studio. Jiang Xian hesitated, wanting to consult Su Jin upon her return. All right, but at least I should have an answer before I go back, Gu Ran stated. As noon approached, Jiang Xian received a call from Xiaya. Hello, young Master Jiang, have you risen yet? A melodious voice resonated from the other end. Jiang Xian replied with irritation. Are you being absurd? It's nearly 12 o'clock. Do you truly need to ask if I'm awake? Well, come to the office quickly. Miss Su has been yearning for your presence. Xiaoya's tone was remarkably cheerful, infused with a hint of anticipation and excitement. She misses me? What has gotten into her? Jiang Xian questioned, perplexed. What else could it be? She simply wants you to pick her up after work. She is putting on an act of modesty and feels a bit embarrassed, so she sent me to convey the message, Xiaoya explained with a chuckle. No sooner had she finished speaking than Jiang Xian heard a commotion on the line. Xiaoya, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you dare to threaten me? Su Jin's furious voice erupted. Hey, Su Jin, you weren't saying that a moment ago. You were staring at Jiang Xian's photo for ages, muttering to yourself about how nice it would be if he came to pick you up. Xiaoya retorted without backing down. Shut up, Su Jin shouted loudly. The bickering echoed painfully in Jiang Xian's ears. Just as he intended to interject, he realized the call had already ended. Am I to fetch her? Is she only working half a day again? Jiang Xian pondered briefly before taking the car keys and addressing Qin Shuang beside him. I'll go pick up Su Jin. Please allow the lady to dine first. With that, he proceeded to the garage and drove off. Meanwhile, he dialed Su Jin's number. Are you at the company entrance? I've just set off. Please wait a moment. On the line, Su Jin remained silent, leading Jiang Xian to believe he had dialed the wrong number. Upon checking, he confirmed it was indeed correct. Hello, Su Jin. Can you hear me? He inquired again. At last, Su Jin spoke, her tone languid. Thank you. For some inexplicable reason. Jiang Xian sensed an unusual strain in her voice, as if she were suppressing something. Why are you being so formal? We're practically family. Not to mention, given that you've been gazing at my photo for quite a while, I must come to fetch you. Jiang Xian joked. Get lost. Su Jin playfully scolded before hanging up. Look at you. Your smile is practically reaching the heavens. If you miss him, just admit it. Being coy is decidedly uncharacteristic of you, Su Jin. Xiaoya teased after the call ended, noticing the unmistakable sweetness that graced Su Jin's face. Upon hearing Xiaoya's words, Su Jin immediately adopted a stern expression and reprimanded. Stop your nonsense. Be careful, or I'll deduct your salary. Unfazed, Xiaoya laughed and replied, Apologies. But my salary isn't dispensed by you. It comes from the lady. Besides, I'm not speaking out of turn. Your expression just now is undeniably that of a lovesick girl. Su Jin shot a sidelong glance at Xiaoya and remarked, You've never been in love. How would you know? Xiaoya attempted to counter, but found herself at a loss for words. Because she has indeed never been in a romantic relationship. Chapter 65. Who is thinking of whom? The two had not conversed for long when Jiang Xian arrived, driving his car. As the vehicle came to a halt, he noticed Xiaoya bustling over, energetically opening the door to the back seat on the driver's side. However, upon glancing back, he discovered Su Jin had directly opened the door to the front passenger seat and settled in. Shouldn't you be sitting in the back? Xiaoya inquired with a hint of confusion. Su Jin swiftly fastened her seatbelt and replied, Our relationship is no longer one of hierarchy, but rather of friendship. Thus, you sit in the back while I take the front. Xiaoya rolled her eyes dramatically in response. Typically, a leader occupies the back seat and is Su Jin's bodyguard. It was certainly unsuitable for her to sit behind while her employer sat in front. Yet, as Su Jin mentioned, their bond transcended mere professional roles, blossoming into friendship. Moreover, given that Su Jin and Jiang Xian were a couple, having the girlfriend in the front passenger seat was entirely acceptable. The car slowly began to move, and Jiang Xian cast a few glances at Su Jin beside him, inquiring, Aren't you working this afternoon? Su Jin rested her hand on the door handle, propping her head up and gazing sideways at Jiang Xian, responding, Yes, I just went in this morning to handle a few matters, and once completed, I returned home. Why? Do you not wish for me to come back early? Of course, I do. Jiang Xian chuckled softly. Su Jin, with a half-smile, scrutinized Jiang Xian, her lips curling slightly as she quietly asked, Then why are you so eager for me to return home early? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, seemingly seeking a particular answer from him. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow slightly, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes, and then calmly replied, "Did Xiaoya not mention over the phone that you miss me? Naturally, I hope you come back sooner." His voice resonated with a deep, magnetic quality. Upon hearing this, Su Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized Jiang Xian. Her expression shifted to one of seriousness, her tone gradually adopting a more earnest quality. "Repeat that. Are you the one who misses me, or am I the one who misses you? Be precise." Her words carried a strong undertone of inquiry. However, Jiang Xian appeared somewhat perplexed in the face of Su Jin's questioning. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Is there truly a difference between the two? Whether you miss me or I miss you, it's the same expression of feeling." His tone was imbued with sincerity, yet it also revealed his confusion regarding Su Jin's stance. At that moment, Xiaoya, seated in the back, interjected, "Oh dear, how could there be no distinction? This pertains to the significant question of who is more proactive and who is more passive." Her voice carried a teasing lilt, clearly expressing exasperation at Jiang Xian's obliviousness. She then took the opportunity to mock him further, saying, "I must say, young Master Jiang, your command of language is quite concerning. You cannot even navigate such a simple verbal game. I fear Su Jin may have quite a time with you." Her laughter was tinged with a hint of sarcasm, as she would not let any opportunity to undermine Jiang Xian slip by. Upon hearing Xiaoya's remark, Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback. As if a sudden realization had dawned upon him regarding Su Jin's intentions, it became evident that her desire was not merely for a casual greeting, but rather for a clear declaration. Consequently, he swiftly recalibrated his response and decisively declared, "It is I who miss you, which is why I took the initiative to come and escort you home." Upon uttering these words, a resolute expression adorned his face, signifying his stance. Hearing Jiang Xian's proclamation, Su Jin nodded in satisfaction, a triumphant smile blooming on her face. She let out a soft hum, seemingly expressing her admiration for Jiang Xian's quick wit. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards the window, relishing the scenic beauty outside, delighting in this rare moment of sweetness. Xiaoya, observing from behind, shook her head in silent disbelief. She found this pair truly amusing. One, usually aloof and indifferent, transformed entirely in Jiang Xian's presence, adeptly steering the conversation to elicit the words she longed to hear. Despite being the more proactive one in their relationship, she insisted on portraying herself as the pursued. The other, who typically appeared astute and articulate, often found himself at a loss whenever Su Jin took the initiative. It became apparent to her that the dynamic between Su Jin and Jiang Xian involved a delicate dance of advancing and retreating, with neither ever fully present at the same time. Suddenly, Jiang Xian recalled Gu Ran's words from the morning and inquired of Su Jin. "Mother will be returning to Xanadu the day after tomorrow. You are aware of this, correct?" Su Jin raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, "Do you think that is why I didn't go to the office this afternoon?" Realizing her intention to spend more time with Gu Ran, Jiang Xian understood. Even if their relationship occasionally bore its share of discord and grievances, the bond between mother and daughter, however, remained unaltered. "The renovation workers have already been contacted. Once I finalize the design plans in the coming days, we can return to Xanadu," Su Jin mentioned casually. "We should appoint someone to oversee the work." "It is not that I lack confidence in your choice of individuals," Jiang Xian earnestly suggested to Su Jin. "I share your sentiments. I just am uncertain about who would be most suitable," Su Jin mused, her brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. Jiang Xian too began to mentally sift through potential candidates. Zhang Yang? Their rapport was strong and trustworthy, yet he had his own commitments and would likely be unavailable. The trustworthiness of others was questionable in Jiang Xian's eyes. Meanwhile, Xiaoya, having overheard their conversation with clarity, grew increasingly anxious as she realized both Jiang Xian and Su Jin were deliberating on suitable candidates. She interjected, "Hey, is my presence so negligible? Here I am, a living person sitting in the back, and you both have failed to consider or even notice me." Xiaoya appeared quite distressed. Su Jin arched an eyebrow and turned to glance at Xiaoya behind her, a look of skepticism crossing her face as if to question, "Can you truly manage this?" Noticing Su Jin's gaze, Xiaoya quickly nodded and pointed at herself, proclaiming, "I can take a look." Jiang Xian remained silent, his attention solely on the road. Yet the words he wished to convey would be delivered through Su Jin. What prompted this sudden desire? Xiaoya, with a glint in her eye, replied, "I'm merely attempting to assist you. After all, you want to find anyone suitable in the immediate future. Besides, do you not trust me?" Su Jin ceased her discourse, merely regarding her with an unusual stare. After a moment of mutual observation, Xiaoya relented, saying, "Oh, Never mind. To be frank, I can enjoy myself here. But once I return, I'll feel quite constrained. Moreover, accompanying you would only mean enduring your dog food. I might as well stay behind. Regardless, once we reach the capital, you won't encounter any danger. Sujin cast a glance at Jiang Xian, who nodded silently in agreement. Very well. You may remain here to keep watch. On the third day, at the crack of dawn, Jiang Xian arose promptly at 6:30. His mother-in-law's flight was scheduled for 11 in the morning, necessitating an hour for the journey and an additional hour and a half for check-in. Thus, departing around 8 o'clock was ideal. However, considering Gu Ran's stringent expectations regarding speed, he decided to allocate an extra half hour for driving, resulting in a departure at 7:30. After breakfast, Sujin personally assisted Gu Ran in checking her luggage, and once assured all was in order, Jiang Xin drove Sujin, Gu Ran, and Xiaoyu to the airport. Fortuitously, their early departure proved prudent. By 8:30, the roads were choked with traffic. It was the peak of the morning rush, with everyone hurrying to clock in at work. Nevertheless, Gu Ran remained unperturbed. Instead, she engaged in light-hearted conversation with Su Jin and Jiang Xian. Xiao Jiang, once you arrive in the capital, let Su Jin show you around. Compared to Long City, the capital boasts a unique culture and charm. Upon hearing this, Su Jin muttered, "There's really not much to see." "How can you say that?" Gu Ran exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Yet, Su Jin responded with an earnest expression. "It's simply the truth. Aside from a larger population and a higher cost of living than Long City, do these two cities possess any other distinct differences?" Xiao Jin, it seems your professional bias is flaring up again. A city cannot solely be evaluated by its demographics and economy. Its culture, customs, and local characteristics are equally significant. Despite Gu Ran's eloquent argument, Su Jin remained unfazed and replied coolly, "I'm just not particularly interested in those aspects." This single statement effectively silenced Gu Ran's ensuing thoughts. "You need not worry, Xiao Jiang. If you come next week, remember to wear an extra layer, as the temperature in Xanadu is somewhat lower than in Long City. I fear you may not acclimate well after disembarking." Gu Ran cast a discontented glance at Su Jin, then addressed Jiang Xian, who was caught in traffic and feeling rather bored. "Oh, mother, rest assured," Jiang Xian replied with a smile, sensing the concern embedded in Gu Ran's words. However, at that moment, Su Jin interjected, "Mother, the current weather shows 34 degrees in Xanadu and 37 degrees in Long City. Do you believe there is a significant difference?" Jiang Xian was taken aback. A mere 3 degrees? He had assumed the disparity was much greater, perhaps 10 degrees. Yet it was only 3. Surely, that should not necessitate an additional layer. Upon hearing Su Jin's remark, Gu Ran frowned, wondering if the girl was deliberately provoking her. She shot Su Jin an exasperated glare, but patiently explained, "Xanadu's climate is unpredictable, unlike Long City." Su Jin remained unconvinced, retorting, "But that hardly warrants 2 layers of clothing." "Does it?" Gu Ran was amused despite her irritation, responding, "All right, you are clever. Just don't complain of the cold later." Su Jin pouted, I know. Jiang Xian watched the banter between the two, unable to suppress a chuckle. He found the familial atmosphere heartwarming. Although occasional disputes arose, they were always filled with love. The temperature fluctuations in Xanadu had been quite dramatic recently. Today, perhaps only 3 degrees separated them, but tomorrow it could be a difference of 13. "Xiao Jiang, trust me. You won't regret it." Gu Ran's tone was resolute. Su Jin wished to retort, but Jiang Xian gently placed his hand on hers, signaling her to refrain from further argument. Meeting Jiang Xian's gaze, Su Jin fell silent. Jiang Xian reassured Gu Ran, "Do not worry, mother. Before we depart, we will check the temperature forecast for Xanadu. If the discrepancy proves substantial, we shall wear an extra layer." His words pleased Gu Ran, prompting her to declare, "You see, it's Xiao Jiang who is gentle, humble, and respectful towards his elders. Su Jin, you must learn from him." Su Jin furrowed her brow, a hint of displeasure crossing her face as she replied with a tone of mild grievance, "Mother, that isn't quite fair. How could I possibly lack respect for my elders?" Gu Ran shook her head, clarifying, "I do not accuse you of disrespecting your elders. Rather, I feel that Jiang Xian excels in this regard more than you do." Upon hearing this, Su Jin felt a surge of defiance within her but subdued it, striving to maintain her composure as she asked, "Mother, on what basis do you hold that opinion?" Gu Ran smiled gently and responded earnestly, "Xiao Jin, I do not intend to criticize you, nor do I show favoritism. To be fair, I believe that aside from your ability to earn, you are somewhat lacking in other aspects. Before we arrived here, I often worried that you might choose a partner lacking in ambition, even contemplating measures to prevent such a union. However, it was only after my arrival here and my interaction with Xiao Jiang that I realized my mistake. Xiao Jiang is an individual of such reliability that I began to question whether you were truly deserving of him. Gu Ran unabashedly expressed her opinion. Upon hearing these words, Su Jin's eyes widened in astonishment, her face a canvas of disbelief. Mother, you dare say I am unworthy of him? I am wealthy and possess an enviable figure, and the men pursuing me could line up from Earth to the moon. Am I truly so lacking? Su Jin's words brimmed with intense dissatisfaction and indignation. Gu Ran, seemingly anticipating Su Jin's retort, directly countered, what does that matter? One must look within. Jiang Xian found immense joy in witnessing the playful banter between the mother and daughter. At times, it felt akin to quarreling with children, each exchanging remarks in turn. Yet, Jiang Xian discerned that their exchange was not a genuine argument, but rather a friendly sparring of wits. Amidst their playful bickering, Jiang Xian drove them to the airport. After Xiaoya retrieved the luggage from the trunk, the trio escorted Gu Ran to the check-in counter. Upon receiving her boarding pass, Gu Ran waved goodbye to them, saying, all right, I shall take my leave now. Make sure to come join me once you finish your errands. With that, Gu Ran headed towards security with her luggage in tow. Mother, please be safe. Su Jin couldn't help but call out. All right, I understand. Xiao Jiang, remember to take good care of Su Jin. Your own wife is your responsibility. Jiang Xian replied with a smile. Understood. Su Jin shot Jiang Xian a dissatisfied glance. Are you wielding a feather duster as a command? After Gu Ran's figure had vanished, Su Jin, with a semblance of a smile, looked at Jiang Xian and asked, so, young Master Jiang, are you pleased? What is it that I have done to you? Speak plainly. Jiang Xian could tell that this lady was once again displeased. My mother has sung your praises to the heavens, while she has belittled me to nothingness. A peculiar smile crossed Su Jin's face. I can only say you have discerning taste, Jiang Xian murmured. Su Jin, unable to catch his words, crossed her arms and said, Jiang Xian, I wish to drink some water. Will you fetch me some? Isn't there some in the car? Jiang Xian replied, puzzled. I desire lemonade. Su Jin glared at him. Fine, just wait. Chapter 67. I am your father. This is pure revenge. It was your mother who said you were unworthy of me. Not I. Yet here I am, bearing the brunt of her ire. Jiang Xian felt more wrong than Doi. Nevertheless, he went to buy the drink, but before leaving, he told Su Jin, do not move from this spot. I will go over there to get you lemonade. He purposefully substituted the word orange with lemonade. Upon hearing this, Su Jin slightly frowned, feeling that the phrase was eerily familiar, though she could not place it at that moment. Xiaoya, standing nearby, caught the underlying meaning in Jiang Xian's words. Originally, she had no intention of intervening, but seeing Su Jin deep in thought, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Jin found herself momentarily bewildered by Xiaoya's laughter. And with a puzzled expression, she inquired, Xiaoya, what is so amusing? Xiaoya struggled to suppress her mirth, resulting in an extraordinarily comical expression. Su Jin, do you truly not grasp the meaning of that phrase? Xiaoya forcibly retracted her smile and attempted to adopt a gentler tone. Does that phrase possess any special significance? It sounds quite familiar to me. Su Jin furrowed her brow in confusion. You have replaced lemonade with orange juice, Xiaoya remarked, noticing Su Jin's continued lack of understanding. Su Jin silently recited the phrase in her mind and suddenly comprehended, her rage causing her veins to throb visibly. The phrase implied, I am your father. She shot a fierce glare at the spot where Jiang Xian had just vanished. Laughing in exasperation, she gritted her teeth and declared, you really are something, Jiang Xian. Just wait until you return. I shall deal with you. The stark contrast in Su Jin's demeanor sent Xiaoya into fits of laughter. Yet when she caught a glimpse of Su Jin's icy gaze, she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. At that moment, a dashing young man adorned with a beret approached Su Jin. Upon closer inspection, he was clutching a paintbrush, sketch paper, and an easel. Good day, beautiful lady. May I have a moment of your time? His magnetic voice resonated in Su Jin's ears. Both Su Jin and Xiaoya turned to find a stylishly dressed artist standing before them. Su Jin regarded him with a hint of caution and inquired, hello. Is there something you need? The man smiled warmly and introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sun Jie, and I am an art teacher. I happened to notice your outstanding demeanor and graceful posture, and took the liberty of painting your portrait. However, considering I did not obtain your consent, I felt it necessary to explain. He then presented the artwork to Su Jin, assuring her, rest assured, I have no ulterior motives. This painting is a gift for you. As Su Jin examined the piece, she was struck by its remarkable quality. The movements, poses, and even the expressions were rendered with exquisite detail. Observing Su Jin's earnest scrutiny of the painting, a flicker of pride crossed Sun Jie's eyes. After years of studying art, capturing your essence should be a simple task. He mused inwardly. This painting is truly beautiful, Xiaoyu exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Thank you for the compliment, Sun Jie replied with a smile. His gaze shifting back to Su Jin. Abroad, he had won the hearts of many women with his exceptional artistic skill. Had it not been for the lucrative nature of this commission, he would not have returned. Yet, this endeavor had yielded an unexpected delight. This woman was undeniably stunning. As a seasoned romantic, he had once juggled relationships with 20 women simultaneously abroad. He had encountered many beautiful women, but none compared to her, at least in his eyes. The celebrities on television paled in comparison to her beauty. Even the woman beside her is an exceptional beauty, which ignited a sudden interest and excitement in Sun Jie regarding this endeavor. Observing Xiaoyu gazing at him with admiration, Sun Jie secretly rejoiced, convinced that this matter was largely settled. In such a close friendship, if one were to falter, it would inevitably lead to the downfall of both. Just as Sun Jie believed victory was within his grasp, Su Jin suddenly fixed him with a cold, piercing gaze and slowly articulated, "But who permitted you to draw me? Did I consent?" Su Jin's words struck Sun Jie like a sharp blade, piercing his heart. What is happening? He thought, suddenly perceiving Su Jin as a towering iceberg, radiating an unmistakable chill. He had previously employed this tactic with great success, as many women had gradually lowered their guards and ultimately succumbed to his charm. Why then? Was this woman impervious to such strategies? Unbeknownst to him, Su Jin was of a different ilk than those women. Is it because my drawing lacks merit? Allow me to create another piece that will undoubtedly capture your unparalleled beauty. Sun Jie hastily attempted to redeem himself. I mean, why did you draw me without my permission? This has nothing to do with your artistic skills. Su Jin reiterated coldly. This woman was certainly distinct. Sun Jie quickly categorized Su Jin in his mind. No wonder the compensation was so generous. She was not easily swayed. However, Sun Jie was no fool either. He immediately adopted a penitent demeanor, clasping his hands above his head, shaking them fervently while uttering, "I apologize, madam. I am truly sorry. I was irresistibly drawn to you, and an overwhelming impulse urged me to capture this beauty before me. Hence, I acted presumptuously. If I have offended you, please forgive me. I would be honored to treat you to a meal as amends." With that, Sun Jie lowered his head slightly and bent his body, appearing quite remorseful to any onlookers. Yet, Su Jin merely regarded him with a frosty stare, remaining silent. With his head bowed, Sun Jie furrowed his brow, internally lamenting, "Why does she not accept my apology? Must I continue to grovel?" At that moment, a male voice interjected, laced with curiosity, "Hey, man, should I not also be treated to a meal? It's rather inappropriate to invite just my girlfriend." Chapter 68. Additional funds required. Su Jin effortlessly accepted a glass of lemonade from Jiang Xian and poured a cup for Xiaoyu. "If you don't hurry, someone might whisk your girlfriend away," Xiaoyu joked. Su Jin's face flushed slightly as she shot a fierce glare at her, to which Xiaoyu responded with a playful tongue gesture. Upon Jiang Xian's arrival, Sun Jie felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he did not retreat. Maintaining a facade of composure, he clarified, "Friend, you misunderstand. I merely overstepped earlier and wished to make amends. There was absolutely no ulterior motive." After Jiang Xian's arrival, Su Jin fell silent, quietly sipping water behind him. "Did I offend you?" Jiang Xian inquired, directing his gaze at Su Jin. "What transpired just now?" Before Su Jin could respond, Xiaoyu hastily interjected. "This handsome gentleman just drew a picture of Su Jin without her consent. While this did not infringe upon Su Jin's portrait rights, she deemed it somewhat impolite. Not only does Su Jin feel this way, but I concur." Su Jin nodded in agreement, affirming Xiaoyu's words. Sun Jie could hardly fathom that Xiaoyu, who had just been adoring him and praising his artistic skills, would so swiftly turn against him. Not one to be taken aback, he promptly replied, "Yes. It was precisely this realization of my wrongdoing that prompted me to seek a way to make amends." Jiang Xian then asked, "And the portrait?" Sun Ju quickly pointed at Su Jin, declaring, "I willingly gave it to her." Jiang Xian nodded, comprehending the essence of the situation. Yet, Sun Jie remained somewhat undeterred, suggesting, "As a token of my apology, let me treat you to a meal. Who would desire that?" Xiaoyu retorted, but was silenced by Jiang Xian's raised hand. He addressed Sun Jie, stating, "My friend, there is no need for you to treat us. You ought to sincerely apologize instead." This incident was not particularly grave, and given that the other party was genuinely attempting to rectify his mistake, his demeanor appeared acceptable. It was hardly justifiable to resort to violence in such a matter. At this juncture, Sun Jie understood that prolonging the conversation was futile. If he wished to draw closer to Su Jin, he would have to adopt alternative approaches. He approached Su Jin once more, saying, "I apologize. It was wrong of me to steal someone else's artwork. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." Su Jin glanced at him and softly replied, "All right. Just remember to discuss such matters with the person involved next time. After all, not everyone is willing." "I understand," Sun Jie said cautiously before taking his leave. However, in the moment he turned to look at Su Jin, Jiang Xian detected a fleeting glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Yet, as Sun Jie turned away too swiftly, he could not be certain, dismissing it as a mere illusion. Upon exiting the airport, Sun Jie hailed a taxi, directing the driver to a nearby CAF. Once inside, he surveyed the space and proceeded to a window seat on the right. There, he found a stylishly dressed woman, resting her chin in her hand. Gazing blankly out the window, Sun Jie sat down directly across from her. "Apologies for my tardiness," he greeted the woman. Su Wei slowly turned her head, a hint of sarcasm lacing her tone as she remarked, "You, Sun the great artist, are truly a challenge to schedule, and to arrive this late is simply unacceptable." Sun Jie grasped the coffee cup on the table and downed its contents in one go. Clearly, Su Wei had ordered it for him in advance. But after such a lengthy wait, it had long since cooled. Vulgar, Su Wei thought, her eyes flashing with disdain at Sun Jie's behavior. "Hey, Su Wei. There is no need to pretend to be an elegant lady in front of me. Who doesn't know what you used to do? Choosing a high-end CAF. Do you even know how to drink coffee?" Sun Jie, noticing the hint of disdain in Su Wei's eyes, did not hesitate to retort. "Let us cut to the chase. You understand the terms of the transaction, right?" Su Wei looked at Sun Jie earnestly. "Understood, but I have a question," Sun Jie said, ordering another cup of coffee. "What is it?" Su Wei frowned, slightly displeased. "I believe the remuneration is rather insufficient. I need an additional $1,000,000, Sun Jie stated bluntly, without any pretense. "What did you say? An extra $1,000,000? Su Wei's irritation became palpable. "Is this some sort of price hike mid-negotiation? Sun Jie, isn't this rather unethical?" Sun Jie chuckled, replying, "Is there really any ethics in this line of work? I'm being honest. This target poses quite a challenge, and is far more difficult to handle than any previous one." Su Wei was unimpressed, scoffing. "Have you forgotten that this time the payment is also more than before? I still find it inadequate." Sun Jie quickly countered. Su Wei glared at him, her anger vividly apparent. Sun Jie, seemingly oblivious to her fury, continued, "Su Jin is unlike anyone else. She hardly allows me the chance to speak. And she is overly guarded against outsiders. It's not just about building rapport. Even approaching her is a formidable task. I need to invest more time. Don't you think I deserve more compensation for that?" A flicker of surprise crossed Su Wei's face as she inquired, "Have you already interacted with Su Jin? Why else would I be late?" Understanding the target's personality traits is one of the hallmarks that distinguishes experts from novices in our line of work. This is why I have the confidence to ask for a higher fee. Sun Jie's gaze was filled with assurance, and his conversation with Su Wei flowed effortlessly. "I need to contemplate this carefully." Su Wei narrowed her eyes, pondering. Sun Jie smiled slightly, lifting the coffee just delivered by the waiter, intending to gulp it down. However, the moment it touched his tongue, he was met with a searing sensation. I forgot, this coffee is hot." He wiped his mouth, continuing, "You should consider this promptly. After all, my time is precious. If someone else approaches me with a better offer, I might have to decline your request." Su Wei's response was a cold laugh. "Do you think I can't find anyone else besides you?" "Of course, Su Wei, you can find someone. With the number of pretty boys you have. How could you not? But do you think they could win over Su Jin?" "I can, if you believe your people can manage it." "Then we have nothing more to discuss. Let us part ways here." Sun Jie rose from his seat, adjusted his attire, and suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "Oh, don't forget to settle the bill." With that, he stepped towards the exit. Su Wei quickly called out to him, "Wait a moment. I can offer you additional compensation." Halting his stride and turning away from Su Wei, Sun Jie smirked slightly, displaying an air of disdain. "Do you think I cannot manage you?" Chapter 69. Are you serious? The two resumed their positions at the negotiation table. Sun Jie crossed his legs and placed his hands over his chest, a triumphant smile gracing his face. "I can offer you an additional $1,000,000, but I have further demands." A flicker of discontent crossed Su Wei's eyes as she cast a cold glance at him. Without hesitation, Sun Jie stood up and turned to leave. You. Su Wei rose in anger, her eyes wide and glaring at his retreating figure. She understood that if he were to walk away now, all her prior efforts would be in vain. Ultimately, she felt powerless against Sun Jie. After all, they had shared a unique bond, and she was well aware of his temperament and character. Trusting someone else to handle this matter was not an option she could entertain. Moreover, the target was a beauty like Su Jin. She genuinely believed that no other man could get close to her besides Sun Jie. Sun Jie paused before the table, looked back at Su Wei, and asserted firmly, if you choose to negotiate like this, it becomes meaningless. For Sun Jie, obtaining greater benefits was certainly the ideal outcome. But he did not wish to be manipulated by Su Wei into fulfilling her so-called additional demands. Taking a deep breath, Su Wei suppressed her fury and endeavored to keep her voice steady. Fine, I will grant you an extra 1 million, but you must resolve this matter swiftly. After speaking, she fixed her gaze on Sun Jie, secretly lamenting her loss. His sudden change of heart cost her an additional 1 million, although it wasn't her own money. Without this turn of events, that sum would have been hers. Nevertheless, as long as Sun Jie could assist her in dealing with Su Jin, it would all be worthwhile. Sun Jie scoffed, a hint of disdain curling his lips, and remarked softly, I am quite curious as to why you are targeting her. You are not even on the same level. His implication was clear. From any perspective, Su Wei paled in comparison to Su Jin. What significance did it hold for her to scheme against someone of such stature? Upon hearing this, Su Wei's face darkened with displeasure as she shot him a frosty glare and retorted icily, that is not your concern. Just focus on your responsibilities and refrain from prying into other matters. Sun Jie shrugged helplessly and replied, all right, just wait for my good news. In recent days, Su Jin had been engrossed in assisting Jiang Xin with the designs for the fighting gym. After the bustling workday concluded, she devoted her evenings at home to meticulously attending to her design drafts. As several days passed, Jiang Xin could distinctly observe the pronounced dark circles under Su Jin's eyes. Each morning, before heading to the office, Su Jin would apply makeup in a futile attempt to conceal her fatigue. Jiang Xin had suggested she balance work with rest. Yet Su Jin only seemed more resolute, as if she were delicately crafting a rare gem, willingly sacrificing ample time for repose. Jiang Xin had once inquired why she did not engage a professional designer for her projects. In response, Su Jin chose silence, offering no reply. However, when she presented her carefully drawn designs to Jiang Xin, he finally comprehended the reason behind her determination. There were 3 design drafts in total, each one captivating Jiang Xin and plunging him into a dilemma of choice. Observing Jiang Xian's satisfied demeanor, Su Jin felt a surge of joy within her. With hopeful anticipation, she gazed at him and softly asked, what do you think? Do these designs meet your esteemed standards, young Master Jiang? Jiang Xian scrutinized the drafts, his gaze shifting to Su Jin, a playful smile gracing his lips as he teased, did you truly create all of these? At his words, Su Jin's expression shifted dramatically, darkening as a chill flickered in her eyes. She had intended to seize this opportunity for praise, only to be met with such skepticism. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Jiang Xin realized he had misspoken. He quickly retracted his smile, donning a conciliatory expression as he clarified, haha, just a little jest. What I meant to say is that these designs are simply extraordinary, rivaling those of professional designers. A hint of pride surfaced on Su Jin's face as she declared, I have studied design, after all. I am indeed a professional. Eagerly, she urged, quickly, choose. Which one do you prefer? Jiang Xian, holding the drafts, examined them from various angles, his expression revealing a hint of exasperation as he confessed, alas, they are all splendid, and I genuinely don't know how to choose. I seem to be afflicted by a case of decision paralysis. Upon hearing this, Su Jin let out a soft sigh and approached to scrutinize each draft closely. After a moment, she pointed to one and said, in that case, allow me to decide for you. I think this one is quite good. She indicated the last design. Jiang Xin glanced at it, nodded in agreement, and smiled, saying, all right, let us go with this one. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know which to choose. Then, Su Jin inquired, have you thought of a name for the fighting gym yet? With confidence, Jiang Xian patted his chest and replied, of course. You need not worry. Su Jin, brimming with curiosity, pressed, oh, do tell me the name? Jiang Xian, with a teasing air of mystery, responded, I think I'll keep it to myself for now. When the fighting gym opens, you will naturally find out. Su Jin furrowed her brows, pondering how this fellow had a knack for keeping people in suspense. However, she could not help but press on. All right, enough teasing, just tell me. Jiang Xian finally succumbed to laughter, boldly announcing, "The name will be Jin Xian. What do you think? Isn't it quite special?" Su Jin was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated that Jiang Xian would concoct a name imbued with profound meaning and uniqueness, but to her surprise, he merely combined their names. She responded, somewhat bemused, "Oh, is that it? That's rather underwhelming. How about it? Is it acceptable?" This time, it was Jiang Xian's turn to inquire. "Do you truly wish for my honest opinion?" Su Jin's brows quivered. "Forget it. You should refrain from saying anything." Jiang Xian suddenly felt an ominous premonition. "All I can say is, it's quite tacky." Su Jin managed to voice her thoughts. Jiang Xian hurried to clarify. "No, it's the last characters of our names combined. I think it sounds rather nice." He did not find the name displeasing at all. Su Jin gazed at Jiang Xian, her expression clearly questioning, "Are you serious?" Chapter 70. The Entanglement with Yang Qi. Ultimately, Jiang Xian's insistence compelled Su Jin to reluctantly accept the rather unrefined name. After all, she had produced the design plans while Jiang Xian contributed a name, which seemed a reasonable division of labor. After lunch, Jiang Xian unhesitatingly grabbed the design plans and headed straight to the shop. Time was of the essence. As in just 2 days, he and Su Jin would be departing for Xanadu City, leaving the construction work entirely in the care of Xiaoyu. He was uncertain how long he would remain in Xanadu, but he was certain that by the time he returned, the place might have undergone a remarkable transformation. Hence, before his departure, he wished to take another look. Undoubtedly, Su Jin's design talent was striking. She had ingeniously maximized every inch of space and organized everything in an orderly manner. Standing before the storefront, he could almost envision the completed venue. Stepping out of the shop and closing the door behind him, Jiang Xian was already drenched in sweat. The recent heat wave in Long City had been exceptionally oppressive, with afternoon temperatures soaring to 38 degrees Celsius, and the unrenovated warehouse was unbearably hot. Merely taking a brief tour inside, Jiang Xian found himself struggling to endure the heat. As he turned around, he spotted a woman in a white short dress standing under the sun, holding 2 bottles of water. Due to the sweltering weather and the harsh sunlight, her face was flushed, beads of sweat glistening at her temples, cascading down her fair cheeks and dripping onto her white short sleeves, forming small water stains. Jiang Xian instantly recognized her as Yang Qi. A wave of confusion washed over him. Why is it Yang Qi again? He was momentarily stunned by her presence, unable to comprehend how she had found her way here. Apart from Su Jin, Gu Ran, and Xiaoyu, no one else is aware of his establishment of a fighting gym here. Moreover, they could never divulge this information to Yang Qi. So, what brings her here? This perplexed Jiang Xian greatly. Could it merely be a coincidence? He furrowed his brows and approached Yang Qi, his tone laced with confusion as he inquired, "What are you doing here?" After speaking, he turned and walked toward the parking area. Yang Qi, upon seeing Jiang Xian emerge, immediately approached him, extending the bottle of water she held. "It must be quite hot inside, right? I bought this for you," she said. Jiang Xian, somewhat exasperated, replied bluntly, "Yang Qi, what exactly do you want?" "I'm not trying to do anything. I just noticed you looking so hot and wanted to bring you some water." Yang Qi feigned innocence. "I don't need your water. Besides, what is our relationship at this point? And you're still thinking of bringing me water?" Jiang Xian's voice carried a hint of impatience. He genuinely could not fathom Yang Qi's intentions. She had initially kicked him aside and then became involved with Huang Xiongyu. After Huang Xiongyu faced repercussions from Su Jin, she returned to entangle him once more. What was the meaning of this? Did she consider him merely a plaything, to be summoned and dismissed at will? "We cannot be lovers, but can't we at least be friends? Isn't it perfectly normal for friends to share a bottle of water?" Yang Qi replied in a soft, melodious voice, akin to a nightingale's song, delightful to the ears. Her gaze was as gentle as spring water, evoking a sense of compassion, reminiscent of a vibrant rose, exuding an alluring fragrance, yearning for care and affection, hoping to be cradled tenderly. However, for Jiang Xian, the Yang Qi before him was no longer the delicate flower that required his meticulous nurturing. "Friendship? Yang Qi, our relationship has long since precluded any possibility of friendship. To be honest, I truly do not wish to see you again." Jiang Xian's tone was resolute and unwavering. He was acutely aware that the entanglement between him and Yang Qi could not be resolved through ordinary discourse. Confronted with her persistent advances, he resolved to be forthright in expressing his stance, hoping to extricate himself from this intricate emotional web. Upon hearing Jiang Xian's cold words, Yang Qi's countenance paled instantly. The joy and anticipation that once illuminated her face began to fade, replaced by profound disappointment and sorrow. Tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to spill at any moment. She bit her lip, attempting to suppress her internal anguish, yet ultimately faltered, choking back a sob. Do you really dislike me this much? Why is it like this? Jiang Xian took a deep breath and continued, Yang Qi, we can never return to how we once were. I do not wish to have any further entanglements with you. Please do not disrupt my life any longer. Yang Qi's eyes reflected a profound sense of despair and helplessness as she clutched Jiang Xian's hand tightly, trembling as she implored. Tell me, is it because of that woman? Is she preventing you from seeing me? Jiang Xian furrowed his brow, forcefully shaking off Yang Qi's grasp, responding impatiently. Do not shift the blame onto others. It is my own desire not to see you. Tears finally spilled from Yang Qi's eyes as she cried out in anguish. You are lying. If it weren't for that woman, how could you possibly avoid me? She must be restricting your freedom, forbidding you from associating with other women. Jiang Xian's expression darkened, and he glared at Yang Qi, coldly retorting, Do not create chaos here. Su Jin has not curtailed my freedom. Please keep your distance and cease your entanglement with me. He gazed at Yang Qi quietly, a stark contrast to her agitated demeanor. I do not wish to see you. Our relationship has long since ended. You were the one who said it, was it not? Since it is over, let there be no further contact. It is for the best for us both. After uttering these words, Jiang Xian turned and walked past her. Yang Qi momentarily lost her focus. But as she saw Jiang Xian moving away, she dashed forward once more to obstruct his path. Step aside. Jiang Xian commanded sharply. How could Yang Qi cling to him like an unwelcome adhesive, impossible to shake off? Listen to me. I know it appears that you are doing well with Su Jin now. But trust me, those affluent individuals are merely playing a game. They will not develop genuine feelings for you. Do not be deceived by her current kindness. Once she grows weary, she will unhesitatingly cast you aside. At that moment, you will be left with nothing. Yang Qi cried out in desperation. Chapter 71. Farewell, former lover. You are overthinking it, Jiang Xian replied coolly, his voice imbued with a hint of detachment. He slightly lowered his head, his gaze deep and piercing, locking onto Yang Qi's eyes. Upon hearing his words, Yang Qi's complexion turned ashen, her lips quivering slightly. Her eyes widened as tears flowed freely down her cheeks, trailing down to her lips, leaving a streak of sorrow. She reached out, clutching the hem of Jiang Xian's clothing tightly, her face etched with plea and anguish, as if grasping for the last vestige of hope. Yet, Jiang Xian remained unmoved, his expression still devoid of warmth, seemingly indifferent to Yang Qi's suffering. Not far from them, in an ice cream shop, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the interior with a bright glow. Su Jin, adorned with sunglasses, sat elegantly at a window seat, quietly observing the world outside. In front of her were 2 cups of cold beverages, one still unopened, seemingly prepared for someone special. She gently bit the straw, a faint smile gracing her lips, her eyes revealing a playful glint. Only the staff noticed that this graceful woman had maintained her poised position since taking her seat, remaining perfectly still. Her gaze was fixated on the window, seemingly captivated by something profound. Su Jin's entrance was akin to a brilliant beam of light, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Her beauty and grace were impossible to overlook. Even in quiet repose, she commanded the focus of the crowd, despite their partners seated across from them. These men could not resist occasionally feigning interest in their surroundings, seizing the opportunity to steal glances at Su Jin, oblivious to the scrutiny and whispers around her. Or perhaps indifferent, she had long grown accustomed to such attention, even regarding it with disdain. After all, wherever Su Jin went, she was undoubtedly a dazzling presence. Upon witnessing Jiang Xian's indifference towards Yang Qi, a satisfied smile graced Su Jin's face. She understood that Jiang Xian had completely moved on from the past, relinquishing any lingering affection for Yang Qi. This decisiveness and resolve brought her solace, deepening her trust and reliance on him. However, her expression darkened instantly when she saw Yang Qi reach out to grasp Jiang Xian. The gentle smile evaporated, replaced by a visage of frost and fury. She glared at Yang Qi, her eyes brimming with disgust and discontent. What was this? A desperate clinging? Su Jin's hands clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white as a blaze ignited within her. It was not that she could not tolerate Jiang Xian's interactions with other women. After all, social connections are essential for everyone, regardless of gender. Yet Yang Qi was different. She was a woman who had once caused Jiang Xian pain. In that moment, Su Jin resembled an iceberg, emanating an endless chill. Though anger towards Yang Qi consumed her, her primary concern lay with Jiang Xian's reaction. She yearned to see how this man would navigate the present situation and whether he would resolutely stand by her side. Yang Qi's tears flowed forth like a deluge, her eyes shimmering with crystalline droplets, presenting a pitiful visage reminiscent of rain-soaked blossoms. Yet Jiang Xian's pupils quivered slightly, as if stirred by some unseen force. In a daze, memories of their university days together with Yang Qi surged forth like a tide. Had she not also appeared in such a manner back then? Whenever Yang Qi displayed that innocent, endearing expression, Jiang Xian found himself irresistibly forgiving her numerous transgressions. For he had loved her deeply and was willing to embrace all of her flaws. However, they had since parted ways. Love has never been a one-sided endeavor. If one party merely gives without reciprocation, such behavior can only be labeled as unrequited devotion. Jiang Xian understood this truth well, which is why he no longer pursued Yang Qi but chose to let go of the past and embark on a new chapter in his life. Seeing Jiang Xian lost in thought, Yang Qi secretly rejoiced, believing that her tears had touched his heart. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in her eyes as she resolved to seize this rare opportunity to win back Jiang Xian's heart. Ever since their separation, Jiang Xian had exhibited an unusually frigid demeanor towards her, making even simple conversation a daunting task. At this moment, it was the perfect occasion for her to mend their relationship. She must act swiftly and not let this once-in-a-lifetime chance slip away. Yang Qi gently lowered her head, a hint of shyness gracing her features, and with a soft voice, she implored Jiang Xian, will you forgive me? Let us return to those beautiful moments we once shared. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she continued, this time. I promise to hold your hand tightly and love you wholeheartedly. I will never allow you to feel sorrow again. Yang Qi's tone was imbued with sincerity and determination, as if she had resolved to transform herself. She added, the bond between two individuals cannot always remain tranquil. There will inevitably be some turbulence and challenges. However, it is through these trials that love becomes more enduring and profound. Raising her gaze, her eyes filled with affection, she softly asked, Jiang Xian, could you embrace me once more? Before Jiang Xian could respond, she eagerly nestled into his arms. Truth be told, during their time apart, she had yearned for the comforting embrace that Jiang Xian provided. Just as she believed victory was within her grasp, Jiang Xian pressed one hand firmly against her head, preventing her from drawing nearer. Yang Qi, you wish to return to the past, but I do not. In other words, we cannot revert to what once was. The notion of mending a broken mirror is merely a facade. The fractures between us are irreparable. Even if we were to force a reconciliation, those countless fissures would act like daggers, perpetually piercing the heart. Therefore, Yang Qi, let go. What we had has long since become a relic of the past. You have your life, and I have mine. We should both look forward, should we not? Jiang Xian regarded his former lover with an expression of indifference, his words imbued with resoluteness and finality. This time, he would not look back. Yang Qi stood frozen, her gaze fixed upon Jiang Xian, her heart aching with a sharp pang. Although she had come with ulterior motives, hearing his unwavering stance filled her with deep regret. Without waiting for Yang Qi's response, Jiang Xian grasped her hand that clung to his clothing and pulled it away, striding towards the car, trembling slightly. Yang Qi turned to watch the familiar yet distant figure recede into the distance, her lips parting as she called out, is our 5-year relationship truly over? Is that woman worth this? However, the response did not come from Jiang Xian, but rather from a voice behind her. Whether she is worth it, I cannot say. But you certainly are not. Chapter 72, the ex-girlfriend and the current girlfriend. This chilling voice abruptly shattered the flicker of hope within Yang Qi. Her eyes widened, fully aware of who had arrived. The first to turn was not Yang Qi, but Jiang Xian, who immediately glanced back upon hearing the familiar voice. Indeed, it was Su Jin, clad in a black short dress adorned with golden patterns. Her elegance was accentuated, and the sight of her fair legs left Jiang Xian momentarily speechless. The dark sunglasses shielded her inner thoughts from prying eyes, while her chestnut hair, elegantly piled up, enhanced her noble aura. Jiang Xian noticed that Su Jin held a cold drink in her hand. Without waiting for her to speak, he bypassed Yang Qi and approached Su Jin. Taking the drink from her grasp, he inserted a straw and began to sip heartily. Hey, why are you drinking my beverage? Su Jin feigned annoyance. Jiang Xian, however, was unfazed. After finishing, he burped contentedly and replied, Thanks. I was quite thirsty. Su Jin looked at him with a playful smirk. Did you think I bought it for you? Don't flatter yourself. Jiang Xian grinned. Who else would it be for if not me? I know you're too shy to articulate certain things, but don't worry, I understand. Incorrigible. Su Jin rolled her eyes beneath her sunglasses. Noticing Jiang Xian was drinking hastily, she expressed concern. Don't gulp it down so quickly. You might harm your health. It's quite hot. And drinking ice-cold water too fast can lead to stomach pains or nausea. Jiang Xian paused, feigning innocence. You could have mentioned that earlier. Su Jin lightly tugged at his sleeve in protest, but he simply smiled at her. The two shared a moment of intimacy, leaving Yang Qi beside them feeling utterly envious. Yang Qi watched them with disbelief, a surge of jealousy and despair swelling within her. She had believed she could cultivate a deeper connection with Jiang Xian, only to be interrupted by the unexpected arrival of Su Jin. Their playful banter and camaraderie stung Yang Qi, making her feel profoundly dissatisfied. What infuriated her further was the water bottle tightly gripped in her hand. After Jiang Xian had rejected her offer of water, he turned and eagerly seized a bottle from Su Jin. A wave of anger surged within Yang Qi. Although Su Jin claimed the drink was tea meant for Jiang Xian, who would believe such a statement? Certainly not her. In this moment, a stark contrast emerged between the two parties, and Yang Qi felt like a pitiful jester. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, her grip on the water bottle tightened, her fingers turning pale from the pressure. At this moment, she wished fervently that the bottle in her hand was Su Jin herself, someone she could manipulate at will, yet who would offer no resistance. Unintentionally, a profound jealousy flickered across Yang Qi's face, her gaze directed at Su Jin brimming with resentment, akin to a sharp blade aimed straight at her. Yet, Su Jin remained undaunted. As the esteemed eldest daughter of the Su family, why would Su Jin cower before Yang Qi? To instill fear in Yang Qi, she unhesitatingly removed her sunglasses and handed them to Jiang Xian, then met Yang Qi's gaze with an expression of cold determination. The corners of Su Jin's lips curled upwards in a subtle, disdainful smile, her exquisite features revealing unmasked contempt. That smile seemed to mock the absurdity of the person before her. In that moment, Su Jin exuded an air of 3 parts disdain and 7 parts scorn. As if whispering to Yang Qi's face, "You are nothing but refuse." Yang Qi, her teeth clenching in fury, trembled with rage. Ordinarily, she might have fled in embarrassment. Yet, in this very moment, her intense anger clouded her reason. She not only refused to retreat but boldly stepped forward, confronting Su Jin with an exasperated shout. "Who do you think you are?" Of course, Yang Qi recognized that this was Su Jin. Yet her inquiry was not about Su Jin's identity, but rather a challenge regarding Su Jin's significance to Jiang Xian. In that instant, Yang Qi fully immersed herself in the role of Jiang Xian's girlfriend, perceiving Su Jin as a third party attempting to sabotage their relationship. However, the corners of Su Jin's mouth lifted slightly, a quiet chuckle resonating within her. She never anticipated that Yang Qi could be so foolish as to provoke her. Given the situation, she felt no obligation to hold back. "Who am I? At one time, I was his girlfriend. Oh, and soon I shall be his wife. Are you envious?" Su Jin tilted her head, her smile radiating confidence and joy. After speaking, she deliberately raised an eyebrow at Yang Qi, her eyes glinting with provocation. The original Su Jin would never have dared to confront someone so brazenly, yet after spending time with Jiang Xian, she gradually adopted some of his conversational tactics. Yang Qi's face paled with anger, her body quivering as she glared at Su Jin, her eyes ablaze with fury, her tone aggressive. "Just because of you? Do you think I am unaware of how these so-called affluent women behave behind closed doors?" Yang Qi's voice dripped with disdain and scorn. "You are merely lusting after his body. You do not love him." She spat through gritted teeth. Yang Qi's words struck Su Jin as utterly ludicrous, prompting an involuntary laugh to escape her lips. She then furrowed her brow, looking at Yang Qi with scorn. "I do not love him? I love him far more than you ever could. At the very least, I would never abandon him in his time of need." Su Jin's tone was resolute and powerful, as if demonstrating her unwavering resolve to Yang Qi. "I shall say no more. On this point alone, I shall decisively overshadow you, understood?" Su Jin lifted her chin, a sense of triumph illuminating her face. "Jiang Xian, do not be deceived by her flowery words." Yang Qi felt a surge of frustration, unable to retort against Su Jin. So she shifted the conversation towards Jiang Xian. "Enough." Yang Qi refrained from further pointless chatter. "Su Jin, let us depart." Jiang Xian recognized that reasoning with Yang Qi was futile, so he took Su Jin's hand and prepared to leave. Yang Qi attempted to intervene, but Su Jin shot her a defiant glance that left her momentarily stunned. Yang Qi watched helplessly as the two of them entered the car and drove away northward. "What brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be at the office this afternoon?" Jiang Xian inquired with curiosity once they were inside the vehicle. However, Su Jin merely fanned herself with her hand, exclaiming, "It's so hot. If we don't leave soon, I might just perish from the heat. This discomfort stemmed from her attire, a black ensemble that absorbed the sun's rays. Chapter 73. You are quite eager. Jiang Xian cranked the car's air conditioning to its maximum, allowing the refreshing breeze to envelop them as he chuckled. Your aura just now is stunning, standing there like that. Indeed, beauty is undeniable. But the heat is also quite real. Su Jin replied with a hint of annoyance. But facing Yang Qi, I had to confront her. Otherwise, some individuals might start to waver in their resolve. Su Jin remarked, glancing pointedly at Jiang Xian. Hey, don't say such things. I am completely steadfast, all right? I know where to draw the line, and I intend to do so decisively. Jiang Xian asserted earnestly. Oh, such conviction. Are you not even slightly tempted? Yang Qi is undeniably beautiful, fair-skinned, and has a commendable figure. Su Jin teased, maintaining a casual tone while her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xian. Are you trying to set a trap for me? Jiang Xian pondered silently. What does her beauty have to do with me, even if she looks like a fairy? It bears no relevance, he replied hastily. Besides, no matter how beautiful she is, can she compare to you? Her figure cannot hold a candle to yours. Jiang Xian argued convincingly. Su Jin appeared outwardly calm, seemingly immune to his words, yet inwardly, her heart swelled with sweetness. Struggling to suppress a smile, she continued. While that may be true, when she innocently clutches your sleeve, ready to express her affection, don't you find it hard to resist? Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow, asking, Did you witness that? When did you arrive? Su Jin pursed her lips, responding, Of course I saw it. I was at the ice cream shop across the street. You arrived just before I did. Jiang Xian was taken aback. You were following me? Following you? I intended to come with you, but by the time I arrived, you had already driven off. I called you, but you didn't answer. I still need to settle that score with you. Su Jin expressed her dissatisfaction. You called me? Jiang Xian asked, surprised. Yes, Su Jin exclaimed, grabbing Jiang Xian's hand from the side. If you don't mind, I could help you with that. I don't mind. The password is your birthday, Jiang Xian replied without hesitation. In jest, she mused, at this juncture, to hesitate would surely lead to complications, even if there seemed to be none. Upon hearing that Jiang Xian had set his password to her birthday, Su Jin felt a flicker of joy within her. After unlocking the phone, the wallpaper displayed a photograph of the two of them together on the sofa, the only one they had taken thus far. You used this photo? So did I. Su Jin remarked, slightly taken aback. Of course. If I'm not using yours, whose else should I use? Jiang Xian replied as if discussing a matter of utmost normalcy. Su Jin remained silent, perusing his call log, and indeed found missed calls from her. See, I genuinely called. How peculiar. I didn't hear anything, Jiang Xian responded, puzzled, as he had not perceived a single ring throughout. Su Jin scrolled through his call history for a moment before suggesting, I'll switch your phone in a bit. That should prevent this from happening again. After saying this, she secretly altered the name Su Jin in his contacts to wife dearest and returned the phone to its place. Change it. You're not planning to slip in some kind of tracking device, are you? I've seen that in dramas, Jiang Xian joked. If I wanted to track you, I wouldn't need a device. Su Jin replied earnestly. Jiang Xian chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further. After a long silence, Su Jin inquired again. What do you think about what Yang Qi said? What? Yang Qi's words? Which ones? Jiang Xian was momentarily baffled by her question, unsure which of Yang Qi's many statements she was referencing. The thing she mentioned regarding us, Su Jin hesitated, her demeanor slightly altered from her usual self. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Xian discerned her meaning. Do you care about my perspective? He asked, brow furrowed. Of course. How could I not care about your thoughts? We are equals in this relationship, not in a hierarchical structure. Su Jin asserted with unwavering conviction. That's a relief. I was beginning to think you might consider me a mere servant. Jiang Xian quipped. Su Jin was poised to retort, but recognizing he was driving, she decided against it. Enough with the banter. I genuinely wish to hear your thoughts. Jiang Xian paused before responding. Su Jin, frankly, there is no need to overthink such matters. Do you truly believe I would question your feelings for me? Perhaps in the past, your words might have shaken my resolve, but after this time we've spent together, I can distinctly sense your intentions. I know full well you're not toying with my heart. However, by posing this question, it seems you harbor some doubts regarding my trustworthiness or our relationship. Upon hearing his words, Su Jin was suddenly engulfed by feelings of shame and regret. Just as Jiang Xian had articulated, her ability to ask such a question stemmed from her lingering uncertainties and concerns. This is her manifestation of distrust towards Jiang Xian. I'm sorry, Jiang Xian. I've been overly sensitive and suspicious, and I apologize. Su Jin said, her voice unusually soft and tinged with embarrassment. It's perfectly all right. I find that quite normal, Yang Qi responded, despite having rambled on. There was one sentiment with which I wholeheartedly agreed. All relationships must endure trials to deepen and become more genuine. Jiang Xian smiled, feeling quite at ease. As they conversed, the vehicle slowly made its way back to the Guielon Garden Villa. Upon disembarking, Jiang Xian and Su Jin walked side by side. Su Jin stole a glance at Jiang Xian. He was indeed handsome. Wait, was he slightly upset? She thought Jiang Xian might be angry about her earlier words in the car, as he seldom exhibited such an expressionless demeanor. In reality, Jiang Xian was preoccupied with thoughts about the shop. He was just about to push open the door when Su Jin made a bold decision. Suddenly, she grasped Jiang Xian's hand, stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him. Caught off guard, Jiang Xian, who had been lost in thought, was enveloped by Su Jin's embrace and instantly felt the chill of her lips. Just then, the front door swung open with a jolt. Xiaoya's initially joyful expression froze upon witnessing the scene. You two are quite eager, aren't you? Goodness, must you be so brazen? It's still broad daylight, right at the doorstep, and in front of me, Xiaoya exclaimed, unable to look away, covering her eyes yet peeking through her fingers to observe Jiang Xian and Su Jin. The unexpected kiss from Su Jin had left Jiang Xian feeling numb, and now, due to Xiaoya's presence, the moment was abruptly interrupted. Jiang Xian felt as if he had missed out entirely. Su Jin's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. She cleared her throat a few times, said nothing, and hurried upstairs. Jiang Xian bit his lip, seemingly still savoring the moment. All right, everyone has left. Wake up. Are you not feeling the heat outside? Xiaoya teased. Noticing Jiang Xian lingering at the doorway, hesitant to enter the house, Jiang Xian shot Xiaoya an annoyed glance. If it weren't for her sudden appearance, Su Jin wouldn't he have retreated so quickly? He had truly not even tasted the sweetness of the moment. Xiaoya was indeed a quintessential third wheel. Once inside, she spoke mysteriously, Jiang Xian, you're quite remarkable. I've never seen Su Jin so close to a male before. Wait, that is not quite right. It's astonishing that you and Su Jin could even come together. Jiang Xian chuckled bitterly, saying, indeed, someone from my background is hardly worthy of Su Jin. Wouldn't you agree? He mistakenly believed Xiaoya was referring to the stark contrast between his and Su Jin's circumstances. This indeed constitutes a significant flaw in his character. However, he has never held his adoptive parents accountable. Even after their passing, which left him with a heavy burden of debt, he refuses to blame them. This is the fundamental principle of humanity. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude, and the debt of nurturing is even greater than the heavens. Yet, despite this, when Xiaoya uttered those words, the light in Jiang Xian's eyes dimmed slightly. However, a twist soon followed. What are you imagining? I haven't even finished speaking and you're already making assumptions? Do you think I was implying that you were unworthy of Su Jin? Am I that superficial? In this regard, I share the same perspective as Su Jin. If one is deemed worthy, then they are. If not, then they are unworthy. Xiaoya raised an eyebrow and rolled her eyes dramatically at Jiang Xian, expressing her exasperation. Moreover, ISNT background of little use to Su Jin. She is not one to seek power. She herself is the greatest background. Although I often criticize you and find you deserving of it, I would never mock your origins. At most, I would just about your character, Xiaoya stated bluntly. Well then, I truly appreciate it, Jiang Xian replied with a forced smile. You interrupted me just now, and I lost my train of thought. You mentioned that it's quite unbelievable for Su Jin and me to be together, Jiang Xian reminded her. Oh, yes, that's it. Do you know why I say this? Xiaoya said with utmost seriousness, as if she were about to announce something monumental. I know. Do I need to ask? Hurry up and tell me, Jiang Xian urged. Xiaoya snorted. Let me tell you, only now would I consider it. In the past, I would have demanded 1,000,000. Stop rambling. Are you going to speak or not? If not, I'm leaving, Jiang Xian said, growing impatient and pretending to head upstairs. All right, I'll tell you. Xiaoya grasped Jiang Xian's arm, glanced around, and noticed Qin Shuang standing not far away, watching them with a smile. Xiaoya smiled back and pulled Jiang Xian to the side, lowering her voice significantly. Su Jin has never had anyone pursue her since childhood. What? What are you talking about? Jiang Xian's mind went blank. Xiaoya, oblivious to Jiang Xian's reaction to her statement, continued, and all the time I've known Su Jin, she has always been an exceptionally aloof, independent, and rational person, with almost no friends, let alone any suitors. However, since I learned about your relationship, I truly find it astonishing, as if I'm witnessing an entirely different world. Not to mention, she would take the initiative to kiss someone. Don't deny it. Based on your positions, postures, and expressions, I can clearly discern who is the initiator and who is the passive one. Although I may falter at times. As a professional bodyguard, I cannot err in my observations. Xiaoya confidently patted her chest. Jiang Xian's mind was buzzing. What had Xiaoya just said? Su Jin had never been pursued throughout her life? Xiaoya seemed to anticipate what Jiang Xian was about to say, and she interjected, Li Changjie is not worth considering. He is a pervert. Jiang Xian, still wearing a puzzled expression, inquired, but previously, when I accompanied my mother-in-law to the airport. Su Jin mentioned that suitors for her lined up from Earth to the Moon. I understand this is somewhat exaggerated, yet given her qualities. Wouldn't it be reasonable for suitors to overwhelm her threshold? Upon hearing this, Xiaoya covered her mouth, struggling to suppress her laughter. She replied, What's the matter? You can boast, but Su Jin cannot. Is that it? Moreover, you were present at the time. She wouldn't want to lose face, would she? Jiang Xian, astonished, exclaimed. Is that true? No one is pursuing Su Jin? You must be joking. With a look of resignation, Xiaoya responded, What purpose would I have to deceive you? Throughout her life, apart from that perverse Li Changjie, no boy has dared to approach Su Jin. Jiang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, Why is that? Is it because her family is too wealthy? Xiaoya shook her head and explained, Not at all. It is because Su Jin's demeanor is excessively cold. And she treats everyone with indifference, causing people to shy away from her. Jiang Xian agreed. Noting that the Su Jin of the past was an entirely different person from the Su Jin of today. Even for him, she had always maintained a distant demeanor. Furthermore, with Li Changjie around, any man attempting to get close to Su Jin would likely face dire consequences. Was that nearly disastrous for you? Xiaoya remarked. However, Jiang Xian pondered another question, asking, Is Su Jin's aversion to Li Changjie rooted in this? Xiaoya scoffed. Humph, that guy is a complete deviant. The colder Su Jin is, the more intrigued he becomes. He desires to possess a proud and aloof woman like her, treating her as if she were merely a toy. Wouldn't you agree that is perverse? Jiang Xian nodded emphatically, declaring, Indeed, he is a pervert. If it weren't for his connections to the Li family. Considering his intentions towards Su Jin, I would have thoroughly taught him a lesson. However, it seems someone else has dealt with him, which is rather fortunate. At this point, Jiang Xian calculated that it had been some time since Li Changjie had encountered his misfortune. Surely the grass on his grave must be several feet high by now. Suddenly, Xiaoya spoke with a hint of urgency laced with a threatening tone. Now that I've shared this with you, you won't turn around and sell me out, will you? She had been so engrossed in gossiping with Jiang Xian that she forgot he was Su Jin's confidant. What if he disclosed this to Su Jin? Although it wasn't a significant matter, it could still be considered a secret of Su Jin's. Jiang Xian scoffed. Do I look like that kind of person? After addressing and managing all matters in Long City, Jiang Xian and Su Jin were ready to depart for the capital. Before departing, Su Jin reminded Xiaoya, I do not know how long I will be away in Xanadu, so I leave the fighting gym in your capable hands during this time. Xiaoya nodded obediently, responding, Sure. Jiang Xian continued to advise, You need not be there every day. Visiting every few days will suffice. You have the design plans, right? Su Jin should have already mentioned some important points to you, so please ensure you remind the workers accordingly. Ordinarily, the renovation should take a few months, however. I believe we will not be away for that long, as Su Jin's company still requires her presence. Before Jiang Xian could finish his thought, Su Jin interjected. There is no need. I can work entirely online. Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Su Jin's assertion. He regarded her with a puzzled expression and inquired, Are you sure that won't be an issue? Su Jin nodded, her tone resolute as she replied, Of course, it won't be a problem. With today's advanced technology, much work can be accomplished online. Moreover, my team is exceptional. They can manage most tasks for me. Jiang Xian felt considerably reassured upon hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, In that case, who knows when we shall return? Nevertheless, do not hesitate to call us if any issues arise. Xiaoya smiled and responded, It's all right. You can stay there as long as you need. I'll manage everything here. Su Jin regarded Xiaoya intently for a moment, remaining silent. Well then, we shall take our leave today. Goodbye. Having arranged for Xiaoya to handle some affairs at the company, it was Qin Shuang, not Xiaoya, who drove them to the airport. After Jiang Xian placed their luggage in the trunk, the car slowly pulled away from Jinyu Pavilion. As the vehicle's lights gradually faded from view, the smile on Xiaoya's face grew increasingly radiant. Once the door closed, she flopped onto the sofa, reveling in its sponge-like softness, which enveloped her in unparalleled comfort. She turned over, lying flat with her arms outstretched. This is bliss. From now on, this place is my domain. Xiaoya's smile blossomed even more brightly. With the tiger gone, the monkey had become king. If Jiang Xian's words held true, and they would be away for months, she would be unmonitored during this time. Free to do as she pleased. Just as she erupted into exuberant laughter, Su Jin's voice suddenly echoed through the surveillance. Stop dreaming. I will monitor you daily. The unexpected remark from Su Jin left Xiaoya momentarily frozen. How could I have forgotten about the surveillance? She thought, feeling as though she had swallowed something unpleasant. You must adhere to your responsibilities and refrain from idling about. We shall bring you gifts upon our return. Su Jin's cold words transmitted through the monitor felt even more devoid of warmth. I understand, Xiaoya replied, her expression tinged with bitterness and her voice subdued. Great. It's like being imprisoned. After shutting off the surveillance feed, Su Jin in the car couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong? Upon observing the worried expression on Su Jin's face, Jiang Xin could not help but inquire. He had clearly overheard the conversation between Su Jin and Xiaoya. Jiang Xin was somewhat curious about Su Jin's admonition for Xiaoya not to wander aimlessly. Xiaoya, engaging in reckless pursuits? In his recollection, she was a carefree and light-hearted spirit, almost like a whimsical goddess. Jiang Xin had always regarded her as one of the boys, making it difficult for him to envision her in any sort of wayward escapade. With a hint of concern, Su Jin remarked, I genuinely worry about Xiaoya. You have no idea how wild she can get. Wild? Just how wild can she be? Jiang Xin chuckled, intrigued by the notion. Turning to face Jiang Xin earnestly, Su Jin responded, she has been known to go out and pursue men. Upon hearing this, the smile on Jiang Xian's face gradually faded. Xiaoya? Out pursuing men? Am I mistaken, or have I misheard you? Seeing Jiang Xian's disbelief, Su Jin recounted some past incidents. Xiaoya, overwhelmed by the intensity of her training and the pressure of her circumstances, had resorted to venturing out to bars or other venues to seek companionship after each day of rigorous training. You heard me correctly, she actively seeks out men for drinks. She won't return home unless she has thoroughly entertained a group of them, and she only targets men who are already accompanied. Is she truly that bold? Jiang Xian was taken aback. Isn't that undermining their relationships? He found it hard to agree with Xiaoya's approach. Indeed, I had voiced similar concerns. You know what she said? She claimed, I am not forcing anyone. I merely present the option, and whether they accept it is entirely up to them. After she said that, I found myself at a loss for words. If you were in my position, how would you counter her argument? Su Jin fixed her gaze on Jiang Xian. I would respond with disbelief. Can Xiaoya really express such sentiments? Jiang Xian realized he was at a loss for a rebuttal, leading him to question his previous assumptions. He had always bested Xiaoya in their verbal sparring sessions, believing her only superior in physical prowess, while he considered himself more articulate. With a slight smile, Su Jin remarked, you still underestimate her, just as you never anticipated her to be so audacious, right? Jiang Xian nodded, pondering this revelation. He had indeed not expected such behavior. However, he suddenly discovered an intriguing coincidence. Previously, Xiaoya had divulged certain secrets about Su Jin. The most sensational being that aside from Li Changjie, no one pursued Su Jin. Now, Su Jin was revealing Xiaoya's secret escapades to him. Jiang Xian couldn't help but reflect. This pair of close friends is quite amusing, each harboring secrets that the other has shared with him. Su Jin gently cautioned. Just keep this between us. Don't mention it in front of Xiaoya. You have a tendency to tease her, and I fear she might not hesitate to retaliate. Jiang Xian chuckled lightly, responding with a carefree demeanor. Rest assured, I won't disclose anything. I won't mention either of you. However, after uttering those words, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Turning to look, he found Su Jin gazing at him with a perplexed and questioning expression. What is it that you won't say in front of her? Su Jin fixed her questioning gaze firmly on Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian, quick to respond, said, What I mean is, this matter will remain a secret. I won't mention it to anyone. Su Jin nodded in agreement. That's more like it. During their conversation, the car had already arrived at the airport. Once they alighted, Su Jin turned to Qin Shuang and said, All right, you can head back now. For the time being, manage things as usual and don't slack off. By the way, Xiaoya, please keep an eye on things for me. Remember to contact me if any issues arise. Don't worry, boss. Under the scorching sun, a plane soared through the sky, heading towards its destination, Xanadu Airport. Chapter 76. Your apology is insufficient. On the plane, The two did not opt for first class, as Su Jin was not particularly concerned about such luxuries. However, due to the seating arrangement, they were not seated together. Jiang Xian occupied a front seat on the left, while Su Jin was positioned slightly further back on the right. Consequently, Jiang Xian had to turn his head to see Su Jin, while she could easily observe him. The flight was fairly full, with only a few scattered empty seats. Next to Jiang Xian sat two young girls who, judging by their attire and demeanor, appeared to be university students, brimming with youth and vitality. Once the plane took off, the two girls began chatting incessantly with Jiang Xian. This interaction had sparked after he had helped them with their luggage, which led to a barrage of enthusiastic conversation. One girl excitedly exclaimed, "Hey, handsome, where are you from? You're really good-looking, tall, and charming. I bet you're not from Long City, right?" According to national statistics, the average height for men in Long City is only 171 centimeters. "Actually, I am from Long City," Jiang Xian replied, his smile slightly stiffened. "You mentioned average height. It's not representative of everyone, is it? Those two must be lacking in common since despite being in university." "Oh, my apologies. Which university did you graduate from?" asked the bespectacled girl, feeling a bit awkward. "Tianhai University," Jiang Xian replied, his tone tinged with reluctance. "What? Tianhai University? We're from there too." The two girls exclaimed in unison, their surprise evident. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow, finding it somewhat unbelievable, but then realized that this flight was indeed from Long City to Xanadu, so encountering students from Tianhai University was not particularly strange. While Jiang Xian managed to remain composed, the two girls were visibly excited. Upon learning that Jiang Xian was a senior, they eagerly sought to engage him in conversation, their enthusiasm becoming somewhat overwhelming. He wished he could tell them, "Sorry, I have a girlfriend." However, seeing their hopeful expressions made it difficult for him to decline directly. He also feared that such a statement might elicit a response of, "What a loser, just an average guy." Ultimately, they're all alumni. So Jiang Xian reluctantly engaged in conversation with them. Initially, the two young women were rather reserved, merely inquiring about academic pursuits and campus life. However, as the dialogue deepened, their questions became increasingly personal. Jiang Xian inwardly lamented, realizing he should have refrained from conversing with them. Now, he not only had to endure their incessant chatter but also feared being misinterpreted. At that moment, he instinctively glanced back at Su Jin, and upon meeting her gaze, he felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Su Jin's expression was as impassive as that of a specter, her eyes fixed upon him with an intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. It dawned on him that a decision was imperative. He recognized that her lack of expression indicated genuine displeasure. Determined, he resolved to act. Just then, the bespectacled girl shyly ventured, "Could we exchange contact information, senior?" Jiang Xian replied with a polite smile, "I'm sorry, but my girlfriend prefers I don't add female contacts alone. I sincerely apologize." His tone was gentle yet imbued with a resolute finality. The girl, taken aback, responded with a hint of disappointment, "Oh, I see you have a partner. My apologies for my forwardness." Jiang Xian offered a faint smile and chose not to elaborate further. In the ensuing moments, she did not seek his company again. Finally, he exhaled in relief, thinking he had extricated himself from the awkward situation. Nonetheless, he understood that he could no longer engage casually with other women, especially with Su Jin observing. After disembarking from the plane, Su Jin looked at Jiang Xian with a smirk, remarking, "Our esteemed Jiang is quite the charmer," effortlessly winning the hearts of two lovely ladies. A chill ran down Jiang Xian's spine. He recognized her sarcasm and hastened to clarify, "What charming hearts. That is not the case at all. I merely assisted them briefly. We chatted a bit more upon discovering our shared alma mater. Nothing more." He straightened his back, speaking with earnest conviction. After all, he had done nothing to betray Su Jin's trust, and with a clear conscience, he felt unperturbed. "Oh, nothing more? No exchange of contact information?" Su Jin inquired with a skeptical expression. "What contact information? It was merely a chance meeting. Why would I exchange anything?" Jiang Xian replied earnestly. If one were to exchange contact information, it would facilitate communication, especially between a senior and a junior. A good rapport would naturally ease future outings, Su Jin teased. Adopting a playful tone, Jiang Xian inwardly groaned, realizing that Su Jin had adopted his style of speech and was now turning it back on him. This was a case of reaping what one sows. "What nonsense are you spouting? Am I really that kind of person? If I were truly that kind of person, confronted with so many temptations, I would have undoubtedly erred long ago. Yet, the reality is that I have not. Jiang Xian fixed his gaze upon Su Jin, speaking with an unusual seriousness. His words rendered Su Jin somewhat embarrassed, for she recognized her own excessive sensitivity. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, whenever a male approached Jiang Xian, her heart would instantaneously become chaotic, and the thoughts swirling in her mind were beyond her control. I apologize. It seems I was overthinking. Su Jin softly uttered. No, an apology is insufficient. Jiang Xian replied. Su Jin gazed at him in astonishment, asking, Then what do you wish for me to do? Jiang Xian flashed a mischievous smile and abruptly pulled her into his embrace, lifting her chin and bestowing upon her a deep kiss. Su Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly the apology he sought? Chapter 77. Arrival at the Su family home. Su Jin stared blankly at Jiang Xian, momentarily at a loss for action. What on earth was this rascal attempting? They were at the airport, not at home. There were countless eyes upon them. Realizing that people around were halting to watch, Su Jin quickly extricated herself from Jiang Xian's embrace and retaliated by pinching his waist fiercely. Jiang Xian yelped in pain. Who did you learn that from? Su Jin's lips twitched, retorting with irritation, You need not concern yourself with who taught me. If you dare to be dishonest again, I shall thoroughly stretch your muscles. Jiang Xian's eyes gleamed with mischief as he remarked, Isn't that a tad unfair? If you can forcibly kiss me, why may I not do the same to you? Absolutely not. I protest. This is sheer bullying. Su Jin glared at Jiang Xian with an icy demeanor. Her tone frigid as she inquired, How do you propose we resolve this? Jiang Xian, assuming a righteous posture, replied, Since you can pinch me, I must certainly be allowed to touch you. That cannot be excessive, can it? Su Jin appeared to find his words laughable, scoffing as she retorted, Dream on. With that, she grabbed her suitcase and proceeded towards the underground parking garage. This woman plays by double standards. Jiang Xian chuckled softly and hurried to catch up with her. In the underground parking lot, beside a sleek black Rolls-Royce Phantom, stood a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, his hair partially graying. The moment he spotted Su Jin, he hurried over, taking the suitcase from her hands with respect, exclaiming, Miss, you must be weary from your journey. Su Jin, quite amiably, responded, Uncle Lin. There is no need for such formality. My father and the others are not present, so you may simply call me Xiao Jin. The rules cannot change. They remain constant wherever one may be, Uncle Lin replied, though his face beamed with a smile upon hearing Su Jin's words. At that moment, Jiang Xian also approached, dragging his suitcase. After Uncle Lin placed Su Jin's suitcase in the car, he promptly strode over, intending to take the suitcase from Jiang Xian. You must be the son-in-law, right? The madam has frequently mentioned you since her return. Lin Bo wore a radiant smile as he spoke with warmth. However, Su Jin raised an eyebrow, revealing a glimmer of curiosity as she inquired, What did my mother say? Perhaps due to Gu Ran's frequent mentions. Lin Bo answered with remarkable fluency and ease. Madam remarked that the son-in-law possesses a dignified appearance, is handsome and charming, a man of talent, and conducts himself with courtesy and propriety. Moreover, he is humble and unassuming, and adept at heeding the advice of others. Upon hearing this, Su Jin couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration, silently musing, My mother has completely been brainwashed by Jiang Xian. All she can think about are his virtues. Despite Jiang Xian's usual thick skin, he felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing such praise. He awkwardly touched the tip of his nose and obediently followed Su Jin into the car. As soon as the vehicle started moving, Gu Ran called Su Jin. Hello. Xiao Jin, has Lin Bo picked you up? She asked. Yes, Jiang Xian and I are already in the car. We should be back in about an hour. Su Jin replied, glancing at Jiang Xian. That's great. I heard you were returning today. Xiaoyu is also at our place, Gu Ran continued. What? Siyu is here too? A look of disdain crossed Su Jin's face. Jiang Xian was aware that Siyu was Su Jin's cousin, and their relationship was quite strained, with the elders of the family favoring Suyu, which was one of the reasons Su Jin was reluctant to return to the Su family. Yes, she has been waiting for you to come back. Gu Ran seemed oblivious to the disdain in Su Jin's tone and continued cheerfully. When did she arrive? Su Jin asked, frowning. She came early this morning and had lunch here with us, Gu Ran replied slowly. Do I have a good relationship with her? Did she come specifically to see me? Su Jin questioned with a sharp tone. Come now, Xiao Jin, don't think so poorly of her. She did say it's been a long time since she last saw you and wanted to visit, Gu Ran urged. I would trust that the sun rises from the west before I trust her words, Su Jin scoffed. All right, just be careful on the road. We'll have dinner together when you return, Gu Ran interjected. Understood, I'm hanging up, Su-jin said before ending the call. After hanging up, Su-jin's expression darkened considerably. What's wrong? Are you feeling down? Jiang Xian asked with concern. It's nothing, just feeling annoyed by Su-yu, Su-jin replied flatly. She is coming too? Jiang Xian inquired. Su-jin furrowed her brow and pouted, mumbling, yes, just here to mooch off us again. She had initially been somewhat reluctant to return, but with Jiang Xian accompanying her, she had become less resistant. However, upon discovering that Su-yu was at her home, her previously hopeful mood quickly soured. No worries, you have me here. If she bothers you, I'll help you retaliate. Jiang Xian reassured Su-jin, offering a steadfast smile. His words eased Su-jin's mood somewhat. He was right. This time, she was not facing difficulties alone. However, Su-jin seemed to recall something. Her brow furrowing with concern as she asked, Aren't you nervous? Although you've met my mother, you haven't yet encountered my father. Nervous? What purpose does that serve? Things will unfold as they must. The more one dwells on it, the more likely things will go awry. It is best to let nature take its course. Jiang Xian replied, leaning back slightly, his face displaying a calm demeanor. Previously, when his mother-in-law Gu Ran had arrived in Long City, he too had felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and unease. Yet, he soon realized that such emotions bore no practical value, only amplifying his own worries. Thus, he resolved to face everything with a tranquil heart. After all, events would progress irrespective of his feelings, and excessive anxiety would merely burden him further. Moreover, Jiang Xian understood that relationships require time to develop and trust to be built, even if the initial meeting may bring about some awkwardness. Sincerity and respect would gradually pave the way for understanding, naturally resolving any issues. An hour and a half later, a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided into a grand estate. Despite Jiang Xian's mental preparation, the sight before him still elicited a profound sense of astonishment. The estate was vast, surrounded by meticulously tended gardens adorned with a variety of flowers, trees, pathways, and fountains. Numerous attendants dedicated to the maintenance of the flora bustled about, respectfully greeting Su-jin as Mississippi. In that moment, Jiang Xian felt as if he had stepped into the opulent world of Western nobility from a century past. At that moment, a figure emerged from the central building, calling out from a distance, Sister Su-jin, long time no see. As they entered the estate, they were greeted by a resplendent hall, lavishly adorned with a grand crystal chandelier that cast a brilliant glow throughout the space. At a silver dining table sat the estate's owner Su Ziyuan, his wife Gu Ran, the elder daughter Su-jin, her cousin Su-yu, and the son-in-law Jiang Xian. However, contrary to Jiang Xian's expectations of a solemn and austere atmosphere, Su Ziyuan, Su-jin's father, exhibited an extraordinary warmth towards Jiang Xian. He neither inquired about Jiang Xian's family background nor his professional achievements. Instead, he animatedly engaged Jiang Xian in discussions about international current affairs. Topics ranged from the intense conflict between Russia and Ukraine to the frequent military exercises conducted by the United States and its allies near the shores of China. Jiang Xian was genuinely intrigued by these subjects, and thus the conversation with his father-in-law flowed effortlessly, both exchanging sharp insights and fervent opinions. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the dining room transformed into a vibrant arena of their spirited discourse. Su-jin stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene before her. The heavy stone in her heart finally fell. The situation she had most dreaded did not manifest. Instead, a harmonious atmosphere prevailed. Jiang Xian and Su Ziyuan belonged to one circle, while Su-jin, Gu Ran, and Su formed another. Little Jin, it has been over 2 years since your last visit, hasn't it? If it weren't for Xiao Jiang, would you still not want to come back and see us? Gu Ran said softly, her expression tinged with playful reproach. Su-jin's sister had flourished in her career abroad, making it understandable that she found little time to spare. Su responded gently to Gu Ran, her radiant smile illuminating her striking features. With her flowing, voluminous waves and graceful stature, she was undeniably captivating. Yet, a stark contrast existed between her and Su-jin, most noticeably in their demeanor. Su-jin maintained an air of regal aloofness, akin to an iceberg that could be admired from afar but never approached. A fitting description for her would be to be gazed upon but not trifled with. In contrast, Su-yu exuded a charming allure, her every action and word imbued with a beguiling quality that stirred an intoxicating sensation in those around her. If one were to find a term to encapsulate her essence, perhaps siren would be the most. Apartment career is career, and family is family. The two are not mutually exclusive, especially with the option of remote work. I won't keep you here for too long, Gu Ran remarked with a hint of reproach directed at Su-jin. Perhaps Su Jin is rather devoted to her career. After all, the branch of the Jingshi Group in Long City has expanded significantly under her planning and management, currently in a phase of rapid growth. Moreover, her dedication to her work may have caused her to overlook your feelings, Suyu solemnly elucidated on Su Jin's behalf. Yet, Su Jin was not oblivious to the implications of her words. What did it mean to be overly career-oriented, to neglect Gu Ran's sentiments? Was it not a veiled accusation that Su Jin prioritized her career over her parents? The thought of it becoming public knowledge was enough to raise eyebrows. Thus, Su Jin hastily interjected, "Mom, I never said I wouldn't come back. It's just that I've been exceedingly busy lately and haven't found the time." "You're busy? How busy can you be? Do you even have time to return home?" Gu Ran retorted, her displeasure evident. The earlier comments from Suyu had successfully ignited a flicker of irritation within her, prompting her to unleash her feelings. "Little Jean, haven't I always told you? Money means nothing. It is merely a cold number. Our family has no shortage of it. The most important things in life are emotions, friendship, familial love, romantic affection, none of which can be quantified or replaced by wealth. Our longing and concern for you are beyond what money could ever buy. Perhaps in your youth, you may not fully comprehend this, but as you grow older, you will realize the profound significance of familial companionship. Wealth can be acquired at any time. Yet the bonds of kinship are not always readily available. In this regard, not only is Jiang Xian superior to you, but even Xiao Yu surpasses you." Upon hearing this, Su Jin felt displeased and retorted, "I won't speak of Jiang Xian, but Suyu does not even work. She has ample leisure time to visit you. Isn't that perfectly normal? If I had that time, I could do the same." Gu Ran immediately interjected, "You also have the option of not working, don't you? It's not as if we can't support you. Being by our side would be quite wonderful." Su Jin expressed her confusion, "Mother. Other parents hope for their daughters to carve out their own paths. Why do you wish to confine me to your side?" Gu Ran replied, "I do not wish to confine you at all. You could work in the capital instead of traveling all the way to Long City." Su Jin boldly stated, "If I do not go to Long City, how will I meet Jiang Xian?" This was a decisive blow. Gu Ran was momentarily at a loss for words, contemplating that there was indeed some merit to Su Jin's argument. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jin continued, "It is precisely because I have adhered to my decision that I have come to know Jiang Xian and have acquired a love that others envy." She emphasized the phrase envy with conviction, casting a meaningful glance at Suyu. Suyu recognized that Su Jin was subtly mocking her, but remained unfazed, redirecting her attention to Su Jin's boyfriend. Tall, fit, handsome, and articulate, Su Jin certainly has discerning taste. Suyu privately assessed Jiang Xian. However, the more admirable Jiang Xian appeared, the more it underscored Su Jin's keen judgment, which only heightened her discomfort. Therefore, after dinner, while Su Jin was occupied with company affairs in her room, Suyu sought out Jiang Xian, who was observing the garden from the balcony. "Where are you planning to open your gym?" Suyu inquired softly, mimicking Jiang Xian's posture by leaning on the railing. Jiang Xian straightened up and replied slowly, "I am thinking of opening a martial arts gym." Suyu feigned shock, exclaiming, "Oh, you're knowledgeable about fitness? Can I come to you when I want to work out?" Jiang Xian, upon hearing this, scrutinized Suyu with seriousness and said, "Only overweight individuals need to work out. You are so slender that we should call it bone fitness. My apologies, I misspoke." Jiang Xian covered his mouth, appearing as though he had said something inappropriate. Chapter 79. Suyu? A mere vase. The corners of Su Jin's eyes twitched incessantly, and her previously uplifted smile gradually faded. How could she not discern the underlying message in Jiang Xian's words? Bone fitness was merely a euphemism for skinny bones. This audacious young man dared to insult her to her face, proving himself just as irksome as Su Jin. However, Su Jin did not exhibit any signs of anger. Instead, she forced a smile and spoke with a slightly stiff tone. "Opening a fighting gym must require a considerable amount of money, right?" Jiang Xian maintained a stoic expression as he nodded. "Indeed, it necessitates a substantial financial investment. I estimate it would require at least several million." Upon hearing this figure, Suyu's lips curled into a faintly disdainful smile. With her arms crossed, she calmly remarked, "Several million? Such a trifling sum is hardly a concern for someone like Su Jin. Wouldn't you agree? It's merely a matter of raising a hand. Perhaps it is of little consequence to you, but it is a different matter for me," Jiang Xian replied coolly. Suyu feigned surprise. Doesn't Jiang Xian have any financial troubles? Surely, a person like Su Jin wouldn't settle for anyone who lacks the means to produce a mere few million. Although her mother had once said that money was merely a cold number without much significance, that sentiment was only valid when one possessed ample wealth. Without several million in one's pocket, accomplishing anything would prove challenging. As she spoke, a frown creased her brow, and a look of concern appeared on her face, leading an uninformed observer to mistakenly believe she genuinely worried for Jiang Xian's circumstances. Indeed, Sister Siyu is correct. How about lending me 2 million? With that amount, opening this fighting gym would be a breeze. Jiang Xian suddenly turned, gazing at Siyu with an expression of eager anticipation, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. What? Borrow money from me? Siyu was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of incredulity wash over her. Jiang Xian's earlier words had made it clear that he harbored animosity towards her, even speaking harshly to her face. Yet now, he was unexpectedly requesting a loan from her. What could this possibly mean? She despised Su Jin and, by extension, loathed Su Jin's men. A cold laugh echoed in her mind as she thought, it seems Su Jin isn't so generous with you after all. She can't even spare a few million. Oh, Jiang Xian, my dear brother, I certainly won't let this opportunity to ridicule you slip by. She intended to mock Jiang Xian thoroughly before delivering a scathing insult. However, before she could utter a word, Jiang Xian interjected, Oh, I almost forgot. Sister Suyu, you are also unemployed, so I suspect you have little money, right? After saying this, Jiang Xian intentionally sighed, adding, After all this discussion, it appears we are both lost souls in this world. Suyu's lips involuntarily twitched, her eyes brimming with a desire to strike Jiang Xian down. What did you just say? Unemployed? Like him? What a ridiculous notion. How could I, Suyu, be compared to him? In her mind, she had already cursed Jiang Xian 1,000 times. Who told you I was unemployed? It is because your brother-in-law earns more than enough for my needs that I do not require a job. He provides for the family while I maintain my beauty. Do you understand? Siyu exclaimed, her voice filled with exasperation. Jiang Xian wore an expression that suggested a mix of comprehension and confusion. His gaze tinged with a hint of mockery, yet elusive in its intent. Siyu trembled with anger, hands on her hips, glaring at Jiang Xian, repeatedly muttering, I truly don't understand how you deduce that I am like you. Jiang Xian merely shrugged, conveying a sense of helplessness. Logically, Su Jin is far wealthier than your brother-in-law. If she so desired, you would have no need to establish a fighting gym, as she could provide you with a lifetime of luxury. Yet, you still yearn to open a gym? What, does Su Jin not care for you? The corners of Jiang Xian's mouth curled slightly, a blend of jest and seriousness in his tone as he remarked, Does that not render one merely a decorative vase? Something to be displayed at home? Upon hearing this, Su Yu's complexion darkened considerably, the veins on her forehead visibly tensing. This scoundrel dared to label her as a mere vase to be admired at home. The flames of fury ignited within her, and she glared at Jiang Xian with seething rage in her eyes. Clenching her fists, she nearly surged forward to deliver a punch, eager for him to experience the sting of insult. However, Jiang Xian offered her no opportunity for retort, casually waving his hand as he said, No more chatting. Sister Suyu, it's getting late. Let us return to our respective homes. Oh, almost forgot. You'll be resting here tonight. Suyu inhaled sharply, watching Jiang Xian's retreating figure, forcibly suppressing her ire. Humph, Su Jin and Jiang Xian, what a pair they make. One is affluent yet inarticulate, while the other is destitute yet sharp-tongued. Truly, they are a match made in heaven, both utterly irksome. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xian, Suyu harbored a deep-seated animosity toward him. Yet he remained indifferent, unconcerned with her sentiments. He merely wished to be left undisturbed by her and Su Jin. Upon entering the living room, Gu Ran addressed him. Xiao Jiang, you shall sleep in the first room on the right on the 3rd floor tonight. Rest assured, it has been prepared. Her mother bore a broad smile, as if delighted by some joyous occurrence. Thank you, Mom. I shall take my leave to rest, Jiang Xian replied, exchanging pleasantries with Gu Ran before ascending the stairs. Gu Ran watched Jiang Xian's retreating figure, nodding with a smile, whispering to herself, This is where my assistance ends. With that, she hurried into her bedroom, as she too had matters to attend to that evening. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Jiang Xian entered the first room on the right. The bedroom, adorned primarily in black and white, exuded a minimalist and relaxed ambience. However, Jiang Xian could not help but marvel at how thoroughly his mother-in-law had prepared, even providing a dressing table and cosmetics. Yet, a sense of bewilderment struck him as he noticed a laptop resting on the desk, Su Jin's laptop. What was Su Jin's computer doing here? He approached to examine it closely. Indeed, it was hers. How had she left her laptop behind? After contemplating, he concluded that it must have been an oversight on her part. Jiang Xian intended to deliver it to Su Jin's room, but he found himself uncertain of which room belonged to her. Never mind. Su Jin should come and retrieve it herself. After dismissing this thought, Jiang Xian prepared to head to the bathroom for a quick wash. However, after taking just a few steps, he suddenly noticed Su Jin's suitcase positioned beside the wardrobe. Jiang Xian froze momentarily, sensing that something was amiss. At that instant, a sudden splashing sound erupted from the closed bathroom, startling him. Someone was bathing inside. Jiang Xian turned sharply towards the bathroom. He then caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance in the room, identical to that of Su Jin. Chapter 80. Jiang Xian and Su Jin share the same bed. Could this possibly be Su Jin's room? Jiang Xian was instantly taken aback. Oh no. I must have entered the wrong room. Realizing the precarious situation, he hurriedly retreated, just as Jiang Xian placed his hand on the doorknob. A voice emerged from the bathroom. Jiang Xian, could you please fetch the pink nightgown from the left side of the wardrobe? Su Jin's tone was casual, as if she had already recognized the person outside as Jiang Xian. Okay, Jiang Xian replied, momentarily taken aback, before releasing the doorknob and turning to the wardrobe. He opened it to find a neatly arranged collection of clothes, presumably those Su Jin had brought from Long City. After a careful search, he finally located the far left pink nightgown. Holding the nightgown, he approached the bathroom door and gently knocked. Soon, the door opened slightly, revealing a slender, pale hand adorned with droplets of water. Thank you, Su Jin said as she took the nightgown, promptly closing the door again. Standing outside, Jiang Xian felt a pang of curiosity. After a brief moment, he couldn't help but inquire, how did you know it was me? From within the bathroom, the rustling sound of her getting dressed filled the air, followed by Su Jin's response. I guessed. Who else would be so reckless as to barge into my room? In other words, who would not know this is my room and dare to enter without knocking? It could only be you, Jiang Xian. Having finished dressing, Su Jin opened the door, stepping out slowly amidst the lingering mist. She wore a vibrant red nightgown, its hue as fiery as flames and as rich as blood. Her damp hair was wrapped in a white towel, yet a few rebellious strands cascaded down her fair neck, gently brushing against her swan-like elegance. Su Jin's skin was as white as snow, translucent and delicate, akin to fine jade. Her eyes, deep and radiant, sparkled like stars, captivating all who beheld them. A subtle fragrance, mingling the scents of shampoo, body wash, and a woman's unique allure, wafted through the air, enveloping Jiang Xian in an intoxicating embrace. The entire room seemed to be infused with an ambiguous ambience, suffused with the scent of hormones. Perhaps this is what they refer to as the beauty emerging from a bath. I felt as though I had mistakenly entered the wrong chamber. I glanced back at Su Jin a few more times before turning to push open the door and swiftly exiting the room. He initially thought he might have misremembered or inadvertently wandered into the wrong place, but upon stepping outside to take a closer look, he realized that the first room on the right of the third floor was indeed the one he had just entered, which belonged to Su Jin. What is going on? Am I to share a room with Su Jin? Jiang Xian stood at the doorway, his heart brimming with confusion as he surveyed the scene before him. He certainly had no objections. After all, what man would shy away from the opportunity to share a space with such a stunning beauty? It was an irresistible proposition. Yet, he was uncertain about how Su Jin would perceive this arrangement. If she were unwilling to share a bed with him, he could not impose himself upon her. Just then, two maids, appearing to be in their 40s or 50s, arrived to carry Jiang Xian's suitcase upstairs. Young master, Madam has instructed us to bring your luggage to the young ladies' room, one of the maids said softly. All right, let us enter together, Jiang Xian replied, following the maids inside. After knocking, he observed as the maids pushed his suitcase into the room, prompting a look of confusion from Su Jin, who inquired, what is this for? Before the maid could respond, Jiang Xian interjected, my mother insisted that we share a room. Su Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. But she did not protest. She remained silent, merely watching. Once the maids departed, Su Jin narrowed her eyes slightly, fixing her gaze on Jiang Xian as she asked, what kind of spell have you cast on my mother? How is it that she allowed you to stay with me? Jiang Xian assumed an air of nonchalance, responding, we've reached the stage of meeting the parents. Such an arrangement seems reasonable, does it not? With that, he positioned his suitcase beside Su Jin's, the contrasting black and white bag standing side by side next to the wardrobe. Of course, if you feel strongly against it, I can always take another room, Jiang Xian added earnestly. However, Su Jin replied, sharing a room is fine. Just bring another thin blanket. Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Su Jin's acquiescence, especially since they had slept separately at Guilin Yuan. As he moved to fetch the blanket, Su Jin explained, "Just don't get too hands-on. This isn't Guilin Yuan. If any noise were to arise, it would be rather amusing." Su Jin spoke somewhat shyly, her gaze wavering. Though they had already established a relationship, one would expect that engaging in intimate activities at night would be quite normal. Yet, in this place, besides her and Jiang Xian, there were her parents and Su Yu. Deep down, Su Jin felt that if she and Jiang Xian were to engage in such activities, the entire manor would inevitably hear. After retrieving the blanket from the wardrobe and placing it on the bed, Jiang Xian, with a glint in his eye, smiled and remarked, "Hands-on? What kind of hands-on activities? Such as what?" Su Jin discerned that Jiang Xian had posed the question intentionally and promptly hurled a pillow in his direction. Jiang Xian caught the pillow with a grin, cheerfully inquiring, "What is the matter? Is it wrong to ask questions?" Su Jin retorted with irritation, "Do not feign ignorance with me. Come, let us delineate our territory." With that, she knelt on the bed, drawing an imaginary line down the center with her hand, declaring, "This is our boundary line. You are strictly forbidden to cross it while we sleep at night. Otherwise, I shall kick you off," Su Jin asserted with utmost seriousness. However, this division was undeniably absurd, as Jiang Xian occupied merely a third of the bed. Although the bed was quite spacious, it felt rather constricted for him as a man. "Alas, this is quite unfair. Why is my territory so minuscule?" Jiang Xian protested hastily. "All right, it is settled then." Su Jin paid no heed to his objections and promptly seated herself on the bed, picking up a book to read. Jiang Xian sighed softly, exclaiming, "This is an unequal treaty." Su Jin gazed at him with a half-smile, retorting, "Jiang Xian, in my realm, you shall forever be at a disadvantage. Just as this bed, a significant portion of your heart must also belong to me. Do you understand?" "Understood, understood. And what about you?" "Me? My entire heart is yours." On the second floor, in the bedroom of Su Jin's parents, the atmosphere was markedly different from the lively ambience of Su Jin's room. Su Yuan and Gu Ran were considerably more tranquil. The primary reason was that Su Yuan remained notably impassive. Gu Ran, adorned in a stunning nightgown, lay beside him, gently conversing while caressing his face. Yet, despite Gu Ran's attempts at seduction, Su Yuan merely lay in a stupor, gazing vacantly at the ceiling. "Old Su, did you not consume the medicine I brought back? Why do you still appear in this dazed state?" Gu Ran queried. Noticing that time had elapsed, yet Su Yuan remained in his bewildered demeanor. At that moment, Su Yuan abruptly sat up, fixing his gaze upon Gu Ran. She assumed the effects of the medicine had finally taken hold, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Just as she was about to utter, "Be gentle with me," Su Yuan unexpectedly spoke. "What a pity, Xiao Jiang and I share divergent yet harmonious views. He is truly my kindred spirit. Had I encountered him sooner, we would have sworn brotherhood. Yet now, he addresses me as father-in-law. Truly, fate plays cruel tricks." Chapter 81. Su Jin overstepped the boundaries upon hearing Su Yuan's words. Gu Ran was momentarily taken aback, soon feeling a surge of intense indignation. "I am here discussing matters of the heart with you. And you are contemplating brotherhood with your son-in-law?" Gu Ran's mind was filled with confusion and dissatisfaction. How could this man be so oblivious to romance? Without hesitation, she extended her hand, forcefully pushing Su Yuan back down onto the bed, sternly commanding, "Now, sleep well." Having said that, she unhesitatingly switched off the lights in the room, turning her back to him and choosing to ignore him henceforth. Su Yuan appeared utterly unresponsive to the unfolding events. His gaze fixated on the ceiling as he sank into contemplation. In his heart, he pondered the unfortunate reality of having Jiang Xian as his son-in-law. How delightful it would be to forge a bond of brotherhood with such a kindred spirit. As dawn broke the following day, Jiang Xian remained ensconced in the realm of dreams, vaguely aware of something soft and fragrant nestled in his embrace. The sensation became increasingly comforting, prompting him to instinctively tighten his hold, relishing this indulgent moment. Eventually, he even pressed his foot against the object, seeking to secure it firmly within his grasp. Many, I believe, possess the habit of tucking their blankets between their legs while sleeping, as it instills a sense of security. At that moment, Jiang Xian longed only to cradle this delightful, fragrant blanket within his arms. However, as a gentle warmth wafted against his neck, Jiang Xian's consciousness began to stir. He struggled to open his eyes, the once hazy world gradually sharpening into focus until he finally recognized the identity of the person he was holding so closely. Su Jin. The remnants of his sleep evaporated in an instant. Wait, what is the meaning of this? How could Su Jin be in my bed? Jiang Xian was utterly bewildered, his expression one of confusion and disbelief. Just last night, they had each been wrapped in their own blankets. How had they awoken entwined under a single cover? Yet, this was not the most astonishing revelation. What truly left him speechless was their current position. Jiang Xian and Su Jin were embracing each other face to face. Su Jin had buried her little head in the crook of Jiang Xian's neck, one small hand gently encircling his back. In turn, Jiang Xian held her tightly. One leg draped across Su Jin as if to prevent her from escaping, almost wishing to confine her entirely between his legs. This posture was undeniably intimate. While Jiang Xian relished the sensation, reason cautioned him that this was not the time for indulgence. The potential consequences if Su Jin were to awaken were unimaginable. What? You think you can reason with Su Jin? How naive. With this thought, Jiang Xian's heart raced even faster. He cautiously lifted the leg resting on Su Jin, gradually retracting his hand before gently slipping out of bed, to avoid disturbing her. He even made his way to the public restroom on the 3rd floor for his morning routine. Strangely enough, while at the Guilin Garden Villa, Su Jin always rose earlier than Jiang Xian, yet upon returning to the capital, she seemed to have succumbed to his waking hours. Perhaps it was only in this place, in the company of those she cherished, that she could truly relax and find the rest she so deserved, Jiang Xian mused. In truth, as soon as Jiang Xian departed from the room, Su Jin abruptly opened her eyes and gently touched the spot where Jiang Xian's leg had pressed against her. Unable to suppress a soft murmur, she remarked, "This fellow, not content with his hands, has even laid claim to my feet." In actuality, she had awoken even earlier than Jiang Xian. As her eyes gradually adjusted to the light, she was met with the strikingly handsome visage of Jiang Xian. At that moment, she became acutely aware of being tightly embraced by him, their bodies intertwined in an unexpectedly intimate manner. She instinctively considered pushing Jiang Xian away, yet for reasons unknown. His embrace seemed to possess a magical quality, lulling her into a state of enchantment that was hard to resist. His broad and sturdy chest exuded a reassuring aura, akin to an indomitable fortress safeguarding her world. This sensation ignited a sense of dependence within her, compelling her to revel in the rare warmth and tranquility of the moment. Thus, she unconsciously extended her arms, gently encircling Jiang Xian's waist. Everything felt so natural, devoid of any pretense or awkwardness. Just then, she noticed Jiang Xian's eyelids fluttering slightly, as if he were on the verge of awakening. Startled, she hastily buried her head in the crook of his neck, trembling at the thought of being discovered in her moment of vulnerability. Suddenly, she felt a leg draped over her, effectively trapping her between his limbs. Though it was merely a foot, it felt remarkably heavy to Su Jin, rendering her immobile. Yet, she dared not make a move, fearing the disturbance might awaken Jiang Xian, leading to an embarrassing situation. Just as she was on the brink of succumbing to discomfort, the weight upon her gradually lightened, and the arm that had been holding her gently released its grip. Jiang Xian was awake. However, Su Jin still refrained from opening her eyes. It was only after Jiang Xian had washed up, changed his clothes, and left that she finally dared to lift her eyelids. Glancing at the blanket that had fallen to the floor, it dawned on her why she had found herself sharing the same covering with Jiang Xian. It was she who had crossed the line. Chapter 82. The Elderly Gentleman. Su Jinhai having risen at an unusually early hour, Jiang Xian found that upon reaching the 1st floor, aside from a few busy servants, there were no signs of his father-in-law or mother-in-law. Consequently, he decided to explore the ground floor before venturing out to the garden. The garden in the early morning was a breath of fresh air, imbued with a subtle floral fragrance. This aroma wafted into his lungs, spreading throughout his body and instilling a sense of lightness within him. The Su family's garden was expansive, adorned with a myriad of flowers and plants. Jiang Xian jogged a few laps around the garden until he worked up a light sweat. Just as he was preparing to return to his room for a shower, he suddenly noticed an elderly gentleman with silver hair seated at a stone table deep within the garden, having seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Xian had been so absorbed in his jogging along the garden path that he had been entirely unaware of anyone's presence. With a hint of curiosity, he stepped forward, only to discover that the old gentleman was engrossed in a solitary game of chess. "Sir, why are you playing chess here all alone?" Jiang Xian inquired, intrigued. Naturally, what piqued his interest most was the identity of this elderly man. Was he from the Su family? His attire suggested otherwise. Even the servants of the Su family donned garments far more refined than the old man's simple blue shirt, plain shorts, and sandals. The man's attire seemed somewhat out of place amidst the opulence of the estate. Yet, his demeanor was remarkably vibrant. His eyes sparkled with vitality, exhibiting an impressive vigor that belied his age. Jiang Xian sensed that this elderly gentleman was not an ordinary individual. He scrutinized the old man for a considerable time, suddenly realizing that his features bore a striking resemblance to those of Su Ziyuan. Could this possibly be Su Jin's grandfather? This thought abruptly flashed across Jiang Xian's mind. What? Am I not allowed to play a game of chess here? Even that little brat Su Ziyuan wouldn't dare speak to me like that. The old man slammed a piece onto the board, casting an admonishing glare at Jiang Xian. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian became increasingly convinced that this old gentleman, if not Su Ziyuan's father, was likely some elder relative. Come, young man, join me for a few rounds. The old man waved his hand, beckoning Jiang Xian to take a seat. Jiang Xian glanced at the chessboard and politely declined, saying, Sir, I've worked up quite a sweat and need to return to freshen up. I can't stay to play with you. Despite Jiang Xian's cheerful demeanor, the old man maintained a stern expression and sharply retorted, What's the matter with a grown man breaking a sweat? Why be so delicate? Sit down and play a couple of games with me. Jiang Xian's smile faltered slightly. The old man's fiery temper was evident, evoking a sense that refusal would lead to a sharp reprimand. Reluctantly, Jiang Xian complied and took a seat. As the old man arranged the chess pieces, he inquired, What is your name? Huh? Jiang Xian responded, taken aback. What do you mean, huh? I asked your name. The old man glared at him. Jiang Xian replied, May I ask your surname, sir? Hey, you brat, my surname is Su, and my full name is Su Jinhai. But I suppose you wouldn't know that. Su Jinhai shook his head dismissively. Jiang Xian offered an awkward smile, scratching his head, and said sheepishly, I apologize, sir. I truly haven't heard of you. Upon hearing this, Su Jinhai paused momentarily, then a cold smile crept across his lips as he remarked, Jiang Xian, is it Su Jin's boyfriend? As he spoke, he absent-mindedly fiddled with the chess pieces in his hand. Jiang Xian was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he quickly nodded. Yes, sir. How did you know I was with Su Jin? Su Jinhai smiled slightly, his eyes twinkling with a mischievous glint. You needn't inquire how I came by this knowledge. Suffice it to say, I am aware. However, speaking of which, it is quite impressive that you have managed to be with Su Jin. Jiang Xian still could not definitively ascertain the identity of Su Jinhai, yet he humbly replied, He, you flatter me, sir. Su Jinhai continued. I have watched Su Jin grow since she was a child. She has always maintained an air of indifference, showing little warmth to anyone. Consequently, she has few friends, let alone suitors. Previously, that lad from the Li family seemed quite taken with her, but I held him in low regard. He believed his deeds were shrouded in secrecy. Yet ignorance and knowledge are two different matters. Now, he has finally received his just punishment. Jiang Xian, you are not that sort of person, are you? As he spoke, Su Jinhai's sharp eyes, akin to those of an eagle, fixed intently on Jiang Xian, as if attempting to see through him. A chill coursed through Jiang Xian, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Feeling a slight chill down his back, Jiang Xian steadied himself and endeavored to speak calmly. I believe not. Oh, why is that? Su Jinhai inquired, his brow relaxing slightly, tinged with curiosity. Jiang Xian smiled faintly and responded, Because I am human, and he is a pervert, a beast. Su Jinhai paused momentarily, hand poised above the chess piece, then looked up at Jiang Xian, his gaze revealing a hint of appreciation. Yet, he soon scoffed, in this world, there are all sorts of people, good and evil, men and women. Some are even worse than beasts. Jiang Xian sensed that the elder's words hinted at something more, though he could not discern whom he referred to. Gradually, Jiang Xian replied, You are correct. But in the midst of his speech, he pushed a piece on the board and declared, Check. Su Jinhai merely glanced in surprise before toppling the entire chess set. You have won. Let us continue. With a mere glance, Su Jinhai recognized that the game was lost and immediately initiated a second round. Sir, it is getting late, and I, Jiang Xian, wish to take my leave. But Su Jinhai's expression hardened as he retorted, Don't you know the rule of best 2 out of 3? You have only won one game. Come, let us continue. Without regard for Jiang Xian's response or thoughts, he set up the chess pieces anew. Jiang Xian sighed inwardly. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to comply respectfully. A few minutes later, with Jiang Xian calling out check, the game concluded once more. Ah, sir, you have lost again. I have now won 2 games. In a best of 3, I have emerged victorious, have I not? Jiang Xian realized that the elder's chess skills were truly lacking. Initially, watching him play alone, Jiang Xian had assumed he was a master, having reached a level of playing against oneself. However, after 2 games, Jiang Xian genuinely felt that the elder's chess was rather poor. Within mere minutes, he had been thoroughly defeated and forced to concede. Jiang Xian even suspected that the reason the elder insisted on playing chess with him was that no one else wanted to do to his dismal skills. All right. Look at you. Just go away. Upon seeing Jiang Xian's determination to leave, Su Zhenhai displayed an impatient demeanor, repeatedly waving his hands to shoo him away. After Jiang Xian departed, Su Zhenhai sat on a stone bench, staring blankly at the completed chessboard, lost in thought. Chapter 83. Family Meeting, Part 1. Not long after Jiang Xian left, Su Zhenhai did not tidy up the chess pieces, but instead strolled out of the garden. As he leisurely made his way to the main building, he muttered softly to himself, "Does this young man even understand the concept of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? He defeated me twice in a flash, leaving me utterly humiliated. Yet, it appears he is indeed a person, not a beast." A hint of a smile crept on his Su Zhenhai's face as he mused, not too shabby. Upon returning to the grand hall on the first floor, Jiang Xian found Su Zian, Gu Ran, Su Jin, and Su Yu already gathered there. Noticing Jiang Xian's return, Su Ziyuan inquired, "Xiao Jiang, did you go for a morning jog?" "Yes, I ran a few laps in the garden. The morning air is quite refreshing," Jiang Xian replied. Su Yu beamed. "You seem quite energetic, little brother Jiang." Jiang Xian glanced at Su Yu but chose not to respond. Instead, he turned to Su Ziyuan and asked, "Dad, are you familiar with Elder Su Zhenhai?" Just as Su Ziyuan was about to invite everyone to dine, he froze at the mention of Su Zhenhai's name, a look of confusion and slight astonishment crossing his face. "Su Zhenhai is my father, your grandfather, along with Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu. What about it?" Just as Jiang Xian had surmised, he quickly informed Su Ziyuan, "I just encountered him in the garden." "What? You say you met him?" Su Ziyuan exclaimed in shock. Not only he, but Gu Ran, Su Jin, and even Su Yu displayed expressions of astonishment. "Indeed, I even played 2 rounds of chess with him. He should still be around," Jiang Xian stated. Upon hearing the word chess, Su Ziyuan immediately recognized the truth in Jiang Xian's words. He was well aware of the elder's fondness for the game. Without waiting for the others to react, he hurriedly dashed outside, with everyone following closely behind. Upon exiting, Su Ziyuan spotted his grandfather conversing with the steward. He hurried over, somewhat taken aback, and exclaimed, "Dad, what brings you here? You didn't even inform me." Glancing at the steward beside Su Ziyuan with a hint of reproach in his eyes, Su Zhenhai remarked, "What is going on? Why wasn't I notified in advance?" The steward, looking innocent and ready to explain, was cut off by Su Zhenhai. Raising an eyebrow, he scrutinized Su Ziyuan and challenged, "What? Do I need to report my presence to you when I come here? I see your business is flourishing, yet you seem to have become increasingly unruly." Su Ziyuan listened to his father's admonitions without a hint of temper, merely nodding in agreement. At that moment, Jiang Xian and a few others rushed out. "Dad, what brings you here?" Gu Ran asked, her face a mask of surprise. The same question posed by different individuals elicited vastly different responses. Su Zhenhai regarded Gu Ran with a warm smile, kindly responding, "I simply felt an impulse to visit you all. Especially since I heard Su Jin has returned with her boyfriend, I certainly had to come see for myself." "Dad, let us head up then," Su Ziyuan eagerly exclaimed. "Do you think I wouldn't know? Why must you say it?" Su Zhenhai shot an annoyed glance at his son, for reasons unknown. Su Zhenhai seemed to find fault with everything Su Ziyuan did, to the extent that even a casual remark from him would invite reprimand. After returning to the living room and sharing breakfast, everyone gathered around the sofa, with Su Zhenhai at the center. Although it appeared as though everyone was engaged in conversation, Su Ziyuan felt like an outsider. Su Zhenhai completely disregarded him, ignoring any attempt he made to contribute. Left with no choice, he could only sit quietly and listen to their chatter. "Dad, we were planning to visit you in a few days, but it seems quite serendipitous that you came today," Gu Ran said with a smile. "I'm rather impatient and couldn't wait, so I came directly," Su Zhenhai replied. At that moment, Gu Ran intended to introduce Jiang Xian to Su Zhenhai, as one of the reasons for the elder's visit was to meet his granddaughter's partner. "Dad, this is Xiao Jin's." However, before she could finish, Su Zhenhai interjected, "No need for introductions. I've already met him. This young man seems quite impressive and suits my tastes." Su Jin cast a surprised glance at Jiang Xian, fully aware of her grandfather's notorious temper. Had Jiang Xian truly won him over? She suddenly realized that Jiang Xian seemed quite adept at endearing himself to elders. Upon reflection, she found this outcome unsurprising, as Jiang Xian possessed a unique charm that was hard to dislike. Moreover, his earnest and responsible demeanor towards people and matters would undoubtedly garner the approval of the older generation. With this thought, Su Jin couldn't help but smile, a wave of sweetness washing over her. This, in a way, validated her discerning eye. However, Su Jinhai perceptively caught the tender look Su Jin cast at Jiang Xian. Xiao Jin, have you been happy lately? I want to inquire about your career. I know you must be doing well. Su Jinhai suddenly shifted the conversation to Su Jin. Surprised, Su Jin glanced at Jiang Xian and replied with a smile, ever since I met Jiang Xian, life has been much more joyful. Jiang Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Had Su Jin really taken to expressing cheesy romantic sentiments in public? All eyes suddenly turned towards Jiang Xian, with only a hint of jealousy flickering in Su Yu's gaze. Su Jinhai patted Jiang Xian on the shoulder and said, you should cherish your time with Xiao Jin. If anyone bullies you, just come to me. I'll help you teach them a lesson. Rest assured, I will. Jiang Xian instinctively began to respond but abruptly halted. Who was being bullied? Me? Yet, Su Jin was not pleased, retorting, Grandpa, how could I, a woman, bully him? Su Jinhai wore an expression of someone who had seen through her, saying, Xiao Jin, you have always been strong-willed since childhood. Although my acquaintance with Jiang Xian has been brief, I have come to understand that he is a truly good person. That is why I advise you not to bully him. By the way, have you two discussed when to marry? Where do you plan to hold the ceremony? This question left Su Jin momentarily speechless. Though she had contemplated it, she had never reached a conclusion. At that moment, Gu Ran interjected, Dad, let the young ones decide for themselves. She had noticed that her daughter had not yet made up her mind and sought to clarify for Su Jinhai. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jinhai responded slowly, Indeed, after all, you are no longer children. I shall let you make your own decisions. However, I still advise you to marry sooner, as it will forge a bond between you two. Do you understand what I mean? Su Jin and Jiang Xian nodded. This time, their agreement was not merely to appease Su Jinhai. They genuinely found merit in his words. Becoming husband and wife would truly unite their hearts. Chapter 84, Family Meeting, Part 2. Just as the conversation grew lively, a black Ferrari came to a halt outside the estate. The car did not enter the grounds. Instead, a young man dressed in leather emerged, sporting a wild hairstyle and striding in with urgency. Young Master Lu, what brings you here? The butler inquired, hastily approaching. Lu Guan completely ignored him, tossing the car keys into his arms with an arrogant tone. Park the car for me. With that, he dashed inside. And the butler did not stop him, as he was also a son-in-law of the Su family. Currently, the head of the Su family was Su Jinhai, who had two sons. The elder, Su Ninghui, and the younger, Su Ziyuan. Su Yu was the daughter of Su Ninghui, while Su Jin was the daughter of Su Ziyuan. Therefore, in terms of status, Lu Guan and Jiang Xian were quite comparable. However, internal news hinted that the next head of the family would likely be Su Ninghui, as Su Jinhai showed a preference for his elder son. Yet, Su Jin's evident business acumen should not be underestimated, while Su Yu was merely a decorative figure. Thus, Su Jinhai remained observant and had not made any hasty decisions, but the majority within the family supported Su Ninghui. Lu Guan is the husband of Su Yu. Once Su Ninghui ascends as the head of the family, will he not soar to great heights alongside him? Thus, although Lu Guan and Jiang Xian appear similar, they are, in essence, quite distinct. Consequently, the butler did not impede his entrance and allowed him to proceed. In the grand hall on the first floor, when Lu Guan came into view, Su Yu immediately twisted her waist and leaped into his embrace. Darling, you finally arrived. Grandpa has been here for quite a while. If you hadn't come, he would have had to come fetch you, Su Yu said in a delicate and playful manner. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine and silently lamented, I never expected there to be such a skilled performer. Initially, he thought Su Jin's corny love declarations were already quite nauseating, but after hearing Su Yu, he realized what true mastery looked like. Moreover, with elders present, was it really appropriate for them to openly flirt like this? Su Yu was utterly indifferent to the opinions of others. She buried her head deep into Lu Guan's chest and began to rub against him. Not wanting to witness their intimate display any longer, Jiang Xian averted his gaze, only to unexpectedly find Su Jin watching him as well. It was evident she could not bear to watch either. Their eyes met, and Jiang Xian smiled, while Su Jin directly linked her arm with his, leaning against him. Lu Guan forcefully pushed Suyu away, ignoring her pitiful gaze, and instead greeted everyone, saying, "Grandpa, I didn't expect you to be here. How's your health? Uncle and Aunt, I've been swamped with work lately and couldn't visit. So I sent Suyu in my stead. Please forgive my neglect. Hey, Sister Jean, it's been ages since we last met." Upon seeing Su Jean, Lu Guan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, brother-in-law, it has been a long time," Su Jean replied coldly. She had certainly noticed the glimmer in Lu Guan's eyes, which made her feel repulsed every time they met. Were it not for the fact that this was the Su family, she would prefer not to share the same space with him at all. Jiang Xian held Su Jean tightly, casting a warning glance towards Lu Guan. "You must be Su Jin's boyfriend, right? I'm Lu Guan. You can call me Brother Guan." Lu Guan, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Xian's glare, extended his hand in greeting. Jiang Xian hesitated, his hand suspended in midair. Did he hear that correctly? Lu Guan? Was that truly a name someone bore? Was Tia peculiar? Did none of his acquaintances find it odd? "Hello, Brother Guan. I'm Jiang Xian, Su Jin's boyfriend." After a brief handshake, Su Jinhai turned to Lu Guan and inquired, "Young Lu, how did you know I was here?" "It was Suyu who called me, urging me to drop everything and come to see you." Lu Guan replied with a demeanor that was remarkably humble and courteous, contrasting sharply with how he spoke with the butler outside. Su Jinhai looked at Suyu with a mixture of surprise and delight, saying, "You little girl. Knowing that Xiao Lu is busy, yet you still called him over. Isn't this hindering his work?" Although Su Jinhai's words seemed to reproach Suyu, the smile on his face only grew wider. As one ages, there is an innate desire for the attentions of the younger generation. Suyu's actions brought genuine joy to Su Jinhai. Lu Guan, appearing nonchalant, remarked, "Grandfather, how can money compare with you? Earning or not earning is inconsequential. But since you've made the effort to visit, it would be a shame not to see you." As soon as Lu Guan finished speaking, Suyu seized the opportunity to criticize Su Jin. "Xiao Jin, this is not an intentional rebuke from your sister. Everyone has busy times. But it's important to consider what we are comparing. For us, familial bonds undoubtedly outweigh material wealth. Make it a point to return home more often, not just us. But uncle and aunt are also quite worried about you." Suyu's words effectively placed Su Jin in opposition to the entire Su family. Su Jin shot a cold glance at Suyu, but remained silent. It was not that she refrained from speaking out of magnanimity. Jiang Xian understood that she genuinely lacked a rebuttal. She was at a loss for a comeback, but Jiang Xian was well aware of that. "Little you. That's not quite accurate. The Jingshi Group in Long City is the largest branch aside from the headquarters in Xanadu. Su Jin has managed its rapid development single-handedly without seeking help from Xanadu. It's no exaggeration to say that Su Jin bears the weight of the Su family's business. This is not something that mere ornamental women can compare to. Therefore, I believe it's not just Su Jin who should be concerned for you. You should also show some consideration for her. Just like when Mom visited Long City last time. Family members should support one another. Perhaps Su Jin doesn't have it as easy as you imagine." Jiang Xian's words rendered everyone present silent, especially Su Jin, whose big, watery eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Xian's profile, as if wishing to etch this moment into her memory forever. Chapter 85, Family Meeting, Part 3. "I think this is a different matter," Suyu wanted to retort. However, Su Jinhai waved his hand, saying, "All right, enough of the arguments. I did not come here to listen to your philosophical debates." Suyu glared at Jiang Xian in defiance, while Jiang Xian maintained a stoic expression in response. At this moment, Lu Guan, seated beside Suyu, smiled and asked, "What field does your brother-in-law work in? Perhaps I can lend a hand." But Suyu quickly replied, "Jiang Xian is involved in running a fighting gym. What could you possibly assist with?" Lu Guan appeared to have an epiphany and said, "Oh, in that case, I indeed cannot be of assistance, as my expertise lies in the new energy sector." Jiang Xian internally scoffed at the two, thinking they were exceedingly insincere. To be honest, he would never believe that the members of the Su family had not conducted prior investigations into him. Their statements were merely attempts to find a sense of significance in relation to him. "Rest assured, little Jean is here," Gu Ran remarked. Lu Guan gazed at Su Jin with a sycophantic smile, chuckling, "Well, with Sister Su Jin around, what do I have to worry about?" However, Su Jin scarcely acknowledged him. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Xian, her heart solely intent on savoring the delightful sensation of being close to him. Witnessing this scene, Lu Guan felt a flicker of jealousy arise within him, yet he swiftly concealed it, leaving the onlookers oblivious to the tumult within him. At that moment, Su Jinhai spoke up, "Xiaoyu, are your parents in the capital now? Since little Jean has brought her partner back, let us invite them over. It's been ages since I last saw them. Upon hearing this, Suyu quickly nodded in affirmation. They are in the capital. I'll call them right away. With that, she picked up her phone and stepped outside. Once Suyu had departed, Su Jinhai lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip, clearing his throat before turning to Su Jin, inquiring with a smile, "Little Jin, how long do you plan to stay in the capital this time?" Su Jin respectfully replied, "We should stay for a while, as it's rare for us to return. Otherwise, people might say I am neglecting family ties." As she spoke, she shot a cold glance at Suyu. Suyu understood that Su Jin was referring to her, but with so many elders present, she chose to remain silent. "That's good. It's not just me. Many in the family are thinking of you. Make sure to visit them when you have time," Su Jinhai advised. "I will." Su Jin nodded. At that moment, Suyu returned after making the call, announcing, "Grandpa, my parents will arrive this afternoon." Su Jinhai rose to his feet, and Lu Guan rushed to assist him, only to be rebuffed. "I am old, not incapacitated. I don't need such help," Su Jinhai replied, frowning and squinting. Lu Guan felt some irritation at being dismissed after his eagerness to assist, yet the elderly gentleman was a figure he sought to curry favor with, and he dared not voice his displeasure. "Come on, Xiaojiang, let us play a couple of rounds," Su Jinhai said enthusiastically to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian couldn't help but smile wryly. Setting aside other matters, the old man's chess skills were truly abysmal. Playing chess with him brought Jiang Xian no joy whatsoever. As the saying goes, a match between equals breeds talent. The interest in chess naturally arises only when one encounters an opponent of comparable skill. Jiang Xian was not boasting. In his eyes, the old man's chess ability was akin to that of a child, easily dispatched in mere minutes. Yet he could not refuse. For the man was Su Jin's grandfather and the head of the Su family. Su Ziyuan quickly summoned the butler to bring in the chessboard in pieces. But Su Jinhai waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need to bring it in. Let us play outside." With that, he led Jiang Xian out, followed closely by the others. Upon reaching the garden, Su Jinhai and Jiang Xian sat facing each other, while the rest stood by to watch. Unlike before, Jiang Xian did not exert his full strength at this moment. He endeavored to show leniency wherever possible, abstaining from consuming pieces whenever feasible. Such is the way of human relations, understood by those who comprehend it. This approach resulted in a stalemate between the two sides, leaving the onlookers unable to discern who held the advantage. However, they were all aware of the old gentleman's prowess in chess, so it was quite a rarity for Jiang Xian to match him evenly. One might mistakenly think they were two elementary school students engaged in a match. Though they recognized both players' lack of skill, no one dared to voice their thoughts, save for Lu Guan. "Oh, how can you make such a move? You could have secured the red chariot, but now you can only exchange pieces." Lu Guan finally could no longer contain himself and pointed at the chessboard. "I thought you were impressive. Is this your level? Did you graduate from elementary school?" After witnessing Jiang Xian's gameplay, Lu Guan scoffed at his abilities, feeling a wave of disdain wash over him. Once Lu Guan's words escaped his lips, the gazes of the crowd converged upon him. Especially when he noticed Su Jin's attention directed towards him, Lu Guan felt as if he were floating on air. It was exhilarating to receive Su Jin's gaze, and to win her favor by stepping on the pedestal of her admiration was even more delightful. Little did he know, apart from Su Jin, the others merely frowned slightly, regarding him with puzzled expressions. Su Jin, however, looked at Lu Guan as if he were a fool. Did he not understand the concept of silent observation during a game? Moreover, the opponent was Su Jinhai. His actions were a blatant violation of the game's etiquette. Yet, Lu Guan appeared utterly oblivious, continuing to gesticulate and exclaim, "No. How could you make such a move? Are you not allowing your opponent a free capture?" Upon hearing the term free capture, Su Jinhai furrowed his brow slightly but refrained from commenting. Lu Guan grew increasingly emboldened, disregarding the expressions of those around him, and loudly proclaimed, "Place the cannon down, otherwise. How will you proceed? No. How can you move like this? Incorrect. Oh, brother-in-law, you clearly do not know how to play chess." Lu Guan spoke with such fervor, assuming the air of an expert, while Jiang Xian's brow twitched and his eyes quivered in disbelief. How could there be such a character? Jiang Xian silently lamented. He never anticipated that Lu Guan would rush in like an impetuous youth, pointing and gesturing, leaving Su Jinhai with no face to save. Just as Lu Guan was becoming increasingly animated, someone suddenly grasped his arm. Turning to see Suyu, he inquired with confusion, "What is the matter? Could you refrain from speaking so much? They are playing chess. As spectators, we should remain silent, or how will they continue their game?" Suyu's words carried an undertone of reproach. To Jiang Xian's surprise, he found Suyu to possess discernment beyond mere romantic notions. She was capable of distinguishing right from wrong. As for her unreasonable targeting of Su Jin, one must simply understand that grasping the concept of reason is one matter, whereas choosing to disregard it despite understanding is entirely another. In such circumstances, Su Yu is compelled to act rationally. Otherwise, should Lu Guan provoke the old master Su, it would be a case of losing the hen while trying to steal the eggs. Lu Guan was momentarily taken aback, as if suddenly awakening from a stupor. He hastily surveyed his surroundings. Aside from Su Jin, both Su Ziyuan and Gu Ran regarded him with expressions of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Su Jin completely ignored him, having no desire to cast even a glance in his direction. Chapter 86, Family Meeting Part 4. A faint smile played upon Su Jinhai's lips, hinting at an elusive amusement. He then leisurely moved his chess piece while casually inquiring of Lu Guan. "Young Lu, it seems you possess quite the aptitude for chess, do you not?" This statement struck Lu Guan like a thunderclap, jolting him into realization. He immediately recognized that his previous actions might have displeased the old master Su, and thus he hurriedly apologized. "I am sorry, it was my mistake. Please, continue with your game." After his apology, Lu Guan cautiously retreated to stand beside Su Yu, remaining silent and hesitant to speak again. Su Jinhai's gaze gradually returned to Jiang Xian, maintaining a semblance of a smile as he remarked, "Very well. Let us conclude this round." No sooner had he spoken than he ruthlessly scattered all the pieces on the board, swiftly rearranging them for a new game. Jiang Xian, perplexed, looked at Su Jinhai, pondering how this round had not yet determined a victor. Su Jin, equally bewildered, fixed her gaze on the old master, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. At that moment, she too found it difficult to fathom Su Jinhai's intentions, silently worrying that perhaps it was Jiang Xian's lack of skill that had rendered the old master disinterested. Thus, she interjected to explain, "Grandfather, Jiang Xian has been preoccupied with his store recently and hasn't played much chess, so he may lack some proficiency. Please do not be angry." Su Jin's words warmed Jiang Xian's heart. He sensed her urgency and caution in her tone. When had Su Jin ever explained herself to others? Matters unrelated to her were of no concern, and those that were, one could either believe her or not. She would not offer any explanation. However, the old master Su chuckled and replied, "Lack of skill? My dear Jin, I had thought you were quite familiar with young Jiang, yet it seems your understanding falls short. This lad is not lacking in skill. He has been graciously allowing me to win. He is merely attempting to preserve my dignity in front of so many. That is why he has been moving erratically, just to manage a semblance of a game with me. Had he played as he did this morning, I dare say I would have been defeated within 5 minutes." Su Jinhai remarked with a playful irritation. Indeed, from the moment he observed Jiang Xian take his initial steps, he sensed an anomaly. This young man seemed intent on devising ways to challenge himself, thereby increasing the difficulty. Upon hearing this, Su Jin fixed her captivating gaze upon Jiang Xian, her eyes betraying a flicker of doubt and contemplation, as if pondering his motives. She had previously believed she possessed a comprehensive understanding of Jiang Xian, yet it now appeared that this man was far more intricate than she had ever imagined. The adeptness with which he navigated this situation was astonishing. He managed to honor his grandfather while avoiding any sense of awkwardness. In that instant, Su Jin found herself lost in thought. This man was no mere brute. If Jiang Xian were to discover Su Jin's assessment of him, he would likely be taken aback. "Sister, have you truly perceived me solely as a simpleton?" Su Ziyuan and Gu Ran merely experienced a moment of surprise before returning to their usual demeanor. In contrast, Lu Guan stared at Jiang Xian in disbelief. What did this mean? Was Jiang Xian truly a master, and had he deliberately played in such a manner? Lu Guan found this notion difficult to accept. Just moments ago, he had been gesticulating animatedly before Jiang Xian, assuming the role of his chessmaster, basking in the illusion of superiority. Now, he was informed that Jiang Xian's skill was exceptional, and his actions were intentional. Had he unwittingly become a jester? He had intended to display his prowess before Su Jin, but instead, he had been publicly humiliated. How would Su Jin perceive him now? In reality, Su Jin had scarcely acknowledged him. He had merely overestimated his own significance. Lu Guan's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xian, his eyes blazing with fury. "Jiang Xian, you scoundrel! What purpose does this charade serve? You have made me a laughingstock in front of everyone." Lu Guan's mind was rife with curses aimed at Jiang Xian, wishing he could dismantle him into oblivion. Meanwhile, Siyu listened to Su Dihai's words while surveying Jiang Xian intently. A sudden wave of acute apprehension washed over her. This Jiang Xian bore a striking resemblance to her. Of course, it was not a matter of physical likeness, but rather in their approaches. Both possessed an uncanny ability to endear themselves to their elders. Her audacity stemmed not only from the likelihood that her father would ascend to the position of clan leader, but also from her exceptional skill in catering to the sentiments of her elders. In this regard, Su Jin fell woefully short, even with her remarkable abilities. She lacked Su Yu's finesse in winning over their seniors. Thus, Su Yu had consistently looked down upon Su Jin. What value does strength hold? The world is not merely about combat, but rather the intricacies of human relationships. A woman who cannot navigate social interactions is unworthy of being her rival. However, with Jiang Xian's emergence, she began to feel a twinge of insecurity. Unlike Su Jin, who often struggled for words and resorted to cold retorts, he was eloquent, and she found herself unable to match him in discourse. Meanwhile, this rascal adeptly maintained harmonious relationships with his elders. Observing the expression of old Master Su, it was evident that Jiang Xian was quite to his liking. In contrast, her own partner, Lu Guan, had just been reprimanded by the old man for his indiscreet remarks. This comparison accentuated old Master Su's fondness and approval of Jiang Xian. Just as everyone was lost in thought, Jiang Xian touched his nose and, somewhat awkwardly, remarked, "I didn't expect you to notice. I thought I had improved significantly." Su Jinhai snorted and replied, "Do you really need to resort to such pretentiousness? If you can win, then win. If you cannot, then accept your defeat. Why the leniency? I'll tell you, if I were still in my youth, before my skills had waned, you wouldn't stand a chance against me, even if I faced 20 of you. Do you believe that?" Su Jinhai lifted his head, speaking with a hint of pride. Jiang Xian hastily nodded, affirming, I believe. Throughout our chess games, I can discern your profound expertise. Perhaps due to the long hiatus from playing, coupled with age, your thinking has slowed in comparison to the younger generation." Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xian lavished praise, for it is said that flattery is always welcome. Who does not appreciate admiration and validation? Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, a smile evidently graced Su Jinhai's face, his lips curling upward in delight. This lad is quite impressive. He knows how to navigate the conversation. Old Master Su silently commended Jiang Xian. However, at that moment, Su Jin, lost in her thoughts, slowly interjected, "But Grandpa, I recall you hadn't played chess before. Didn't you only learn in the past year or two?" A sudden breeze swept through, leaving Jiang Xian and Su Jinhai momentarily stunned. The atmosphere thickened with an awkward tension as they turned to stare at Su Jin in disbelief. Jiang Xian now understood why Su Jin was not favored by the elders in the family. To encapsulate it in a single phrase, she dares to speak what should remain unsaid. Chapter 87. Dowry? Bride price? Jiang Xian and Su Jinhai were engrossed in fervent discussion, exchanging compliments and seeking to elevate one another. Yet, at that moment, Su Jin's unexpected remark left them both dumbfounded. The two found themselves in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Unsure of how to navigate this situation, the air seemed to freeze, leaving only an uncomfortable silence hanging in the atmosphere. Observing this, Gu Ran quickly pulled her daughter aside, signaling her to cease speaking. Realizing her mistake, Su Jin promptly fell silent. Ahem. Su Jinhai coughed lightly a couple of times, attempting to alleviate the tension. Continuing, he smiled at Jiang Xian and said, "This child has been under immense work pressure lately. Her memory seems to be waning. Little Jiang, you must take good care of her." Jiang Xian nodded in acknowledgement, assuring he would look after Su Jin. He then turned his gaze towards Su Jin, a hint of profound meaning reflected in his eyes. Meanwhile, Su Jin pursed her lips, remaining silent. Once the chessboard was set, both parties became fully engrossed, preparing to commence the game. At that moment, Su Jinhai did not hastily make a move. Instead, he looked at Jiang Xian and suggested, "Playing chess like this seems rather dull. How about we introduce some excitement and wager something?" "Grandfather, I do not gamble." Jiang Xian chuckled softly in response. "Fear not. You need not stake anything. I shall provide the wager," Su Jinhai said with a mysterious smile, his eyes narrowing slightly. Upon hearing that he would supply the stakes, Jiang Xian's curiosity was piqued. After all, such a wager could yield substantial gains if won, and would not incur losses if lost. "What do you propose?" "I'm all ears," Jiang Xian said, eager to discover what kind of wager Su Jinhai had in mind. With a slight smile, Su Jinhai's face, lined with intersecting wrinkles, could not conceal his vigorous spirit, unlike the typical air of decline that surrounds ordinary elders. Jiang Xian could sense the robust vitality emanating from Su Jinhai. After glancing at Su Jinhai declared, "The wager is the headquarters of the Jingshi Group." His words struck the gathered crowd like a bolt from the blue, rendering them momentarily stunned. "Grandfather, what are you saying? Why?" The first to react was not Jiang Xian or Su Jin, but Su Yu. To place the headquarters of the Jingshi Group at stake? It was utterly insane. If they were to lose, would the Jingshi Group not change hands? Would it no longer bear the Su surname, but instead become Jiang? Or perhaps Su Jinhai had no intention of winning and merely wished to relinquish the company. Yet even so, why not pass it to his own kin? Su Yu was seething with indignation. Jiang Xian was merely an outsider, hardly comparable to herself. Su Jinhai regarded Su Yu with an impassive expression and slowly replied, "It is precisely because the Jingshi Group belongs to me that I may bestow it upon whomever I choose." His tone was chilling, as if capable of inflicting frostbite. "Do you have any objections?" Just as Su Yu was about to retort, she was restrained by Lu Guan at her side. At that moment, their roles appeared to have reversed. Su Yu became anxious and impulsive, while Lu Guan remained exceptionally composed. Although Su Ziyuan felt a surge of delight within. A look of confusion crossed his face as he inquired of his father, "Dad, why have you made such a sudden decision?" "This is not sudden. It is a decision I have contemplated for quite some time," Su Jinhai replied with deliberate calmness. "As the saying goes, one should make the most of resources. Little Jean possesses extraordinary business acumen. I have complete confidence in trusting the Jingshi Group to her." A look of satisfaction graced his eyes. "Of course, little Jiang. If you believe you can manage the Jingshi Group as well, I would have no qualms in handing it over to you. I'm not jesting. Should you truly defeat me, the management of the Jingshi Group will be a matter for you two to deliberate." Su Jinhai gazed earnestly at Jiang Xian and inquired, "What say you? Will you wager?" "Indeed, I must wager." Jiang Xian resolutely nodded in agreement. It was evident to him that the Jingshi Group was clearly a dowry prepared for Su Jin by Su Jinhai. To speak more candidly, this could also be considered Jiang Xian's bridal gift, as it was indeed dependent on his ability to win it. Very well. The two parties then assumed a serious demeanor, with their focus decidedly heightened. Nevertheless, Jiang Xian felt a twinge of anxiety. The stakes set by the old master were exceedingly high. And perhaps he had been concealing his true skill all along? How else could he exhibit such confidence? With a cautiously optimistic mindset and utmost concentration, Jiang Xian poured all his efforts into the game. However, it was apparent that the old master did not allow Jiang Xian to fully engage. In a mere 3 minutes, the contest concluded. Jiang Xian felt as though he were in a dream. In just 3 minutes, he had acquired a conglomerate of colossal proportions. Few would likely believe such a tale. If one were to inquire how much effort Jiang Xian expended to become the master of the Jingshi Group, he could only succinctly reply, "A game of chess." Su Jinhai let out a soft sigh, rising from his seat, and remarked, "It is merely a loss." "Very well. The Jingshi Group is yours. Do remember to complete the necessary formalities at the headquarters." With that, Su Jinhai retreated into the house. Su Yu, aghast, stared in disbelief as the family's golden goose was seized by Su Jin, leaving her powerless to intervene. Overwhelmed, she fled back to her room. Upon closing the door, she immediately dialed her father. "Hello, Xiaoyu, we still have a few hours until we arrive." "Dad, that's not what I meant. Grandpa has given the Jingshi Group to Su Jin," Su Yu exclaimed, barely holding it together. "Given to Su Jin? Well, so be it." Chapter 88. Su Jin is Jiang Xian's entire world. Her father's nonchalant demeanor left Su Yu perplexed. "No, Dad, what do you mean by given to her? The Jingshi Group was meant to be yours. Who doesn't know that the Su family head has always controlled the Jingshi Group? Grandpa giving it to Su Jin is tantamount to signaling that she is the next family head. What will become of us then?" Su Yu said, her anxiety palpable. On the other end of the line, Su Ninghui sighed lightly, expressing a mix of resignation and concern. "Xiaoyu, you are usually quite astute. Why do you become so muddled when anxious? The old master passing the family headship to Su Jin? Think logically, is that feasible? Are your uncle and I mere decorations?" "Rest assured, the old master is not so foolish." Su Yu, feeling wronged, pressed, "Then why has Grandpa entrusted the Jingshi Group to Su Jin? What does this mean? A dowry? When I got married, my grandfather gave me nothing. Yet, when it comes to Su Jin, he directly bestowed upon her the Jingshi Group. The Jingshi Group is the cornerstone of our family, which amounts to a fortune for Su Jin. This group is like a tree of wealth for the Su family, generating countless profits year after year. If Su Ninghui becomes the head of the family and retains control over the Jingshi Group, his life would undoubtedly improve significantly. Why her? Why not her? If not her, then who? Su Ninghui's words left Su momentarily speechless. Although she despised Su Jin, she could not deny that Su Jin's business acumen surpassed her own, and indeed, few in the entire family rivaled her capabilities. Yet, her father's blunt honesty stung. Couldn't he phrase it more delicately? It's not about giving it to me, but to you. Aren't you the next family head? Su Yu remarked. Shall you refrain from speaking such things until I assume the role of family head? Do you understand? Su Ninghui's tone suddenly grew serious. I do, I understand, Su Yu responded. Somewhat begrudgingly. Su Ninghui adjusted his tone, speaking more gently. Shall you, your grandfather is far from foolish. Rather, he possesses great foresight. Indeed, you are correct. The old man intends for me to become the next family head, which is precisely why he entrusted the Jingshi group to your uncle. This serves as both compensation and balance. Moreover, while the Jingshi group is a pillar of the Su family, it is not our sole asset. Thus, I maintain that granting the Jingshi group to Su Jin is justifiable. In other words, Su Jin is competent and deserving of managing the Jingshi group. While her demeanor may be somewhat aloof, she would never betray the family. I am at ease with this decision and wholeheartedly support your grandfather's choice. Su Ninghui's words rendered Su Yu silent, leaving her momentarily at a loss for a counterargument. He continued, and Xiao Yu, why do you constantly target Xiao Jin? Although she is not your biological sister, she is still your sibling, is she not? Don't think I'm unaware. Su Jin left for Long City precisely because she could not endure your behavior. Su Yu, upon hearing this, felt displeased and retorted, Dad, who is your biological daughter? Why are you siding with an outsider? What outsider? We are all part of the Su family. You should learn from Su Jin and contribute more to the family instead of scheming all day. All right, I will be arriving in a few hours. So I'll hang up now. Su Yu wished to say more, but as she heard the busy tone on the line, she stood there in a daze. Scheming? Me? I am scheming? Su Yu had initially sought to complain to her father while expressing her grievances, but unexpectedly, he reprimanded her instead. She found it incomprehensible, utterly bewildering. At that moment, Lu Guan entered the room. What did Dad say? He asked eagerly. What else could he say? He just gave it to her. Su Yu replied curtly. What? He just gave it to her? Is that truly what Dad said? Lu Guan widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, Are you serious? Believe it or not. You can call and inquire for yourself. Su Yu, unusually fierce, retorted before stepping out. Lu Guan stared blankly at the closed door, muttering softly, Damn it, how rude. I was being nice, and look how she reacts. Meanwhile, Su Jin's surroundings were particularly lively. After all, Su Jinhai's recent actions appeared rather reckless. Who would dare to transfer the assets of the Jingshi group, valued in the hundreds of billions? Although the Su family, particularly Su Jin, was still in control. The consensus was that the Jingshi group should be overseen directly by the head of the Su family. Could it be that old Master Su intended to hand over the reins to Su Jin? Su Zeyuan and his family were fervently discussing this topic. Could it be that Dad wants to test Guran? He speculated. That's impossible. There is no such scenario. The head of the family is certainly my elder brother. Su Zeyuan asserted confidently, as he was quite familiar with his father's intentions. If their father were to give the Jingshi group to Su Jin, what would happen with his brother and sister-in-law? Old Master Su handing over the Jingshi group to Su Jin would certainly please her as a mother. But it also brought her a sense of worry. Su Zeyuan, however, remained unfazed and remarked casually, You need not worry. My brother is not that type of person. Otherwise, I wouldn't be wholeheartedly supporting him as the head of the family. In his eyes, the interests of the Su family outweigh everything. As long as it benefits the Su clan, he would never oppose or obstruct it. With the Jingshi group in Xiao Jin's hands, I reckon he would be even more at ease than we are. With Su Zeyuan's words, Guran felt a wave of relief. Jiang Xian, beaming with joy, said to Su Jin, Look, I've helped you win a super prize. Are you happy? Seeing Jiang Xian's smug expression, Su Jin couldn't help but pinch him, stating, This isn't exactly a good thing for me. Jiang Xian paused in surprise and quickly inquired, What is wrong? With a hint of concern, Su Jin replied, If Grandpa entrusts the Jingshi group to me, I'll likely have to spend a lot of time in the capital, and your shop is in Long City. We'll be too far apart. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian suddenly understood. Su Jin was worried about their reduced encounters. He shrugged nonchalantly, What is the big deal? I can always close my shop. Yet Su Jin responded earnestly, Jiang Xian, I don't want you to give up your own career for me. Since you've decided to open a shop, you should see it through to the end. Jiang Xian appeared somewhat troubled. If he continued with his shop, their work would keep them apart. After contemplating for a moment, Su-jin seemed to arrive at a significant decision. Her bright eyes fixed intently on Jiang Xian as she declared, "If it comes to that, then I'll relinquish the Jingshi group. Let us return to Long City. I'll manage the branch there while you run your fighting gym. We can continue as we did before, and I think that would be quite nice. What do you think?" Su-jin looked at him with her sparkling eyes, filled with hope. Jiang Xian never anticipated that Su-jin would willingly forsake the Jingshi group for his sake. He understood that Su-jin had tirelessly labored all along to prove her worth to the Su family. The venerable Su patriarch would certainly not have bestowed the Jingshi group upon Su-jin merely because he lost a game of chess. This entire affair was a testament to Su-jin's unwavering commitment to demonstrating her capabilities. Yet now, she was prepared to relinquish something she had long coveted for him. A mix of discomfort and indescribable satisfaction surged within Jiang Xian's heart. This sentiment ignited a fervor he found hard to suppress. He reached out, enveloping Su-jin in a firm embrace, one hand tenderly cradling her head as he buried his face in her silken hair, inhaling her fragrant essence. At that moment, Jiang Xian felt as if Su-jin were his entire universe. Chapter 89. The blushing Su-jin nearby, Su Ziyuan and Gu Ran, who had been engaged in discussion, suddenly beheld this scene. Both of their eyebrows arched slightly, and a hint of knowing smiles graced their faces. "Let us depart and not disturb them," Gu Ran gently suggested, pulling Su Ziyuan back toward the house. "How can they act like this in broad daylight, with us right here?" Su Ziyuan couldn't help but comment as they walked away. "What do you know? This is romance." Gu Ran shot him a disapproving look. "What sort of romance is this?" "Romance should be shared privately between two people," Su Ziyuan insisted, believing Gu Ran was mistaken. Gu Ran, exasperated, retorted, "Enough already. What do you truly understand? If you knew anything about romance, you wouldn't be so much like a bookworm all day." Silenced, Su Ziyuan followed Gu Ran back into the house. In the moment Jiang Xian held her close, Su-jin initially froze in surprise, only to feel her ears flush with warmth. This fellow, always so reckless. In that instant, it seemed as though the world had come to a standstill. The vast expanse around them faded, leaving only the two souls intertwined in a profound connection. They embraced tightly, and Jiang Xian's heartbeat quickened, feeling his blood surge with an intensity that overwhelmed him. Meanwhile, Su-jin's face flushed to the tips of her ears as she sensed the warmth and strength radiating from Jiang Xian, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Suddenly, Su-jin snapped back to reality and realized she was still in Jiang Xian's arms. Instinctively, she attempted to escape his embrace, but Jiang Xian held her firmly, refusing to let go. "Hey, let me go," Su-jin murmured, her tone laced with a blend of shyness and mild annoyance. However, Jiang Xian paid her no heed, continuing to hold her tightly. Su-jin, feeling somewhat helpless, gently pushed against his shoulder in an effort to free herself. Yet, Jiang Xian remained unmoved, even tightening his grip around her. "Are you trying to strangle me?" Su-jin's cheeks reddened, and she quickly slapped Jiang Xian's back. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Xian relaxed his hold slightly. "Are you out of your mind? Just moments ago, with my parents nearby, you dared to embrace me?" Su-jin said, her tone tinged with reproach. It seemed as though Jiang Xian had not heard her words, for he merely held her close. He found her soft and fragrant, no longer as icy as she once was. He was reluctant to release her. Su-jin gave Jiang Xian another light tap, her discontent evident. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Why are you silent?" Jiang Xian inhaled her enchanting scent deeply and replied in a deep, husky voice, soft and fragrant. "How could I bear to let you go?" Su-jin, appearing somewhat exasperated, remarked, "I want to run away. Is it really necessary to hold me like this?" "That simply want to do. I have not held you enough yet. If not now, then when will I have the chance?" With no other recourse, Su-jin reached back and pinched him on the back, causing Jiang Xian to grimace in pain and instantly release her. Without a little discipline, you would remain oblivious to your own limitations. Su-jin tilted her head slightly, playfully chastising him. "Is it really that serious?" "It was just a bit of extra time in your embrace," Jiang Xian replied, rubbing his back and feigning considerable discomfort. As for whether it truly hurt, perhaps only Jiang Xian could ascertain that. At that moment, Su-jin noticed a small movement of Jiang Xian's hand and felt a wave of compassion surge within her. "Who told you to act so recklessly without regard for the occasion?" she scolded, a mix of helplessness and concern in her tone. Jiang Xian smiled softly, his gaze brimming with affection. "I cannot help myself. You are far too significant in my heart, easily stirring my emotions." As he spoke, he gently caressed Su-jin's hand. as if to convey his tenderness to her. Moreover, your blushing earlier was truly lovely. I rarely witness you blush. A smile crept upon Jiang Xian's lips. Seemingly captivated by the memory of the earlier moment, his mind replayed Su Jin's shy demeanor, elevating his spirits further. However, Su Jin remained staunchly unwilling to admit her blush. Turning her head away, she retorted defiantly. Who blushed? I merely struggled to breathe due to your tight grip. Don't assume I would blush because of you. That is utterly impossible. Her voice carried a hint of stubbornness, yet Jiang Xian could sense the underlying shyness and tension. Observing Su Jin's adorable demeanor, Jiang Xian could not help but chuckle. He understood that at times, Su Jin could be incredibly headstrong, reluctant to reveal her true feelings. Yet it was precisely this little temper that made her all the more charming. Nevertheless, he chose not to pursue the matter further, respecting her feelings. As long as their bond was genuine, what did these minor squabbles and misunderstandings truly matter? After all, this hardly constituted a quarrel, nor did it warrant the term conflict. In the realm of love, mutual understanding and tolerance are of utmost importance. Just now, while I was holding you, an idea suddenly occurred to me, Jiang Xian said. Upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, Su Jin eagerly inquired, what is that method? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, genuinely hoping Jiang Xian could resolve the issue at hand. Jiang Xian replied with a smile, I can manage the store in Long City from Monday to Friday, and visit you in Xanadu on weekends. This way, I can balance both responsibilities. He believed this arrangement would not only sustain the business in Long City, but also allow him to nurture his relationship with Su Jin each week, which he found quite agreeable. He continued, once the store in Long City stabilizes, I plan to open a branch in Xanadu. This will not only expand our business needs, but also preserve our emotional connection. Wouldn't that be splendid? His face radiated confidence and determination, as if he could already envision a bright future. However, Su Jin furrowed her brows upon hearing this, expressing her concern, won't that be too exhausting for you? Traveling back and forth every week will surely be tiring. She felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Xian, reluctant to see him burdened by this arrangement. Jiang Xian chuckled reassuringly, don't worry, it's not a problem. I'm not walking. Flying is quite fast. I can come on Friday night and return on Sunday night. He considered the effort trivial, believing that being with Su Jin made it all worthwhile. After contemplating for a moment, Su Jin eventually nodded, saying, all right. But this arrangement cannot last too long. Although she agreed with Jiang Xian's plan, a sense of worry still lingered in her heart. Jiang Xian promptly reassured her, rest assured. I understand. I just need to invest more time and effort initially in Long City. Once the store is on the right track, I can fully devote myself to the branch in Xanadu. He appreciated Su Jin's concern. Upon hearing this, a teasing smile crept onto Su Jin's face as she remarked, so, we'll only see each other once a week? You won't be missing me to the point of tears, will you? Jiang Xian chuckled softly, raising his phone. What do you think I have this for? Seeing the phone reminded Su Jin of Xiaya, prompting her to say, I completely forgot to call Xiaya since arriving in Xanadu. With that, she took out her phone, ready to dial Xiaya's number. However, Jiang Xian stopped her, a mischievous grin on his face, saying, why don't you check what she is doing at home first? Su Jin's eyes brightened at this suggestion. That's a good idea. Let me sneak a peek. She quickly opened the designated application, bringing up the surveillance footage from the Guilan Garden Villa. Yet, aside from Qin Shuang directing some servants, she found no sign of Xiaya. Where could she be? Su Jin furrowed her brows, feeling puzzled. Perhaps she is in her bedroom or at the gym on the 3rd floor, Jiang Xian speculated. After all, it's unlikely there are cameras in the bedroom, and the gym on the 3rd floor, being a recent addition, lacks surveillance. Su Jin shook her head, sensing that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. She exited the surveillance directly and dialed Xiaya's number. However, the phone rang for an extended period without being answered. Su Jin's brow furrowed even more deeply. Typically, if Xiaya did not answer her phone, it indicated that her mind was completely vacant, devoid of any vigilance, thus indifferent to whether the call would connect. Such a state of mental emptiness could only arise from one circumstance. She had gone out to pursue men. To validate her suspicion, Su Jin proceeded to call Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang, who was instructing the servants to tidy up, promptly answered Su Jin's call, saying, Boss, Qin Shuang, where has Xiaya gone? Oh. She mentioned she went to help at the store. Qin Shuang replied candidly. Did she say when she would return? Su Jin continued her inquiry. Oh. She said she would be back quite late and told us not to wait for her. Qin Shuang reflected before responding. That's Xiaya. With that, Su Jin hung up the phone in mild irritation. Qin Shuang stared blankly at the disconnected call, sensing that her boss seemed upset. Was it because of Xiaya? After pondering for a moment, she could not quite comprehend it, so she decided to dismiss the thought. What is the matter? Jiang Xian, noticing Su Jin's displeasure, asked hurriedly. No need to ask. Xiaya has undoubtedly gone to a bar or some other place. She even deceived Qin Shuang by saying she was going to help at the store. Does one need to stay at a store until late? She should never have been allowed to go. Su Jin expressed her regret. Jiang Xian appeared somewhat astonished and perplexed. To a bar? Surely not. It's still daytime. What could she possibly do at a bar? Su Jin snorted disdainfully, stating, that little bit of time in the evening is hardly sufficient for her. If she wants to indulge, it will surely extend from day into night. Jiang Xian fell silent, left with nothing but 2 words, impressive. However, this time Su Jin had genuinely misjudged Xiaoya. She had not gone to a bar during the day, but rather to an internet cafe. An internet cafe, a medium-sized establishment, typically frequented by college students or working individuals renting nearby. Yet today, among the usual patrons, a notably distinct figure had arrived. Dressed in a black leather jacket, short leather shorts, black stockings, and high heels with heavy makeup, Xiaya stood out conspicuously among the crowd of internet users. The once noisy cafe fell into silence. All eyes fixed on the girl. Xiaya raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of pride at their attention. She approached the front desk, produced her ID, and said, I'd like to reserve a computer. The young attendant, taken aback by Xiaoya's presence, pretended to maintain his composure. Certainly, please wait a moment. Before long, Xiaoya received a computer access card and settled into a corner. She powered on the computer, logged into her gaming account, and began to play a popular online game. Her gameplay was exceptionally skilled, and she quickly made a name for herself in the game, drawing the admiration of surrounding players. At that moment, a boy sitting beside Xiaoya could not help but inquire, Beautiful sister, how long have you been playing this game? Your skills are impressive. Xiaoya cast a flirtatious glance at him and replied coyly, Not for long, really. The boy, captivated, pressed on, Then how did you hone your skills? Could you teach me? With a slight smile, Xiaoya responded, Sure, but how will you repay me? Excited by her agreement, the boy exclaimed, I can pay you. I could also treat you to a meal as compensation for your teachings. Thus, Xiaoya remained in the internet CAF until evening. By the time she departed, she had gained quite a few admirers, for she had become their teacher. Some even surreptitiously snapped photos of her, though their intentions for doing so remained a mystery. Upon arriving at the CAF, she discovered her phone had run out of battery, but it was now charged. Upon checking her phone, she noticed a call from Su Jin. She hurriedly returned the call, completely oblivious to her current appearance. Su Jin, who was enjoying dinner and chatting with Jiang Xian, received Xiaoya's call. However, she chose not to answer, dismissing it instead and initiating a video call. When the call connected, Su Jin's expression immediately turned cold upon seeing Xiaoya's heavily made-up face. Oh. Su Jin, I just returned from the store. My phone was dead, so I missed your call, Xiaoya stated earnestly. Su Jin remained silent. Her gaze icy as Jiang Xian leaned in to observe, exclaiming, What on earth? Who are you? Are you Xiaoya? Chapter 91. The deeply touched Xiaoya in tears. To be honest, Jiang Xian genuinely did not recognize the woman on the screen as Xiaoya. It was as if they were 2 different people. This was not to say that Xiaoya, without makeup, was unattractive. Rather, she was indeed a beauty. However, her demeanor transformed entirely after applying makeup. The once adorable girl with sparkling eyes had morphed into a woman exuding both innocence and allure. In online parlance, one might call it the pure and desire-inducing aesthetic. Upon hearing Jiang Xian's words, Xiaoya instinctively touched her face. Oh no, she had completely forgotten about her current appearance. The atmosphere became instantly awkward. Had she not just been speaking nonsense with her eyes wide open? She had treated the other party as if they were foolish, no, as if they were blind. Su Jin remained silent, her gaze still fixed on her. Yet even in silence, Xiaoya felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her. Could you let me explain? Xiaoya forced a smile. She realized her earlier deceit had been uncovered, and now Su Jin was regarding her with a cold, oppressive stare that left her feeling lost. It's fine, go ahead. I'm listening, Su Jin suddenly replied with a smile, while Jiang Xian cast her a curious glance. I have not visited an internet CAF for quite some time, and I thought it would be a good opportunity to indulge before all the workers arrive and the official work begins. Once the construction commences, I shall no longer frequent such places. I will be diligently overseeing the work. Xiaoya raised 3 fingers in a gesture of oath, speaking earnestly. Su Jin narrowed her cold gaze, fixating intently on Xiaoya, and in a low voice asked, "Just going to the internet CAF? Xiaoya, do you think you can deceive me? Who dresses up like that just to visit a CAF? Besides, you have a computer at home. Why must you go to an internet CAF?" Xiaoya pouted and murmured, "There's no atmosphere at home like that of an internet CAF. Come now, do you think I am unaware? Once you're at the internet CAF, the next stop is surely a bar, I assenti it? It is now 7 p.m. You'll drink until the early hours, returning home in comfort, correct?" Su Jin continued to smile at Xiaoya, yet to Jiang Xian, this smile lacked warmth. It was a cold smirk. Xiaoya felt embarrassed, fully aware that Su Jin knew her too well, to the extent that her intentions were transparent. "Oh, Su Jin, I merely wish to have some fun. Is that a crime?" Xiaoya said, a hint of grievance in her voice. Su Jin inhaled deeply and replied gently, "Xiaoya, if you wish to enjoy yourself, I will not hinder you. After all, you are an adult and your choices are yours alone. But do consider the places you frequent, bars and the like. Particularly your penchant for going alone, especially at night. Each time you return inebriated, not to mention the toll it takes on your health. Do you truly believe this is safe?" Su Jin's words were laced with profound concern. Xiaoya was her close friend since childhood. And although their relationship had evolved beyond mere friendship, Su Jin could not help but worry. Xiaoya sensed the care in Su Jin's voice and softly replied, "Oh, do not fret. Do you doubt my capabilities? What could possibly happen to me? Just those despicable men at the bar? Even Jiang Xian would not dare claim he could best me, would he?" Xiaoya patted her chest, exuding an air of confidence that assured Su Jin of her safety. Though reluctant, Jiang Xian had to concede that in a one-on-one confrontation, he might not stand a chance against Xiaoya, given her training as a professional bodyguard and her background from a prestigious family. Yet, no matter how skilled you are, alcohol clouds judgment. Coupled with your tendency to provoke others, should someone be inclined to act against you in a moment of impulse, what then? You may succeed countless times, but a single failure could bear consequences we cannot afford. Is this not a gamble in itself? Though I am no expert in gambling, I know well that avoiding bets ensures victory. Su Jin's words were filled with sincerity, conveying to Xiaoya the depth of her concern. You are invaluable to me, and I cannot allow you to gamble with your safety. Even Jiang Xian, who had been attentively listening nearby, could not help but give Su Jin a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Well said." Perhaps sensing Su Jin's underlying message, Xiaoya pursed her lips, staring blankly at Su Jin, choosing to remain silent. To be honest, the reason Xiaoya often targeted Jiang Xian was partly due to the fact that he enjoyed teasing her, but a more significant reason was her fear. She feared that once Su Jin became involved with Jiang Xian, their connection would diminish and their bond would weaken. In other words, she was afraid that Jiang Xian might take Su Jin away from her. Though it may sound somewhat absurd, it was indeed her reality. Xiaoya was one of Su Jin's few good friends, and Su Jin was certainly one of her cherished companions. Perhaps, in Xiaoya's eyes, Su Jin held even greater significance. For over a decade or two, Su Jin's world encompassed her family and her career, filled with considerations and concerns. Yet, in Xiaoya's perspective, only Su Jin's presence was paramount and vividly clear. Thus, upon hearing Su Jin's heartfelt words, while she outwardly displayed no emotional turmoil, internally, her heart was stirred profoundly. She sniffled, her eyes slightly reddening, with a glimmer of tears shimmering within. Just as she was about to express her genuine feelings with touching words, Jiang Xian's voice echoed from the other end of the phone. That was beautifully articulated. "Su Jin, I bet Xiaoya will be moved to tears." Upon hearing this, Xiaoya's tear-filled eyes instantly dried up, her expression turning rather peculiar, clearly indicating that she was suppressing her true emotions due to Jiang Xian's presence. She certainly did not wish to shed tears in front of that irritating fellow. "Su Jin, I will return now and video call you once I get home," Xiaoya declared. Su Jin nodded and ended the video call. When Xiaoya returned to the villa, Qin Shuang was slightly surprised, not expecting her to come back so early, even though it was already past 9 p.m. "Miss Xiaoya, was the site inspection smooth today?" Qin Shuang inquired, handing Xiaoya a glass of water. "Oh, that went well," Xiaoya replied, taking a sip of water before hurriedly heading upstairs. After freshening up, she initiated a video call with Su Jin. To Su Jin, Xiaoya appeared more pleasing in her natural state, perhaps due to familiarity. "Su Jin, did Su give you a hard time after you returned?" Xiaoya asked with concern. Su Jin smiled faintly and replied, "Don't worry, with Jiang Xin around, I have nothing to fear. Moreover, I have some news for you." Xiaoya, filled with curiosity, asked what news. Su Jin joyfully announced, Grandfather has handed over the Jingshi group to me. What? Xiaoyao exclaimed in astonishment. What is the situation? Su Jin teasingly responded. Oh, it's nothing. Just that Jiang Xian won at chess. She then recounted the entire sequence of events to Xiaoyao. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao could not help but chuckle. So does that mean Suyu's face turned green with anger? Who cares about her? She can do whatever she pleases, Su Jin remarked with a dismissive pout. With a mischievous grin, Xiaoyao looked at Su Jin and teased, hee hee. Then, does that mean the Jingshi group is a betrothal gift from Jiang Xian to you? Or is it the dowry prepared by the Su family? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jin replied, both. Chapter 92. The straightforward Su Ninghui as their conversation continued. Xiaoyao suddenly brought up Lu Guan. Su Jin frowned at the mention of his name, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. His gaze was exceedingly unsettling. Yet he had not crossed any boundaries, so Su Jin made an effort to keep her distance. He? Still the same old self, his eyes make me feel nauseous. Su Jin grimaced, a hint of distaste crossing her features. No matter the occasion, the moment Lu Guan saw her, his first reaction was to scan her body repeatedly. Such a gaze is easily understood by men. With a soft sigh, Su Jin shook her head in resignation. Indeed, every time I encounter that look from him, I feel utterly uneasy. After a brief silence, Xiaoyao spoke with utmost seriousness. I have always believed that Lu Guan harbors ulterior motives towards you. This man does not possess good intentions. Su Jin was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Xiaoyao in surprise. He shouldn't dare, right? Xiaoyao furrowed her brow, a flicker of concern in her eyes. While you may detest Suyu the most, I believe Lu Guan is even more repulsive and warrants greater caution. Curious. Su Jin inquired, why do you say that? Xiaoyao articulated her thoughts carefully, so you may merely harbor a simple jealousy towards you, targeting you only with words. However, Lu Guan is different. His gaze towards you is rife with desire and greed, making him inherently more dangerous. Regardless, once you leave the Su family, do your utmost to avoid being alone with him. Always take Jiang Xian with you. He is quite reliable, Xiaoyao advised. Had it been other members of the Su family, Xiaoyao might not have dared to speak so freely, as she remained, in essence, a subordinate. However, Su Jin was different. She could voice her thoughts openly in her presence. Su Jin nodded thoughtfully, a sense of vigilance rising within her. She realized that she had indeed overlooked the potential threat posed by Lu Guan and resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. Meanwhile, as the two were conversing, Jiang Xian was on the first floor, engaging in conversation with his recently arrived uncle and aunt. If Jiang Xian were to describe his father-in-law, he would say he is refined, much like a scholarly gentleman. If he were to characterize his father-in-law's elder brother, his uncle, it would be the same, another scholarly figure. Both wore black-framed glasses, maintaining a steady demeanor in speech and actions, with emotions rarely fluctuating. Su Ninghui adjusted his glasses, examining the young man before him earnestly, and slowly inquired, Xiao Jiang, what are your interests and hobbies? Do you play golf? Or perhaps enjoy horse racing? Collecting art, perhaps? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian thought to himself that these activities were primarily favored by the affluent. Engaging in golf not only promotes physical fitness, but also cultivates patience and strategic thinking while providing a platform for effective communication among other business elites. Horse racing, steeped in history and prestige, is indeed a pastime for the wealthy. As for art collection, the very name suggests a pursuit of considerable depth, transcending mere hobby and entering the realm of spiritual enrichment. Having had little exposure to such pursuits, Jiang Xian shook his head and replied, Uncle, I have not had much experience with these. Su Ninghui's expression bore a hint of regret as he inquired, then how do you usually spend your leisure time? At this moment, Auntie Qiao could no longer restrain herself and gently nudged Su Ninghui, whispering, You're asking too many questions. It's not appropriate for young Zhang's first visit here. However, Su Ninghui remained unfazed, shooting a disapproving glance at He Qiao, and retorted, What's wrong with asking him? He Qiao sighed in resignation, choosing to remain silent. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, thick with tension. Yet, Jiang Xian soon realized that his uncle, Su Ninghui, was an outspoken individual who spoke his mind without a trace of concealment. Thus, he smiled and responded, In my free time, I enjoy fitness. But I don't engage in any particularly special leisure activities. No sooner had he spoken than Su Zhenhai, the elder seated in the center of the sofa, propped his legs up and interjected with a booming voice, And don't forget about playing chess. Su Zhenhai's emphasis on this point was deliberate. Although he did not voice it, he was still brooding over his earlier defeat to Jiang Xian that morning. After all, he considered himself an adept chess player. now humbled by a younger opponent. He believed that Jiang Xian's victory stemmed solely from his relentless practice in chess. Therefore, he seized this opportunity to remind everyone that Jiang Xian was not to be underestimated. Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the elder's intentions and knew he had to honor that sentiment. Indeed, I frequently delve into chess as well. And I thoroughly enjoyed our game today, Grandpa, he remarked, glancing at Su Jinhai. What do they say? A worthy opponent brings out the best in a player. It was exhilarating. Instantly, satisfaction illuminated Su Jinhai's face. Well, that's quite commendable. Su Ninghui nodded earnestly in agreement. He then proceeded to ask, so when are you and Xiao Jin planning to get married? Jiang Xian felt a sense of déjà vu. It seemed that everyone he encountered posed this question. He had yet to discuss a wedding date with Su Jin, and thus could not provide an answer. I'm still in discussions with Su Jin. We haven't finalized anything yet, he replied. That's fair enough, Su Ninghui nodded. However, do make haste and settle on a date soon. At that moment, Su Jin approached, inquiring, what are you all discussing that seems so joyous? Nothing much, just discussing your marriage, he Xiao said with a smile. Jiang Xian and Su Jin exchanged a glance, feeling somewhat awkward. However, Su Jin quickly replied, perhaps once Jiang Xian's shop opens, it will be about time. Indeed, Jiang Xian nodded eagerly. At that moment, Lu Guan, who had been quietly moping beside the reticent Su Yu, spoke up with a smile, brother-in-law, when will you and Su Jin visit the old Su family residence with Grandpa? The elders there are very eager to meet both of you. Upon hearing this, Su Jinhai recalled something and straightened up, saying, little Lu is right. Merely seeing me is insufficient. Your second and third uncles have long wished to meet you both. This trip back is primarily to visit the elders. And Su Jin naturally would not decline. Shall we set off tomorrow then? Oh, there's no need to rush. Didn't you just arrive in Xanadu yesterday? It's perfectly fine to spend a couple of days enjoying yourselves with Xiao Jiang first. Su Jinhai glanced at Su Ziyuan and added, I happen to be staying here for the next few days, Xiao Yuan. Is that all right? Dad, what are you saying? Stay as long as you wish. There's no need for my approval, Su Ziyuan replied with a wry smile. The old man enjoys teasing him. We shall manage without it. Your elder brother has a house nearby, so we will temporarily reside there. Later, Xiao Yu and Xiao Lu can accompany Xiao Jin and Xiao Jiang to the old Su residence, he Xiao said to Su Ziyuan. Su Ziyuan nodded in agreement. All right then. Su Jinhai clapped his hands and said with a booming voice, well, since the arrangements for these few days are settled, everyone can disperse now and take the rest they need. Su Ninghui stood up and said to Su Yu, come on, Xiao Yu, let us head over there. Su Yu appeared somewhat reluctant, clearly still upset about the events of the morning. Su Ziyuan shot her a stern look, as if to say, how old are you? Still behaving like this? Su Yu pouted and followed Su Ninghui and he Xiao out of the estate. Chapter 93. Night talk that night, in Su Jin's bedroom. The two were entwined in each other's arms, though they had not yet fallen asleep. Even with the lights out, Su Jin's bright eyes shimmered with a captivating brilliance in the darkness. Hey, didn't someone mention setting boundaries? How is it that after just one night, the line has been crossed? Since sleep eluded him, Jiang Xian decided to tease Su Jin. What nonsense are you talking about? Who crossed the line? Su Jin vehemently denied. You did. Look at where you are. I merely turned over and fell right off the bed. Jiang Xian patted his back, feeling only emptiness instead of the comforting presence of the bed. At that moment, holding Su Jin made him immobile. Any slight movement would send him tumbling down. Su Jin paused for a moment before hastily disengaging from Jiang Xian's embrace, retreating several paces. Are you upset? Jiang Xian, noticing her reaction, assumed that his words had put her in an uncomfortable position, leading to her discontent, as he was about to admit his fault and seek to appease her. Su Jin unexpectedly extended her hands and pulled Jiang Xian closer. Once again, she embraced Jiang Xian, sweetly inquiring, now it seems you have crossed the line. What shall we do about it? How do you wish for me to punish you? Jiang Xian was taken aback by Su Jin's surprising strength, finding himself effortlessly drawn in by her. Hurry, tell me how you wish for me to punish you. Su Jin pressed, her tone tinged with urgency as she pinched Jiang Xian's face. A sly smile crept upon Jiang Xian's lips, one that Su Jin could not perceive. Hey, why are you silent? Speak up. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Jiang Xian suddenly leaned in, capturing her mouth with a fervent kiss. Ah, that familiar sensation, soft, cool, almost reminiscent of jelly. Jiang Xian indulged in the moment, quickly losing himself in the kiss. Su Jin stared at Jiang Xian in a daze, utterly unprepared for his boldness. Was this a punishment? It felt more like a reward, although visibility was limited in the darkness. Su Jin could easily surmise that Jiang Xian wore an expression of sheer enjoyment. All right, if you wish to play this way, do not blame me. Su Jin narrowed her eyes and boldly embraced Jiang Xian's head. In that fleeting moment, she summoned her strength. Jiang Xian, who was thoroughly engrossed in the blissful moment, suddenly felt an overwhelming pull, rendering his mouth captive. What on earth is happening? Who is kissing whom? As Su Jin became increasingly immersed, her hands began to wander from Jiang Xian's head downward. Initially, he sensed nothing amiss, merely noting the coolness and softness of her touch, which elicited a ticklish sensation. This feeling was undeniably pleasant, so he did not halt her movements. However, as Su Jin's hands ventured lower, Jiang Xian's body tensed in surprise. What is she attempting to do? But just then, Su Jin unexpectedly grasped something, nearly causing Jiang Xian to cry out. He swiftly pulled her hands away. A hint of panic in his voice as he questioned, "What are you doing? Why did your hands suddenly become so unruly?" This query, while peculiar, was warranted, for Su Jin was behaving quite unlike her usual self. If they had swapped genders, Jiang Xian would undoubtedly exclaim, "How scandalous." Just yesterday, Su Jin had explicitly stated she did not wish to engage in such activities with him, which is why he had restrained himself. Now, however, Su Jin seemed intent on provoking him. Was she not merely toying with him, lighting the fire without taking responsibility for extinguishing it? What do you mean by my hands being unruly? This is simply irresistible, Su Jin countered, echoing Jiang Xian's previous words. Jiang Xian found the statement vaguely familiar, yet could not place it. But doesn't this put me in a bind? Tempting me, without resolution, won't I be left in agony? Jiang Xian felt somewhat exasperated. Can't you resolve it yourself? The restroom is just over there. Su Jin pointed towards the direction of the bathroom. If you're capable, then let us each take a step back, shall we? The two individuals finally resumed their normal postures. After a moment of respite, Jiang Xian successfully subdued the flames of discomfort within him. Su Jin, aware of Jiang Xian's unease, chose to remain silent, attentively observing his every movement. After a while, Jiang Xian took the initiative to speak, expressing, "I find your parents to be quite amiable, indeed, among all those I have encountered thus far. Aside from Lu Guan and Su Yu, it seems no one bears ill will towards you." Su Jin had previously mentioned to Jiang Xian that the elders of their family favored Su Yu more. However, at this moment, these elders appeared to be rather agreeable. I did not imply that they treat me poorly. I merely noted that, in comparison to me, they exhibit a greater fondness for Su Yu. When I refer to the elders, I do not solely mean my grandfather and your parents, but also those residing in the Su family's ancestral home, Su Jin clarified. The Su family's ancestral home? Is that the one your grandfather mentioned today? Jiang Xian inquired, puzzled. Indeed. So where is this ancestral home located in the capital? He asked. Su Jin replied nonchalantly, in the heart of the capital, on Ingguan Road. Chapter 94. The misunderstanding of the mother-in-law. The first half of the night passed uneventfully. But as the latter half approached, Su Jin began to stir restlessly. At that moment, Jiang Xian was deep in slumber when he suddenly felt a heaviness on his chest, as if an immense weight were pressing down on him, making it nearly impossible to breathe. In a state between sleep and wakefulness, he instinctively reached out. To his surprise, his hand encountered a soft body. Undoubtedly, it was Su Jin. Jiang Xian couldn't help but feel exasperated, mentally chiding, "Why on earth are you lying on top of me again? Who sleeps like a stack of pancakes? Su Jin, are you ever going to let me sleep?" He gently pinched Su Jin's cheek in an attempt to rouse her. However, she merely let out a playful grunt and turned her head, shifting her face from his right side to his left. Moreover, her entire body was entwined around him like an octopus, showing no signs of loosening her grip. Jiang Xian shook his head with a wry smile, inwardly lamenting, "What is this nonsense? If you insist on depriving me of sleep, then perhaps none of us should rest." With that thought, a mischievous grin spread across his face as he extended his wicked hand, playfully roaming over Su Jin's body. He touched here and pinched there, reveling in the intimacy of the moment. One must admit, the texture of Su Jin's skin was exquisitely delicate and smooth, making it utterly irresistible. Yet, the more he touched, the more it intensified his own discomfort. Su Jin was soon awakened by Jiang Xian's playful antics. Upon realizing what he was doing, she swiftly swatted his hand away. Jiang Xian instinctively withdrew, feeling a sting of pain. "What are you doing? Are you being a rogue again?" Su Jin exclaimed in frustration. She had been enjoying a deep slumber, only to be interrupted by this rogue's mischief. Jiang Xian felt an immediate sense of injustice and exclaimed, Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? What are you doing? How can I sleep with you lying on me? Am I really that heavy? Su Jin's warm breath brushed against Jiang Xian's chest, eliciting a ticklish sensation. She playfully lifted his shirt. My dear young lady, is this a matter of weight? I was sleeping peacefully when something suddenly pressed down on my chest. Even if it's not heavy, it's quite uncomfortable. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Xian gently patted Su Jin's backside, signaling her to move aside. Oh, just bear with it a little longer. I'll fall asleep soon, Su Jin murmured softly, her voice dwindling. All right, then sleep. Jiang Xian relented, knowing he would set her down once she was asleep. However, it took quite a while. And by the time Jiang Xian finally dozed off, it was already 3 in the morning. Undoubtedly, when he awoke the next day, he bore 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, resembling a panda. Su Jin observed him, her lips trembling in amusement, clearly struggling to suppress her laughter. Jiang Xian shot her a disapproving look and said, Is it funny? This is all your fault. Su Jin, holding back her mirth, replied, How can this be blamed on me? Didn't you touch me? Is that the same thing? Jiang Xian paused and responded, How is it not the same? I disturbed your sleep, but you took advantage of me, so we are even, right? Su Jin blinked innocently, asserting her point. This cannot be how it is calculated. Jiang Xian attempted to clarify the matter with Su Jin, but she would not grant him that opportunity. All this talk is futile. Just tell me, did you touch me or not? Su Jin raised her chin inquisitively. I didn't touch you. Jiang Xian exhaled deeply, yielding, Fine. I did touch you. Are you satisfied now? Su Jin instantly beamed with delight, cupping Jiang Xian's face and planting a kiss on his lips, exclaiming, Now that's more like it. Honesty is essential. Jiang Xian sought to seize the moment for further intimacy, yet Su Jin seemed to anticipate his intentions. As he reached out, she deftly withdrew. Jiang Xian's hands hung awkwardly in the air, creating a rather comical scene. Su Jin erupted in laughter, blowing him a kiss before descending the stairs. Observing this spectacle, Jiang Xian couldn't help but muse, This woman is becoming increasingly enchanting. I can hardly keep up. Never mind, I'll deal with her later. After tidying himself up, Jiang Xian followed her downstairs. Upon entering the hall, Gu Ran, noticing Jiang Xian's arrival, promptly called out, Xiao Jiang, come have breakfast. All right, Jiang Xian replied as he approached. Gu Ran suddenly noticed the pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Xiao Jiang, did you not sleep well last night? She inquired, puzzled. Are you perhaps not accustomed to your surroundings? Many people struggle with adjusting to new beds. That might be the reason, she speculated, believing it was not an issue with the room's amenities. Not at all. It was Su Jin's antics that kept me up late. Jiang Xian yawned, his voice lacking vigor. He was completely oblivious to the ambiguity of his words. Upon hearing this, Gu Ran raised an eyebrow and regarded Jiang Xian with a curious expression. Was he truly so restless? No wonder he appeared lethargic in the morning, while Xiao Jin was brimming with energy. So that was the case. Come, Xiao Jiang, follow me. I have something to discuss with you. Gu Ran waved her hand at Jiang Xian, signaling him to accompany her. Although Jiang Xian felt a tinge of confusion, he followed her nonetheless. Gu Ran led Jiang Xian to the balcony and glanced below, finding no one around. Xiao Jiang, I understand that young people like you are often filled with passion and desire, and it's normal to find it hard to restrain yourselves. However, this should not come at the expense of your rest. If you sacrificed your health for fleeting pleasure, it would indeed be an unwise trade-off. Based on what you said, it seems that Su Jin's cravings are rather intense. I must have a word with her. Gu Ran's words flowed out rapidly, akin to a machine gun. Jiang Xian stared blankly at Gu Ran, his mind struggling to keep pace. However, upon hearing the phrases about being passionate and unable to restrain himself, he mistakenly thought Gu Ran was aware of last night's events, and he began to vent his frustrations. Yes, Mom, you must have a serious talk with Su Jin. She has gone too far. How could she just pounce on me while I was peacefully sleeping? How am I supposed to get any rest? I have to wait for her to fall asleep before I can finally lay her down, and then I can sleep myself. I was tossed around until 3 in the morning. Since he couldn't confront Su Jin directly, he decided to speak to his mother-in-law instead. Gu Ran looked incredulous, her brows furrowing as she exclaimed, This little Jin is utterly outrageous. She clearly has no regard for your health. Such matters should never be forced upon someone. Rest assured, I will have a word with her shortly. With that, Gu Ran strode back inside. Jiang Xian felt a surge of delight but feigned ignorance as he entered the dining room. Unbeknownst to him, the pressing and tossing he referred to were entirely different from what Gu Ran envisioned. Upon entering, he noticed Gu Ran leading Su Jin toward the balcony. As they brushed past each other, Gu Ran cast him a reassuring glance, while Su Jin, following closely behind, shot him a puzzled look. He pretended not to notice and sat down at the dining table, grabbing a piece of bread and pastry to eat. Xiao Jiang, what did your mom want to talk to you about? Inquired Su Ziyuan, curiosity evident in his tone. Jiang Xian casually replied, Oh, just some trivial matters, nothing of significance. With this response, Su Ziyuan chose not to press further. Meanwhile, Su Jin, still perplexed, followed Gu Ran onto the balcony. Mom, is there something that can't be discussed inside? Why must we come out here? Gu Ran retorted, I feared discussing it inside might embarrass you. Gu Ran shot a disapproving glare at Su Jin. She never anticipated that the so-called Ice Queen, Su Jin, her own daughter, could possess such a side to her personality. Huh? What is it? What have I done now? Su Jin found herself utterly bewildered by Gu Ran's words, completely at a loss regarding their meaning. Gu Ran pressed on with her inquiry. Why are you pestering Xiao Jiang in the dead of night to engage in such activities? Does he not deserve some rest? Su Jin was momentarily stunned.